Book XXXV. Publius Scipio Africanus sent as ambassador to Antiochus, has a conversation with Hannibal at Ephesus. Preparations of the Romans for war with Antiochus. Nabis, the tyrant of Lacedaemon, instigated by the Aetolians, makes war on the Achaeans, is put to death by a party of the Aetolians. The Aetolians, violating the treaty of friendship with the Romans, invite Antiochus, who comes, with a small force, into Greece, and, in conjunction with them, takes several towns, and the whole island of Euboea. The Achaeans declare war against Antiochus and the Aetolians. 1. In the beginning of the same year, Sextus Digitius, praetor in the hither Spain, fought with those states which, after the departure of Marcus Cato, had, in great numbers, recommenced hostilities, numerous battles. But none deserving of particular mention. And all so unfavorable to him, that he scarcely delivered to his successor half the number of men that he had received. In consequence of this, every state in Spain would certainly have resumed new courage, had not the other praetor, Publius Cornelius Scipio, son of Gnaeus, been successful in several engagements on the other side of the Iberus. And, by these means, diffused such a general terror, that no less than 50 towns came over to his side. These exploits Scipio performed in his praetorship. Afterwards, when propraetor, as the Lusitanians, after ravaging the farther province, were returning home, with an immense booty, he attacked them on their march, and continued the engagement from the 3rd hour of the day to the 8th. Before any advantage was gained on either side. He was inferior to the enemy in number of men, but he had the advantage of them in other respects. With his troops formed in a compact body he attacked a long train, encumbered with multitudes of cattle. And with his soldiers fresh, engaged men, fatigued by a long march, for the enemy had set out at the 3rd watch, and besides travelling the remainder of the night, had continued their route to the 3rd hour of the day. Nor had they been allowed any rest, as the battle immediately succeeded the toil of the march. Wherefore, though at the beginning they retained some vigor of body and spirits, and, at first, threw the Romans into disorder, yet, after some time, the fight became equal. In this critical situation the propraetor made a vow to celebrate games in honor of Jupiter, in case he should defeat and cut off the enemy. The Romans then made a more vigorous push, and the Lusitanians gave way, and, in a little time, turned their backs. As the victors pursued them briskly, no less than 12,000 of them were slain, and 540 taken prisoners, most of whom were horsemen. There were taken, besides, 134 military standards. Of the Roman army, but 73 men were lost. The battle was fought at a small distance from the city of Ilipa. Thither Publius Cornelius led back his victorious army, amply enriched with spoil. All which was exposed to view under the walls of the town, and permission given to the owners to claim their effects. The remainder was put into the hands of the quaestor to be sold, and the money produced by the sale was distributed among the soldiers. 2. At the time when these occurrences happened in Spain, Caius Flaminius, the praetor, had not yet set out from Rome, therefore these events, as well prosperous as adverse, were reported by himself and his friends in the strongest representations. And he labored to persuade the Senate, that, as a very formidable war had blazed out in his province, and he was likely to receive from Sextus Digitius a very small remnant of an army, and that, too, terrified and disheartened they ought to decree one of the city legions to him, in order that, when he should have united to it the soldiers levied by himself, pursuant to the decree of the Senate, he might select from the whole number 6,500 foot and 300 horse. He said, that, with such a legion as that, for very little confidence could be placed on the troops of Sextus Digitius, he would conduct the war. But the elder part of the Senate insisted, that decrees of the Senate were not to be passed in consequence of rumors fabricated by private persons for the gratification of magistrates. And that no intelligence should be deemed authentic except it were either written by the praetors, from their provinces, or brought by their deputies. If there was a tumultuous commotion in Spain, they advised a vote, that tumultuary soldiers should be levied by the praetor in some other country than Italy. The Senate's intention was that such description of men should be raised in Spain. Valerius Antius says, that Caius Flaminius sailed to Sicily for the purpose of levying troops, and that, on his voyage thence to Spain, being driven by a storm to Africa, he enlisted there many stragglers who had belonged to the army of Publius Africanus. And that, to the levies made in those two provinces, he added a third in Spain. 3. In Italy the war, commenced by the Ligurians, grew daily more formidable. They now invested Pisae, with an army of 40,000 men. For multitudes flocked to them continually, led by the reports of the war and the expectation of booty. The consul, Minucius, came to Arretium, on the day which he had fixed for the assembling of the troops. Thence he led them, in order of battle, towards Pisae. And though the enemy had removed their camp to the other side of the river, at a distance of no more than 3 miles from the place, the consul marched into the city, which evidently owed its preservation to his coming. Next day he also encamped on the other side of the river, about a mile from the enemy, and by slight skirmishes protected the lands of the allies from their depredations. He did not think it prudent to hazard a general engagement, because his troops were raw, composed of many different kinds of men, and not yet so well known among themselves that they could rely on one another. The Ligurians depended so much on their numbers, that they not only came out and offered battle, willing to risk everything on the issue of it, but, from their superfluity of men, they sent out many parties along the frontiers to plunder. And whenever a large quantity of cattle, and other prey, was collected, there was an escort always in readiness to convey it to their forts and towns. 4. While the operations remained at a stand at Pisae, the other consul, Lucius Cornelius Merilla, led his army through the extreme borders of the Ligurians, into the territory of the Boians, where the mode of proceeding was quite the reverse of that which took place in the war of Liguria. The consul took the field, the enemy refused to fight. And the Romans, when no one would come out against them, went out in parties to plunder, while the Boians chose to let their country be laid waste with impunity rather than venture an engagement in defense of it. When all places were completely ravaged with fire and sword, the consul quitted the enemy's lands, and marched towards Mutina, in a careless manner, as through a pacific population. The Boians, when they learned that the enemy had withdrawn beyond their frontiers, followed him as secretly as possible, watching an opportunity for an ambuscade. And, having gone by his camp in the night, took possession of a defile through which the Romans were to pass. But as they were not able to effect this with sufficient secrecy, the consul, who usually began his march late in the night, now waited until day, lest, in the disorderly fight likely to ensue, darkness might increase the confusion. And though he did not stir before it was light, yet he sent forward a troop of horse to explore the country. When intelligence was brought by them of the number and situation of the enemy, he ordered the baggage to be heaped together in the center, and the veterans to throw up a rampart round it. And then, with the rest of the army in order of battle, he advanced towards the enemy. The Gauls did the same, when they found that their stratagem was detected, and that they were to engage in a fair and regular battle, where success must depend on valor alone. 5. The battle began about the 2nd hour. The left brigade of the allies, and the extraordinaries, fought in the first line, and were commanded by 2 lieutenant generals of consular dignity, Marcus Marcellus and Tiberius Sempronius, who had been consul the year before. The present consul was sometimes employed in the front of the line, sometimes in keeping back the legions in reserve, that they might not, through eagerness for fighting, come up to the attack until the signal was given. He ordered the 2 Minutiae, Quintus and Publius, military tribunes, to lead off the cavalry on the legions into open ground, at some distance from the line, and, when he should give them the signal, to charge the enemy through the clear space. While he was thus employed, a message came from Tiberius Sempronius Longus, that the extraordinaries could not support the onset of the Gauls, that great numbers had already fallen. And that partly through weariness, partly through fear, the ardor of the survivors was much abated. He recommended it therefore to the consul, if he thought proper, to send up one or other of the 2 legions, before the army suffered disgrace. The 2nd legion was accordingly sent, and the extraordinaries were ordered to retire. By the legion coming up, with its men fresh, and the ranks complete in their numbers, the fight was renewed with vigor. The left wing was withdrawn out of the action, and the right took its place in the van. The intense heat of the sun discomposed the Gauls, whose bodies were very ill qualified to endure it. Nevertheless, keeping their ranks close, and leaning sometimes on each other, sometimes on their bucklers, they withstood the attack of the Romans. Which, when the consul observed, in order to break their ranks, he ordered Titus Livius Salinator, commander of the allied cavalry, to charge them at full speed, and the legionary cavalry to remain in reserve. This tempest of cavalry first confused and disordered, and at length entirely broke the line of the Gauls, yet it did not make them fly. That was prevented by their officers, who, when they quitted their posts, struck them on the back with their spears, and compelled them to return to their ranks, but the allied cavalry, riding in among them, did not suffer them to recover their order. The consul exhorted his soldiers to continue their efforts a little longer, for victory was within their reach, to press the enemy, while they saw them disordered and dismayed. For, if they were suffered to recover their ranks, they would enter on a fresh battle with doubtful success. He ordered the standard-bearers to advance with the standards, and then, all exerting themselves at once, they at length forced the enemy to give way. As soon as they turned their backs, and fled precipitately on every side, the legionary cavalry was sent in pursuit of them. On that day, 14,000 of the Boians were slain. 1,092 taken as were 721 horsemen, and 3 of their commanders, with 212 military standards, and 63 chariots. Nor did the Romans gain the victory without loss of blood, of themselves, or their allies, were lost above 5,000 men, 23 centurions, for prefects of the allies, and 2 military tribunes of the 2nd legion. Marcus Janutius and Marcus Martius. 6. Letters from both the consuls arrived at Rome nearly at the same time. That of Lucius Cornelius gave an account of the battle fought with the Boians at Mutina. That of Quintus Minucius, from Pisae, mentioned, that the holding of the elections had fallen to his lot, but that affairs in Liguria were in so uncertain a position, that he could not depart thence without bringing ruin on the allies, and material injury on the commonwealth. He therefore advised that, if the Senate thought proper, they should direct his colleague, as his war was decided, to return to Rome for the elections. He said if Cornelius should object to this, because that employment had not fallen to his lot, he would certainly do whatever the Senate should order. But he begged them to consider again and again whether it would not be more to the advantage of the Republic, that an interregnum should take place, than that the province should be left by him in such a state. The Senate gave directions to Caius Scribonius to send 2 deputies of senatorian rank to the consul, Lucius Cornelius, to communicate to him the letter sent by his colleague to the Senate, and to acquaint him that if he did not come to Rome to elect new magistrates, the Senate were resolved, rather than Quintus Minucius should be called away from a war, in which no progress had been made, to suffer an interregnum to take place. The deputies sent brought back his answer, that he would come to Rome, to elect new magistrates. The letter of Lucius Cornelius, which contained an account of the battle with the Boians, occasioned a debate in the Senate. For Marcus Claudius, lieutenant general, in private letters to many of the senators, had written, that they might thank the fortune of the Roman people, and the bravery of the soldiers, that the affair had been successful. That the conduct of the consul had been the cause of a great many men being lost, and of the enemy's army, for the annihilation of which an opportunity had been offered, having made its escape. That what made the loss of men the greater was, the reinforcements, necessary to support them when distressed, coming up too late from the reserve. And that, what enabled the enemy to slip out of their hands was, the signal being given too tardily to the legionary cavalry, and their not being allowed to pursue the fugitives. It was agreed, that no resolution should be hastily passed on the subject, and the discussion was accordingly adjourned to a fuller meeting. 7. Another concern also pressed upon them, namely, that the public was heavily distressed by usurious practices. And although avarice had been restricted by many laws respecting usury, yet a fraudulent course had been adopted, that of transferring the securities to subjects of some of the allied states, who were not bound by those laws. By which means usurers overwhelmed their debtors by unlimited interest. On considering of the best method for putting a stop to this evil, the Senate decreed, that a certain day should be fixed on for it, the next approaching festival of the infernal deities. And that any of the allies who should from that day lend money to the Roman citizens, should register the transaction. And that all proceedings respecting such money, lent after that day, should be regulated by the laws of whichever of the two states the debtor should choose. In some time after, when the great amount of debt, contracted through this kind of fraud, was discovered by means of the registries, Marcus Sempronius, plebeian tribune, by direction of the Senate, proposed to the people, and the people ordered, that the laws relative to money lent between Roman citizens and subjects of any of the allied states, or Latin confederacy, should be the same as those between Roman citizens. Such were the transactions in Italy, civil and military. In Spain the war was far from being so formidable as the exaggerations of report had represented it. In hither Spain, Caius Flaminius took the town of Alucia, in the country of the Oritanians, and then marched his army into winter quarters. Several engagements took place during the winter, but none deserving of particular mention, directed against incursions of robbers rather than of the enemy, and yet with various success, and not without the loss of some men. More important services were performed by Marcus Fulvius. He fought a pitched battle near the town of Toledum, against the Vacians, Vectonians, and Celtiberians, routed and dispersed their combined forces, and took prisoner their king, Hylermus. 8. While this passed in Spain, the day of election was drawing near. Lucius Cornelius, therefore, the consul, left Marcus Claudius, lieutenant general, in command of the army and came to Rome. After representing in the Senate the services which he had performed, and the present state of the province, he expostulated with the conscript fathers on their not having ordered a thanksgiving to the immortal gods when so great a war was so happily terminated by one successful battle. And then demanded, that they would at the same time decree a supplication and a triumph. But, before the question was put, Quintus Metellus, who had been consul and dictator, said, that, letters had been brought at the same time from the consul, Lucius Cornelius, to the Senate, and from Marcus Marcellus, to a great part of the senators. Which letters contradicted each other, and for that reason the consideration of the business had been adjourned, in order that it might be debated when the writers of those letters should he present. He had expected, therefore, that the consul, who knew that the lieutenant general had written something to his disadvantage, would, when he himself was obliged to come, have brought him with him to Rome. Especially, as the command of the army would, with more propriety, have been committed to Tiberius Sempronius, who already possessed authority, than to the lieutenant general. As the case stood at present, it appeared as if the latter was kept out of the way designedly, lest he might assert in person the same things which he had written in his letters, and, face to face, either substantiate his charges, or, if he had alleged anything untrue, be convicted of misrepresentation, until the truth should be clearly discovered. For this reason he was of opinion, that the Senate should not, at present, assent to either of the decrees demanded by the consul. When he, however, persisted with undiminished energy in putting the question, that a thanksgiving should be ordered, and himself allowed to ride into the city in triumph, the plebeian tribunes, Marcus and Caius Titinius, declared, that they would enter their protest, if the Senate passed any decree on the subject. 9. In the preceding year, Sextus Aelius Paetus and Caius Cornelius Cethegus were created censors. Cornelius now closed the lustrum. The number of citizens rated was 143,704. Extraordinary quantities of rain fell in this year, and the Tiber overflowed the lower parts of the city. And some buildings near the Flamentin Gate were even laid in ruins. The Coelamontan Gate was struck by lightning, as was the wall on each side of it, in several places. At Aricia, Lanuvium, and on the Aventine, showers of stones fell. From Capua, a report was brought that a very large swarm of wasps flew into the Forum, and settled on the Temple of Mars, that they had been carefully collected, and burnt. On account of these prodigies, the Decemvirs were ordered to consult the books, the 9 days festival was celebrated, a supplication proclaimed, and the city purified. At the same time, Marcus Porcius Cato dedicated a chapel to Maiden Victory, near the Temple of Victory, 2 years after he had vowed it. During this year, a Latin colony was established in the Thurian territory by commissioners appointed for the purpose, Gnaeus Manlius Vulso, Lucius Apustius Fullo, and Quintus Aelius Tubero, who had proposed the order for its settlement. There went out thither 3,000 foot and 300 horsemen, a very small number in proportion to the extent of the land. 30 acres might have been given to each footman, and 60 to a horseman, but, by the advice of Apustius, a third part was reserved, that they might afterwards, when they should judge proper, send out thither a new colony. The footmen received 20 acres each, the horsemen 40. 10. The year was now near a close, and with regard to the election of consuls, emulation was more fiercely kindled than was ever known before. The candidates, both patrician and plebeian, were many and powerful, Publius Cornelius Scipio, son to Gnaeus, and who had lately come home from Spain, having performed great exploits. Lucius Quinctius Flamininus, who had commanded the fleet in Greece, and Gnaeus Manlius Vulso, these were the patricians. Then there were, of plebeian rank, Caius Laelius, Gnaeus Domitius, Caius Livius Salinator, and Manius Acilius. The eyes of all men were turned on Quinctius and Cornelius, for, being both patricians, they sued for one place, and they were both of them recommended by high and recent renown in war. Above everything else, the brothers of the candidates, the two most illustrious generals of the age, increased the violence of the struggle. Scipio's fame was the more splendid, and in proportion to its greater splendor, the more obnoxious to envy. That of Quinctius was the most recent, as he had triumphed in the course of that very same year. Besides, the former had now for almost 10 years been continually in people's sight, which circumstance, by the mere effect of satiety, causes great characters to be less revered. He had been a second time consul after the final defeat of Hannibal, and also censor. All Quinctius's claims to the favor of the public were fresh and new. Since his triumph, he had neither asked nor received anything from the people. He solicited, he said, in favor of his own brother, not of a half-brother, in favor of his lieutenant general, and partner in the administration of the war, his brother having conducted the operations by sea, while he did the same on land. By these arguments he carried his point. His brother was preferred to the brother of Africanus, though supported by the whole Cornelian family, and while one of the same family presided at the election, and notwithstanding the very honorable testimony given by the Senate, in his favor. When it adjudged him to be the best man in the state, and as such, appointed him to receive the Idaean mother into the city, when she was brought from Pessinus. Lucius Quinctius and Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus were elected consuls, so that, not even with respect to the plebeian consul, could Africanus prevail, for he employed his interest in favor of Caius Laelius. Next day were elected praetors, Lucius Scribonius Libo, Marcus Fulvius Centumulus, Aulus Attilius Serenus, Marcus Bebius Tamphilus, Lucius Valerius Tapus, and Quintus Salonius Sara. The aedileship of this year was highly distinguished, namely, that of Marcus Aemilius Lepidus and Lucius Aemilius Paulus. They prosecuted to conviction many of the farmers of the public pastures, and with the money accruing from the fines, placed gilded shields in the upper part of the temple of Jupiter. They built one colonnade, on the outside of the gate Tergemina, to which they added a wharf on the Tiber, and another, reaching from the frontal gate to the altar of Mars, to serve as a passage into the field of Mars. 11. For a long time, nothing worth recording had occurred in Liguria, but, towards the end of this year, the Roman affairs there were twice brought into great peril, for the consul's camp, being assaulted, was with difficulty preserved. And a short time after, as the Roman army was marching through a defile, the Ligurians seized on the opening through which they were to pass. The consul, when he found that passage stopped up, faced about, resolved to return, but the entrance behind, also, was occupied by a party of the enemy, and the disaster of Caudium not only occurred to the memory of the Romans, but was in a manner represented to their eyes. The consul had, among his auxiliary troops, about 800 Numidian horsemen, whose commanding officer undertook to force a passage with his troops, on whichever side the consul should choose. He only desired to be told on which part the greater number of villages lay, for on them he meant to make an attack. And the first thing he intended doing was, to set fire to the houses, in order that the alarm, which this should occasion, might induce the Ligurians to quit their posts in the defile, and hasten to different quarters to carry assistance to their friends. The consul highly commended him, and gave him assurance of ample rewards. The Numidians mounted their horses, and began to ride up to the advanced posts of the enemy, but without making any attack. Nothing could appear, on the first view, more contemptible. Both men and horses were of a small size and thin make, the riders unaccoutred and unarmed, excepting that they carried javelins in their hands. And the horses without bridles, and awkward in their gait, running with their necks stiff and their heads stretched out. The contempt, conceived from their appearance, they took pains to increase. Sometimes falling from their horses, and making themselves objects of derision and ridicule. The consequence was, that the enemy, who at first had been alert, and ready on their posts, in case of an attack, now, for the most part, laid aside their arms, and sitting down amused themselves with looking at them. The Numidians often rode up, then galloped back, but still contrived to get nearer to the pass, as if they were unable to manage their horses, and were carried away against their will. At last, setting spurs to them, they broke out through the midst of the enemy's posts, and getting into the open country, set fire to all the houses near the road. They then set fire to the nearest village, while they ravaged all around with fire and sword. At first the sight of the smoke, then the shouts of the affrighted inhabitants, at last the old people and children, who fled for shelter, created great disorder in the camp. In consequence of which the whole of their army, without plan, and without command, ran off, each to take care of his own. The camp was in a moment deserted. And the consul delivered from the blockade, made good his march to the place whither he intended to go. 12. But neither the Boians nor the Spaniards, with whom they had been at war during that year, were such bitter and inveterate foes to the Romans as the nation of the Aetolians. These, after the departure of the Roman armies from Greece, had, for some time, entertained hopes that Antiochus would come and take possession of Europe, without opposition, and that neither Philip nor Nabis would continue quiet. But seeing no active measures begun, in any quarter, they resolved, lest their designs might be damped by delay, to create some agitation and disturbance, and, with this view, they summoned a general assembly at Naupactum. Here Thoas, their praetor, after complaining of the injurious behavior of the Romans, and the present state of Aetolia, and asserting, that, of all the nations and states of Greece, they had been most unhonored. After the victory which they themselves had been the means of obtaining, moved, that ambassadors should be sent to each of the kings. Not only to sound their dispositions, but, by such incentives as suited the temper of each, to urge them to a war with Rome. Democritus was sent to Nabis, Nicander to Philip, and Dicaeurchus, the praetor's brother, to Antiochus. To the Lacedaemonian tyrant Democritus represented, that, by the maritime cities being taken from him, his government was left enervated, for from them he had drawn his soldiers, as well as his ships and seamen. He was now pent up almost within the walls of his capital, while he saw the Achaeans domineering over the whole Peloponnesus. Never would he have another opportunity of recovering his rights, if he suffered the one that now offered to pass by. There was no Roman army in Greece, nor would the Romans deem Gythium, or the other towns on the coast of Laconia, sufficient cause for transporting their legions a second time into that country. These arguments were used for the purpose of provoking the passions of Nabis. In order that when Antiochus should come into Greece, the other, conscious of having infringed the treaty of amity with Rome, by injuries offered to its allies, might unite himself with him. Nicander excited Philip, by arguments somewhat similar. And he had more copious matter for discourse, as the king had been degraded from a more elevated state than the tyrant, and more possessions also had been taken from him. In addition to this, he introduced the ancient renown of the Macedonian kings, and the whole world pervaded by the victorious marches of that nation. The plan which he proposed, he said, was free from any danger either in the commencement or in the issue. For he did not advise that Philip should stir until Antiochus should have come into Greece with an army. And, considering that, without the aid of Antiochus, he had maintained a war so long against the combined forces of the Romans and Aetolians, with what possible force could the Romans withstand him, when joined by Antiochus? And supported by the aid of the Aetolians, who, on the former occasion, were more dangerous enemies than the Romans? He added the circumstance of Hannibal being general, a man born a foe to the Romans, who had slain greater numbers, both of their commanders and soldiers, than were left surviving. Such were the representations of Nicander to Philip. Dicaeurchus addressed other arguments to Antiochus. In the first place, he told him, that the spoils of Philip belonged to the Romans, but the victory over him to the Aetolians. That none other than the Aetolians had afforded to the Romans admittance into Greece, and that the same people supplied them with the strength which enabled them to conquer. He next set forth the numerous forces, both horse and foot, which they were willing to furnish to Antiochus, for the purpose of the war, what quarters they would assign to his land armament, what harbors for his naval forces. He then asserted whatever falsehoods he pleased, respecting Philip and Nabis, that both were ready to recommence hostilities, and would greedily lay hold on the first opportunity of recovering what they had lost in war. Thus did the Aetolians labor, in every part of the world, to stir up war against the Romans. The kings, however, either took no steps in it or took them too late. 13. Nabis immediately dispatched emissaries through all the towns on the coast, to sow dissensions among the inhabitants. Some of the men in power he brought over to his party by presents. Others, who more firmly adhered to the alliance with Rome, he put to death. The charge of protecting all the Lacedaemonians on the coast, had been committed by Titus Quinctius to the Achaeans. They therefore instantly sent ambassadors to the tyrant, to remind him of his treaty with the Romans, and to warn him against violating a peace which he had so earnestly sued for. They also sent succors to Gythium which he had already besieged, and ambassadors to Rome to make known these transactions. King Antiochus having, this winter, solemnized the nuptials of his daughter with Ptolemy king of Egypt, at Raphia, in Phoenicia, returned thence to Antioch, and came, towards the end of the season, through Cilicia, after passing Mount Taurus, to the city of Ephesus. Early in the spring, he sent his son Antiochus thence into Syria, to guard the remote frontiers of his dominions, lest during his absence, any commotion might arise behind him. And then he marched himself, with all his land forces, to attack the Pisidians, inhabiting the country near Sidon. At this time, Publius Sulpicius and Publius Villius, the Roman ambassadors, who were sent to Antiochus, as above mentioned, having received orders to wait on Eumenes, first came to Elea, and thence went up to Pergamus. For the palace of Eumenes was there. Eumenes was very desirous of a war against Antiochus, for he thought that, if peace continued, a king so much superior in power would be a troublesome neighbor. But that, in case of hostilities, he would prove no more a match for the Romans than Philip had been. And that, either he would be entirely removed out of the way, or, should peace be granted to him, after a defeat he, Eumenes, might reasonably expect, that a great deal of what should be taken from Antiochus would fall to his own share. So that, in future, he might be very well able to defend himself against him, without any aid from the Romans. And even if any misfortune were to happen, it would be better for him, in conjunction with the Romans, to undergo any turn of fortune, than, standing alone, either suffer himself to be ruled by Antiochus, or, on refusal, be compelled to submission by force of arms. Therefore, with all his influence, and every argument which he could devise, he urged the Romans to a war. 14. Sulpicius, falling sick, stayed at Pergamus. Villius, on hearing that the king was carrying on war in Pisidia, went on to Ephesus, and, during a few days that he halted in that city, took pains to procure frequent interviews with Hannibal, who happened to be there at the time, in order to sound his intentions, if possible, and to remove his apprehensions of danger threatening him from the Romans. No other business, indeed, of any kind was brought forward at these meetings, yet they accidentally produced an important consequence, as effectually as if it had been intentionally sought. The lowering Hannibal in the esteem of the king, and rendering him more obnoxious to suspicion in every matter. Claudius, following the history written in Greek by Acilius, says that Publius Africanus was employed in this embassy, and that it was he who conversed with Hannibal at Ephesus. He even relates one of their conversations, in which Scipio asked Hannibal, whom he thought the greatest captain, and that he answered, Alexander, king of Macedonia. Because, with a small band, he defeated armies whose numbers were beyond reckoning, and because he had overrun the remotest regions, the merely visiting of which was a thing above human aspiration. Scipio then asked, to whom he gave the second place, and he replied, to Pyrrhus, for he first taught the method of encamping, and besides, no one ever showed more exquisite judgment, in choosing his ground, and disposing his posts. While he also possessed the art of conciliating mankind to himself to such a degree, that the nations of Italy wished him, though a foreign prince, to hold the sovereignty among them, rather than the Roman people, who had so long possessed the dominion of that part of the world. On his proceeding to ask, whom he esteemed the third, Hannibal replied, myself, beyond doubt. On this Scipio laughed, and added, what would you have said if you had conquered me? Then, replied the other, I would have placed Hannibal, not only before Alexander and Pyrrhus, but before all other commanders. This answer, turned with Punic dexterity, and conveying an unexpected kind of flattery, was highly grateful to Scipio, as it set him apart from the crowd of commanders, as one of incomparable eminence. 15. From Ephesus, Vilius proceeded to Apamea, whither Antiochus, on hearing of the coming of the Roman delegates, came to meet him. In this congress, at Apamea, the debates were similar to those which passed at Rome, between Quinctius and the king's ambassadors. The news arriving of the death of Antiochus, the king's son, who, as just now mentioned, had been sent into Syria, broke off the conference. There was great mourning in the court, and excessive regret for this young man. For he had given such indications of his character as afforded evident proof that, had a longer life been allotted him, he would have displayed the talents of a great and just prince. The more he was beloved and esteemed by all, the more was his death a subject of suspicion, namely, that his father, thinking that his heir trod too closely on the heels of his own old age, had him taken off by poison, by some eunuchs, who recommend themselves to kings by the perpetration of such foul deeds. People mentioned also, as another motive for that clandestine act of villainy, that, as he had given Lysimachia to his son Seleucus, he had no establishment of the like kind, which he could give to Antiochus, for the purpose of banishing him also to a distance, under pretext of doing him honor. Nevertheless, an appearance of deep mourning was maintained in the court for several days, and the Roman ambassador, lest his presence at that inauspicious time might be troublesome, retired to Pergamus. The king, dropping the prosecution of the war which he had begun, went back to Ephesus, and there, keeping himself shut up in the palace, under color of grief, held secret consultations with a person called Minio, who was his principal favorite. Minio was utterly ignorant of the state of all foreign nations. And, accordingly, estimating the strength of the king from his successes in Syria or Asia, he was confident that Antiochus had not only superiority from the merits of his cause, and that the demands of the Romans were highly unreasonable, but also, that he would prove the more powerful in war. As the king wished to avoid further debate with the envoys, either because he had found no advantage to result from the former conference, or because he was too much discomposed by recent grief, Minio undertook to say whatever was requisite for his interest, and persuaded him to invite for that purpose the ambassadors from Pergamus. 16. By this time Sulpicius had recovered his health, both himself and Vilius, therefore, came to Ephesus. Minio apologized for the king not being present, and the business was entered upon. Then Minio, in a studied speech, said, I find, Romans, that you profess very specious intentions, the liberating of the Grecian states, but your actions do not accord with your words. You lay down one rule for Antiochus, and follow another yourselves. For, how are the inhabitants of Smyrna and Lampsacus better entitled to the character of Greeks, than the Neapolitans, Regions, and Tarentines, from whom you exact tribute, and ships, in pursuance of a treaty? Why do you send yearly to Syracuse, and other Grecian cities of Sicily, a praetor, vested with sovereign power, and attended by his rods and axes. You can, certainly, allege no other reason than this, that, having conquered them in war, you imposed these terms on them. Admit, then, on the part of Antiochus, the same reason with respect to Smyrna and Lampsacus, and the cities belonging to Ionia and Aeolia. Conquered by his ancestors, they were subjected to tribute and taxes, and he only reclaims an ancient right. I would have you answer him on these heads, if you mean a fair discussion, and do not merely seek a pretense for war. Sulpicius answered, Antiochus has acted with some modesty in choosing that, since no other arguments could be produced in his favor, any other person should utter these rather than himself. For, what similarity is there in the cases of those states which you have brought into comparison? From the regions, Neapolitans, and Tarentines we require what they owe us by treaty, in virtue of a right invariably exercised, in one uniform course, since they first came under our power, a right always asserted, and never intermitted. Now, can you assert, that, as these states have, neither of themselves, nor through any other, ever refused conforming to the treaty, so the Asiatic states, since they once came under the power of Antiochus's ancestors, have been held in uninterrupted possession by your reigning kings? And that some of them have not been subject to the dominion of Philip, some to that of Ptolemy, and that others have not, for many years, maintained themselves in a state of independence, no one calling it in question. For, if the circumstance of their having been once subject to a foreigner, when crushed under the severity of the times, conveys a right to enforce that subjection again after a lapse of so many generations, what can be said of our having delivered Greece from Philip, but that nothing was accomplished by us? And that his successors may reclaim Corinth, Chalcis, Demetrius, and the whole nation of Thessaly? But why do I plead the cause of those states, which it would be fitter that both we and the king should hear pleaded by themselves? 17. He then desired, that the deputies of those states should be called, for they had been prepared beforehand, and kept in readiness by Eumenes, who reckoned, that every share of strength that should be taken away from Antiochus would become an accession to his own kingdom. Many of them were introduced, and, while each enforced his own complaints, and sometimes demands, and blended together the reasonable with the unreasonable, they changed the debate into a mere altercation. The ambassadors, therefore, without conceding or carrying any one point, returned to Rome just as they had come, leaving everything in an undecided state. On their departure the king held a council, on the subject of a war with Rome, in which each spoke more violently than his predecessor. For every one thought, that the more bitterly he inveighed against the Romans, the greater share of favor he might expect to obtain. One animadverted upon the insolence of their demands, in which they presumed to impose terms on Antiochus, the greatest king in Asia, as they would on the vanquished Nabis. Although to Nabis they left absolute power over his own country, and its capital, Lacedaemon, yet it seems to them a matter for indignation, that Smyrna and Lampsacus should yield obedience to Antiochus. Others said, that, to so great a monarch, those cities were but a trivial ground of war, scarcely worth mention, but, that the beginning of unjust impositions was always made in the case of matters of little consequence. Unless, indeed, it could be supposed, that the Persians, when they demanded earth and water from the Lacedaemonians, stood in need of a scrap of the land or a draught of the water. The proceedings of the Romans, respecting the two cities, were meant as a trial of the same sort. The rest of the states, when they saw that two had shaken off the yoke, would go over to the party of that nation which professed the patronage of liberty. If freedom was not actually preferable to servitude, yet the hope of bettering their circumstances by a change, was more flattering to every one than any present situation. 18. There was, in the council, an Acarnanian named Alexander, who had formerly been a friend of Philip, but had lately left him, to follow the more opulent court of Antiochus. And as being well skilled in the affairs of Greece, and not unacquainted with the Romans, he was admitted by the king into such a degree of intimacy, that he shared even in his secret councils. As if the question to be considered were not, whether there should be war or not, but where and in what manner it should be carried on, he affirmed, that he saw an assured prospect of victory, provided the king would pass into Europe and choose some part of Greece for the seat of war. In the first place, the Aetolians, who lived in the center of Greece, would be found in arms, ready to take the lead in the most perilous operations. Then, in the two extremities of Greece, Nabis, on the side of Peloponnesus, would put everything in motion, to recover the city of Argos, and the maritime cities, from which he had been expelled by the Romans. And pent up within the walls of Lacedaemon, while, on the side of Macedonia, Philip would be ready for the field the moment he heard the alarm sounded. He knew, he said, his spirit, he knew his temper, he knew that, as in the case with wild beasts, confined by bars or chains, for a long time past, he had been revolving the fiercest resentments in his breast. He remembered, also, how often, during the war, that prince had prayed to all the gods to grant him Antiochus as an assistant, and, if that prayer were now heard with favor, he would not hesitate an instant to resume his arms. It was only requisite that there should be no delay, no procrastination. For success depended chiefly on securing beforehand commodious posts and proper allies. Besides, Hannibal ought to be sent immediately into Africa, in order to distract the attention of the Romans. 19. Hannibal was not called to this consultation, having income suspected by the king, and not having subsequently been held in any honor, on account of his conferences with Vilius, and he had not since shown him any mark of regard. This affront, at first, he bore in silence, but afterwards thought it better to take some proper opportunity to inquire the reason of the king's suddenly withdrawing his favor, and to clear himself of blame. Without any preface, he asked the cause of the king's displeasure. And having heard it, said, Antiochus, when I was yet an infant, my father, Hamilcar, at a time when he was offering sacrifice, brought me up to the altars, and made me take an oath, that I never would be a friend to the Roman people. Under the obligation of this oath, I carried arms against them for 36 years, this oath, on peace being made, drove me out of my country, and brought me in exile to your court. And this oath shall guide me, should you disappoint my hopes, until I traverse every quarter of the globe, where I can understand that there are resources, to find out enemies to the Romans. If, therefore, your courtiers have conceived the idea of ingratiating themselves with you by insinuating suspicions of me, let them seek some means of advancing their reputation otherwise than at my expense. I hate, and am hated by, the Romans. That I speak the truth in this, my father, Hamilcar, and the gods are witnesses. Whenever, therefore, you shall employ your thoughts on a plan of waging war with Rome, consider Hannibal as one of your firmest friends. If circumstances force you to adopt peaceful measures, on such a subject employ someone else with whom to deliberate. This discourse not only affected the king much, but even reconciled him to Hannibal. They departed from the council with the resolution that the war should be undertaken. 20. At Rome, people in their conversations anticipated, indeed, Antiochus as an enemy, but they had hitherto prepared nothing for such a war but their expectations. Italy was decreed the province of both the consuls, who received directions to settle between themselves, or draw lots, which of them should preside at the elections of the year. And it was ordered, that he who should be disengaged from that business, should hold himself in readiness, in case there should be occasion, to lead the legions anywhere out of that country. To the said consul, permission was given to levy 2 new legions, and 20,000 foot, and 900 horse, among the allies and Latin confederates. To the other consul were decreed the 2 legions which had been commanded by Lucius Cornelius, consul of the preceding year, and from the same army, a body of allies and Latins, amounting to 15,000 foot and 500 horse. Quintus Minucius was continued in command, with the forces which he then had in Liguria. As a supplement to which, 4,000 Roman foot and 500 horse were ordered to be enlisted, and 5,000 foot and 250 horse to be demanded from the allies. The duty of departing from Italy, whithersoever the Senate should order, fell to Gnaeus Domitius, Gaul, and the holding the elections, to Lucius Quinctius. The praetors then cast lots for their provinces, to Marcus Fulvius Centumulus fell the city jurisdiction, to Lucius Scribonius Libo, the foreign, Lucius Valerius Tapus obtained Sicily, Quintus Salonius Serra, Sardinia. Marcus Baebius Tamphilus, hither Spain, and Marcus Attilius Serranus, farther Spain. But the provinces of the two last were changed, first by a decree of the Senate, which was afterwards confirmed by an order of the people. The fleet and Macedonia were assigned to Attilius, Bruttium to Baebius. Flaminius and Fulvius were continued in command in both the hither and farther Spain. To Baebius Tamphilus, for the business of Bruttium, were decreed the 2 legions which had served in the city the year before, and he was ordered to demand from the allies, for the same service, 15,000 foot and 500 horse. Attilius was ordered to build 30 ships of 5 banks of oars, to bring out, from the docks, any old ones that were fit for service, and to raise seamen. An order was also given to the consul, to supply him with 2,000 of the allied and Latin footmen, and 1,000 Roman. The destination of these 2 praetors, and their 2 armaments, one on land and the other on sea, was declared to be intended against Nabis, who was now carrying on open hostilities against the allies of the Roman people. But it was thought proper to wait the return of the ambassadors sent to Antiochus, and the Senate ordered the consul Gnaeus Domitius not to leave the city until they arrived. 21. The praetors, Fulvius and Scribonius, whose province was the administration of justice at Rome, were charged to provide 100 quinquiremes, besides the fleet which Attilius was to command. Before the consul and praetors set out for their provinces, a supplication was performed on account of some prodigies. A report was brought from Picenum, that a goat had produced 6 kids at a birth. It was said that a boy was born at Arretium who had but one hand, that, at Amiternum, a shower of earth fell, a gate and wall at Formii were struck by lightning. And, what was more alarming than all, an ox, belonging to the consul, Gnaeus Domitius, spoke these words, Rome, take care of thyself. To expiate the other prodigies, a supplication was performed. The ox was ordered by the aruspices to be carefully preserved and fed. The Tiber, pouring into the city with more destructive violence than last year, swept away 2 bridges, and many buildings, particularly about the Flamentin Gate. A huge rock, loosened from its seat, either by the rains, or by an earthquake so slight that no other effect of it was perceived, tumbled down from the Capitol into the Jugarian street, and buried many people under it. In the country, many parts of which were overflowed, much cattle was carried away, and a great destruction of farmhouses took place. Previous to the arrival of the consul, Lucius Quinctius, in his province Quintus Minucius fought a pitched battle with the Ligurians, in the territory of Pisae, slew 9,000 of the enemy, and putting the rest to flight, drove them within their works, which were assaulted and defended in an obstinate contest until night came on. During the night, the Ligurians stole away unobserved, and, at the first dawn, the Romans took possession of their deserted camp, where the quantity of booty found was the less, because the enemy frequently sent home the spoil taken in the country. Minucius, after this, allowed them no respite. From the territory of Pisae he marched into that of the Ligurians, and, with fire and sword, utterly destroyed their forts and towns, where the Roman soldiers were abundantly enriched with the spoils of Etruria which the ravagers had sent home. 22. About this time, the ambassadors, who had been sent to the kings, returned to Rome. As they brought no information of such a nature as called for any immediate declaration of war, except against the Lacedaemonian tyrant, whom the Achaean ambassadors also represented as invading the sea-coast of Laconia, in breach of treaty. Attilius, the praetor, was sent with the fleet to Greece, for the protection of the allies. It was resolved, that, as there was nothing to be apprehended from Antiochus at present, both the consuls should go to their provinces. And, accordingly, Domitius marched into the country of the Boians, by the shorter road, through Ariminum, and Quinctius through Liguria. The 2 armies of the consuls, proceeding by these different routes, spread devastation wide over the enemy's country. In consequence of which, first a few of their horsemen, with their commanders, then their whole senate, and at last all who possessed either property or dignity, to the number of 1,500, came over and joined the consuls. In both Spains, likewise, success attended the Roman arms during this year. For, in one, Caius Flaminius, after a siege, took Latabrum, a strong and opulent city, and made prisoner Corabilo, a powerful chieftain. And, in the other, Marcus Fulvius, the proconsul, fought 2 successful battles, with 2 armies of the enemy. He captured Vasilia and Hollow, 2 towns belonging to the Spaniards, with many of their forts, and others spontaneously revolted to him. Then, advancing into the territory of Oretum, and having, there also, taken 2 cities, Nalaba and Cusabis, he proceeded to the river Tagus. Here stood Toletum, a small city, but strong from its situation. While he was besieging this place, a numerous army of Vectonians came to relieve the Toletans, but he overthrew them in a general engagement, and having defeated the Vectonians, took Toletum by means of his works. 23. At this juncture the wars in which they were actually engaged, caused not so great anxiety in the minds of the Senate, as the expectation of one with Antiochus, which had not yet commenced. For although, through their ambassadors, they had, from time to time, made careful inquiries into every particular, yet rumors, rashly propagated without authentic foundation, intermixed many falsehoods with the truth. Among the rest, a report was spread, that Antiochus intended, as soon as he should come into Aetolia, to send a fleet immediately into Sicily. The Senate, therefore, though they had already dispatched the praetor, Attilius, with a squadron to Greece, yet, considering that not only a military force, but also the influence of reputation, would be necessary toward securing the attachment of the allies, they sent into Greece, in quality of ambassadors, Titus Quinctius, Caius Octavius, Gnaeus Servilius, and Publius Villius. At the same time ordering, in their decree, that Marcus Baebius should lead forward his legions from Bruttium to Tarentum and Brundusium, so that, if occasion required, he might transport them thence into Macedonia. They also ordered, that Marcus Fulvius, the praetor, should send a fleet of 30 ships to protect the coast of Sicily, and that, whoever had the direction of that fleet, should be invested with supreme authority. To this commission was appointed Lucius Appius Salinator, who had been plebeian aedile the year before. They likewise determined, that the same praetor should write to his colleague, Lucius Valerius, that there was reason to apprehend that the ships of King Antiochus would pass over from Aetolia to Sicily. For which reason the Senate judged it proper, that, in addition to the army which he then had, he should enlist tumultuary soldiers, to the number of 12,000 foot and 400 horse. With which he might be able to defend that coast of his province which lay next to Greece. This enlistment the praetor carried on, not only from Sicily, but from the circumjacent islands, and strengthened all the towns on the coast which lay opposite to Greece with garrisons. To the rumors already current, the arrival of Attalus, the brother of Eumenes, added confirmation, for he brought intelligence that King Antiochus had crossed the Hellespont with his army, and that the Aetolians were putting themselves into such a posture, that by the time of his arrival they would be in arms. Thanks were given to Eumenes, in his absence, and to Attalus, who was present, and there were decreed to him free lodgings and every accommodation. That he should be presented with 2 horses, 2 suits of horseman's armor, vases of silver to 100 pounds weight, and of gold to 20 pounds. 24. As one messenger after another brought intelligence that the war was on the point of breaking out, it was judged expedient that consuls should be elected as soon as possible. Wherefore the Senate passed a decree, that the praetor, Marcus Fulvius, should instantly dispatch a letter to the consul, informing him that it was the will of the Senate that he should leave the command of the province and army to his lieutenant generals, and return to Rome. And that, when on the road, he should send on before him an edict appointing the assemblies for the election of consuls. The consul complied with the letter, and having sent forward the edict, arrived at Rome. There was, this year also, a warm competition, 3 patricians suing for one place, Publius Cornelius Scipio, son to Gnaeus, who had suffered a disappointment the year before, Lucius Cornelius Scipio, and Gnaeus Manlius Vulso. The consulship was conferred on Publius Scipio, that it might appear that the honor had only been delayed, and not refused to a person of such character. The plebeian colleague, joined with him, was Manius Acilius Glabrio. Next day were created praetors, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, Marcus Junius Brutus, Aulus Cornelius Mamula, Caius Livius, and Lucius Appius, the 2 last, both of them, surnamed Salinator. This was the same Appius who had conducted the fleet of 30 ships to Sicily. While the new magistrates were settling the distribution of their provinces, orders were dispatched to Marcus Baebius to pass over, with all his forces, from Brundusium to Epirus, and to keep the army stationed near Apollonia. And Marcus Fulvius, city praetor, was commissioned to build 50 new quinquiremes. 25. Such were the precautions taken by the Roman people to guard against every attempt of Antiochus. At this time, Nabis did not procrastinate hostilities, but, with his utmost force, carried on the siege of Gythium, and, being incensed against the Achaeans, for having sent succors to the besieged, he ravaged their lands. The Achaeans would not venture to engage in war, until their ambassadors should come back from Rome, and acquaint them with the sentiments of the Senate, but as soon as these returned, they summoned a council at Sicyon. And also sent deputies to Titus Quinctius to ask his advice. In the council, all the members were inclined to vote for an immediate declaration of war, but a letter from Titus Quinctius, in which he recommended waiting for the Roman praetor and fleet, caused some hesitation. While some of the principal members persisted in their first opinion, and others argued that they ought to follow the counsel of the person to whom they of themselves had applied for advice. The generality waited to hear the sentiments of Philopoemen. He was praetor of Achaia at the time, and surpassed all his contemporaries both in wisdom and influence. He first observed, that it was a wise rule, established among the Achaeans, that their praetor, when he proposed a question concerning war, should not himself declare an opinion, and then he desired them to fix their determination among themselves as soon as possible, assuring them, that their praetor would faithfully and carefully carry their decrees into execution, and would use his best endeavors, that, as far as depended on human prudence, they should not repent either of peace or war. These words had more influence in inciting them to war, than if, by openly arguing in favor of it, he had betrayed an eager desire for the management of it. War was therefore unanimously resolved on, the time and mode of conducting it were left to the praetor without restriction. Philopoemen's own judgment, indeed, besides it being the opinion of Quinctius, pointed it out as best to wait for the Roman fleet, which might succor Gythium by sea. But fearing that the business would not endure delay, and that not only Gythium, but the party which had been sent to protect the city, would fall into the hands of the enemy, he drew out the ships of the Achaeans. 26. The tyrant also, with the view of cutting off any supplies that might be brought to the besieged by sea, had fitted out a small squadron, consisting of only 3 ships of war, with some barks and cutters. As his former fleet had been given up to the Romans, according to the treaty. In order to try the activity of these vessels, as they were then new, and, at the same time, to have everything in fit condition for a battle, he put out to sea every day, and exercised both the rowers and marines in mock fights. For he thought that all his hopes of succeeding in the siege depended on the circumstance of his cutting off all supplies by sea. The praetor of the Achaeans, in respect of skill for conducting operations on land, was equal to any of the most celebrated commanders both in capacity and experience, yet with naval affairs he was quite unacquainted. Being an inhabitant of Arcadia, an inland country, he was ignorant even of all foreign affairs, excepting that he had once served in Crete as commander of a body of auxiliaries. There was an old ship of 4 banks of oars, which had been taken 80 years before, as it was conveying Nicaea, the wife of Craterus, from Naupactum to Corinth. Led by the reputation of this ship, for it had formerly been reckoned a very famous vessel when in the king's fleet, he ordered it, though now quite rotten, and falling asunder through age, to be brought out from Aegium. The fleet sailed with this ship at its head, Tiso of Patrae, the commander, being on board it, when the ships of the Lacedaemonians from Gythium came within view. At the first shock, against a new and firm vessel, that old one, which before admitted the water through every joint, was shattered to pieces, and the whole crew were made prisoners. On the loss of the commander's ship, the rest of the fleet fled as fast as each could by means of its oars. Philopoemen himself made his escape in a light advice-boat, nor did he stop his flight until he arrived at Patrae. This untoward event did not in the least damp the spirit of a man so well versed in military affairs, and who had experienced so many vicissitudes of fortune. On the contrary, as he had failed of success in the naval line, in which he had no experience, he even conceived, thence, the greater hopes of succeeding in another, wherein he had acquired knowledge. And he affirmed, that he would quickly put an end to the tyrant's rejoicing. 27. Nabis, being both elated by this adventure, and entertaining a confident hope that he had not now any danger to apprehend from the sea, resolved to shut up the passages on the land also, by parties stationed in proper posts. With this view, he drew off a third part of his forces from the siege of Gythium, and encamped them at Pleae, a place which commands both Leucie and Acrae, on the road by which the enemy's army seemed likely to advance. While his quarters were here, and very few of his men had tents, the generality of them having formed huts of reeds interwoven, and which they covered with leaves of trees, to serve merely as a shelter, Philopoemen, before he came within sight, resolved to surprise him by an attack of such a kind as he did not expect. He drew together some small ships in a remote creek, on the coast of the territory of Argos, and embarked on board them a body of light-armed soldiers, mostly targeteers, furnished with slings, javelins, and other light kinds of weapons. He then coasted along the shore, until he came to a promontory near Nabis's post. Here he landed, and made his way, by night, through paths with which he was well acquainted, to Pleae, and while the sentinels were fast asleep, as being in no immediate apprehension, he set fire to the huts in every part of the camp. Great numbers perished in the flames before they could discover the enemy's arrival, and those who did discover it could give no assistance, so that nearly the whole was destroyed by fire and sword. From both these means of destruction, however, a very small number made their escape, and fled to the principal camp before Gythium. The enemy having been thus smitten with disaster, Philopoemen forthwith led on his forces to ravage the district of Tripolis, a part of the Lacedaemonian territory, lying next to the frontiers of the Megalopolitans. And carrying off thence a vast number of men and cattle, withdrew before the tyrant could send a force from Gythium to protect the country. He then collected his whole force at Tegea, to which place he summoned a council of the Achaeans and their allies, at which were present, also deputies from the Epirots and Acarnanians. Here it was resolved, that as the minds of his men were now sufficiently recovered from the shame of the disgrace suffered at sea, and those of the enemy dispirited, he should march directly to Lacedaemon. For he considered that by this measure alone could the enemy be drawn off from the siege of Gythium. On entering the enemy's country, he encamped the first day at Caryae, and, on that very day, Gythium was taken. Ignorant of that event, Philopoemen advanced to the Barbasthenes, a mountain 10 miles from Lacedaemon. On the other side, Nabis, after taking possession of Gythium, set out, at the head of a body of light troops, marched hastily by Lacedaemon, and seized on a place called the camp of Pyrrhus, which post he did not doubt that the Achaeans intended to occupy. From thence he proceeded to meet the enemy. From the length of their train in consequence of the narrowness of the road, they spread over a space of almost 5 miles. The line was closed by the cavalry and the greatest part of the auxiliaries, because Philopoemen expected that the tyrant would attack him in the rear with his mercenary troops, in whom he placed his principal confidence. Two unforeseen circumstances at once filled him with uneasiness: one, the post at which he aimed being preoccupied. The other, the enemy having met him in front, where, as the road lay through very uneven ground, he did not see how the battalions could advance without the support of the light troops. 28. Philopoemen was possessed of an admirable degree of skill and experience, in conducting a march, and choosing his station, having made these points his principal study, not only in times of war, but likewise during peace. Whenever he was making a journey to any place and came to a defile where the passage was difficult, it was his practice, first, to examine the nature of the ground on every side. When journeying alone, he meditated within himself. If he had company, he asked them, if an enemy should appear in that place, what course ought he to adopt; if they should attack him in front, what, if on this flank, or on that, what, if on the rear. For he might happen to meet them while his men were formed with a regular front, or when they were in the loose order of march, fit only for the road. He would proceed to examine, either in his own mind, or by asking questions, what ground he himself would choose, what number of soldiers, or what kind of arms, which was a very material point, he ought to employ. Where he should deposit the baggage, where the soldiers' necessaries, where the unarmed multitude. With what number and what kind of troops he should guard them, and whether it would be better to prosecute his march as intended, or to return back by the way he came, what spot, also, he should choose for his camp. How large a space he should enclose within the lines, where he could be conveniently supplied with water, where a sufficiency of forage and wood could be had. Which would be his safest road on decamping next day, and in what form the army should march. In such studies and inquiries he had, from his early years, so frequently exercised his thoughts, that, on any thing of the kind occurring, no expedient that could be devised was new to him. On this occasion, he first ordered the army to halt. Then sent forward to the van the auxiliary Cretans, and the horsemen called Tarentines, each leading 2 spare horses. And, ordering the rest of the cavalry to follow, he seized on a rock which stood over a rivulet, from which he might be supplied with water. Here he collected together all the baggage with all the sutlers and followers of the army, placing a guard of soldiers round them, and then he fortified his camp, as the nature of the place required. The pitching of tents in such rugged and uneven ground was a difficult task. The enemy were distant not more than 500 paces. Both drew water from the same rivulet, under escorts of light troops. But, before any skirmish took place, as usual between men encamped so near to each other, night came on. It was evident, however, that they must, unavoidably, fight next day at the rivulet, in support of the watering parties. Wherefore, during the night, Philopoemen concealed, in a valley remote from the view of the enemy, as great a number of targeteers as the place was capable of hiding. 29. At break of day, the Cretan light infantry and the Tarentine horse began an engagement on the bank of the rivulet. Telemnastus, a Cretan, commanded his countrymen, Lycordas of Megalopolis, the cavalry. The enemy's watering party also was guarded by Cretan auxiliaries and Tarentine horsemen. The fight was, for a considerable time, doubtful, as the troops on both sides were of the same kind and armed alike. But as the contest advanced, the tyrant's auxiliaries gained an advantage, both by their superiority of numbers, and because Philopoemen had given directions to his officers, that, after maintaining the contest for a short time they should betake themselves to flight, and draw the enemy on to the place of the ambuscade. The latter, pursuing the runaways, in disorderly haste, through the valley, were most of them wounded and slain, before they discovered their concealed foe. The targeteers had posted themselves in such order, as far as the breadth of the valley allowed, that they easily gave a passage to their flying friends, through openings in their ranks. Then starting up themselves, hale, fresh, and in regular order, they briskly attacked the enemy, whose ranks were broken, who were scattered in confusion, and were, besides, exhausted with fatigue and wounds. The victory was no longer doubtful. The tyrant's troops instantly turned their backs, and flying with much more precipitation than they had pursued, were driven into their camp. Great numbers were killed and taken in the pursuit. And the consternation would have spread through the camp also, had not Philopoemen ordered a retreat to be sounded, for he dreaded the ground, which was rough and dangerous to advance on without caution, more than he did the enemy. Judging, both from the issue of the battle and from the disposition of the enemy's leader, in what apprehension he then was, he sent to him one of the auxiliary soldiers in the character of a deserter, to assure him positively that the Achaeans had resolved to advance, next day, to the river Eurotas, which runs almost close to the walls, in order to intercept his way, so that the tyrant could have no retreat to the city when he required it, and to prevent any provisions being brought thence to the camp. And that they intended, at the same time, to try whether any could be prevailed on to desert his cause. Although the deserter did not gain entire credit, yet he afforded to one, who was full of apprehensions, a plausible pretext for leaving his camp. On the day following, he ordered Pythagoras, with the auxiliaries and cavalry, to mount guard before the rampart. And then, marching out himself with the main body of the army, as if intending to offer battle, he ordered them to return with all haste to the city. 30. When Philopoemen saw their army marching precipitately through a narrow and steep road, he sent all his cavalry, together with the Cretan auxiliaries, against the guard of the enemy, stationed in the front of their camp. These, seeing their adversaries approach, and perceiving that their friends had abandoned them, at first attempted to retreat within their works. But afterwards, when the whole force of the Achaeans advanced in order of battle, they were seized with fear, lest, together with the camp itself, they might be taken. They resolved, therefore, to follow the body of their army, which, by this time, had proceeded to a considerable distance in advance. Immediately, the targeteers of the Achaeans assailed and plundered the camp, and the rest set out in pursuit of the enemy. The road was such, that a body of men, even when undisturbed by any fear of a foe, could not, without difficulty, make its way through it. But when an attack was made on their rear, and the shouts of terror, raised by the affrighted troops behind, reached to the van, they threw down their arms, and fled, each for himself, in different directions, into the woods which lay on each side of the road. In an instant of time, the way was stopped up with heaps of weapons, particularly spears, which, falling mostly with their points towards the pursuers, formed a kind of palisade across the road. Philopoemen ordered the auxiliaries to push forward, whenever they could, in pursuit of the enemy, who would find it a difficult matter, the horsemen particularly, to continue their flight. While he himself led away the heavy troops through more open ground to the river Eurotas. There he pitched his camp a little before sunset, and waited for the light troops which he had sent in chase of the enemy. These arrived at the first watch, and brought intelligence, that Nabis, with a few attendants, had made his way into the city, and that the rest of his army, unarmed and dispersed, were straggling through all parts of the woods. Whereupon, he ordered them to refresh themselves, while he himself chose out a party of men, who, having come earlier into camp, were by this time, both recruited by food and a little rest. And, ordering them to carry nothing with them but their swords, he marched them out directly, and posted them in the roads which led from two of the gates, one towards Pherai, the other towards the Barbasthenes, for he supposed that through these the flying enemy would make their retreat. Nor was he mistaken in that opinion, for the Lacedaemonians, as long as any light remained, retreated through the center of the woods in the most retired paths. As soon as it grew dusk, and they saw lights in the enemy's camp, they kept themselves in paths concealed from view. But having passed it by, they then thought that all was safe, and came down into the open roads, where they were intercepted by the parties lying in wait. And there such numbers of them were killed and taken, that of the whole army scarcely a fourth part effected their escape. As the tyrant was now pent up within the city, Philopoemen employed the greatest part of 30 succeeding days in ravaging the lands of the Lacedaemonians. And then, after greatly reducing, and almost annihilating the strength of the tyrant, he returned home, while the Achaeans extolled him as equal in the glory of his services to the Roman general, and indeed, so far as regarded the war with Lacedaemon, even deemed him superior. 31. While the Achaeans and the tyrant were carrying on the war in this manner, the Roman ambassadors made a circuit through the cities of the allies, being anxious lest the Aetolians might seduce some of them to join the party of Antiochus. They took but little pains, in their applications to the Achaeans, because, knowing their animosity against Nabis, they thought that they might be safely relied on with regard to other matters. They went first to Athens, thence to Chalcis, thence to Thessaly, and, after addressing the Thessalians, in a full assembly, they directed their route to Demetrius, to which place a council of the Magnesians was summoned. There a more studied address required to be delivered, for a great many of the leading men were disaffected to the Romans, and entirely devoted to the interests of Antiochus and the Aetolians. Because, at the time when accounts were received that Philip's son, who was a hostage, would be restored to him, and the tribute imposed on him remitted, among other groundless reports it had been given out, that the Romans also intended to restore Demetrius to him. Rather than that should take place, Eurylochus, a deputy of the Magnesians, and others of that faction, wished for a total change of measures to be effected by the coming of Antiochus and the Aetolians. In opposition to those, it was necessary to reason in such a manner, that, in dispelling their mistaken fear, the ambassadors should not, by cutting off his hopes at once, give any disgust to Philip, to whom more importance attached. In all respects, than to the Magnesians. They only observed to the assembly, that, as Greece in general was under an obligation to the Romans for their kindness in restoring its liberty, so was their state in particular. For there had not only been a garrison of Macedonians in their capital, but a palace had been built in it, that they might have a master continually before their eyes. But all that had been done would be of no effect, if the Aetolians should bring thither Antiochus, and settle him in the abode of Philip, so that a new and unknown king should be set over them, in the place of an old one, with whom they had been long acquainted. Their chief magistrate is styled Magnate Arch. This office was then held by Eurylochus, who assuming confidence from this powerful station, openly declared that he and the Magnesians saw no reason to dissemble their having heard the common report about the restoration of Demetrius to Philip. To prevent which, the Magnesians were bound to attempt and to hazard everything, and, in the eagerness of discourse, he was carried to such an inconsiderate length, as to throw out, that, at that very time Demetrius was only free in appearance. And that, in reality, all things were at the nod of the Romans. Immediately after this expression there was a general murmur of dissent in the assembly. Some of whom showed their approbation, others expressed indignation at his presumption, in uttering it. As to Quinctius, he was so inflamed with anger, that, raising his hands towards heaven, he invoked the gods to witness the ungrateful and perfidious disposition of the Magnesians. This struck terror into the whole assembly. And one of the deputies, named Zeno, who had acquired a great degree of influence, by his judicious course of conduct in life, and by having been always an avowed supporter of the interests of the Romans, with tears besought Quinctius and the other ambassadors, not to impute to the state the madness of an individual. Every man, he said, was answerable for his own absurdities. As to the Magnesians, they were indebted to Titus Quinctius and the Roman people, not only for liberty, but for everything that mankind hold valuable or sacred. By their kindness, they were in the enjoyment of every blessing, for which they could ever petition the immortal gods, and, if struck with frenzy they would sooner vent their fury on their own persons, than violate the friendship with Rome. 32. His entreaties were seconded by the prayers of the whole assembly, on which Eurylochus retired hastily from the council, and passing to the gate through private streets fled away into Aetolia. As to the Aetolians, they now gave plainer indications of their intention to revolt every day. And it happened, that at this very time Thoas, one of their leading men, whom they had sent to Antiochus, returned, and brought back with him an ambassador from the king, named Menippus. These two, before the council met to give them audience, filled everyone's ears with pompous accounts of the naval and land forces that were coming. A vast army, they said, of horse and foot was on its march from India. And, besides, that they were bringing such a quantity of gold and silver, as was sufficient to purchase the Romans themselves, which latter circumstance they knew would influence the multitude more than anything else. It was easy to foresee what effects these reports would produce in the council, for the Roman ambassadors received information of the arrival of those men, and of all their proceedings. And although the matter had almost come to a rupture, yet Quinctius thought it advisable, that some ambassadors of the allies should be present in that council, who might remind the Aetolians of their alliance with Rome, and who might have the courage to speak with freedom in opposition to the king's ambassador. The Athenians seemed to be the best qualified for this purpose, by reason of the high reputation of their state, and also from their long-standing alliance with the Aetolians. Quinctius, therefore, requested of them to send ambassadors to the Panatolic Council. At the first meeting, Thoas made a report of the business of his embassy. After him, Menippus was introduced, who said, that it would have been best for all the Greeks, residing both in Greece and Asia, if Antiochus could have taken a part in their affairs, while the power of Philip was yet unbroken. For then every one would have had what of right belonged to him, and the whole would not have come under the dominion and absolute disposal of the Romans. But even as matters stand at present, said he, provided you have constancy enough to carry into effect the measures which you have adopted, Antiochus will be able, with the assistance of the gods and the alliance of the Aetolians, to reinstate the affairs of Greece in their former rank of dignity, notwithstanding the low condition to which they have been reduced. But this dignity consists in a state of freedom which stands by its own resources, and is not dependent on the will of another. The Athenians, who were permitted to deliver their sentiments next after the king's ambassadors, omitting all mention of Antiochus, reminded the Aetolians of their alliance with Rome, and the benefits conferred by Titus Quinctius on the whole body of Greece, and admonished them, not inconsiderately, to break off that connection by the undue precipitation of their counsels. That passionate and adventurous schemes, however flattering at first view, proved difficult in the execution, and disastrous in the issue. That as the Roman ambassadors, and among them Titus Quinctius, were within a small distance, it would be better, while all hostilities were as yet uncommenced, to discuss, in conference, any matters in dispute, than to rouse Europe and Asia to a dreadful war. 33. The multitude, ever fond of novelty, warmly espoused the cause of Antiochus, and gave their opinion, that the Romans should not even be admitted into the council. But, by the influence chiefly of the elder members, a vote was passed, that the council should give audience to the Romans. On being acquainted, by the Athenians, with this determination, Quinctius thought it desirable to go into Aetolia. For he thought that, either he should be able to effect some change in their designs, or that it would be manifest to all mankind, that the blame of the war would lie on the Aetolians, and that the Romans would be warranted in taking arms by justice, and, in a manner, by necessity. On arriving there, Quinctius, in his discourse to the council, began with the first formation of the alliance between the Romans and the Aetolians, and enumerated how many times the faith of the treaty had been violated by them. He then enlarged a little on the rights of the states concerned in the dispute, and added, that, notwithstanding, if they thought that they had any reasonable demand to make, it would surely be infinitely better to send ambassadors to Rome, whether they chose to argue the case or to make a request to the Senate, than that the Roman people should enter the lists with Antiochus, while the Aetolians acted as marshals of the field, not without great disturbance to the affairs of the world, and to the utter ruin of Greece. That, no people would feel the fatal consequences of such a war sooner than the first promoters of it. This prediction of the Roman was disregarded. Thoas, and others of the same faction, were then heard with general approbation. And they prevailed so far, that, without adjourning the meeting, or waiting for the absence of the Romans, a decree was passed that Antiochus should be invited to vindicate the liberty of Greece, and decide the dispute between the Aetolians and the Romans. To the insolence of this decree, their praetor, Democritus, added a personal affront, for on Quinctius asking him for a copy of the decree, without any respect to the dignity of the person to whom he spoke, he told him, that he had, at present, more pressing business to dispatch. But he would shortly give him the decree, and an answer, in Italy, from his camp on the banks of the Tiber. Such was the degree of madness which possessed, at that time, both the nation of the Aetolians and their magistrates. 34. Quinctius and the ambassadors returned to Corinth. The Aetolians, that they might appear to intend taking every step through Antiochus, and none directly of themselves, and, sitting inactive, to be waiting for the arrival of the king, though they did not, after the departure of the Romans, hold a council of the whole nation, yet endeavored, by their apoclede, a more confidential council, composed of persons selected from the rest, to devise schemes for setting Greece in commotion. It was well known to them all, that in the several states the principal people, particularly those of the best characters, were disposed to maintain the Roman alliance, and well pleased with the present state of affairs. But that the populace, and especially such as were not content with their position, wished for a general revolution. The Aetolians, at one day's sitting, formed a scheme, the very conception of which argued not only boldness, but impudence, that of making themselves masters of Demetrius, Chalcis, and Lacedaemon. One of their principal men was sent to each of these places, Thoas to Chalcis, Alexamenus to Lacedaemon, Diodes to Demetrius. This last was assisted by the exile Eurylochus, whose flight, and the cause of it, have been mentioned above, because there was no other prospect of his restoration to his country. Eurylochus, by letter, instructed his friends and relations, and those of his own faction, to order his wife and children to assume a mourning dress, and, holding the badges of supplicants, to go into a full assembly, and to beseech each individual. And the whole body, not to suffer a man, who was innocent and uncondemned, to grow old in exile. The simple-minded were moved by compassion, the ill-disposed and seditious, by the hope of seeing all things thrown into confusion, in consequence of the tumults which the Aetolians would excite, and every one voted for his being recalled. These preparatory measures being effected, Diocles, at that time general of the horse, with all the cavalry, set out under pretext of escorting to his home the exile, who was his guest. Having, during that day and the following night, marched an extraordinary length of way, and arrived within 6 miles of the city at the first dawn, he chose out 3 troops, at the head of which he went on before the rest of the cavalry, whom he ordered to follow. When he came near the gate he made all his men dismount, and lead their horses by the reins, without keeping their ranks, but like travelers on a journey, in order that they might appear to be the retinue of the general, rather than a military force. Here he left 1 troop at the gate, lest the cavalry, who were coming up, might be shut out. And then, holding Eurylochus by the hand, conducted him to his house through the middle of the city and the forum, and through crowds who met and congratulated him. In a little time the city was filled with horsemen, and convenient posts were seized, and then parties were sent to the houses of persons of the opposite faction, to put them to death. In this manner Demetrius fell into the hands of the Aetolians. 35. At Lacedaemon, the city was not to be attempted by force, but the tyrant to be entrapped by stratagem. For though he had been stripped of the maritime towns by the Romans, and afterwards shut up within the walls of his city by the Achaeans, they supposed that whoever took the first opportunity of killing him would engross the whole thanks of the Lacedaemonians. The pretence which they had for sending to him, was, that he had long solicited assistance from them, since, by their advice, he had renewed the war. 1,000 foot were put under the command of Alexamenus, with 30 horsemen, chosen from among the youth. These received a charge from Democritus, the praetor, in the select council of the nation, mentioned above, not to suppose that they were sent to a war with the Achaeans, or even on other business, which any one might ascertain to himself from his own conjectures. Whatever sudden enterprise circumstances might direct Alexamenus to undertake, that, however unexpected, rash, or daring, they were to hold themselves in readiness to execute with implicit obedience, and should understand that to be the matter, for the sole purpose of effecting which they had been sent abroad. With these men, thus pre-instructed, Alexamenus came to the tyrant, and, immediately on approaching him, filled him with hopes, telling him, that Antiochus had already come over into Europe, that he would shortly be in Greece, and would cover the lands and seas with men and arms. That the Romans would find that they had not Philip to deal with, that the numbers of the horsemen, footmen, and ships, could not be reckoned. And that the train of elephants, by their mere appearance, would effectually daunt the enemy, that the Aetolians were prepared to come to Lacedaemon with their entire force, whenever occasion required. But that they wished to show the king, on his arrival, a numerous body of troops, that Nabis himself, likewise, ought to take care not to suffer his soldiers to be enervated by inaction, and dwelling in houses, but to lead them out, and make them perform their evolutions under arms, which, while it exercised their bodies, would also rouse their courage. That the labor would become lighter by practice, and might even be rendered not unpleasing by the affability and kindness of their commander. Thenceforward, the troops used frequently to be drawn out under the walls of the city, in a plain near the river Eurotas. The tyrant's lifeguards were generally posted in the center. He himself, attended by 3 horsemen at the most, of whom Alexamenus was commonly one, rode about in front, and went to view both wings to their extremities. On the right wing were the Aetolians, both those who had been before in his army as auxiliaries, and the 1,000 who came with Alexamenus. Alexamenus made it his custom to ride about with Nabis through a few of the ranks, offering such advice as seemed most suitable. Then to join his own troops in the right wing, and presently after, as if having given the orders which the occasion might require, to return to the tyrant. But, on the day which he had fixed for the perpetration of the deed of death, after accompanying the tyrant for a little time, he withdrew to his own soldiers, and addressed the horsemen, sent from home with him, in these words: Young men, that deed is now to be dared and done which you were ordered to execute valiantly under my guidance. Have your courage and your hands ready, that none may fail to second me in whatever he sees me attempt. If any one shall hesitate, and prefer any scheme of his own to mine, let him rest assured that there is no return to his home for him. Horror seized them all, and they well remembered the charge which they had received at setting out. The tyrant was now coming from the left wing. Alexamenus ordered his horsemen to rest their lances, and keep their eyes fixed on him. And in the meantime he himself recollected his spirits, which had been discomposed by the meditation of such a desperate attempt. As soon as the tyrant came near, he charged him. And driving his spear through his horse, brought the rider to the ground. The horsemen aimed their lances at him as he lay, and after many ineffectual strokes against his coat of mail, their points at length penetrated his body, so that, before relief could be sent from the center, he expired. 36. Alexamenus, with all the Aetolians, hastened away, to seize on the palace. Nobbies' lifeguards were at first struck with horror, the act being perpetrated before their eyes. Then, when they observed the Aetolian troops leaving the place, they gathered round the tyrant's body, where it was left, forming, instead of guardians of his life or avengers of his death, a mere group of spectators. Nor would anyone have stirred, if Alexamenus had immediately called the people to an assembly, and, with his arms laid aside, there made a speech suitable to the occasion, and afterwards kept a good number of Aetolians in arms, without violence being offered to any one. Instead of which, by a fatality which ought to attend all designs founded in treachery, every step was taken that could tend to hasten the destruction of those who had committed it. The commander, shut up in the palace, wasted a day and a night in searching out the tyrant's treasures, and the Aetolians, as if they had stormed the city, of which they wished to be thought the deliverers, betook themselves to plunder. The insolence of their behavior, and at the same time contempt of their numbers, gave the Lacedaemonians courage to assemble in a body, when some said, that they ought to drive out the Aetolians, and resume their liberty, which had been ravished from them at the very time when it seemed to be restored. Others, that, for the sake of appearance, they ought to associate with them some one of the royal family, as the director of their efforts. There was a very young boy of that family, named Laconicus, who had been educated with the tyrant's children. Him they mounted on a horse, and taking arms, slew all the Aetolians whom they met straggling through the city. They then assaulted the palace, where they killed Alexamenus, who, with a small party, attempted resistance. Others of the Aetolians, who had collected together round the Chalcedon, that is, the brazen temple of Minerva, were cut to pieces. A few, throwing away their arms, fled, some to Tegea, others to Megalopolis, where they were seized by the magistrates, and sold as slaves. Philopoemen, as soon as he heard of the murder of the tyrant, went to Lacedaemon, where, finding all in confusion and consternation, he called together the principal inhabitants, to whom he addressed a discourse, such as ought to have been made by Alexamenus, and united the Lacedaemonians to the confederacy of the Achaeans. To this they were the more easily persuaded, because, at that very juncture, Aulus Atilius happened to arrive at Gythium with 24 quinquiremes. 37. Meanwhile, Thoas, in his attempt on Chalcis, had by no means the same good fortune as Eurylochus had in getting possession of Demetrius. Although, by the intervention of Euthymidas, a man of considerable consequence, who, after the arrival of Titus Quinctius and the ambassadors, had been banished by those who adhered to the Roman alliance, and also of Herodorus, who was a merchant of Cios, and who, by means of his wealth, possessed a powerful influence at Chalcis, he had engaged a party, composed of Euthymidas' faction, to betray the city into his hands. Euthymidas went from Athens, where he had fixed his residence, first to Thebes, and thence to Salgania, Herodorus to Thronium. At a small distance, on the Malian Bay, Thoas had 2,000 foot and 200 horse, with as many as 30 light transport ships. With these vessels, carrying 600 foot men, Herodorus was ordered to sail to the island of Atlanta, that, as soon as he should perceive the land forces approaching Aulis and the Euripus, he might pass over from thence to Chalcis. To which place Thoas himself led the rest of his forces, marching mostly by night, and with all possible expedition. 38. Mixio and Xenoclides, who were now, since the banishment of Euthymidas, in possession of the supreme power, either of themselves suspected the matter, or received some information of it, and were at first so greatly terrified that they saw no prospect of safety but in flight. But afterwards, when their fright subsided, and they considered that, by such a step, they would betray in desert not only their country, but the Roman alliance, they applied their minds to the following plan. It happened that, at that very time, there was a solemn anniversary festival, celebrated at Eretria, in honor of Diana Amaranthus, which was always attended by great numbers, not only of the natives, but also of the Christians. Thither they sent envoys to beseech the Eretrians and Christians, as having been born in the same isle, to compassionate their situation, and, at the same time, to show their regard to the friendship of Rome, not to suffer Chalcis to become the property of the Aetolians. That if they should possess Chalcis they would obtain possession of all Euboea, and to remind them, that they had found the Macedonians grievous masters, but that the Aetolians would be much more intolerable. The consideration of the Romans chiefly influenced those states, as they had lately experienced both their bravery in war, and their justice and liberality in success. Both states, therefore, armed, and sent the main strength of their young men. To these the people of Chalcis entrusted the defense of the walls, and they themselves, with their whole force, crossed the Euripus, and encamped at Salgania. From that place they dispatched, first a herald, and afterwards ambassadors, to ask the Aetolians, for what word or act of theirs, friends and allies came thus to invade them. Thoas, commander of the Aetolians, answered, that he came not to attack them, but to deliver them from the Romans. That they were fettered at present with a brighter chain indeed, but a much heavier one, than when they had a Macedonian garrison in their citadel. The men of Chalcis replied that, they were neither under bondage to any one, nor in need of the protection of any. The ambassadors then withdrew from the meeting, and returned to their countrymen. Thoas and the Aetolians, who had no other hopes than in a sudden surprise, and were by no means in a capacity to undertake a regular war, and the siege of a city so well secured against any attack from the land or the sea, returned home. Euthymidas, on hearing that his countrymen were encamped at Salgania, and that the Aetolians had retired, went back from Thebes to Athens. Herodorus, after waiting several days at Atlanta, attentively watching for the concerted signal in vain, sent an advice boat to learn the cause of the delay. And, understanding that the enterprise was abandoned by his associates, returned to Thronium from whence he had come. 39. Quinctius, having been informed of these proceedings, came with the fleet from Corinth, and met Eumenes in the Euripus of Chalcis. It was agreed between them, that King Eumenes should leave there 500 of his soldiers, for the purpose of a garrison, and should go himself to Athens. Quinctius proceeded to Demetrius, as he had purposed from the first, hoping that the relief of Chalcis would prove a strong inducement to the Magnesians to renew the alliance with Rome. And, in order that such of them as favored his views might have some support at hand, he wrote to Eunomus, praetor of the Thessalians, to arm the youth. Sending Vilius forward to Demetrius, to sound the inclinations of the people, but not with a view to take any step in the business, unless a considerable number of them were disposed to revive the former treaty of amity. Vilius, in a ship of 5 banks of oars, came to the mouth of the harbor, and the whole multitude of the Magnesians hastened out thither. Vilius then asked, whether they chose that he should consider himself as having come to friends, or to enemies. Eurylochus, the magnate arch, answered, that he had come to friends, but desired him not to enter the harbor, but to suffer the Magnesians to live in freedom and harmony, and not to attempt, under the show of friendly converse, to seduce the minds of the populace. Then followed an altercation, not a conference, the Roman upbraiding the Magnesians with ingratitude, and forewarning them of the calamities impending over them. The multitude, on the other side, clamorously reproaching him, and reviling, sometimes the Senate, sometimes Quinctius. Vilius, therefore, unable to effect any part of his business, went back to Quinctius, who dispatched orders to the Thessalian praetor, to lead his troops home, while himself returned with his ships to Corinth. 40. The affairs of Greece, blended with those of Rome, have carried me away, as it were, out of my course, not that they were in themselves deserving of a recital, but because they constituted the causes of the war with Antiochus. After the consular election, for thence I digressed, the consuls, Lucius Quinctius and Gnaeus Domitius, repaired to their provinces, Quinctius to Liguria, Domitius against the Boians. The Boians kept themselves quiet. Nay, the senators, with their children, and the commanding officers of the cavalry, with their troops, amounting in all to 1,500, surrendered to the consul. The other consul laid waste the country of the Ligurians to a wide extent, and took some forts, in which expeditions he not only acquired booty of all sorts, together with many prisoners, but he also recovered several of his countrymen, and of the allies, who had been in the hands of the enemy. In this year a colony was settled at Vibo, in pursuance of a decree of the Senate and an order of the people. 3,700 footmen, and 300 horsemen, went out thither, conducted by the commissioners Quintus Naevius, Marcus Minucius, and Marcus Furius Crassipes. 15 acres of ground were assigned to each footman, double that quantity to a horseman. This land had been last in possession of the Bruttians, who had taken it from the Greeks. About this time two dreadful causes of alarm happened at Rome, one of which continued long, but was less active than the other. An earthquake lasted through 38 days. During all which time there was a total cessation of business, amidst anxiety and fears. On account of this event, a supplication was performed of 3 days' continuance. The other was not a mere fright, but attended with the actual loss of many lives. In consequence of a fire breaking out in the cattle market, the conflagration, among the houses near to the Tiber, continued through all that day and the following night, and all the shops, with wares of very great value, were reduced to ashes. 41. The year was now almost at an end, while the rumors of impending hostility, and, consequently, the anxiety of the Senate, daily increased. They therefore set about adjusting the provinces of the magistrates elect, in order that they might be all the more intent on duty. They decreed, that those of the consuls should be Italy, and whatever other place the Senate should vote, for every one knew that a war against Antiochus was now a settled point. That he, to whose lot the latter province fell, should have under his command, of Roman citizens, 4,000 foot and 300 horse, and of the Latin confederates, 6,000 foot and 400 horse. The consul, Lucius Quinctius, was ordered to levy these troops, that no delay might be occasioned, but that the new consul might be able to proceed immediately to any place which the Senate should appoint. Concerning the provinces of the praetors, also, it was decreed, that the first lot should comprehend the 2 jurisdictions, both that between natives, and that between them and foreigners, the second should be Bruttium. The third, the fleet, to sail wherever the Senate should direct, the fourth, Sicily, the fifth, Sardinia, the sixth, farther Spain. An order was also given to the consul Lucius Quinctius, to levy 2 new legions of Roman citizens, and of the allies and Latins 20,000 foot and 800 horse. This army they assigned to the praetor to whom should fall the province of Bruttium. 2 temples were dedicated this year to Jupiter in the capital, one of which had been vowed by Lucius Furius Purpurio, when praetor during the Gallic War. The other by the same, when consul. Quintus Marcius Ralla, Duumvir, dedicated both. Many severe sentences were passed this year on usurers, who were prosecuted, as private persons, by the curule aediles, Marcus Tuccius and Publius Junius Brutus. Out of the fines imposed on those who were convicted, gilded chariots, with 4 horses, were placed in the recess of Jupiter's temple in the Capitol, over the canopy of the shrine, and also 12 gilded bucklers. The same aediles built a portico on the outside of the Triple Gate, in the Carpenter's Square. 42. While the Romans were busily employed in preparing for a new war, Antiochus, on his part, was not idle. 3 cities detained him some time, Smyrna, Alexandria in Troas, and Lampsacus, which hitherto he had not been able either to reduce by force, or to persuade into a treaty of amity. And he was unwilling, on going into Europe, to leave these behind, as enemies. A deliberation also respecting Hannibal occasioned him further delay. First, the open ships, which the king was to have sent with him to Africa, were slowly prepared, and afterwards a consultation was set on foot whether he ought to be sent at all, chiefly by Thoas the Aetolian, who, after setting all Greece in commotion, came with the account of Demetrius being in the hands of his countrymen. And as he had, by false representations concerning the king, and multiplying, in his assertions, the numbers of his forces, exalted the expectations of many in Greece, so now, by the same artifices, he puffed up the hopes of the king, telling him, that every one was inviting him with their prayers, and that there would be a general rush to the shore, from which the people could catch a view of the royal fleet. He even had the audacity to attempt altering the king's judgment respecting Hannibal when it was nearly settled. For he alleged, that the fleet ought not to be weakened by sending away any part of it, but that if ships must be sent no person was less fit for the command than Hannibal, for he was an exile and a Carthaginian, to whom his own circumstances or his disposition might daily suggest 1,000 new schemes. Then as to his military fame, by which, as by a dowry, he was recommended to notice, it was too splendid for an officer acting under a king. The king ought to be the grand object of view, the king ought to appear the sole leader, the sole commander. If Hannibal should lose a fleet or an army, the amount of the damage would be the same as if the loss were incurred by any other general, but should success be obtained, all the honor would be ascribed to Hannibal, and not to Antiochus. Besides, if the war should prove so fortunate as to terminate finally in the defeat of the Romans, could it be expected that Hannibal would live under a king, subject, in short, to an individual? He who could scarcely bear subjection to his own country. That he had not so conducted himself from early youth, having embraced the empire of the globe in his hopes and aspirations, that in his old age he would be likely to endure a master. The king wanted not Hannibal as a general, as an attendant and a counselor in the business of the war, he might properly employ him. A moderate use of such abilities would be neither unprofitable nor dangerous. But if advantages of the highest nature were sought through him, they, probably, would be the destruction both of the giver and the receiver. 43. There are no dispositions more prone to envy than those of persons whose mental qualifications are inferior to their birth and rank in life, because they are indignant both at the merit and the possessions of another. The design of the expedition, to be commanded by Hannibal, the only one thought of that could be of use, in the beginning of the war, was immediately laid aside. The king, highly flattered by the defection of Demetrius from the Romans to the Aetolians, resolved to delay no longer his departure into Greece. Before the fleet weighed anchor he went up from the shore to Ilium, to offer sacrifice to Minerva. Immediately on his return he set sail with 40 decked ships and 60 open ones, followed by 200 transports, laden with provisions and warlike stores. He first touched at the island of Imbros, thence he passed over to Cyathus, whence, after collecting the ships which had been separated during the voyage, he proceeded to Pteleum, to nearest part of the continent. Here, Eurylochus the Magnet Arch, and other principal Magnesians from Demetrius, met him. Being greatly gratified by their numerous appearance, he carried his fleet the next day into the harbor of their city. At a small distance from the town he landed his forces, which consisted of 10,000 foot, 500 horse, and 6 elephants, a force scarcely sufficient to take possession of Greece alone, much less to sustain a war with Rome. The Aetolians, as soon as they were informed of Antiochus's arrival at Demetrius, convened a general council, and passed a decree, inviting him into their country. The king had already left Demetrius, for he knew that such a decree was to be passed, and had advanced as far as Phalera on the Malian Bay. Here the decree was presented to him, and then he proceeded to Lamia, where he was received by the populace with marks of the warmest attachment, with clapping of hands and shouting, and other signs by which the extravagant joy of the vulgar is testified. 44. When he came into the council he was introduced by Aeneas, the praetor, and other persons of eminence, who, with difficulty, made way for him through the crowd. Then, silence being ordered, the king addressed himself to the assembly. He began with accounting for his having come with a force so much smaller than every one had hoped and expected. That, he said, ought to be deemed the strongest proof of the warmth of his goodwill towards them. Because, though he was not sufficiently prepared in any particular, and though the season was yet too early for sailing, he had, without hesitation, complied with the call of their ambassadors. And had believed that when the Aetolians should see him among them they would be satisfied that in him, even if he were unattended, they might be sure of every kind of support. But he would also abundantly fulfill the hopes of those, whose expectations seemed at present to be disappointed. For as soon as the season of the year rendered navigation safe, he would cover all Greece with arms, men, and horses, and all its coasts with fleets. He would spare neither expense, nor labor, nor danger, until he should remove the Roman yoke from their necks, and render Greece really free, and the Aetolians the first among its states. That, together with the armies, stores of all kinds were to come from Asia. For the present the Aetolians ought to take care that his men might be properly supplied with corn, and other accommodations, at reasonable rates. 45. Having addressed them to this purport, and with universal approbation, the king withdrew. After his departure a warm debate ensued between two of the Aetolian chiefs, Aeneas and Thoas. Aeneas declared his opinion, that it would be better to employ Antiochus, as a mediator of peace, and an umpire respecting the matters in dispute with the Roman people, than as leader in a war. That his presence in his dignified station would impress the Romans with awe, more powerfully than his arms. That in many cases men, for the sake of avoiding war, voluntarily remit pretensions, which force and arms would never compel them to forego. Thoas, on the other hand, insisted, that Aeneas's motive was not a love of peace, but a wish to embarrass their preparations for war, with the view that, through the tediousness of the proceedings, the king's vigor might be relaxed and the Romans gain time to put themselves in readiness. That they had abundant proof from experience, after so many embassies sent to Rome, and so many conferences with Quinctius in person, that nothing reasonable could ever be obtained from the Romans in the way of negotiation. And that they would not, until every hope of that sort was out of sight, have implored the aid of Antiochus. That as he had appeared among them sooner than any had expected, they ought not to sink into indolence, but rather to petition the king, that since he had come in person, which was the great point of all, to support the rights of Greece, he would also send for his fleets and armies. For the king, at the head of an army, might obtain something, but without that could have very little influence with the Romans, either in the cause of the Aetolians, or even in his own. This opinion was adopted, and the council voted, that the title of general should be conferred on the king. They also nominated 30 distinguished men with whom he might deliberate on any business which he might think proper. The council was then broken up, and all went home to their respective states. 46. Next day the king held a consultation with their select council, respecting the place from whence his operations should commence. They judged it best to make the first trial on Chalcis, which had lately been attempted in vain by the Aetolians, and they thought that the business required rather expedition than any great exertion or preparation. Accordingly the king, with 1,000 foot, who had followed him from Demetrius, took his route through Phocis. And the Aetolian chiefs, going by another road, met at Chaeronea a small number of their young men whom they had called to arms, and thence, in 10 decked ships, proceeded after him. Antiochus pitched his camp at Salgania, while himself, with the Aetolian chiefs, crossed the Euripus in the ships. When he had advanced a little way from the harbor, the magistrates and other chief men of Chalcis came out before their gate. A small number from each side met to confer together. The Aetolians warmly recommended to the others, without violating the friendship subsisting between them and the Romans, to receive the king also as a friend and ally. For that he had crossed into Europe not for the purpose of making war, but of vindicating the liberty of Greece, and of vindicating it in reality, not in words and pretense merely, as the Romans had done. Nothing could be more advantageous to the states of Greece than to embrace the alliance of both, as they would then be always secure against ill treatment from either, under the guarantee and protection of the other. If they refused to receive the king, they ought to consider what they would have immediately to suffer. The aid of the Romans being far distant, and Antiochus, whom with their own strength they could not possibly resist, in character of an enemy at their gates. To this Mixio, one of the Chalcian deputies, answered that he wondered who those people were, for the vindicating of whose liberty Antiochus had left his own kingdom, and come over into Europe. For his part he knew not any state in Greece which either contained a garrison, or paid tribute to the Romans, or was bound by a disadvantageous treaty, and obliged to submit to terms which it did not like. The people of Chalcis, therefore, stood not in need either of any assertor of their liberty, which they already enjoyed, or of any armed protector, since, through the kindness of the Roman people, they were in possession of both liberty and peace. They did not slight the friendship of the king, nor that of the Aetolians themselves. The first instance of friendship, therefore, that they could give, would be to quit the island and go home. For, as to themselves, they were fully determined not only not to admit them within their walls, but not even to agree to any alliance, but with the approbation of the Romans. 47. When an account of this conference was brought to the king, at the ships where he had stayed, he resolved for the present to return to Demetrius, for he had not come to them with a sufficient number of men to attempt anything by force. At Demetrius he held another consultation with the Aetolians, to determine what was next to be done, as their first effort had proved fruitless. It was agreed that they should make trial of the Boeotians, Achaeans, and Amminander, king of the Athemanians. The Boeotian nation they believed to have been disaffected to the Romans, ever since the death of Brachillus, and the consequences which followed it. Philopoemen, chief of the Achaeans, they supposed to hate, and be hated by, Quinctius, in consequence of a rivalship for fame in the war of Laconia. Amminander had married Apama, daughter of a megalopolitan, called Alexander, who, pretending to be descended from Alexander the Great, had given the names of Philip and Alexander to his 2 sons, and that of Apama to his daughter. And when she was raised to distinction, by her marriage to the king, Philip, the elder of her brothers had followed her into Athemania. This man, who happened to be naturally vain, then Aetolians and Antiochus persuaded to hope, as he was really of the royal family, for the sovereignty of Macedonia, on condition of his prevailing on Amminander and the Athemanians to join Antiochus. And these empty promises produced the intended effect, not only on Philip but likewise on Amminander. 48. In Achaia, the ambassadors of Antiochus and the Aetolians were admitted to an audience of the council at Aegium, in the presence of Titus Quinctius. The ambassador of Antiochus was heard prior to the Aetolians. He, with all that pomp and parade which is common among those who are maintained by the wealth of kings, covered, as far as the empty sound of words could go, both lands and seas, with forces. He said, that an innumerable body of cavalry was coming over the Hellespont into Europe, some of them cased in coats of mail, whom they call cataphracti, others discharging arrows on horseback. And, what rendered it impossible to guard against them, shooting with the surest aim even when their backs were turned, and their horses in full retreat. To this army of cavalry, sufficient to crush the forces of all Europe, collected into one body, he added another of infantry of many times its number. And to terrify them, repeated the names of nations scarcely ever heard of before, talking of Dahans, Medes, Elymians, and Cadusians. As to the naval forces, no harbors in Greece were capable of containing them. The right squadron was composed of Sidonians and Tyrians, the left of Aradians and Sidicians, from Pamphylia, nations which none others had ever equalled either in courage or skill in sea affairs. Then, as to money, and other requisites for the support of war, it was needless for him to speak. They themselves knew, that the kingdoms of Asia had always abounded in gold. The Romans, therefore, had not now to deal with Philip, or with Hannibal. The one a principal member of a commonwealth, the other confined merely to the limits of the kingdom of Macedonia, but with the great monarch of all Asia, and part of Europe. Nevertheless, though he had come from the remotest bounds of the east to give freedom to Greece, he did not demand anything from the Achaeans that could injure the fidelity of their engagements with the Romans, their former friends and allies. For he did not require them to take arms on his side against them, but only, that they should not join themselves to either party. That, as became common friends, they should wish for peace to both parties, and not intermeddle in the war. Archidamus, ambassador of the Aetolians, made nearly the same request, that, as was their easiest and safest way, they should stand neuter. And, as mere spectators of the war, wait for the decision of the fortunes of others, without any hazard to their own interests. He afterwards was betrayed, by the intemperance of language, into invectives, sometimes against the Romans in general, sometimes against Quinctius himself in particular. Charging them with ingratitude, and upbraiding them, as being indebted to the valor of the Aetolians, not only for the victory over Philip, but even for their preservation. For, by their exertions, both Quinctius himself and his army had been saved. What duty of a commander had he ever discharged? He used to see him, indeed, in the field, taking auspices, sacrificing, and offering vows, like an insignificant soothsaying priest, while he himself was, in his defense, exposing his person to the weapons of the enemy. 49. To this Quinctius replied, that Archidamus had calculated his discourse for the numerous auditors, rather than for the persons to whom it was particularly addressed. For the Achaeans very well knew, that the bold spirit of the Aetolians consisted entirely in words, not in deeds, and was more displayed in their councils and assemblies than in the field. He had therefore been indifferent concerning the sentiments of the Achaeans, to whom he and his countrymen were conscious that they were thoroughly known, and studied to recommend himself to the king's ambassadors, and, through them, to their absent master. But, if any person had been hitherto ignorant of the cause which had united Antiochus and the Aetolians, it was easy to discover it from the language of their ambassadors. By the false representations made by both parties, and boasts of strength which neither possessed, they mutually puffed up each other, and were themselves puffed up with vain expectations, one party talking of Philip being vanquished by them, the Romans being protected by their valor, and the rest of what you have just heard. And that you, and the other states and nations, would follow their party. The king, on the other side, boasting of clouds of horsemen and footmen, and covering the seas with his fleets. The king, he added, was exceedingly like a supper that I remember at the house of my host at Chalcis, who is both a man of worth, and an excellent conductor of a feast. Having been kindly entertained by him at midsummer, when we wondered how he could, at that time of the year, procure such plenty and variety of game, he, not being so vainglorious as these men, told us, with a pleasant smile, that the variety was owing to the dressing, and that what appeared to be the flesh of many different wild animals, was entirely of tame swine. This may be aptly applied to the forces of the king, which were so ostentatiously displayed a while ago. That those various kinds of armor, and multitudinous names of nations, never heard of before, the Huns, and Medes, and Cadutians, and Elymians, are nothing more than Syrians, a race possessed of such groveling souls, as to be much fitter for slaves than for soldiers. I wish, Achaeans, that I could exhibit to your view the rapid excursions of this mighty monarch from Demetrius, first, to Lamia, to the council of the Aetolians, then to Chalcis. You should behold, in the royal camp, about the number of 2 small legions, and these incomplete. You should see the king, now, in a manner begging corn from the Aetolians, to be measured out to his soldiers. Then, striving to borrow money at interest to pay them. Again, standing at the gates of Chalcis, and presently, on being refused admittance, returning thence into Aetolia, without having effected anything, except indeed the taking a peep at Aulis and the Euripus. Both Antiochus had done wrong in trusting to the Aetolians, and the Aetolians in trusting to the king's vain boastings. For which reason, you ought the less to be deceived by them, and rather to confide in the tried and approved fidelity of the Romans. For, with respect to your not interfering in the war, which they recommend as your best course, nothing, in fact, can be more contrary to your interest, for then, without gaining thanks or esteem, you will become the prize of the conqueror. 50. He was thought to have replied to both by no means unsuitably, and there was no difficulty in bringing an audience, prepossessed in his favor, to give their approbation to his discourse. In fact, there was no debate or doubt started, but all concurred in voting, that the nation of the Achaeans would regard, as their friends or foes, those who were judged to be such by the Roman people. And in ordering war to be declared against both Antiochus and the Aetolians. They also, by the direction of Quinctius, sent immediate succors of 500 men to Chalcis, and 500 to the Piraeus. For affairs at Athens were in a state not far from a civil war, in consequence of the endeavors, used by some, to seduce the venal populace, by hopes of largesses, to take part with Antiochus. But at length Quinctius was called thither by those who were of the Roman party, and Apollodorus, the principal adviser of a revolt, being publicly charged therewith by one Leon, was condemned and driven into exile. Thus, from the Achaeans also, the embassy returned to the king with a discouraging answer. The Boeotians made no definitive reply. They only said, that, when Antiochus should come into Boeotia, they would then deliberate on the measures proper to be pursued. When Antiochus heard, that both the Achaeans and King Eumenes had sent reinforcements to Chalcis, he resolved to act with the utmost expedition, that his troops might get the start of them, and, if possible, intercept the others as they came. And he sent thither Menippus with about 3,000 soldiers, and Polyxenidas with the whole fleet. In a few days after, he marched himself, at the head of 6,000 of his own soldiers, and a smaller number of Aetolians, as many as could be collected in haste, out of those who were at Lamia. The 500 Achaeans, and a small party sent by King Eumenes, being guided by Xenoclides, of Chalcis, the roads being yet open, crossed the Euripus, and arrived at Chalcis in safety. The Roman soldiers, who were likewise about 500, came, after Menippus had fixed his camp under Salgania, at Hermaeus, the place of passage from Boeotia to the island of Euboea. They had with them Mictio, who had been sent from Chalcis to Quinctius, deputed to solicit that very reinforcement. And when he perceived that the passes were blocked up by the enemy, he quitted the road to Aulis, and turned away to Delium, with intent to pass over thence to Euboea. 51. Delium is a temple of Apollo, standing over the sea 5 miles distant from Tanagra, and the passage thence, to the nearest part of Euboea, is less than 4 miles. As they were in this sacred building and grove, sanctified with all that religious awe and those privileges which belong to temples, called by the Greeks asylums, or not being yet either proclaimed, or so far commenced as that they had heard of swords being drawn, or blood shed anywhere, the soldiers in perfect tranquillity, amused themselves, some with viewing the temple and groves, others with walking about unarmed, on the strand, and a great part had gone different ways in quest of wood and forage, when, on a sudden, Menippus attacked them in that scattered condition, slew many, and took 50 of them prisoners. Very few made their escape, among whom was Mictio, who was received on board a small trading vessel. Though this event caused much grief to Quinctius and the Romans, on account of the loss of their men, yet it seemed to add much to the justification of their cause in making war on Antiochus. Antiochus, when arrived with his army so near as Aulis, sent again to Chalcis a deputation, composed partly of his own people, and partly of Aetolians, to treat on the same grounds as before, but with heavier denunciations of vengeance, and, notwithstanding all the efforts of Mictio and Xenoclides to the contrary, he easily gained his object, that the gates should be opened to him. Those who adhered to the Roman interest, on the approach of the king, withdrew from the city. The soldiers of the Achaeans, and Eumenes, held Salgania. And the few Romans, who had escaped, raised, for the security of the place, a little fort on the Euripus. Menippus laid siege to Salgania, and the king himself to the fort. The Achaeans and Eumenes soldiers first surrendered, on the terms of being allowed to retire in safety. The Romans defended the Euripus with more obstinacy. But even these, when they were completely invested both by land and sea, and saw the machines and engines prepared for an assault, sustained the siege no longer. The king, having thus got possession of the capital of Euboea, the other cities of the island did not even refuse to obey his authority. And he seemed to himself to have signalized the commencement of the war by an important acquisition, in having brought under his power so great an island, and so many cities conveniently situated. Book XXXVI. Manius Acilius Glabrio, the consul, aided by King Philip, defeats Antiochus at Thermopylae, and drives him out of Greece, reduces the Aetolians to sue for peace. Publius Cornelius Scipio Nazica reduces the Boian Gauls to submission. Sea fight between the Roman fleet and that of Antiochus, in which the Romans are victorious. 1. Publius Cornelius Scipio, son of Gnaeus, and Manius Acilius Glabrio, the consuls, on their assuming the administration, were ordered by the Senate, before they settled anything respecting their provinces, to perform sacrifices. With victims of the greater kinds, at all the shrines, where the lectisternium was usually celebrated for the greater part of the year. And to offer prayers, that the business which the state had in contemplation, concerning a new war, might terminate prosperously and happily for the Senate and people of Rome. At every one of those sacrifices, appearances were favorable, and the propitious omens were found in the first victims. Accordingly, the auspices gave this answer, that, by this war, the boundaries of the Roman Empire would be enlarged. And that victory and triumph were portended. When this answer was reported, the Senate, having their minds now freed from superstitious fears, ordered this question to be proposed to the people. Was it their will, and did they order, that war should be undertaken against King Antiochus, and all who should join his party? And that if that order passed, then the consuls were, if they thought proper, to lay the business entire before the Senate. Publius Cornelius got the order passed. And then the Senate decreed, that the consuls should cast lots for the provinces of Italy and Greece. That he to whose lot Greece fell, should, in addition to the number of soldiers enlisted and raised from the allies by Quinctius for that province, pursuant to a decree of the Senate, take under his command that army, which, in the preceding year, Marcus Baebius, praetor, had, by order of the Senate, carried over to Macedonia. Permission was also granted him, to receive succors from the allies, out of Italy, if circumstances should so require, provided their number did not exceed 5,000. It was resolved, that Lucius Quinctius, consul of the former year, should be commissioned as a lieutenant general in that war. The other consul, to whom Italy fell, was ordered to carry on the war with the Boians, with whichever he should choose of the two armies commanded by the consuls of the last year, and to send the other to Rome. And these were ordered to be the city legions, and ready to march to whatever place the Senate should direct. 2. Things being thus adjusted in the Senate, accepting the assignment of his particular province to each of the magistrates, the consuls were ordered to cast lots. Greece fell to Acilius, Italy to Cornelius. The lot of each being now determined, the Senate passed a decree, that, inasmuch as the Roman people had, at that time, ordered war to be declared against King Antiochus, and those who were under his government, the consuls should command a supplication to be performed, on account of that business. And that Manius Acilius, the consul, should vow the great games to Jupiter, and offerings at all the shrines. This vow was made by the consul in these words, which were dictated by Publius Licinius, chief pontiff, if the war, which the people has ordered to be undertaken against King Antiochus, shall be concluded agreeably to the wishes of the Senate and people of Rome, then, O Jupiter, the Roman people will, through 10 successive days, exhibit the great games in honor of thee, and offerings shall be presented at all the shrines, of such value as the Senate shall direct. Whatever magistrate shall celebrate those games, and at whatever time and place, let the celebration be deemed proper, and the offerings rightly and duly made. The two consuls then proclaimed a supplication for 2 days. When the consuls had determined their provinces by lot, the praetors, likewise, immediately cast lots for theirs. The 2 civil jurisdictions fell to Marcus Junius Brutus, Bruttium, to Aulus Cornelius Mamula, Sicily, to Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Sardinia, to Lucius Appius Salinator, the fleet, to Caius Livius Salinator, and farther Spain, to Lucius Aemilius Paulus. The troops for these were settled thus: to Aulus Cornelius were assigned the new soldiers, raised last year by Lucius Quinctius, the consul, pursuant to the Senate's decree, and he was ordered to defend the whole coast near Tarentum and Brundusium. Lucius Aemilius Paulus was directed to take with him into farther Spain, to fill up the numbers of the army, which he was to receive from Marcus Fulvius, propraetor, 3,000 new raised foot and 300 horse. Of whom 2/3 should be Latin allies, and the other third Roman citizens. An equal reinforcement was sent to hither Spain to Caius Flaminius, who was continued in command. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus was ordered to receive both the province and army from Lucius Valerius, whom he was to succeed. And, if he thought proper, to retain Lucius Valerius, as propraetor, in the province, which he was to divide with him in such a manner, that one division should reach from Agrigentum to Picinum, and the other from Picinum to Tindarium. And the sea coasts whereof Lucius Valerius was to protect with a fleet of 20 ships of war. The same praetor received a charge to levy 2/10 of corn, and to take care that it should be carried to the coast, and thence conveyed into Greece. Lucius Oppius was likewise commanded to levy a second 10th in Sardinia. But it was resolved that it should be transported, not into Greece, but to Rome. Titus Livius, the praetor, whose lot was the command of the fleet, was ordered to sail, at the earliest time possible, to Greece with 30 ships, which were ready, and to receive the other fleet from Attilius. The praetor, Marcus Junius, was commissioned to refit and arm the old ships which were in the dockyards, and, for this fleet, to enlist the sons of freemen as crews. 3. Commissaries were sent into Africa, 3 to Carthage, and a like number to Numidia, to procure corn to be carried into Greece, for which the Roman people were to pay the value. And so attentive was the state to the making of every preparation and provision necessary for the carrying on of this war, that the consul, Publius Cornelius, published an edict, that no senator, nor any who had the privilege of giving an opinion in the Senate, nor any of the inferior magistrates, should go so far from the city of Rome as that they could not return the same day. And that 5 senators should not be absent from the city at the same time. A dispute which arose with the maritime colonies, for some time retarded Caius Livius, the praetor, when actively engaged in fitting out the fleet. For, when they were impressed for manning the ships, they appealed to the tribunes of the people, by whom the cause was referred to the Senate. The Senate, without one dissenting voice, resolved, that those colonies were not entitled to exemption from the sea service. The colonies which disputed with the praetor on the subject of exemption were, Ostia, Fregene, Castronovum, Pergae, Antium, Terracina, Minturni, and Sinuessa. The consul, Manius Acilius, then, by direction of the Senate, consulted the College of Heralds, whether a declaration of war should be made to Antiochus in person, or whether it would be sufficient to declare it at some garrison town. Whether they directed a separate declaration against the Aetolians, and whether their alliance and friendship ought not to be renounced before war was declared. The heralds answered, that they had given their judgment before, when they were consulted respecting Philip, that it was of no consequence whether the declaration were made to himself in person, or at one of his garrisons. That, in their opinion, friendship had been already renounced, because, after their ambassadors had so often demanded restitution, the Aetolians had not thought proper to make either restitution or apology. That these, by their own act, had made a declaration of war against themselves, when they seized, by force, Demetrius, a city in alliance with Rome, when they laid siege to Chalcis by land and sea, and brought King Antiochus into Europe, to make war on the Romans. Every preparatory measure being now completed, the consul, Manius Acilius, issued an edict, that the soldiers enlisted, or raised from among the allies by Titus Quinctius, and who were under orders to go with him to his province. As, likewise, the military tribunes of the 1st and 3rd legions, should assemble at Brundusium, on the Ides of May. 235, he himself, on the 5th before the nones of May, 236 set out from the city in his military robe of command. At the same time the praetors, likewise, departed for their respective provinces. 4. A little before this time, ambassadors came to Rome from the 2 kings, Philip of Macedonia and Ptolemy of Egypt, offering aid of men, money, and corn towards the support of the war. From Ptolemy was brought 1,000 pounds weight of gold, and 20,000 pounds weight of silver. None of this was accepted. Thanks were returned to the kings. Both of them offered to come, with their whole force, into Aetolia. Ptolemy was excused from that trouble, and Philip's ambassadors were answered, that the Senate and people of Rome would consider it as a kindness if he should lend his assistance to the consul, Manius Acilius. Ambassadors came, likewise from the Carthaginians, and from King Massinissa. The Carthaginians made an offer of sending 1,000 pecks 237 of wheat, and 500,000 of barley to the army, and half that quantity to Rome, which they requested the Romans to accept from them as a present. They also offered to fit out a fleet at their own expense, and to give in, immediately, the whole amount of the annual tribute money which they were bound to pay for many years to come. The ambassadors of Massinissa promised, that their king should send 500,000 pecks of wheat, and 300,000 of barley, to the army in Greece, and 300,000 of wheat, and 250,000 of barley to Rome. Also 500 horse, and 20 elephants, to the consul Acilius. The answer given to both, with regard to the corn, was, that the Roman people would make use of it, provided they would receive payment for the same. With regard to the fleet offered by the Carthaginians, no more was accepted than such ships as they owed by treaty, and, as to the money, they were told, that none would be taken before the regular days of payment. 5. While these things were occurring at Rome, Antiochus, during the winter season at Chalcis, endeavored to bring over several of the states by ambassadors sent among them, while many of their own accord sent deputies to him. As the Epirots, by the general voice of the nation, and the Hellenes from Peloponnesus. The Hellenes requested aid against the Achaeans. For they supposed, that, since the war had been declared against Antiochus contrary to their judgment, the Achaeans would first turn their arms against them. 1,000 foot were sent to them, under the command of Euphanes, a Cretan. The embassy of the Epirots showed no mark whatever of a liberal or candid disposition. They wished to ingratiate themselves with the king, but, at the same time, to avoid giving cause of displeasure to the Romans. They requested him, not hastily to make them a party in the dispute, exposed, as they were, opposite to Italy, and in the front of Greece, where they must necessarily undergo the first assaults of the Romans. If he himself, with his land and sea forces, could take charge of Epirus, the inhabitants would eagerly receive him in all their ports and cities. But if circumstances allowed him not to do that, then they earnestly entreated him not to subject them, naked and defenseless, to the arms of the Romans. Their intention in sending him this message evidently was, that if he declined going into Epirus, which they rather supposed would be the case, they were not implicated with relation to the Roman armies. While they sufficiently recommended themselves to the king by their willingness to receive him on his coming. And that, on the other hand, if he should come, even then they would have hopes of being pardoned by the Romans, for having yielded to the strength of a prince who was present among them, without waiting for succor from them, who were so far distant. To this so evasive embassy, as he did not readily think of a proper answer, he replied, that he would send ambassadors to them to confer upon such matters as were of common concernment both to him and them. 6. Antiochus went himself into Boeotia, holding out ostensibly those causes of resentment against the Romans which I have already mentioned, the death of Brachillas, and the attack made by Quinctius on Caronia, on account of the massacre of the Roman soldiers. While the real ones were, that the former excellent policy of that nation, with respect both to public and private concerns, had, for several generations, been on the decline. And that great numbers were in such circumstances, that they could not long subsist without some change in affairs. Through multitudes of the principal Boeotians, who everywhere flocked out to meet him, he arrived at Thebes. There, notwithstanding that he had, both at Delium, by the attack made on the Roman troops, and also at Chalcis, already commenced hostilities, by enterprises of neither a trifling nor of a dubious nature, yet, in a general council of the nation, he delivered a speech of the same import with that which he delivered in the first conference at Chalcis, and that used by his ambassadors in the council of the Achaeans. That, what he required of them was, to form a league of friendship with him, not to declare war against the Romans. But not a man among them was ignorant of his meaning. However, a decree, disguised under a slight covering of words, was passed in his favor against the Romans. After securing this nation also on his side, he returned to Chalcis. And, having dispatched letters, summoning the chief Aetolians to meet him at Demetrius, that he might deliberate with them on the general plan of operations, he came thither with his ships on the day appointed for the council. Amminander, likewise, was called from Athymania to the consultation, and Hannibal the Carthaginian, who, for a long time before, had not been asked to attend, was present at this assembly. The subject of their deliberation was in reference to the Thessalian nation, and every one present was of opinion, that their concurrence ought to be sought. The only points on which opinions differed were, that some thought the attempt ought to be made immediately, while others judged it better to defer it for the winter season, which was then about half spent, until the beginning of spring. Some advised to send ambassadors only, others, that the king should go at the head of all his forces, and if they hesitated, terrify them into compliance. 7. Although the present debate turned chiefly on these points, Hannibal, being called on by name to give his opinion, led the king, and those who were present, into the consideration of the general conduct of the war. By a speech to this effect, if I had been employed in your councils since we came first into Greece, when you were consulting about Euboea, the Achaeans, and Boeotians, I would have offered the same advice which I shall offer you this day. When your thoughts are employed about the Thessalians, my opinion is, that, above all things, Philip and the Macedonians should by some means or other be brought into a participation in this war. For, as to Euboea, as well as the Boeotians and Thessalians, who can doubt that, having no strength of their own, they will ever court the power that is present? And will make use of the same fear, which governs their counsels, as an argument for obtaining pardon. That, as soon as they shall see a Roman army in Greece, they will turn away to that government to which they have been accustomed. Nor are they to blame, if, when the Romans were at so great a distance, they did not choose to try your force, and that of your army, who were on the spot. How much more advisable, therefore, and more advantageous would it be, to unite Philip to us, than these? As, if he once embarks in the cause, he will have no room for retreat, and as he will bring with him such a force, as will not only be an accession to a power at war with Rome, but was able, lately, of itself, to withstand the Romans. With such an ally, I wish to speak without offense, how could I harbor a doubt about the issue, when I should see the very persons through whom the Romans prevailed against Philip, now ready to act against them? The Aetolians, who, as all agree, conquered Philip, will fight in conjunction with Philip against the Romans. Amminander and the Athymanian nation, who, next to the Aetolians, performed the greatest services in that war, will stand on our side. Philip, at the time when you remained inactive, sustained the whole burden of the war. Now, you and he, two of the greatest kings, will, with the force of Asia and Europe, wage war against one state, which, to say nothing of my own fortune with them, either prosperous or adverse, was certainly, in the memory of our fathers, unequal to a dispute with a single king of Epirus. What then, I say, must it be in competition with you too? But it may be asked, what circumstances induce me to believe that Philip may be brought to a union with us? First, common utility, which is the strongest cement of union, and next, you, Aetolians, are yourselves my informants. For Thoas, your ambassador, among the other arguments which he used to urge, for the purpose of drawing Antiochus into Greece, always above all things insisted upon this. That Philip expressed extreme indignation that the conditions of servitude had been imposed on him under the appearance of conditions of peace, comparing the king's anger to that of a wild beast chained, or shut up, and wishing to break the bars that confined it. Now, if his temper of mind is such, let us loose his chains, let us break these bars, that he may vent, upon the common foe, this anger so long pent up. But should our embassy fail of producing any effect on him, let us then take care, that if we cannot unite him to ourselves, he may not be united to our enemies. Your son, Seleucus, is at Lysimachia. And if, with the army which he has there, he shall pass through Thrace, and once begin to make depredations on the nearest parts of Macedonia, he will effectually divert Philip from carrying aid to the Romans, to the protection, in the first place, of his own dominions. Such is my opinion respecting Philip. With regard to the general plan of the war, you have, from the beginning, been acquainted with my sentiments, and if my advice had been listened to, the Romans would not now hear that Chalcis in Euboea was taken, and a fort on the Euripus reduced, but that Etruria, and the whole coast of Liguria and Cisalpine Gaul, were in a blaze of war. And, what is to them the greatest cause of alarm, that Hannibal was in Italy. Even as matters stand at present, I recommend it to you, to call home all your land and sea forces, let storeships with provisions follow the fleet. For, as we are here too few for the exigencies of the war, so are we too many for the scanty supplies of necessaries. When you shall have collected together the whole of your force, you will divide the fleet, and keep one division stationed at Corcyra, that the Romans may not have a clear and safe passage. And the other you will send to that part of the coast of Italy which is opposite Sardinia and Africa, while you yourselves, with all the land forces, will proceed to the territory of Bullium. In this position you will hold the command of all Greece. You will give the Romans reason to think, that you intend to sail over to Italy, and you will be in readiness so to do, if occasion require. This is my advice. And though I may not be the most skillful in every kind of warfare, yet surely I must have learned, in a long series of both good and bad fortune, how to wage war against the Romans. For the execution of the measures which I have advised, I promise you my most faithful and zealous endeavors. Whatever plan you shall consider the best, may the gods grant it their approbation. 8. Such, nearly, was the counsel given by Hannibal, which the hearers rather commended at the time, than actually executed. For not one article of it was carried into effect, except the sending Polyxenides to bring over the fleet and army from Asia. Ambassadors were sent to Larissa, to the diet of the Thessalians. The Aetolians and Amminander appointed a day for the assembling of their troops at Pherai, and the king with his forces came thither immediately. While he waited there for Amminander and the Aetolians, he sent Philip, the Megalopolitan, with 2,000 men, to collect the bones of the Macedonians round Cynocephaly, where the final battle had been fought with King Philip. Being advised to this, either in order to gain favor with the Macedonians and draw their displeasure on the king for having left his soldiers unburied, or having of himself, through the spirit of vainglory incident to kings, conceived such a design, splendid indeed in appearance, but really insignificant. There is a mount there formed of the bones which had been scattered about, and were then collected into one heap. Although this step procured him no thanks from the Macedonians, yet it excited the heaviest displeasure of Philip. In consequence of which, he who had hitherto intended to regulate his counsels by the fortune of events, now sent instantly a message to the propraetor, Marcus Bebius, that Antiochus had made an eruption into Thessaly. That, if he thought proper, he should move out of his winter quarters, and that he himself would advance to meet him, that they might consider together what was proper to be done. 9. While Antiochus lay encamped near Pherai, where the Aetolians and Amminander had joined him, ambassadors came to him from Larissa, desiring to know on account of what acts or words of theirs he had made war on the Thessalians. At the same time requesting him to withdraw his army, and that if there seemed to him any necessity for it he would discuss it with them by commissioners. In the meantime, they sent 500 soldiers, under the command of Hippolochus, to Pherai, as a reinforcement, but these, being debarred of access by the king's troops, who blocked up all the roads, retired to Scotussa. The king answered the Larissan ambassadors in mild terms, that he came into their country, not with a design of making war, but of protecting and establishing the liberty of the Thessalians. He sent a person to make a similar declaration to the people of Pherai, who, without giving him any answer, sent to the king, in the capacity of ambassador, Pausanias, the first magistrate of their state. He offered remonstrances of a similar kind with those which had been urged in behalf of the people of Chalcis, at the first conference, on the strait of the Euripus, as the cases were similar, and urged some with a greater degree of boldness. On which the king desired that they would consider seriously before they adopted a resolution, which, while they were overcautious and provident of futurity, would give them immediate cause of repentance, and then dismissed him. When the Phrygians were acquainted with the result of this embassy, without the smallest hesitation they determined to endure whatever the fortune of war might bring on them, rather than violate their engagements with the Romans. They accordingly exerted their utmost efforts to provide for the defense of their city, while the king, on his part, resolved to assail the walls on every side at once. And considering, what was evidently the case, that it depended on the fate of this city, the first which he had besieged, whether he should for the future be despised or dreaded by the whole nation of the Thessalians, he put in practice everywhere all possible means of striking them with terror. The first fury of the assault they supported with great firmness, but in some time, great numbers of their men being either slain or wounded, their resolution began to fail. Having soon been so reanimated by the rebukes of their leaders, as to resolve on persevering in their resistance, and having abandoned the exterior circle of the wall, as their numbers now began to fail, they withdrew to the interior part of the city, round which had been raised a fortification of less extent. At last, being overcome by distress, and fearing that if they were taken by storm they might meet no mercy from the conqueror, they capitulated. The king then lost no time, but while the alarm was fresh, sent 4,000 men against Scotussa, which surrendered without delay, observing the recent example of those in Pherae, who, at length compelled by sufferings, had done that which at first they had obstinately refused. Together with the town, Hippolochus and the Larissan garrison were yielded to him, all of whom were dismissed uninjured by the king, who hoped that such behavior would operate powerfully towards conciliating the esteem of the Larissans. 10. Having accomplished all this within the space of 10 days after his arrival at Pherae, he marched with his whole force to Cranon, which he took immediately on his arrival. He then took Cypera and Metropolis, and the forts which lay around them, and now every town in all that tract was in his power, except Atrax and Jerton. He next resolved to lay siege to Larissa, for he thought that, either through dread inspired by the storming of the other towns, or in consideration of his kindness in dismissing the troops of their garrison, or being led by the example of so many cities surrendering themselves, they would not continue longer in their obstinacy. Having ordered the elephants to advance in front of the battalions, for the purpose of striking terror, he approached the city with his army in order of battle, on which the minds of a great number of the Larissans became irresolute and perplexed, between their fears of the enemy at their gates, and their respect for their distant allies. Meantime, Amminander, with the Athemanian troops, seized on Pellanius, while Menippus, with 3,000 Aetolian foot and 200 horse, marched into Perhebia, where he took Malaea and Cyricii by assault, and ravaged the lands of Tripolis. After executing these enterprises with dispatch, they returned to the king at Larissa just when he was holding a council on the method of proceeding with regard to that place. On this occasion there were opposite opinions, for some thought that force should be applied, that there was no time to be lost, but that the walls should be immediately attacked with works and machines on all sides at once, especially as the city stood in a plain, the entrances open, and the approaches everywhere level. While others represented at one time the strength of the city, greater beyond comparison than that of Pherae. At another, the approach of the winter season, unfit for any operation of war, much more so for besieging and assaulting cities. While the king's judgment was in suspense between hope and fear, his courage was raised by ambassadors happening to arrive just at the time from Pharsalus, to make surrender of their city. In the meantime Marcus Bebius had a meeting with Philip in Daceretia, and, in conformity to their joint opinion, sent Appius Claudius to reinforce Larissa, who, making long marches through Macedonia, arrived at that summit of the mountains which overhang Gani. The town of Gani is 20 miles distant from Larissa, standing at the opening of the valley called Tempe. Here, by laying out his camp more widely than his numbers required, and kindling more fires than were necessary, he imposed on the enemy the opinion which he wished, that the whole Roman army was there, and King Philip along with them. Antiochus, therefore, pretending the near approach of winter as his motive, stayed but 1 day longer, then withdrew from Larissa, and returned to Demetrius. The Aetolians and Athamenes retired to their respective countries. Appius, although he saw that, by the siege being raised, the purpose of his commission was fulfilled, yet resolved to go down to Larissa, to strengthen the resolution of the allies against future contingencies. Thus the Larisans enjoyed a twofold happiness, both because the enemy had departed from their country, and because they saw a Roman garrison within their city. 11. Antiochus went from Demetrius to Chalcis, where he became captivated with a young woman, daughter of Cleoptolemus. When he had plied her father, who was unwilling to connect himself with a condition in life involving such serious consequences, first by messages, and afterwards by personal importunities, and had at length gained his consent, he celebrated his nuptials in the same manner as if it were a time of profound peace. Forgetting the two important undertakings in which he was at once engaged, the war with Rome, and the liberating of Greece, he banished every thought of business from his mind, and spent the remainder of winter in feasting and the pleasures connected with wine. And then in sleep, produced rather by fatigue than by satiety with these things. The same spirit of dissipation seized all his officers who commanded in the several winter quarters, particularly those stationed in Boeotia, and even the common men abandoned themselves to the same indulgences. Not one of whom ever put on his armor, or kept watch or guard, or did any part of the duty or business of a soldier. When, therefore, in the beginning of spring, the king came through Phocis to Kyrenia, where he had appointed the general assembly of all the troops, he perceived at once that the soldiers had spent the winter under discipline no more rigid than that of their commander. He ordered Alexander, an Acarnanian, and Menippus, a Macedonian, to lead his forces thence to Stratum, in Aetolia, and he himself, after offering sacrifice to Apollo at Delphi, proceeded to Naupactum. After holding a council of the chiefs of Aetolia, he went by the road which leads by Chalcis and Lysimachia to Stratum, to meet his army, which was coming along the Malian Bay. Here Nasilicus, a man of distinction among the Acarnanians, being bribed by many presents, not only labored himself to dispose that nation in favor of the king, but had brought to a concurrence in the design their praetor, Clitus, who was at that time invested with the highest authority. This latter, finding that the people of Lucas, the capital of Acarnania, could not be easily seduced to defection, because they were afraid of the Roman fleets, one under Attilius, and another at Cephallenia, practiced an artifice against them. He observed in the council, that the inland parts of Acarnania should be guarded from danger, and that all who were able to bear arms ought to march out to Medio and Thurium, to prevent those places from being seized by Antiochus, or the Aetolians. On which there were some who said, that there were no necessity for all the people to be called out in that hasty manner, for a body of 500 men would be sufficient for the purpose. Having got this number of soldiers at his disposal, he placed 300 in garrison at Medio, and 200 at Thurium, with the design that they should fall into the hands of the king, and serve hereafter as hostages. 12. At this time, ambassadors from the king came to Medio, whose proposal being heard, the assembly began to consider what answer should be returned to the king. When some advised to adhere to the alliance with Rome, and others, not to reject the friendship of the king, but Clitus offered an opinion, which seemed to take a middle course between the other two, and which was therefore adopted. It was, that ambassadors should be sent to the king, to request of him to allow the people of Medio to deliberate on a subject of such great importance in a general assembly of the Acarnanians. Nasilicus, and some others of his faction, were studiously included in this embassy, who, sending private messengers to desire the king to bring up his army, wasted time on purpose. So that the ambassadors had scarcely set out, when Antiochus appeared in the territory, and presently at the gates of the city. And, while those who were not concerned in the plot were all in hurry and confusion, and hastily called the young men to arms, he was conducted into the place by Clitus and Nasilicus. One party of the citizens now joined him through inclination, and those who were of different sentiments were compelled by fear to attend him. He then calmed their apprehensions by a discourse full of mildness. And in the hope of experiencing his clemency, which was reported abroad, several of the states of Acarnania went over to his side. From Medio he went to Thurium, whither he had sent on before him the same Nasilicus, and his colleagues in the embassy. But the detection of the treachery practiced at Medio rendered the Thurians more cautious, but not more timid. They answered him explicitly, that they would form no new alliance without the approbation of the Romans. They then shut their gates, and posted soldiers on the walls. Most seasonably for confirming the resolution of the Acarnanians, Gnaeus Octavius, being sent by Quinctius, and having received a party of men and a few ships from Aulus Postumius, whom Attilius had appointed his lieutenant to command at Cephallenia, arrived at Lucas, and filled the allies with hope, assuring them, that the consul Manius Acilius had already crossed the sea with his legions, and that the Roman camp was in Thessaly. As the season of the year, which was by this time favorable for sailing, strengthened the credibility of this report, the king, after placing a garrison in Medio and borne other towns of Acarnania, retired from Thurium and returned through the cities of Aetolia and Phocis to Chalcis. 13. About the same time, Marcus Bebius and King Philip, after the meeting which they had in the winter in Daceretia, when they sent Appius Claudius into Thessaly to raise the siege of Larissa, had returned to winter quarters, the season not being sufficiently advanced for entering on action. But now in the beginning of spring, they united their forces, and marched into Thessaly. Antiochus was then in Acarnania. As soon as they entered that country, Philip laid siege to Malaea, in the territory of Perhebia, and Bebius, to Phatium. This town of Phatium he took almost at the first attempt, and then reduced Festus with the same rapidity. After this, he retired to Atrax. And from thence having seized on Cyricii and Iridium, and placed garrisons in the places which he had reduced, he again joined Philip, who was carrying on the siege of Malaea. On the arrival of the Roman army, the garrison, either awed by its strength, or hoping for pardon, surrendered themselves, and the combined forces marched, in one body, to recover the towns which had been seized by the Athemanians. These were Aeginium, Irisinum, Domphi, Salana, Tricca, Melibea, and Philoria. Then they invested Pellanium, where Philip of Megalopolis was in garrison, with 500 foot and 40 horse. But before they made an assault, they sent messengers to warn Philip not to expose himself to the last extremities. To which he answered, with much confidence, that he could entrust himself either to the Romans or the Thessalians, but never would put himself in the power of the Macedonian. When it appeared that recourse must be had to force, and that Limnia might be attacked at the same time, it was agreed, that the king should go against Limnia, while Bebius stayed to carry on the siege of Pellanium. 14. It happened that, just at this time, the consul, Manius Acilius, having crossed the sea with 20,000 foot, 2,000 horse, and 15 elephants, ordered some military tribunes, chosen for the purpose, to lead the infantry to Larissa, and he himself with the cavalry came to Limnia, to Philip. Immediately on the consul's arrival a surrender was made without hesitation, and the king's garrison, together with the Athemanians, were delivered up. From Limnia the consul went to Pellanium. Here the Athemanians surrendered first, and afterwards Philip of Megalopolis. King Philip, happening to meet the latter as he was coming out from the town, ordered his attendants, in derision, to salute him with the title of king. And he himself, coming up to him, with a sneer, highly unbecoming his own exalted station, addressed him as brother. Having been brought before the consul he was ordered to be kept in confinement, and soon after was sent to Rome in chains. All the rest of the Athemanians, together with the soldiers of King Antiochus, who had been in garrison in the towns which surrendered about that time, were delivered over to Philip. They amounted to 3,000 men. The consul went thence to Larissa, in order to hold a consultation on the general plan of operations, and on his way was met by ambassadors from Pieria and Metropolis, with the surrender of those cities. Philip treated the captured, particularly the Athemanians, with great kindness, in order that through them he might conciliate their countrymen. And having hence conceived hopes of getting Athemania into his possession, he first sent forward the prisoners to their respective states, and then marched his army thither. These also, making mention of the king's clemency and generosity towards them, exerted a powerful influence on the minds of their fellow countrymen. And Amminander, who, by his presence, had retained many in obedience, through the respect paid to his dignity, began now to dread that he might be delivered up to Philip, who had been long his professed enemy, or to the Romans, who were justly incensed against him for his late defection. He, therefore, with his wife and children, quitted the kingdom, and retired to Ambracia. Thus all Athemania came under the authority and dominion of Philip. The consul delayed a few days at Larissa, for the purpose chiefly of refreshing the horses, which, by the voyage first, and marching afterwards, had been much harassed and fatigued. And when he had renewed the vigor of his army by a moderate share of rest, he marched to Cranon. On his way, Pharsalus, Scotussa, and Pherai were surrendered to him, together with the garrisons placed in them by Antiochus. He asked these men whether any of them chose to remain with him, and 1,000 having declared themselves willing, he gave them to Philip, the rest he sent back, unarmed, to Demetrius. After this he took Proerna, and the forts adjacent, and then began to march forwards toward the Malian Bay. When he drew near to the pass on which Thaumasai is situated, all the young men of that place, having taken arms and quitted the town, placed themselves in ambush in the woods and roads, and thence, from the higher grounds, made attacks on the Roman troops as they marched. The consul first sent people to talk with them from a short distance, and deter them from such a mad proceeding. But, finding that they persisted in their undertaking, he sent round a tribune, with 2 companies of soldiers, to cut off the retreat of the men in arms, and took possession of the defenceless city. The shouting on the capture of the city having been heard from behind, a great slaughter was made of those who had been in ambuscade, and who fled homewards from all parts of the woods. From Thaumasai the consul came, on the 2nd day, to the river Sperchius, and, sending out parties, laid waste the country of the Hypatians. 15. During these transactions, Antiochus was at Chalcis. And now, perceiving that he had gained nothing from Greece agreeable, except winter quarters and a disgraceful marriage at Chalcis, he warmly blamed Thoas, and the fallacious promises of the Aetolians. While he admired Hannibal, not only as a prudent man, but as the predictor of all those events which were then transpiring. However, that he might not still further defeat his inconsiderate enterprise by his own inactivity, he sent requisitions to the Aetolians, to arm all their young men, and assemble in a body at Lamia. He himself also immediately led thither about 10,000 foot, the number having been filled up out of the troops which had come after him from Asia, and 500 horse. Their assembly on this occasion was far less numerous than ever before, none attending but the chiefs with a few of their vassals. These affirmed that they had, with the utmost diligence, tried every method to bring into the field as great a number as possible out of their respective states, but that they had not prevailed either by argument, persuasion, or authority against those who declined the service. Being disappointed thus on all sides, both by his own people, who delayed in Asia, and by his allies, who did not fulfill those engagements by which they had prevailed on him to comply with their invitation, the king retired beyond the pass of Thermopylae. A range of mountains here divides Greece in the same manner as Italy is divided by the ridge of the Apennines. Outside the Strait of Thermopylae, towards the north, lie Epirus, Perhybia, Magnesia, Thessaly, the Achaean Thyotis, and the Malian Bay. On the inside, towards the south, the greater part of Aetolia, Acarnania, Phocis, Locris, Boeotia, and the adjacent island of Euboea, the territory of Attica, which stretches out like a promontory into the sea, and, behind that, the Peloponnesus. This range of mountains, which extends from Leucas and the sea on the west, through Aetolia to the opposite sea on the east, is so closely covered with thickets and craggy rocks, that, not to speak of an army, even persons lightly equipped for traveling can with difficulty find paths through which they can pass. The hills at the eastern extremity are called Ida, and the highest of them Calidromus, in a valley, at the foot of which, reaching to the Malian Bay, is a passage not broader than 60 paces. This is the only military road by which an army can be led, even if it should not be opposed. The place is therefore called Pylae, the gate, and by some, on account of a warm spring, rising just at the entrance of it, Thermopylae. It is rendered famous by the memorable battle of the Lacedaemonians against the Persians, and by their still more glorious death. 16. With a very inferior portion of spirit, Antiochus now pitched his camp within the enclosures of this pass, the difficulties of which he increased by raising fortifications. And when he had completely strengthened every part with a double rampart and trench, and, wherever it seemed requisite, with a wall formed of the stones which lay scattered about in abundance. Being very confident that the Roman army would never attempt to force a passage there, he sent away 1/2 of the 4,000 Aetolians, the number that had joined him, to garrison Heraclea, which stood opposite the entrance of the defile. And the other half to Hypata. For he concluded, that the consul would undoubtedly attack Heraclea, and he received accounts from many hands, that all the districts round Hypata were being laid waste. The consul, after ravaging the lands of Hypata first, and then those of Heraclea, in both which places the Aetolian detachments proved useless, encamped opposite to the king, in the very entrance of the pass, near the warm springs. Both parties of the Aetolians shutting themselves up in Heraclea. Antiochus, who, before he saw the enemy, thought every spot perfectly well fortified, and secured by guards, now began to apprehend, that the Romans might discover some paths among the hills above, through which they could make their way. For he had heard that the Lacedaemonians formerly had been surrounded in that manner by the Persians, and Philip, lately, by the Romans themselves. He therefore dispatched a messenger to the Aetolians at Heraclea, desiring them to afford him so much assistance, at least in the war, as to seize and secure the tops of the hills, so that the Romans might not be able to pass them at any part. When this message was received, a dissension arose among the Aetolians. Some insisted that they ought to obey the king's orders, and go, others, that they ought to lie still at Heraclea, and wait the issue, whatever it might be. For if the king should be defeated by the consul, their forces would be fresh, and in readiness to carry succor to their own states in the neighborhood, and if he were victorious, they could pursue the Romans, while scattered in their flight. Each party not only adhered positively to its own plan, but even carried it into execution. 2,000 lay still at Heraclea, and 2,000, divided into 3 parties, took possession of the summits called Calidromus, Roduncia, and Tychians. 17. When the consul saw that the heights were possessed by the Aetolians, he sent against those posts 2 men of consular rank, who acted as lieutenant generals, with 2,000 chosen troops. Lucius Valerius Flaccus against Roduncia and Tychians, and Marcus Porcius Cato against Calidromus. Then, before he led on his forces against the enemy, he called them to an assembly, and thus briefly addressed them: "Soldiers, I see that the greater part of you who were present, of all ranks, are men who served in this same province, under the conduct and auspices of Titus Quinctius. Now, in the Macedonian war, the pass at the river Aeoeus was much more difficult than this before us. For this is only a gate, a single passage, formed as it were by nature, every other in the whole tract, between the 2 seas, being impassable. In the former case, there were stronger fortifications, and placed in more advantageous situations. The enemy's army was both more numerous, and composed of very superior men. For they were Macedonians, Thracians, and Illyrians, all nations of the fiercest spirit. Your present opponents are Syrians, and Asiatic Greeks, the most unsteady of men, and born for slavery. The commander, there, was a king of extraordinary warlike abilities, improved by practice from his early youth, in wars against his neighbors, the Thracians and Illyrians, and all the adjoining nations. But this man is one who, to say nothing of his former life, after coming over from Asia into Europe to make war on the Roman people, has, during the whole length of the winter, accomplished no more memorable exploit, than the taking a wife, for passion's sake, out of a private house, and a family obscure even among its neighbors. And now as a newly married man, surfeited as it were with nuptial feasts, comes out to fight. His chief reliance and strength was in the Aetolians, a nation of all others the most faithless and ungrateful, as you have formerly experienced, and as Antiochus now experiences. For they neither joined him with numbers, nor could they be kept in the camp, and, besides, they are now in a state of dissension among themselves. Although they requested permission to defend Hypata and Heraclea, yet they defended neither. But 1/2 of them fled to the tops of the mountains, while the others shut themselves up in Heraclea. The king himself, plainly confessing that, so far from daring to meet us in battle on the level plain, he durst not even encamp in open ground, has abandoned all that tract in front, which he boasted of having taken from us and Philip, and has hid himself behind the rocks, not even appearing in the opening of the pass, as it is said the Lacedaemonians did formerly, but drawing back his camp completely within it. What difference is there, as a demonstration of fear, between this and his shutting himself up within the walls of a city to stand a siege? But neither shall the straits protect Antiochus, nor the hills which they have seized, the Aetolians. Sufficient care and precaution have been used on every quarter, that you shall have nothing to contend with in the fight but the enemy himself. On your parts, you have to consider, that you are not fighting merely for the liberty of Greece. Although, were that all, it would be an achievement highly meritorious to deliver that country now from Antiochus and the Aetolians, which you formerly delivered from Philip. And that the wealth in the king's camp will not be the whole prize of your labor, but that the great collection of stores, daily expected from Ephesus, will likewise become your prey. And also, that you will open a way for the Roman power into Asia and Syria, and all the most opulent realms to the extremity of the east. What then must be the consequence, but that, from Gades to the Red Sea, we shall have no limit but the ocean, which encircles in its embrace the whole orb of the earth. And that all mankind shall regard the Roman name with a degree of veneration next to that which they pay to the divinities? For the attainment of prizes of such magnitude, prepare a spirit adequate to the occasion, that, tomorrow, with the aid of the gods, we may decide the matter in the field. 18. After this discourse he dismissed the soldiers, who, before they went to their repast, got ready their armor and weapons. At the first dawn, the signal of battle being displayed, the consul formed his troops with a narrow front, adapted to the nature and the straightness of the ground. When the king saw the enemy's standards in motion, he likewise drew out his forces. He placed in the van, before the rampart, a part of his light infantry, and behind them, as a support, close to the fortifications, the main strength of his Macedonians, whom they call Sariciphori. On the left wing of these, at the foot of the mountain, he posted a body of javelin-bearers, archers, and slingers, that from the higher ground they might annoy the naked flank of the enemy, and on the right of the Macedonians, to the extremity of the works, where the deep morasses and quicksands, stretching thence to the sea, render the place impassable. The elephants with their usual guard. In the rear of them, the cavalry, and then, with a moderate interval between, the rest of his forces as a second line. The Macedonians, posted before the rampart, for some time easily withstood the efforts which the Romans made everywhere to force a passage. For they received great assistance from those who poured down from the higher ground a shower of leaden balls from their slings, and of arrows, and javelins, all together. But afterwards, the enemy pressing on with greater and now irresistible force, they were obliged to give ground, and, filing off from the rear, retire within the fortification. Here, by extending their spears before them, they formed as it were a second rampart, for the rampart itself was of such a moderate height that, while it afforded to its defenders a higher situation, they at the same time, by the length of their spears, had the enemy within reach underneath. Many, inconsiderately approaching the work, were run through the body. And they must either have abandoned the attempt and retreated, or have lost very great numbers, had not Marcus Porcius come from the summit of Calidromus, whence he had dislodged the Aetolians, after killing the greater part of them. These he had surprised, quite unprepared, and mostly asleep, and now he appeared on the hill which overlooked the camp. 19. Flaccus had not met the same good fortune at Ticians and Rodentia, having failed in his attempts to approach those fastnesses. The Macedonians, and others, in the king's camp, as long as, on account of the distance, they could distinguish nothing more than a body of men in motion, thought they were the Aetolians, who, on seeing the fight, were coming to their aid. But when, on a nearer view, they knew the standards and arms, and thence discovered their mistake, they were all instantly seized with such a panic, that they threw down their arms and fled. Both the fortifications retarded the pursuers, and the narrowness of the valley through which the troops had to pass, and, above all, the circumstance that the elephants were on the rear of the enemy. These the infantry could with difficulty pass, and the cavalry could by no means do so, their horses being so frightened, that they threw one another into greater confusion than when in battle. The plundering of the camp also caused a considerable delay. But, notwithstanding all this, the Romans pursued the enemy that day as far as Scarphia, killing and taking on the way great numbers both of men and horses, and also killing such of the elephants as they could not capture. And then they returned to their camp. This had been attacked, during the time of the action, by the Aetolians who were occupying Heraclea as a garrison, but the enterprise, which certainly showed no want of boldness, was not attended with any success. The consul, at the third watch of the following night, sent forward his cavalry in pursuit of the enemy, and, as soon as day appeared, set out at the head of the legions. The king had got far before him, as he did not halt in his precipitate flight until he came to Elatia. There having collected the survivors of the battle and the retreat, he, with a very small body of half-armed men, betook himself to Chalcis. The Roman cavalry did not overtake the king himself at Elatia, but they cut off a great part of his soldiers, who either halted through weariness, or wandered out of the way through mistake, as they fled without guides through unknown roads. So that, out of the whole army, not one escaped except 500, who kept close about the king. And even of the 10,000 men, whom, on the authority of Polybius, we have mentioned as brought over by the king from Asia, a very trifling number got off. But what shall we say if we are to believe Valerius Antius, who records that there were in the king's army 60,000 men, of whom 40,000 fell, and above 5,000 were taken, with 230 military standards. Of the Romans were slain in the action itself 150, and of the party that defended themselves against the assault of the Aetolians, not more than 50. 20. As the consul was leading his army through Phocis and Boeotia, the revolted states, conscious of their defection, and dreading lest they should be exposed as enemies to the ravages of the soldiers, presented themselves at the gates of their cities, with the badges of suppliants. But the army proceeded, during the whole time, just as if they were in the country of friends, without offering violence of any sort, until they reached the territory of Caronia. Here a statue of King Antiochus, standing in the temple of Minerva Aetonia, kindled their indignation, and permission was given to the soldiers to plunder the lands adjacent to the edifice. But the reflection quickly occurred, that, as the statue had been erected by a general vote of all the Boeotian states, it was unreasonable to resent it on the single district of Caronia. The soldiers were therefore immediately recalled, and the depredations stopped. The Boeotians were only reprimanded for their ungrateful behavior to the Romans in return for such great obligations, so recently conferred. At the very time of the battle, 10 ships belonging to the king, with their commander Isidorus, lay at anchor near Thronium, in the Malian Bay. To them Alexander of Acarnania, being grievously wounded, made his escape, and gave an account of the unfortunate issue of the battle, on which the fleet, alarmed at the immediate danger, sailed away in haste to Cineas in Euboea. There Alexander died, and was buried. 3 other ships, which came from Asia to the same port, on hearing the disaster which had befallen the army, returned to Ephesus. Isidorus sailed over from Cineas to Demetrius, supposing that the king might perhaps have directed his flight thither. About this time Aulus Atilius, commander of the Roman fleet, intercepted a large convoy of provisions going to the king, just as they had passed the strait at the island of Andros. Some of the ships he sunk, and took many others. Those who were in the rear turned their course to Asia. Atilius, with the captured vessels in his train, sailed back to Piraeus, from whence he had set out, and distributed a vast quantity of corn among the Athenians and the other allies in that quarter. 21. Antiochus, quitting Chalcis before the arrival of the consul, sailed first to Taenus, and thence passed over to Ephesus. When the consul came to Chalcis, the gates were open to receive him, for Aristoteles, who commanded for the king, on hearing of his approach, had withdrawn from the city. The rest of the cities of Euboea also submitted without opposition. And peace being restored all over the island within the space of a few days, without inflicting punishment on any city, the army, which had acquired much higher praise for moderation after victory, than even for the victory itself, was led back to Thermopylae. From this place, the consul dispatched Marcus Cato to Rome, that through him the Senate and people might learn what had been achieved from unquestionable authority. He set sail from Creusa, a seaport belonging to the Thespians, seated at the bottom of the Corinthian Gulf, and steered to Patrae, in Achaia. From Patrae, he coasted along the shores of Aetolia and Acarnania, as far as Corcyra, and thence he passed over to Hydruntum, in Italy. Proceeding hence, with rapid expedition, by land, he arrived on the 5th day at Rome. Having come into the city before day, he went on directly from the gate to Marcus Junius, the praetor, who, at the first dawn, assembled the Senate. Here, Lucius Cornelius Scipio, who had been dispatched by the consul several days before Cato, and on his arrival had heard that the latter had outstripped him, and was then in the Senate, came in. Just as he was giving a recital of the transactions. The 2 lieutenant generals were then, by order of the Senate, conducted to the assembly of the people, where they gave the same account, as in the Senate, of the services performed in Aetolia. Hereupon a supplication of 3 days' continuance was decreed, and that the praetor should offer sacrifice to such of the gods as his judgment should direct, with 40 victims of the larger kinds. About the same time, Marcus Fulvius Nobilior, who, 2 years before, had gone into farther Spain, in the office of praetor, entered the city in ovation. He carried in the procession 130,000 silver denarii 238 and besides the coin, 12,000 pounds weight of silver, and 127 pounds weight of gold. 22. The consul Manius Acilius sent on, from Thermopylae, a message to the Aetolians in Heraclea, admonishing them, then at least, after the experience which they had of the emptiness of the king's professions, to return to their senses. And, by surrendering Heraclea, to endeavor to procure from the Senate a pardon for their past madness or error, that other Grecian states also had, during the present war, revolted from the Romans, to whom they were under the highest obligations. But that, inasmuch as, after the flight of the king, in reliance upon whom they had departed from their duty, they had not added obstinacy to their misbehavior, they were readmitted into friendship. In like manner, although the Aetolians had not followed in the steps of the king, but had invited him, and had been principals in the war, not auxiliaries. Nevertheless, if they could bring themselves to repentance they might still ensure their safety. As their answer to these suggestions showed nothing like a pacific disposition, and it was evident that the business must be determined by force of arms, and that, notwithstanding the defeat of the king, the war of Aetolia was as far from a conclusion as ever, Acilius removed his camp from Thermopylae to Heraclea. And on the same day rode on horseback entirely round the walls, in order to acquaint himself with the localities of the city. Heraclea is situated at the foot of Mount Ida. The town itself is in the plain, but has a citadel overlooking it, which stands on an eminence of considerable height, terminated on all sides by precipices. Having examined every part which he wished to see, the consul determined to make the attack in 4 places at once. On the side next the river Asopus, where is also the gymnasium, he gave the direction of the works and the assault to Lucius Valerius. He assigned to Tiberius Sempronius Longus the attack of a part of the suburbs, which was as thickly inhabited as the city itself. He appointed Marcus Bebius to act on the side opposite the Malian Bay, a part where the access was far from easy. And Appius Claudius on the side next to another rivulet, called Melas, opposite to the temple of Diana. By the vigorous emulation of these the towers, rams, and other machines used in the besieging of towns, were all completed within a few days. The lands round Heraclea, naturally marshy, and abounding with tall trees, furnished timber in abundance for every kind of work. And then, as the Aetolians had fled into the city, the deserted suburb supplied not only beams and boards, but also bricks and mortar, and stones of every size for all their various occasions. 23. The Romans carried on the assault upon this city by means of works more than by their arms. The Aetolians, on the contrary, maintained their defense by dint of arms. For when the walls were shaken by the ram they did not, as is usual, intercept and turn aside the strokes by the help of nooses formed on ropes, but sallied out in large armed bodies, with parties carrying fire, which they threw into the works. They had likewise arched passages through the parapet, for the purpose of making sallies. And when they built up the wall anew, in the room of any part that was demolished, they left a great number of these, that they might rush out upon the enemy from many places at once. In several days at the beginning, while their strength was unimpaired, they carried on this practice in numerous parties, and with much spirit, but afterwards in smaller numbers and more languidly. For though they had a multiplicity of difficulties to struggle with, what above all things utterly consumed their vigor was the want of sleep, as the Romans, having plenty of men, relieved each other regularly in their posts. While among the Aetolians, their numbers being small, the same persons had their strength consumed by unremitting labor night and day. During a space of 24 days, without any time being unemployed in the conflict, their toil was kept up against the attacks carried on by the enemy in 4 different quarters at once. When the consul, from computing the time, and from the reports of deserters, judged that the Aetolians were thoroughly fatigued, he adopted the following plan. At midnight he gave the signal of retreat. And drawing off all his men at once from the assault, kept them quiet in the camp until the 3rd hour of the next day. The attacks were then renewed, and continued until midnight, when they ceased, until the 3rd hour of the day following. The Aetolians imagined that the Romans suspended the attack from the same cause by which they felt themselves distressed, excessive fatigue. As soon, therefore, as the signal of retreat was given to the Romans, as if themselves were thereby recalled from duty, every one gladly retired from his post, nor did they again appear in arms on the walls before the 3rd hour of the day. 24. The consul having put a stop to the assault at midnight, renewed it on 3 of the sides, at the 4th watch, with the utmost vigor, ordering Tiberius Sempronius, on the 4th, to keep his party alert, and ready to obey his signal. For he concluded assuredly, that in the tumult by night the enemy would all run to those quarters whence the shouting was heard. Of the Aetolians, such as had gone to rest, with difficulty roused their bodies from sleep, exhausted as they were with fatigue and watching, and such as were still awake, ran in the dark to the places where they heard the noise of fighting. Meanwhile the Romans endeavored some to climb over the ruins of the walls, through the breaches, others, to scale the walls with ladders, while the Aetolians hastened in all directions to defend the parts attacked. In one quarter, where the buildings stood outside the city, there was neither attack nor defense. A party stood ready, waiting for the signal to make an attack, but there was none within to oppose them. The day now began to dawn, and the consul gave the signal, on which the party, without any opposition, made their way into the town, some through parts that had been battered, others scaling the walls where they were entire. As soon as the Aetolians heard them raise the shout, which denoted the place being taken, they everywhere forsook their posts, and fled into the citadel. The victors sacked the city. The consul having given permission, not for the sake of gratifying resentment or animosity, but that the soldiers, after having been restrained from plunder in so many cities captured from the enemy, might at last, in some one place, enjoy the fruits of victory. About midday he recalled the troops, and dividing them into 2 parts, ordered one to be led round by the foot of the mountain to a rock, which was of equal height with the citadel, and seemed as if it had been broken off from it, leaving a hollow between. But the summits of these eminences are so nearly contiguous that weapons may be thrown into the citadel from the top of the other. With the other half of the troops the consul intended to march, up from the city to the citadel, and waited to receive a signal from those who were to mount the rock on the farther side. The Aetolians in the citadel could not support the shout of the party which had seized the rock, and the consequent attack of the Romans from the city. For their courage was now broken, and the place was by no means in a condition to hold out a siege of any continuance. The women, children, and great numbers of other helpless people, being crowded together in a fort, which was scarce capable of containing, much less of affording protection to such a multitude. On the first assault, therefore, they laid down their arms and submitted. Among the rest was delivered up Democritus, chief magistrate of the Aetolians, who at the beginning of the war, when Titus Quinctius asked for a copy of the decree passed by the Aetolians for inviting Antiochus, told him, that, in Italy, when the Aetolians were encamped there, it should be delivered to him. On account of this presumptuous insolence of his surrender was a matter of greater satisfaction to the victors. 25. At the same time, while the Romans were employed in the reduction of Heraclea, Philip, by concert, besieged Lamia. He had an interview with the consul, as he was returning from Boeotia, at Thermopylae, whither he came to congratulate him and the Roman people on their successes, and to apologize for his not having taken an active part in the war, being prevented by sickness. And then they went from thence, by different routes, to lay siege to the two cities at once. The distance between these places is about 7 miles. And as Lamia stands on high ground, and has an open prospect, particularly towards the region of Mount Ida, the distance seems very short, and everything that passes can be seen from thence. The Romans and Macedonians, with all the emulation of competitors for a prize, employed the utmost exertions, both night and day, either in the works or in fighting. But the Macedonians encountered greater difficulty on this account, that the Romans made their approaches by mounds, covered galleries, and other works, which were all above ground. Whereas the Macedonians worked underground by mines, and, in that stony soil, often met a flinty rock, which iron could not penetrate. The king, seeing that his undertaking succeeded but ill, endeavored, by conversations with the principal inhabitants, to prevail on the townspeople to surrender the place. For he was fully persuaded, that if Heraclea should be taken first, the Lamians would then choose to surrender to the Romans rather than to him, and that the consul would take to himself the merit of relieving them from a siege. Nor was he mistaken in that opinion, for no sooner was Heraclea reduced, than a message came to him to desist from the assault. Because, it was more reasonable that the Roman soldiers, who had fought the Aetolians in the field, should reap the fruits of the victory. Thus was Lamia relieved, and the misfortune of a neighboring city proved the means of its escaping a like disaster. 26. A few days before the capture of Heraclea, the Aetolians, having assembled a council at Hypata, sent ambassadors to Antiochus, among whom was Thoas, the same who had been sent on the former occasion. Their instructions were in the first place, to request the king again to assemble his land and marine forces and cross over into Greece, and, in the next place, if any circumstance should detain him, then to send them supplies of men and money. They were to remind him, that it concerned his dignity and his honor, not to abandon his allies. And it likewise concerned the safety of his kingdom, not to leave the Romans at full leisure, after ruining the nation of the Aetolians, to carry their whole force into Asia. What they said was true, and therefore made the deeper impression on the king. In consequence of which, he immediately supplied the ambassadors with the money requisite for the exigencies of the war, and assured them, that he would send them succors both of troops and ships. One of the ambassadors, namely, Thoas, he kept with him, by no means against his will, as he hoped that, being present, he might induce the performance of the king's promises. 27. But the loss of Heraclea entirely broke the spirits of the Aetolians. Insomuch that, within a few days after they had sent ambassadors into Asia for the purpose of renewing the war, and inviting the king, they threw aside all warlike designs, and dispatched deputies to the consul to sue for peace. When these began to speak, the consul, interrupting them, said, that he had other business to attend to at present. And, ordering them to return to Hypata, granted them a truce for 10 days, sending with them Lucius Valerius Flaccus, to whom, he desired, whatever business they intended to have proposed to himself might be communicated, with any other that they thought proper. On their arrival at Hypata, the chiefs of the Aetolians held a consultation, at which Flaccus was present, on the method to be used in treating with the consul. They showed an inclination to begin with addressing themselves wholly to the ancient treaties, and the services which they had performed to the Roman people. On which Flaccus desired them to speak no more of treaties, which they themselves had violated and annulled. He told them, that they might expect more advantage from an acknowledgment of their fault, and entreaty. For their hopes of safety rested not on the merits of their cause, but on the clemency of the Roman people. that, if they acted in a suppliant manner, he would himself be a solicitor in their favor, both with the consul and with the Senate at Rome. For thither also they must send ambassadors. This appeared to all the only way to safety, to submit themselves entirely to the faith of the Romans. For, in that case, the latter would be ashamed to do injury to suppliants, while themselves would, nevertheless, retain the power of consulting their own interest, should fortune offer anything more advantageous. 28. When they came into the consul's presence, Aeneas, who was at the head of the embassy, made a long speech, designed to mitigate the wrath of the conqueror by various considerations. And he concluded with saying, that the Aetolians surrendered themselves, and all belonging to them, to the faith of the Roman people. The consul, on hearing this, said, Aetolians, consider well whether you will yield on these terms, and then Aeneas produced the decree, in which the conditions were expressly mentioned. Since then, said the consul, you submit in this manner, I demand that, without delay, you deliver up to me Dicarchus your countryman, Menidas the Epirot, who had, with an armed force, entered Naupactum, and compelled the inhabitants to defection. And also Amenander, with the Athemanian chiefs, by whose advice you revolted from us. Aeneas, almost interrupting the Roman while he was speaking, answered, we surrendered ourselves, not into slavery, but to your faith. And I take it for granted, that, from not being sufficiently acquainted with us, you fall into the mistake of commanding what is inconsistent with the practice of the Greeks. Nor in truth, replied the consul, do I much concern myself, at present, what the Aetolians may think conformable to the practice of the Greeks. While I, conformably to the practice of the Romans, exercise authority over men, who just now surrendered themselves by a decree of their own, and were, before that, conquered by my arms. Wherefore, unless my commands are quickly complied with, I order that you be put in chains. At the same time he ordered chains to be brought forth, and the lictors to surround the ambassadors. This effectually subdued the arrogance of Aeneas and the other Aetolians, and, at length, they became sensible of their situation. Aeneas then said, that, as to himself and his countrymen there present, they knew that his commands must be obeyed, but it was necessary that a council of the Aetolians should meet, to pass decrees accordingly. And that, for that purpose, he requested a suspension of arms for 10 days. At the intercession of Flaccus on behalf of the Aetolians, this was granted, and they returned to Hypata. When Aeneas related here, in the select council, called Apoclede, the orders which they had received, and the treatment which they had narrowly escaped. Although the chiefs bemoaned their condition, nevertheless they were of opinion, that the conqueror must be obeyed, and that the Aetolians should be summoned, from all their towns, to a general assembly. 29. But when the assembled multitude heard the same account, their minds were so highly exasperated, both by the harshness of the order and the indignity offered, that, even if they had been in a pacific temper before, the violent impulse of anger which they then felt would have been sufficient to rouse them to war. Their rage was increased also by the difficulty of executing what was enjoined on them, for, how was it possible for them, for instance, to deliver up King Amenander? It happened, also, that a favorable prospect seemed to open to them. For Nicander, returning from King Antiochus at that juncture, filled the minds of the people with unfounded assurances, that immense preparations for war were going on both by land and sea. This man, after finishing the business of his embassy, set out on his return to Aetolia, and on the 12th day after he embarked, reached Phalera, on the Malian Bay. Having conveyed thence to Lamia the money that he had brought, he, with a few light troops, directed, in the evening, his course toward Hypata, by known paths, through the country which lay between the Roman and Macedonian camps. Here he fell in with an advanced guard of the Macedonians, and was conducted to the king, whose dinner guests had not yet separated. Philip, being told of his coming, received him as a guest, not an enemy. Desired him to take a seat and join the entertainment, and afterwards, when he dismissed the rest, detained him alone, and told him, that he had nothing to fear for himself. He censured severely the conduct of the Aetolians, in bringing, first the Romans, and afterwards Antiochus, into Greece, designs which originated in a want of judgment, and always recoiled on their own heads. But, he would forget, he said, all past transactions, which it was easier to blame than to amend, nor would he act in such a manner as to appear to insult their misfortunes. On the other hand, it would become the Aetolians to lay aside, at length, their animosity towards him, and it would become Nicander himself, in his private capacity, to remember that day, on which he had been preserved by him. Having then appointed persons to escort him to a place of safety, Nicander arrived at Hypata, while his countrymen were consulting about the peace with Rome. 30. Manius Acilius having sold, or given to the soldiers, the booty found near Heraclea, and having learned that the councils adopted at Hypata were not of a pacific nature, but that the Aetolians had hastily assembled at Naupactum, with intention to make a stand there against the whole brunt of the war, sent forward Appius Claudius, with 4,000 men, to seize the heights of the mountains, where the passes were difficult. And he himself, ascending Mount Ida, offered sacrifices to Hercules, in the spot called Pyra 239 because there the mortal part of the demigod was burned. He then set out with the main body of the army, and marched all the rest of the way with tolerable ease and expedition. But when they came to Coryx, a very high mountain between Callipolis and Naupactum, great numbers of the beasts of burden, together with their loads, tumbled down the precipices, and many of the men were hurt. This clearly showed with how negligent an enemy they had to do, who had not secured so difficult a pass by a guard, and so blocked up the passage, for, even as the case was, the army suffered considerably. Hence he marched down to Naupactum. And having erected a fort against the citadel, he invested the other parts of the city, dividing his forces according to the situation of the walls. Nor was the siege likely to prove less difficult and laborious than that of Heraclea. 31. At the same time, the Achaeans laid siege to Messene, in Peloponnesus, because it refused to become a member of their body, for the two states of Messene and Elis were unconnected with the Achaean confederacy, and sympathized with the Aetolians. However, the Hellenes, after Antiochus had been driven out of Greece, answered the deputies, sent by the Achaeans, with more moderation, that, when the king's troops were removed, they would consider what part they should take. But the Messenians had dismissed the deputies without an answer, and prepared for war. Alarmed, afterwards, at their own situation, when they saw the enemy ravaging their country without control, and pitching their camp close to their city, they sent deputies to Chalcis, to Titus Quinctius, the author of their liberty, to acquaint him, that the Messenians were willing, both to open their gates, and surrender their city, to the Romans, but not to the Achaeans. On hearing this Quinctius immediately set out, and dispatched from Megalopolis a messenger to Diophanes, praetor of the Achaeans, requiring him to draw off his army instantly from Messene, and to come to him. Diophanes obeyed the order. Raising the siege, he hastened forward himself before the army, and met Quinctius near Andania, a small town between Megalopolis and Messene. When he began to explain the reasons for commencing the siege, Quinctius, gently reproving him for undertaking a business of that importance without consulting him, ordered him to disband his forces, and not to disturb a peace which had been established advantageously to all. He commanded the Messenians to recall the exiles, and to unite themselves to the confederacy of the Achaeans. And if there were any particulars to which they chose to object, or any precautions which they judged requisite for the future, they might apply to him at Corinth. He then gave directions to Diophanes, to convene immediately a general council of the Achaeans, that he might settle some business with them. 32. In this assembly he complained of their having acquired possession of the island of Zacynthus by unfair means, and demanded that it should be restored to the Romans. Zacynthus had formerly belonged to Philip, king of Macedonia, and he had made it over to Amminander, on condition of his giving him leave to march an army through Athymania, into the upper part of Aetolia. On that expedition wherein he compelled the Aetolians with dejected spirits to sue for peace. Amminander gave the government of the island to Philip, the Megalopolitan. And afterwards, during the war in which he united himself with Antiochus against the Romans, having called out Philip to the duties of the campaign, he sent, as his successor, Hierocles, of Agrigentum. This man, after the flight of Antiochus from Thermopylae, and the expulsion of Amminander from Athymania by Philip, sent emissaries of his own accord to Diophanes, praetor of the Achaeans. And having bargained for a sum of money, delivered over the island to the Achaeans. This acquisition, made during the war, the Romans claimed as their own. For they said, that it was not for Diophanes and the Achaeans that the consul Manius Acilius, and the Roman legions, fought at Thermopylae. Diophanes, in answer, sometimes apologized for himself and his nation. Sometimes insisted on the justice of the proceeding. But several of the Achaeans testified that they had, from the beginning, disapproved of that business, and they now blamed the obstinacy of the praetor. Pursuant to their advice, a decree was made, that the affair should be left entirely to the disposal of Titus Quinctius. As Quinctius was severe to such as made opposition, so, when complied with, he was easily appeased. Laying aside, therefore, everything stern in his voice and looks, he said, If, Achaeans, I thought the possession of that island advantageous to you, I would be the first to advise the Senate and people of Rome to permit you to hold it. But as I see that a tortoise, when collected within its natural covering, is safe against blows of any kind, and whenever it thrusts out any of its limbs, it feels whatever it has thus uncovered, weak and liable to every injury, so you. In like manner, Achaeans, being enclosed on all sides by the sea, can easily unite among yourselves, and maintain by that union all that is comprehended within the limits of Peloponnesus. But whenever, through ambition of enlarging your possessions, you overstep these limits, then all that you hold beyond them is naked, and exposed to every attack. The whole assembly declaring their assent, and Diophanes not daring to give further opposition, Zacynthus was ceded to the Romans. 33. When the consul was on his march to Naupactum, King Philip proposed, that, if it was agreeable to him, he would, in the meantime, retake those cities that had revolted from their alliance with Rome. Having obtained permission so to do, he, about this time, marched his army to Demetrius, being well aware that great distraction prevailed there. For the garrison, being destitute of all hope of succor since they were abandoned by Antiochus, and having no reliance on the Aetolians, daily and nightly expected the arrival of Philip or the Romans, whom they had most reason to dread. As these were most justly incensed against them. There was, in the place, an irregular multitude of the king's soldiers, a few of whom had been at first left there as a garrison, but the greater part had fled thither after the defeat of his army, most of them without arms. And without either strength or courage sufficient to sustain a siege. Wherefore on Philip sending on messengers, to offer them hopes of pardon being obtainable, they answered, that their gates were open for the king. On his first entrance, several of the chiefs left the city, Eurylochus killed himself. The soldiers of Antiochus, in conformity to a stipulation, were escorted, through Macedonia and Thrace, by a body of Macedonians, and conducted to Lysimachia. There were, also, a few ships at Demetrius, under the command of Isidorus, which, together with their commander, were dismissed. Philip then reduced Dolopia, Apparentia, and several cities of Perhebia. 34. While Philip was thus employed, Titus Quinctius, after receiving from the Achaean council the cession of Zacynthus, crossed over to Naupactum, which had stood a siege of near 2 months, but was now reduced to a desperate condition. And it was supposed, that if it should be taken by storm, the whole nation of the Aetolians would be sunk thereby in utter destruction. But, although he was deservedly incensed against the Aetolians, from the recollection that they alone had attempted to depreciate his merits, when he was giving liberty to Greece, and had been in no degree influenced by his advice, when he endeavored, by forewarning them of the events, which had since occurred, to deter them from their mad undertaking, nevertheless, thinking it particularly his business to take care that none of the states of Greece which had been liberated by himself should be entirely subverted, he first walked about near the walls, that he might be easily known by the Aetolians. He was quickly distinguished by the first advanced guards, and the news spread from rank to rank that Quinctius was there. On this, the people from all sides ran to the walls, and eagerly stretching out their hands, all in one joint cry besought Quinctius by name, to assist and save them. Although he was much affected by these entreaties, yet for that time he made signs with his hands, that they were to expect no assistance from him. However, when he met the consul he accosted him thus: Manius Acilius, are you unapprised of what is passing, or do you know it, and think it immaterial to the interest of the commonwealth? This inflamed the consul with curiosity, and he replied, but explain what is your meaning. Quinctius then said, do you not see that, since the defeat of Antiochus, you have been wasting time in besieging 2 cities, though the year of your command is near expiring? But that Philip, who never faced the enemy, or even saw their standards, has annexed to his dominions such a number, not only of cities, but of nations: Athemania, Perhebia, Apparentia, Dolopia. But, surely, we are not so deeply interested in diminishing the strength and resources of the Aetolians, as in hindering those of Philip from being augmented beyond measure. And in you, and your soldiers, not having yet gained, to reward your victory, as many towns as Philip has gained Grecian states. 35. The consul assented to these remarks, but a feeling of shame suggested itself to him if he should abandon the siege with his purpose unaccomplished. At length the matter was left entirely to the management of Quinctius. He went again to that part of the wall whence the Aetolians had called to him a little before. And on their entreating him now, with still greater earnestness, to take compassion on the nation of the Aetolians, he desired that some of them might come out to him. Accordingly, Aeneas himself, with some others of the principal men, instantly came and threw themselves at his feet. He then said, your condition causes me to restrain my resentment and my reproofs. The events which I foretold have come to pass, and you have not even this reflection left you, that they have fallen upon you undeservedly. Nevertheless, since fate has, in some manner, destined me to the office of cherishing the interests of Greece, I will not cease to show kindness even to the unthankful. Send intercessors to the consul, and let them petition him for a suspension of hostilities, for so long a time as will allow you to send ambassadors to Rome, to surrender yourselves to the will of the Senate. I will intercede, and plead in your favor with the consul. They did as Quinctius directed, nor did the consul reject their application. He granted them a truce for a certain time, until the embassy might bring a reply from Rome. And then, raising the siege, he sent his army into Phocis. The consul, with Titus Quinctius, crossed over thence to Aegium, to confer with the council of the Achaeans about the Hellenes, and also the restoration of the Lacedaemonian exiles. But neither was carried into execution, because the Achaeans chose to reserve to themselves the merit of effecting the latter. And the Hellenes preferred being united to the Achaean confederacy by a voluntary act of their own, rather than through the mediation of the Romans. Ambassadors came hither to the consul from the Epirots, who, it was well known, had not with honest fidelity maintained the alliance. Although they had not furnished Antiochus with any soldiers, yet they were charged with having assisted him with money, and they themselves did not disavow having sent ambassadors to him. They requested that they might be permitted to continue on the former footing of friendship. To which the consul answered, that he did not yet know whether he was to consider them as friends or foes. The Senate must be the judge of that matter. He would therefore take no step in the business, but leave it to be determined at Rome, and for that purpose he granted them a truce of 90 days. When the Epirots, who were sent to Rome, addressed the Senate, they rather enumerated hostile acts which they had not committed, than cleared themselves of those laid to their charge. And they received such an answer that they seemed rather to have obtained pardon than proved their innocence. About the same time ambassadors from King Philip were introduced to the Senate, and presented his congratulations on their late successes. They asked leave to sacrifice in the Capitol, and to deposit an offering of gold in the temple of Jupiter supremely good and great. This was granted by the Senate, and they presented a golden crown of 100 pounds weight. The Senate not only answered the ambassadors with kindness, but gave them Demetrius, Philip's son, who was at Rome as an hostage, to be conducted home to his father. Such was the conclusion of the war waged in Greece by the consul Manius Acilius against Antiochus. 36. The other consul, Publius Cornelius Scipio, who had obtained by lot the province of Gaul, before he set out to the war which was to be waged against the Boians, demanded of the Senate, by a decree, to order him money for the exhibition of games, which, when acting as propraetor in Spain, he had vowed at a critical time of a battle. His demand was deemed unprecedented and unreasonable, and they therefore voted, that, whatever games he had vowed, on his own single judgment, without consulting the Senate, he should celebrate out of the spoils, if he had reserved any for the purpose. Otherwise, at his own expense. Accordingly, Publius Cornelius exhibited those games through the space of 10 days. About this time the temple of the great Idaean Mother was dedicated. Which deity, on her being brought from Asia, in the consulate of Publius Cornelius Scipio, afterwards surnamed Africanus, and Publius Licinius, the above-mentioned Publius Cornelius had conducted from the seaside to the Palatine. In pursuance of a decree of the Senate, Marcus Livius and Caius Claudius, censors, in the consulate of Marcus Cornelius and Publius Sempronius, had contracted for the erection of the goddess's temple. And 13 years after it had been so contracted for, it was dedicated by Marcus Junius Brutus, and games were celebrated on occasion of its dedication, in which, according to the account of Valerius Antius, dramatic entertainments were, for the first time, introduced into the Megaletian games. Likewise, Caius Licinius Lucullus, being appointed duumvir, dedicated the Temple of Youth in the Great Circus. This temple had been vowed 16 years before by Marcus Livius, consul, on the day wherein he cut off Hasdrubal and his army. And the same person, when censor, in the consulate of Marcus Cornelius and Publius Sempronius, had contracted for the building of it. Games were also exhibited on occasion of this consecration, and everything was performed with the greater degree of religious zeal, on account of the impending war with Antiochus. 37. At the beginning of the year in which those transactions passed, after Manius Acilius had gone to open the campaign, and while the other consul, Publius Cornelius, yet remained in Rome, 2 tame oxen, it is said, climbed up by ladders on the tiles of a house in the Carina. The aruspices ordered them to be burned alive, and their ashes to be thrown into the Tiber. It was reported, that several showers of stones had fallen at Terracina and Amiternum. That, at Minturni, the temple of Jupiter, and the shops round the Forum, were struck by lightning, that, at Volturnum, in the mouth of the river, 2 ships were struck by lightning, and burnt to ashes. On occasion of these prodigies, the Decemvirs, being ordered by a decree of the Senate to consult the Sibylline books, declared, that a fast ought to be instituted in honor of Ceres, and the same observed every 5th year. That the 9 days' worship ought to be solemnized, and a supplication for 1 day, and that they should observe the supplication, with garlands on their heads. Also that the consul Publius Cornelius should sacrifice to such deities, and with such victims, as the Decemvirs should direct. When he had used every means to avert the wrath of the gods, by duly fulfilling vows and expiating prodigies, the consul went to his province. And, ordering the proconsul Gnaeus Domitius to disband his army, and go home to Rome, he marched his own legions into the territory of the Boians. 38. Nearly at the same time, the Ligurians, having collected an army under the sanction of their devoting law, made an unexpected attack, in the night, on the camp of the proconsul Quintus Minucius. Minucius kept his troops, until daylight, drawn up within the rampart, and watchful to prevent the enemy from scaling any part of the fortifications at the first light, he made a sally by 2 gates at once, but the Ligurians did not, as he had expected, give way to his first onset. On the contrary, they maintained a dubious contest for more than 2 hours. At last, as other and still other troops came out from the camp, and fresh men took the place of those who were wearied in the fight, the Ligurians, who besides other hardships, felt a great loss of strength from the want of sleep, betook themselves to flight. Above 4,000 of the enemy were killed, the Romans and allies lost not quite 300. About 2 months after this, the consul Publius Cornelius fought a pitched battle with the army of the Boians with extraordinary success. Valerius Antius affirms, that 28,000 of the enemy were slain, and 3,400 taken, with 124 military standards, 1,230 horses, and 247 wagons. And that of the conquerors there fell 1,484. Though we may not entirely credit this writer with respect to the numbers, as in such exaggeration no writer is more extravagant, yet it is certain that the victory on this occasion was very complete. Because the enemy's camp was taken, while, immediately after the battle, the Boians surrendered themselves, and because a supplication was decreed by the Senate on account of it, and victims of the greater kinds were sacrificed. About the same time Marcus Fulvius Nobilior entered the city in Ovation, returning from farther Spain. He carried with him 12,000 pounds of silver, 130,000 silver denarii, and 127 pounds of gold. 240. 39. The consul, Publius Cornelius, having received hostages from the Boians, punished them so far as to appropriate almost one half of their lands for the use of the Roman people, and into which they might afterwards, if they chose, send colonies. Then returning home in full confidence of a triumph, he dismissed his troops, and ordered them to attend on the day of his triumph at Rome. The next day after his arrival, he held a meeting of the Senate, in the Temple of Bologna, when he detailed to them the services he had performed, and demanded to ride through the city in triumph. Publius Sempronius Blasus, tribune of the people, advised, that the honor of a triumph should not be refused to Scipio, but postponed. Wars of the Ligurians, he said, were always united with wars of the Gauls. For these nations, lying so near, sent mutual assistance to each other. If Publius Scipio, after subduing the Boians in battle, had either gone himself, with his victorious army, into the country of the Ligurians, or sent a part of his forces to Quintus Minucius, who was detained there, now the 3rd year, by a war which was still undecided, that with the Ligurians might have been brought to an end, instead of which, he had, in order to procure a full attendance on his triumph, brought home the troops, who might have performed most material services to the state, and might do so still, if the Senate thought proper, by deferring this token of victory, to redeem that which had been omitted through eager haste for a triumph. If they would order the consul to return with his legions into his province, and to give his assistance towards subduing the Ligurians, for, unless these were reduced under the dominion and jurisdiction of the Roman people, neither would the Boians ever remain quiet, there must be either peace or war with both. When the Ligurians should be subdued, Publius Cornelius, in quality of proconsul, might triumph, a few months later, after the precedent of many, who did not attain that honor until the expiration of their office. 40. To this the consul answered, that neither had the province of Liguria fallen to his lot, nor had he waged war with the Ligurians, nor did he demand a triumph over them. He confidently hoped, that in a short time Quintus Minucius, after completing their reduction, would demand and obtain a well-deserved triumph. For his part, he demanded a triumph over the Boian Gauls, whom he had conquered in battle and had driven out of their camp, of whose whole nation he had received an absolute submission within 2 days after the fight, and from whom he had brought home hostages to secure peace in future. But there was another circumstance, of much greater magnitude: he had slain in battle so great a number of Gauls, that no commander, before him, ever met in the field so many thousands, at least of the Boians. Out of 50,000 men, more than one half were killed, and many thousands made prisoners, so that the Boians had now remaining only old men and boys. Could it, then, be a matter of surprise to any one, that a victorious army, which had not left one enemy in the province, should come to Rome to attend the triumph of their consul? And if the Senate should choose to employ the services of these troops in another province also, which of the two kinds of treatment could it be supposed would make them enter on a new course of danger and another laborious enterprise with the greater alacrity? The paying them the reward of their former toils and dangers without defalcation, or, the sending them away, with the prospect, instead of the reality, when they had once been disappointed in their first expectation? As to what concerned himself personally, he had acquired a stock of glory sufficient for his whole life, on that day, when the Senate adjudged him to be the best man, in the state, and commissioned him to give a reception to the Idaean mother. With this inscription, though neither consulship nor triumph were added, the statue of Publius Scipio Nazica would be sufficiently honored and dignified. The unanimous Senate not only gave their vote for the triumph, but by their influence prevailed on the tribune to desist from his protest. Publius Cornelius, the consul, triumphed over the Boians. In this procession he carried, on Gallic wagons, arms, standards, and spoils of all sorts, the brazen utensils of the Gauls, and, together with the prisoners of distinction, he led a train of captured horses. He deposited in the treasury 1,470 golden chains, and besides these, 245 pounds weight of gold. 2,340 pounds weight of silver, some unwrought, and some formed in vessels of the Gallic fashion, not without beauty, and 234,000 denarii. 241 to the soldiers who followed his chariot, he distributed 325 asses 242 each, double to a centurion, triple to a horseman. Next day, he summoned an assembly, and after expatiating on his own services, and the ill treatment shown him by the tribune who wanted to entangle him in a way which did not belong to him, in order to defraud him of the fruits of his success, he absolved the soldiers of their oath and discharged them. 41. While this passed in Italy, Antiochus was at Ephesus divested of all concern respecting the war with Rome, as supposing that the Romans had no intention of coming into Asia. Which state of security was occasioned by the erroneous opinions or the flattering representations of the greater part of his friends. Hannibal alone, whose judgment was, at that time, the most highly respected by the king, declared, that he rather wondered the Romans were not already in Asia than entertained a doubt of their coming. The passage was easier from Greece to Asia, than from Italy to Greece, and Antiochus constituted a much more important object than the Aetolians. For the Roman arms were not less powerful on sea than on land. Their fleet had long been at Malea, and he had heard that a reinforcement of ships and a new commander had lately come from Italy, with intent to enter on action. He therefore advised Antiochus not to form to himself vain hopes of peace. He must necessarily in a short time maintain a contest with the Romans both by sea and land, in Asia, and for Asia itself, and must either wrest the power from those who grasped at the empire of the world, or lose his own dominions. He seemed to be the only person who could foresee, and honestly foretell, what was to happen. The king, therefore, with the ships which were equipped and in readiness, sailed to the Chersonesus, in order to strengthen the places there with garrisons, lest the Romans should happen to come by land. He left orders with Polyxenidas to fit out the rest of the fleet, and put to sea, and send out advice boats among the islands to procure intelligence of everything that was passing. 42. When Titus Livius, commander of the Roman fleet, sailed with 50 decked ships from Rome, he went to Neapolis, where he had appointed the rendezvous of the undecked ships, which were due by treaty from the allies on that coast. And thence he proceeded to Sicily, where, as he sailed through the strait beyond Messana, he was joined by 6 Carthaginian ships, sent to his assistance. And then, having collected the vessels due from the regions, Locrians, and other allies, who were bound by the same conditions, he purified the fleet at Licinium, and put forth into the open sea. On his arrival at Corcyra, which was the first Grecian country where he touched, inquiring about the state of the war, for all matters in Greece were not yet entirely settled, and about the Roman fleet, he was told that the consul and the king were posted at the pass of Thermopylae, and that the fleet lay at Piraeus, on which, judging expedition necessary on every account, he sailed directly forward to Peloponnesus. Having on his passage ravaged Samos and Zacynthus, because they favored the party of the Aetolians, he bent his course to Malea, and, meeting very favorable weather, arrived in a few days at Piraeus, where he joined the old fleet. At Cilium he was met by King Eumenes, with 3 ships, who had long hesitated at Aegina whether he should go home to defend his own kingdom, on hearing that Antiochus was preparing both marine and land forces at Ephesus. Or whether he should unite himself inseparably to the Romans, on whose destiny his own depended. Aulus Atilius, having delivered to his successor 25 decked ships, sailed from Piraeus for Rome. Livius, with 81 beaked ships, besides many others of inferior rates, some of which were open and furnished with beaks, others without beaks, fit for advice boats, crossed over to Delos. 43. At this time, the consul Acilius was engaged in the siege of Naupactum. Livius was detained several days at Delos by contrary winds, for that tract among the Cyclades, which are separated in some places by larger straits, in others by smaller, is extremely subject to storms. Polixenides, receiving intelligence from his scout ships, which were stationed in various places, that the Roman fleet lay at Delos, sent off an express to the king, who, quitting the business in which he was employed in Hellespontus, and taking with him all the ships of war, returned to Ephesus with all possible speed, and instantly called a council to determine whether he should risk an engagement at sea. Polixenides affirmed, that no delay should be incurred, it was particularly requisite so to do, before the fleet of Eumenes and the Rhodian ships should join the Romans. In which case, even, they would scarcely be inferior in number, and in every other particular would have a great superiority, by reason of the agility of their vessels, and a variety of auxiliary circumstances. For the Roman ships, being unskilfully constructed, were slow in their motions, and, besides that, as they were coming to an enemy's coast, they would be heavily laden with provisions. Whereas their own, leaving none but friends in all the countries round, would have nothing on board but men and arms. Moreover, that their knowledge of the sea, of the adjacent lands, and of the winds, would be greatly in their favor. Of all which the Romans being ignorant, would find themselves much distressed. In advising this plan he influenced all, especially as the same person who gave the advice was also to carry it into execution. 2 days only were passed in making preparations, and on the third, setting sail with 100 ships, of which 70 had decks, and the rest were open, but all of the smaller rates, they steered their course to Phocea. The king, as he did not intend to be present in the naval combat, on hearing that the Roman fleet was approaching, withdrew to Magnesia, near Sipylus, to collect his land forces, while his ships proceeded to Sissus, a port of Erythrea, where it was supposed they might with more convenience wait for the enemy. The Romans, as soon as the north wind, which had held for several days, ceased, sailed from Delos to Phane, a port in Chios, opposite the Aegean Sea. They afterwards brought round the fleet to the city of Chios, and having taken in provisions there, sailed over to Phocea. Eumenes, who had gone to join his fleet at Elea, returned a few days after, with 24 decked ships, and a greater number of open ones, to Phocea, where were the Romans, who were fitting and preparing themselves for a sea fight. Then setting sail with 105 decked ships, and about 50 open ones, they were for some time driven forcibly towards the land, by a north wind blowing across its course. The ships were thereby obliged to go, for the most part, singly, one after another, in a thin line. Afterwards, when the violence of the wind abated, they endeavored to stretch over to the harbor of Caracas, beyond Sissus. 44. When intelligence was brought to Polixenides that the enemy were approaching, he rejoiced at an opportunity of engaging them, and drew out the left squadron towards the open sea. At the same time ordering the commanders of the ships to extend the right division towards the land. And then advanced to the fight, with his fleet in a regular line of battle. The Roman commander, on seeing this, furled his sails, lowered his masts, and, at the same time adjusting his rigging, waited for the ships which were coming up. There were now about 30 in the line. And in order that his left squadron might form a front in like direction, he hoisted his topsails, and stretched out into the deep, ordering the others to push forward, between him and the land, against the right squadron of the enemy. Eumenes brought up the rear, who, as soon as he saw the bustle of taking down the rigging begin, likewise brought up his ships with all possible speed. All their ships were by this time in sight. 2 Carthaginian vessels, however, which advanced before the Romans, came across 3 belonging to the king. As the numbers were unequal, 2 of the king's ships fell upon one, and, in the first place, swept away the oars from both its sides. The armed mariners then boarded, and killing some of its defenders and throwing others into the sea, took the ship. The one which had engaged in an equal contest, on seeing her companion taken, before she could be surrounded by the 3, fled back to the fleet. Livius, fired with indignation, bore down with the Praetorian ship against the enemy. The 2 which had overpowered the Carthaginian ship, in hopes of the same success against this one, advanced to the attack, on which he ordered the rowers on both sides to plunge their oars in the water, in order to hold the ship steady, and to throw grappling irons into the enemy's vessels as they came up. Having, by these means, rendered the business something like a fight on land, he desired his men to bear in mind the courage of Romans, and not to regard the slaves of a king as men. Accordingly, this single ship now defeated and captured the two, with more ease than the two had before taken one. By this time the entire fleets were engaged and intermixed with each other. Eumenes, who had come up last, and after the battle was begun, when he saw the left squadron of the enemy thrown into disorder by Livius, directed his own attack against their right, where the contest was yet equal. 45. In a short time a flight commenced, in the first instance, with the left squadron, for Polixenides, perceiving that he was evidently overmatched with respect to the bravery of the men, hoisted his topsails, and betook himself to flight. And, quickly after, those who had engaged with Eumenes near the land did the same. The Romans and Eumenes pursued with much perseverance, as long as the rowers were able to hold out, and they had any prospect of annoying the rear of the enemy. But finding that the latter, by reason of the lightness and fleetness of their ships, baffled every effort that could be made by theirs, loaded as they were with provisions, they at length desisted. Having taken 13 ships together with the soldiers and rowers, and sunk 10. Of the Roman fleet, only the one Carthaginian ship, which, at the beginning of the action, had been attacked by 2, was lost. Polixenides continued his flight, until he got into the harbor of Ephesus. The Romans stayed, during the remainder of that day, in the port from which the king's fleet had sailed out, and on the day following proceeded in the pursuit. In the midst of their course they were met by 25 Rhodian-decked ships, under Pisistratus, the commander of the fleet, and in conjunction with these followed the runaways to Ephesus, where they stood for some time, in order of battle, before the mouth of the harbor. Having thus extorted from the enemy a full confession of their being defeated, and having sent home the Rhodians and Eumenes, the Romans steered their course to Chios. When they had passed Phoenicus, a port of Erythrea, they cast anchor for the night, and proceeding next day to the island, came up to the city itself. After halting here a few days for the purpose chiefly of refreshing the rowers, they sailed over to Phocea. Here they left for Quinque Remes for the defense of the city, and proceeded to Cannae, where, as the winter now approached, the ships were hauled on shore, and surrounded with a trench and rampart. At the close of the year, the elections were held at Rome, in which were chosen consuls, Lucius Cornelius Scipio and Caius Laelius, from whom all men expected the conclusion of the war with Antiochus. Next day were elected praetors, Marcus Tuccius, Lucius Aurunculius, Gnaeus Fulvius, Lucius Aemilius, Publius Junius, and Caius Atinius Labio. Book XXXVI. Lucius Cornelius Scipio the consul, having as lieutenant Publius Scipio Africanus, who had declared that he would be his brother's lieutenant if the province of Greece was decreed to him. When that province appeared likely to be assigned to Caius Laelius, who had great influence in the Senate, set out to wage war against Antiochus, and was the first Roman general that ever passed over into Asia. Aemilius Regillus, with the assistance of the Rhodians, fought successfully against the royal fleet of Antiochus at Myonesus. The son of Africanus, having been taken by Antiochus, was sent back to his father. Manius Acilius Glabrio triumphed over Antiochus, whom he had driven out of Greece, and over the Aetolians. Antiochus being subsequently conquered by Lucius Cornelius Scipio, with the aid of Eumenes, son of Attalus, and king of Pergamus, peace was granted to him on these terms, that he should evacuate all the provinces on this side Mount Taurus. The kingdom of Eumenes, through whose assistance Antiochus had been conquered, was enlarged. Some states were granted to the Rhodians too, who also had assisted them. The colony of Bononia was founded. Aemilius Regillus, who had conquered the admirals of Antiochus in a naval engagement, triumphed. Lucius Cornelius Scipio, who had brought the war with Antiochus to a conclusion, was called Asiaticus, attaining to an equality with his brother by this surname. 1. Lucius Cornelius Scipio and Caius Laelius being consuls, no business, after the duties of religion, was transacted in the Senate prior to that of the Aetolians. Not only their ambassadors were urgent, because they had a truce of a short period, but they were aided by Titus Quinctius also, who had then returned to Rome from Greece. The Aetolians, as being persons to whom there was more hope in the mercy of the Senate than in their cause, acted suppliantly, weighing their bygone services against their recent misconduct. But when present, they were importuned by questions of the senators, wringing from them an acknowledgment of their guilt rather than replies, and when ordered to depart from the Senate, they caused a great contest. Resentment had more power in their case than compassion, for the Senate were incensed against them not merely as enemies, but as an uncivilized and unsocial race. After it had been contested several days, it was at last resolved, that peace should neither be granted nor refused. Two conditions were offered them, either that they should yield to the Senate unconditional power over them, or pay 1,000 talents 243 and have the same friends and enemies. To them, desirous to elicit in what things they should give to the Senate unconditional power over them, no positive answer is given. But being thus dismissed, without having concluded a peace, they were ordered to quit the city that very day, and Italy within 15 days. They then began to debate concerning the provinces for the consuls. Both of these wished for Greece. Laelius had a powerful interest in the Senate. And when the Senate had ordered that the consuls should either cast lots for the provinces, or settle them between themselves, he observed, that they would act with more propriety in leaving that matter to the wisdom of the senators, than to the decision of lot. To this Scipio, an answer being given that he would take advice how he ought to act, having spoken to his brother alone, and having been desired by him to leave it unhesitatingly to the Senate, answered his colleague that he would do what he recommended. When this plan, either original or supported by precedents of a record now lost by antiquity, being referred to the Senate, had aroused them by the expectation of a contest, Publius Scipio Africanus said that, if they decreed that province to his brother, Lucius Scipio, he would go along with him, as his lieutenant general. This proposal being received with universal approbation, put an end to all dispute. The Senate were well pleased to make the trial, whether King Antiochus should have more effectual aid in the vanquished Hannibal, or the Roman consul and legions in his conqueror Africanus. And they almost all voted Greece to Scipio, and Italy to Laelius. The praetors then cast lots for their provinces. Lucius Aurunculius obtained the city jurisdiction, Gnaeus Fulvius, the foreign, Lucius Aemilius Regillus, the fleet. Publius Junius Brutus, the Tuscans, Marcus Tuccius, Apulia and Bruttium, and Caius Atinius, Sicily. 2. Then to the consul to whom the province of Greece had been decreed, in addition to the army which he was about to receive from M. Acilius, but they were 2 legions, 3,000 Roman foot and 100 horse, and of the Latin confederates 5,000 foot and 200 horse, are added as a reinforcement. And it was further ordered, that if, when he arrived in his province, he would judge it conducive to the public interest, he should be at liberty to carry over the army into Asia. To the other consul was decreed an army entirely new. 2 Roman legions, and of the Latin confederates 15,000 foot and 600 horse. Quintius Minucius was ordered to remove his forces out of Liguria, for he had written, that the province was completely subdued, and that the whole nation of the Ligurians had surrendered, into the country of the Boians. And to give up the command to Publius Cornelius, proconsul. The 2 city legions, enlisted the year before, about to be brought home from the country in which Cornelius had found the conquered Boians, were assigned to Marcus Tuccius, praetor, together with 15,000 foot and 600 horse. Of the Latin confederates, to occupy Apulia and Bruttium. Orders were given to Aulus Cornelius, a praetor of the preceding year, who occupied Bruttium with an army, that if the consul judged it proper, he should transport his legions into Aetolia, and give them to Manius Acilius, provided the latter was inclined to remain there, but if Acilius wished to come to Rome, that then Aulus Cornelius should stay in Aetolia with that army. It was resolved that Caius Atinius Labio should receive from Marcus Aemilius the province of Sicily, and the army there, and should, if he deemed it proper, enlist in the province itself 2,000 foot and 100 horse, for a reinforcement. Publius Junius Brutus was ordered to raise a new army for Tuscany, consisting of 1 Roman legion, and 10,000 foot of the allies and Latin nation, and 400 horse. Lucius Aemilius, whose province was the sea, was ordered to receive from Marcus Junius, praetor of the former year, 20 ships of war, with their crews, and himself to enlist 1,000 marines and 2,000 foot soldiers. With which ships and soldiers he was to sail to Asia, and receive the command of the fleet from Titus Livius. To the governors of the 2 Spains and Sardinia, their command is prolonged for a year, and the same armies were decreed them. Sicily and Sardinia were, this year, assessed in 2/10 of their corn. All the corn from Sicily was ordered to be carried into Aetolia, to the army there, of that to be collected from Sardinia, 1/2 to Rome, and the other half into Aetolia, for the same use as the corn from Sicily. 3. It was judged proper, that, previous to the departure of the consuls for their provinces, the prodigies should be expiated under the direction of the pontiffs. The temple of Juno Lucina, at Rome, was struck by lightning in such a manner, that the summit and the folding doors were much damaged. At Puteoli, the wall and a gate were struck by lightning in several parts, and 2 men killed. It was clearly proved, that, at Nursia, in the midst of a calm, a tempest suddenly burst forth, and there also 2 freemen were killed. The Tusculans reported, that a shower of earth fell in their country. And the Rhatines, that a mule brought forth, young in theirs. These prodigies were expiated, and the Latin festival was celebrated a second time, because the flesh meat, which ought to be given to the Laurentians, had not been given them. There was also a supplication made on account of those religious fears. The Decemvirs gave directions from the books, to which of the gods it should be performed. 10 freeborn youths, and 10 virgins, all of whom had their fathers and mothers living, were employed in that ceremony, and the Decemvirs sacrificed sucklings by night. Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus, before he left the city, erected an arch on the Capitol, facing the road by which we ascend to it, with 7 gilded statues and 2 horses, and placed 2 marble cisterns in the front of the arch. During that period, 43 of the principal Aetolians, among whom were Democritus and his brother, were brought to Rome by 2 cohorts, sent by Manius Acilius, and were thrown into the prison called Latumii, or the Quarry. Lucius Cornelius the consul ordered the cohorts after that to return to the army. Ambassadors came from Ptolemy and Cleopatra, king and queen of Egypt, congratulating the Romans because the consul Manius Acilius had driven King Antiochus out of Greece, and advising that they should carry over their army into Asia. For all places, not only in Asia, but also in Syria, were filled with consternation, and the king and queen of Egypt would be prepared to do those things which the Senate should direct. Thanks were returned to the king and queen, and presents were ordered to be made to the ambassadors, 4,000 asses 244 to each. 4. The consul Lucius Cornelius, having finished what was necessary to be done at Rome, gave public notice, in an assembly of the people, that the soldiers, whom he himself had enlisted for a reinforcement, and those who were in Bruttium with Aulus Cornelius, propraetor, should all meet him at Brundusium on the Ides of July. He likewise appointed 3 lieutenants general, Sextus Digitius, Lucius Apustius, and Caius Fabricius Lucinus, who were to bring together ships from all parts of the seacoast to Brundusium. And now, everything being ready, he set out from the city in his military robe of state. About 5,000 volunteers of the Romans and allies, who had served out their campaigns, under the command of Publius Africanus, attended the consul at his departure, and gave in their names. At the time in which the consul set out to the war during the celebration of the Apollinarian Games, on the 5th day before the Ides of July, though the sky was serene, the light was obscured in the middle of the day. When the moon passed beneath the orb of the sun, Aemilius Regillus, to whom the sea had fallen as his province, set out at the same time. To Lucius Aurunculius this business was assigned by the Senate, that he should build 30 quinquiremes and 20 triremes, because there was a report that Antiochus, since the engagement at sea, was fitting out a much larger fleet. The Aetolians, after the ambassadors brought back word from Rome that there was no hope of peace, although their whole seacoast, which was opposite to Peloponnesus, was ravaged by the Achaeans, regarding the danger more than their losses, seized on Mount Coryx, in order to shut up the pass against the Romans. For they had no doubt that they would return in the beginning of spring to the siege of Naupactum. It appeared better to Acilius, who knew that this was expected, to attempt a thing that was not anticipated, and to lay siege to Lamia. For the garrison had been reduced by Philip almost to a state of desperation, and being then off their guard, because they feared no such attempt, might be surprised by himself. Marching from Elatia, he formed his first encampment in the enemy's country, on the banks of the river Sperchius, and decamping thence in the night, he at break of day attacked the town with a line of troops that encircled it. 5. As is usual in an unexpected affair, great consternation and tumult ensued. Yet the besieged, with greater resolution than any one could suppose them capable of under such a sudden alarm, when the men fought, and the women brought weapons of every kind, and stones, to the walls, defended the city for that day. Although the scaling ladders were raised against the walls. About midday, Acilius, the signal for retreat being given, drew off his men to their camp. After their bodies were refreshed by food and rest, before he dismissed the meeting in the praetorium, he gave them notice, to be ready and under arms before day, and that they were not to return to their tents until the city should be taken. Next day, at the same hour as before, having began the assault in a greater number of places, as not only the strength, but also the weapons, and above all, the courage of the garrison began to fail, he took the town in the space of a few hours. One half of the spoil found there was sold in parcels, the other was divided among the soldiers, and a council was held to determine what he should next undertake. No one approved of going against Naupactum, while the pass at Coryx was occupied by the Aetolians. That, however, the summer campaign might not be an idle one, and that the Aetolians might not through his supineness possess the peace that they could not obtain from the Senate, Acilius resolved to besiege Amphissa. His army was led thither from Heraclea by Ida. Having encamped under the walls, he proceeded to attack the town, not by general assault, as at Lamia, but by regular approaches. The ram was brought up to the walls in many places at once. And though these were shaken by it, yet the townsmen never attempted to provide or contrive any sort of defense against such a description of mechanism. All their hope was in arms and courage. By frequent sallies they much annoyed not only the advanced guards of the Romans, but even those who were employed at the works and machines. 6. However, the wall was broken down in many places, when word was brought, that his successor, having landed his army at Apollonia, was coming through Epirus and Thessaly. The consul came with 13,000 foot and 500 horse. He had already arrived at the Malian Bay. And after that, to his messengers sent forward to Hypata, to order a surrender of the city, this response was given. That they would do nothing except by the common consent of the Aetolians, that the siege of Hypata might not detain him while Amphissa was not yet recovered, having sent forward his brother Africanus, he leads his forces to Amphissa. A little before their arrival, the townspeople having abandoned the city, for it was now, for the most part, stripped of its walls, all, armed and unarmed, retired into the citadel, which they deemed an impregnable fortress. The consul pitched his camp at the distance of about 6 miles from the town. And thither came ambassadors from the Athenians, addressing, first, Publius Scipio, who preceded the main body as before mentioned, and afterwards the consul, with earnest supplications in favor of the Aetolians. They received a milder answer from Africanus, who, wishing for an honorable pretext for relinquishing the Aetolian war, was directing his views towards Asia and King Antiochus, and had recommended to the Athenians to persuade, not only the Romans, but the Aetolians likewise, to prefer peace to war. By the advice of the Athenians a numerous embassy of the Aetolians came speedily from Hypata, and the discourse of Africanus, whom they addressed first, augmented their hopes of peace. For he mentioned, that many nations and states, first in Spain, and afterwards in Africa, had thrown themselves on his protection, and that, in all of them, he had left greater monuments of clemency and kindness than of military prowess. The business seemed to be concluded, when the consul, on being applied to, repeated the very same answer with which they had been driven off by the Senate. When the Aetolians were thunderstruck at this, as if they had never heard it before, for they now perceived that no progress was made either from the Athenian embassy or the favorable reply of Africanus. They said that they wished to consult their countrymen on the affair. 7. They then returned to Hypata, nor were their plans cleared of difficulties. For they had no means of paying the 1,000 talents, and, in case of an unconditional submission, they dreaded lest cruelty should be inflicted on their persons. They, therefore, ordered the same ambassadors to return to the consul and Africanus, and to request, that if they meant in reality to grant them peace, and not merely to amuse them with the prospect of it, frustrating the hopes of the wretched, they would either remit some part of the money required to be paid, or order that the unconditional submission should not extend to their persons. Nothing was accomplished whereby the consul might change his resolution, and that embassy, also, was dismissed without effect. The Athenian ambassadors accompanied them. And Academus, their principal in the embassy, recalled to hope the Aetolians, dejected by so many repulses, and deploring with unavailing lamentations the hard fate of their nation, by advising them to request a suspension of arms for 6 months, in order that they might send an embassy to Rome. He urged that, the delay could add nothing to their present calamities, which were already severe in the extreme, but that, if time intervened, their present calamities might be alleviated by many chances. Agreeably to this advice of Academus, the same ambassadors were sent again, who, making their first application to Publius Scipio, obtained, through him, from the consul, a suspension of arms for the time they desired, and the siege of Amphissa being raised, Manius Acilius, the army being delivered to the consul, left the province. And the consul returned from Amphissa into Thessaly, with intention of leading his troops into Asia through Macedonia and Thrace. Here Africanus said to his brother, Lucius Scipio, I also, Lucius Scipio, approve of the route which you adopt. But the whole matter rests on the inclinations of Philip, for if he be faithful to our government, he will afford us a passage, and provisions, and all things which support and aid an army on a long march. But if he should fail in this, you will find no safety in any part of Thrace. In my opinion, therefore, the king's disposition ought in the first place to be discovered. He will be best tested if the person who shall be sent will come suddenly upon him, doing nothing by a preconcerted plan. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, a young man, the most active of all the youths at that time, being selected for this purpose, by means of relays of horses, and travelling with almost incredible expedition, made good the journey from Amphissa, whence he had been dispatched, to Pella, on the 3rd day. The king was sitting at a banquet, and was far gone in his cups. That very relaxation of mind removed all suspicion of any intention of changing his measures. His guest was kindly entertained for the present. And next day he saw provisions in abundance already prepared for the army, bridges made over rivers, and roads fortified where the passage was difficult. As he was bringing back this intelligence, with the same speed which he had used in coming, he met the consul at Thaumaceae. From this the army rejoicing, marched with more certain and greater hopes into Macedon, where all things were prepared. On their arrival, the king received them with royal magnificence, and accompanied them on their march. Much pleasantry and good humour appeared in him, which recommended him much to Africanus, a man who, as he was unparalleled in other respects, was not averse to courteousness unaccompanied by luxury. Passing from this not only through Macedon, but also through Thrace, they arrived at the Hellespont, Philip escorting them and making every preparation. 8. Antiochus, after the sea fight at Caracas, when he had the whole winter disengaged to carry on his preparations by land and water, was chiefly intent on the refitting of his ships, lest he should be entirely excluded from the sea. It occurred to him that he had been defeated when the Rhodian fleet was absent. If this fleet were present in an engagement, and the Rhodians would certainly not be guilty of being late a second time, he required a vast number of ships to equal the fleet of the enemy, in the strength of their crews and size of their vessels. For this reason, he sent Hannibal into Syria, to bring in the Phoenician navy, and gave orders to Polyxenidas, that, the more unsuccessfully affairs had been managed before, the more diligently he should now repair the ships which he had, and procure others. He himself passed the winter in Phrygia, calling in auxiliaries from every quarter. He had even sent for that purpose to Galligraecia. The people of that country were then more warlike than at present, retaining the Gallic spirit, as the generation which had emigrated thither was not yet extinct. He had left his son Seleucus with an army in Aeolia, to keep in obedience the maritime cities, which on one side Eumenes from Pergamus, on the other, the Romans from Phocea and Erythrae, were soliciting to revolt. The Roman fleet, as mentioned before, wintered at Cannae. Thither, about the middle of the season, came King Eumenes, with 2,000 foot and 100 horse. He, when he affirmed that vast quantities of spoil might be brought off from the enemy's country round Thyatira, by his persuasions, prevailed on Livius to send with him 5,000 soldiers. Those that were sent within a few days carried off an immense booty. 9. Meanwhile a sedition broke out at Phocea, in consequence of some endeavoring to bring over the multitude to the party of Antiochus. The winter quarters of the ships were burdensome, the tribute was burdensome, because 500 gowns with 500 tunics were exacted from them, the scarcity of corn was also galling. On account of which the ships also and garrison of Rome evacuated the place. The faction which labored in their assemblies to draw the commonalty over to Antiochus, was now freed from all apprehension. The Senate, and higher ranks, were of opinion that they should persevere in the alliance with Rome. But the advisers of a revolt had greater influence with the multitude. The Rhodians, the earlier in proportion to their having been too late in the former summer, sent in the vernal equinox, as commander of their fleet, with 36 ships, the same Pisistratus. At this time Livius, with 30 ships and 7 quadriremes, which King Eumenes had brought with him, was on his passage from Cannae to the Hellespont, in order to prepare everything necessary for the transportation of the army, which he expected to come by land. He first brought his fleet into the harbor called the Achaean, whence he went up to Ilium, and having offered sacrifice to Minerva, gave a kind reception to the embassies from the states in the neighborhood, from Elias, Dardanum, and Retium, surrendering their respective states to him. Then he sailed to the entrance of the Hellespont, and, leaving 10 ships stationed opposite to Abydos, he crossed over to Europe with the rest of the fleet, to attack Cestus. As the troops were advancing up to the walls, first of all inspired priests of Cybele 245 in their solemn dress, met them before the gate. These said, that, by order of the Mother of the Gods, they, the immediate servants of the goddess, were come to pray the Roman commander to spare the walls and the city. None of them was injured. And, presently, the whole Senate and the magistrates came out to surrender the place. The fleet then sailed over to Abydos, where when, their minds being sounded by conferences, no peaceable answer was given, they prepared themselves for a siege. 10. While these transactions are carried on at the Hellespont, Polyxenides, the commander of the king's fleet, but he was an exile from Rhodes, having heard that the ships of his countrymen had sailed from home, and that Pisistratus, who commanded them, had, in a public speech, uttered several haughty and contemptuous expressions respecting him, and having conceived a particular jealousy against him, considered nothing else, night or day, than that by his acts he should refute his boastful words. He sent a person, who was known to him, to say, that, if it were allowed, he would be of great service to Pisistratus, and to his native country, and that he might be restored by Pisistratus to his country. When Pisistratus, in surprise, asked by what means such things could be effected, and pledged his faith to the other, at his request, that he would either concur in the execution of the design, or bury it in silence. The emissary then told him, that Polyxenides would deliver into his hands either the whole of the king's fleet or the greater part of it, and as a reward, he stipulated for nothing more than a return to his native country. The importance of the business had this effect, that he neither believed nor despised his proposition. He sailed to Panormus, in the Samian territory, and stopped there in order to examine thoroughly the business which was proposed to him. Messengers passed rapidly from both parties, nor was confidence inspired into Pisistratus until, in the presence of his messenger, Polyxenides wrote, with his own hand, an engagement that he would perform all that he had promised, and sent the tablets sealed with his own seal. By such a pledge as this, he thought that the traitor was completely engaged to him. 4. That he who lived under a king would never act so absurdly as to give evidence of guilt against himself, attested by his own signature. The method of conducting the pretended plot was then settled. Polixenetus said that he would neglect every kind of preparation, that he would not keep any considerable numbers on board, either of rowers or mariners. That he would haul up on land some of the ships, under pretense of refitting them, would send away others into the neighboring ports, and keep a few at sea before the harbor of Ephesus. Which, if circumstances made it necessary to come out, he would expose to a battle. The negligence which Pisistratus heard that Polixenetus was about to use in his fleet, he himself immediately practiced. Part of his ships he sent to Halicarnassus to bring provisions, another part to the city of Samos, while he himself waited at Panormus, that he might be ready when he should receive the signal of attack from the traitor. Polixenetus encouraged his mistake by counterfeiting neglect, hauled up some ships, and, as if he intended to haul up others, put the docks in repair. He did not call the rowers from their winter quarters to Ephesus, but assembled them secretly at Magnesia. 11. By chance one of Antiochus's soldiers, when he had come to Samos on account of private business, being seized as a spy, is brought to Panormus to the admiral. This man, it is uncertain whether through fear or treachery towards his countrymen, disclosed all things to him, inquiring what was going on at Ephesus, that the fleet lay in harbor, fully equipped and ready for sea. That all the rowers had been sent to Magnesia, at Sipylus, that very few of the ships had been hauled on land, that the docks were shut, and that never was the business of the fleet conducted with greater diligence. But the mind of Pisistratus, prepossessed by misplaced confidence and vain hopes, caused these things not to be attended to as true. Polixenetus, having fully adjusted all his measures, having called in the rowers from Magnesia, and launched hastily the ships that were in dock, by night. After wasting the day not so much in preparation as because he was unwilling that the fleet should be seen going to sea, set sail after sunset with 70 decked ships, and, the wind being contrary, put into the harbor of Pygelia before daylight. Where when he had rested during the day, for the same reason as before, he passed over, in the night to the nearest part of the Samian territory. From this place, having ordered a certain Nicander, a chief pirate, to sail with 5 decked ships to Palinurus, and thence to lead his armed men by the shortest road through the fields towards Panormus, and so to come behind the enemy. He himself, in the meantime, with his fleet in 2 divisions, in order that it might command the mouth of the harbor on both sides, proceeded to Panormus. Pisistratus was at first confused for a little, as the thing was unexpected. But afterwards, being an old soldier, having quickly regained his courage, and judging that the enemy would be more easily repelled by land than by sea, he marched his armed forces in 2 bodies to the promontories, which, by their heads projecting into the deep, formed the harbor. Under the impression that he could easily repel the enemy by weapons on both sides, from the 2 promontories. When the sight of Nicander on the land had disconcerted this undertaking, having suddenly changed his design, he ordered all to go on board the ships. Then truly a great confusion arose among soldiers and sailors alike, and a sort of flight to the ships took place, when they perceived themselves surrounded by land and sea at the same time. Pisistratus supposed that the only way of safety was to force through the narrow entrance of the port, and push out into the open sea. And after that he saw his men embarked, ordering the rest to follow, he himself the first, with ship urged vigorously by the oars, pressed to the mouth of the harbor. Just as his ship was clearing the entrance, Polixenetus, with 3 quinquiremes, surrounded it. The vessel, shattered by their beaks, sunk, the crew were overwhelmed with weapons, and, among them, Pisistratus, fighting gallantly, was slain. Of the rest of the ships, some were taken outside of the harbor, some within, and others by Nicander, while they were putting off from the shore. Only 5 Rhodian and 2 Cone ships effected an escape, a passage being made for them through the thick of the enemy, by the terror of shining flames. For they carried before them, on 2 poles projecting from their prows, a great quantity of fire contained in iron vessels. The galleys of Erythrae, after meeting not far from Samos the Rhodian ships, then flying, which they were coming to succor, bore away to the Romans in the direction of the Hellespont. About the same time, Seleucus got possession of Phocea by treachery, one gate being opened by the sentinels. Syme, with the other cities on that coast, revolted to him through fear. 12. Whilst these events are taking place in Aeolus, after Abydos, which was defended by a garrison of the king's troops, had sustained a siege of several days, all parties then grew weary of the struggle, and the magistrates, with the permission of Philotas, the commander of the garrison, began to treat with Livius, concerning the terms on which they should surrender the city. Because they could not agree whether the king's troops should march out with their arms, or without them, this question protracted the matter. When the intelligence of the destruction of the Rhodians interrupted them, treating of these things, the matter was dropped. For Livius, fearing lest Polixenetus, elated by his recent success in such an important enterprise, might surprise the fleet which lay at Cannae, instantly abandoned the siege of Abydos and the guard of the Hellespont, and drew out the ships that were in dock at Cannae, and Eumenes came to Elea. Livius, with the whole fleet, to which he had joined 2 triremes of Mytilene, sailed to Phocea. But, having learned that this place was held by a strong garrison of the king's troops, and that the camp of Seleucus was not far distant, he ravaged the sea coast, hastily conveying on board the booty, which consisted chiefly of men. And waiting only until Eumenes, with his fleet, came up, he endeavors to reach Samos. Among the Rhodians, the news of their misfortune excited, at first, both consternation, and the greatest grief, at the same time. For, besides the loss of their ships and soldiers, they had lost the flower and strength of their youth. Many young men of distinction having been induced, among other motives, by the character of Pisistratus, which was deservedly very high among his countrymen. Afterwards, because they had been circumvented by treachery, and by a countryman of their own, above all men, their grief was changed into anger. They sent out 10 ships immediately, and, in a few days, 10 more, Eudemus being commander of all. Who, though far inferior to Pisistratus in warlike qualifications, they supposed would be a more cautious leader, as he was not of so high a spirit. The Romans, and King Eumenes, put in their fleet, first, at Erythrae. And, having stayed there one night, they, on next day, reached Caracas, a promontory in Teos. When they intended to pass over hence, to the nearest part of the Samian territory. Not waiting for the rising of the sun, from which the pilots could learn the state of the weather, they exposed themselves to the varying storm. About the middle of the passage, the wind changing from northeast to north, they began to be tossed about on the sea, stormy with billows. 13. Polixenetus, taking it for granted that the enemy would go to Samos to join the Rhodian fleet, set sail from Ephesus, and stopped first at Myonnesus, from whence he crossed over to the island which they call Macri. In order that, when the enemy's fleet should sail by, he might be able to attack, with advantage, either any ships that straggled from the main body, or might attack the rear of the fleet itself. After that he saw the fleet dispersed by the storm, first of all he thought this a good opportunity to attack it. But, in a little time, the wind increasing and raising a heavy sea, because he could not possibly come up with them, he steered to the island of Aethalia, that, from thence, he might next day fall on the ships, as they made for Samos. From the main sea, a small number of Roman vessels, just as it grew dark, got into a desert harbor on the Samian coast, the rest, after being tossed about all night, ran into the same harbor. Then when it was learned from the country people, that the enemy's fleet lay at Aethalia, a consultation was held whether they should attack them immediately, or wait for that of the Rhodian fleet. The attack being deferred, for so they resolved, they sailed away to Caracas, whence they had come. Polixenetus also, having kept his station for some time, without effecting anything, returned to Ephesus. On this the Roman ships, the sea being clear of the enemy, sailed to Samos. The Rhodian fleet came to the same place after a few days. And that it might appear that they were only waiting for this, they immediately sailed away to Ephesus, that they should either decide it in a naval contest, or, in case the enemy should decline a battle, to extort from them a confession of fear, which would have the best effect on the minds of the states of Asia. They lay opposite the entrance of the harbor, with the fleet formed in a line abreast of it, but none came out against them. The fleet being divided, one part lay at anchor before the mouth of the harbor, the other landed a body of soldiers. Andronicus, a Macedonian, who was in garrison at Ephesus, then made a sally against them, driving off great booty from the widely deserted country. When they came near the walls, he stripped them of the greatest part of their plunder, and drove them down to the shore and their ships. On the day following, the Romans, having laid an ambuscade about the middle of the way, marched in a body to the city, in order to entice the Macedonians out of the gates. Then, when that same fear had deterred any one from coming out, the Romans returned to their ships. And the enemy avoiding a contest by land or sea, the fleet sailed back to Samos, whence it came. The praetor then detached 2 Rhodian triremes, and 2 belonging to the Italian allies, under the command of Epicrates, a Rhodian, to guard the Strait of Cephallenia. Hybristus, a Lacedaemonian, at the head of a band of young Cephallenians, infested it with piracies, and the passage was shut against the convoys from Italy. 14. Epicrates met, at Piraeus, Lucius Aemilius Regillus, who was on his way to take the command of the fleet. On hearing of the defeat of the Rhodians, as he had only 2 quinquiremes, he carried back with him to Asia Epicrates and his 4 ships. Some undecked vessels of the Athenians followed him. He crossed the Aegean Sea to Chios. To which place came, in the middle of the night, Timacrates, a Rhodian, with 2 quadriremes from Samos, and, being presented to Aemilius, he told him that he was dispatched for the purpose of convoying him in safety, because the king's ships, by frequent excursions from the Hellespont and Abydos, rendered the sea on that coast dangerous to transports. 2 Rhodian quadriremes met Aemilius on his passage from Chios to Samos, being sent by Livius to attend him, and King Eumenes with 2 quinquiremes met him. Aemilius, after he arrived at Samos, as soon as he had received the command of the fleet from Livius, and duly performed the usual sacrifices, called a council. Here, Caius Livius, whose opinion was first asked, said, that no one could give advice with more sincerity than he, who recommended to another what himself would do in the same case. That he had intended to sail with the whole fleet to Ephesus. To take with him ships of burden, heavily laden with ballast, and to sink them in the entrance of the harbor. That the narrow passage might be shut up with less difficulty on this account, because the mouth of the port was like a river, long and narrow, and full of shoals. By this expedient he was about to cut off the enemy's communication with the sea, and render their fleet useless. 15. This plan was not approved by any of the council. King Eumenes asked, what then? When, by sinking the ships, they should have barred the pass to the sea, their own fleet being at liberty, would they depart from the place to bear aid to the allies, and strike terror into their enemies? Or whether, with no less ardor, they would block up the port with their whole force? For, if they should withdraw, who could doubt that the enemy would weigh up the masses that were sunk, and open the port with less labor than it had cost to shut it? But if, after all, they were to remain there, what advantage would accrue from the harbor being closed? Nay, on the contrary, the enemy enjoying a safe haven, and an opulent city, furnished, at the same time, with every thing from Asia, would pass the summer at their ease, while the Romans, exposed in the open sea to winds and waves, and in want of every accommodation, must continue on guard, without intermission, and would be themselves tied down, and hindered from doing anything that ought to be done, rather than to keep the enemy shut up. Eudaemus, commander of the Rhodian fleet, rather showed his disapprobation of the plan proposed, than proposed himself what he thought should be done. Epicrates, the Rhodian, advised, not to think of Ephesus for the present, but that a part of the fleet should be sent to Lycia, and that Patara, the metropolis of that nation, should be brought into a treaty of alliance. This would conduce to 2 important purposes. First, the Rhodians, owing to peace being established in the countries opposite to their island, could apply the whole of their strength to the care of the war against Antiochus. And then the fleet which the enemy were fitting out in Lycia, would be blocked up, and prevented from joining Polixenidas. This plan influenced the most. Nevertheless, it was determined that Regillus should sail, with the entire fleet, to the harbor of Ephesus, to strike terror into the enemy. 16. Titus Livius was sent to Lycia, with 2 Roman quinquiremes, 4 Rhodian quadriremes, and 2 open vessels of Smyrna, being ordered to proceed, first, to Rhodes, and to communicate all his designs to the government there. The states which he passed in his way, Miletus, Myndus, Halicarnassus, Cnidus, and Caus, diligently executed his orders. When he came to Rhodes, he explained, to the persons in authority, the business on which he was sent, and, at the same time, desired their opinion. All approving his design, and 3 quadriremes being added to that fleet which he had, he set sail for Patara. The wind being favorable at first, carried them very near the city, and they were in hopes of effecting something by surprise. After that, the wind veering, the sea had begun to roll in heavy waves, they persevered at their oars until they reached the land, but there was no safe anchorage there, nor could they ride in the road, as the sea was rough and night was coming on. They, therefore, sailed past the city, to the port of Phoenicus, which was not quite 2 miles distant, and which afforded shelter from the violence of the waves, but high cliffs overlooked it, which the townspeople, joined by the king's troops which were in garrison, immediately seized. Livius, though the landing places were rugged and difficult, sent against them a party of the auxiliaries, composed of Ascanius, and light infantry of Smyrna. These, whilst they were skirmishing with missile weapons, and in slight attacks on the few who were there at first, rather than engaging in battle, supported the contest sufficiently well. After that greater numbers flocked thither from the city, and at length, the whole multitude pouring out, fear seized Livius, not only that the auxiliaries might be cut off, but that the ships would be in danger from the land. In consequence he led out to the engagement, not only the soldiers, but the marines, and even the crowd of rowers, armed with such weapons as each could find. After all, however, the fight was doubtful. And, besides a considerable number of soldiers, Lucius Apustius fell in this disorderly combat. At last, the Lycians were routed, and driven within their gates, and the Romans, with a bloody victory, returned to their ships. They then proceeded to the Gulf of Telmissus, which washes Caria on one side, and Lycia on the other, where all thoughts of any further attempt on Patara were laid aside. The Rhodians were sent home, and Livius, sailing along the coast of Asia, crossed over to Greece, that he might have a meeting with the Scipios, who were at that time in Thessaly, and then take his passage to Italy. 17. Aemilius, although he himself had been driven off from Ephesus by a storm, and had returned to Samos without effecting anything, after he knew that the expedition to Lycia was dropped, and that Livius had gone to Italy, having thought it disgraceful that Patara should be attacked in vain, resolved to go thither and attack the city with his utmost force. Having sailed past Miletus, and the rest of the coast of the Allies, he made a descent in the bay of Bargili, with the design of reducing Jassus. A garrison of the king's troops held the city, and the Romans made hostile depredations on all the country round. He then sent persons to confer with the magistrates and principal inhabitants, and sound their dispositions. After they answered that nothing was in their power, he advanced to lay siege to the city. There were, with the Romans, some exiles from Jassus, who, in a body, earnestly importuned the Rhodians, not to suffer an unoffending city, which was as well a neighboring one as also connected with them in consanguinity, to be ruined. They themselves were banished for no other cause than their faithful attachment to the Romans, and those who remained in the place were held in subjection by the same force by which they had been expelled. The wish of the people of Jassus was one, to escape from a state of slavery under the king. The Rhodians, moved by their entreaties, and calling in the assistance of King Eumenes, by representing, at the same time, their own connections with them, and also the unfortunate condition of the city, which was kept in bondage by the king's garrison, prevailed on Aemilius to drop the siege. Departing hence, and coasting along the shore of Asia, the other places being at peace, they arrived at Lorima, a port opposite to Rhodes. Here, at headquarters, a private conversation arises first among the tribunes of the soldiers, and afterwards reached the ears of Aemilius, that the fleet was going off to a distance from Ephesus, from the war which concerned themselves. So that the enemy, being left behind, without control, might safely make whatever attempts they pleased against so many states of the allies, in their neighborhood. These remarks moved Aemilius. And calling the Rhodians to him, he asked them, whether the whole fleet could lie in the harbor of Patara. When they answered that it could not, furnished with an excuse for laying aside the design, he sailed back to Samos. 18. In the meantime Seleucus, son of Antiochus, who had kept his army in Aetolia, through the whole of the winter employed, partly, in succoring his allies, partly, in ravaging the lands of those whom he could not seduce to his side, resolved to make an incursion on the territory of King Eumenes, while he, at a great distance from home, was assisting the Romans and Rhodians, in attacks on the maritime parts of Lycia. He advanced with hostile standards, first, to Aelia, afterwards, the design of besieging it being given up, having wasted the country in a hostile manner, he led his army to lay siege to Pergamus, the capital and principal fortress of the kingdom. Attalus, at first, posting advanced guards outside the city, and sending out parties of cavalry and light infantry, harassed rather than withstood the enemy. But, after some time, having discovered, in slight skirmishes, that he was not a match for the enemy in any respect, he drew back his men within the fortifications, and then the city began to be besieged. About this time, Antiochus, leaving Apamea with a vast army compounded of various nations, encamped first at Sardis, and afterwards took post at a small distance from the camp of Seleucus, at the head of the river Caicus. The most formidable part of his force was a body of 4,000 Gauls, procured for hire. These, with a few others intermixed, he detached, with orders to waste utterly the country about Pergamus. When news of these transactions arrived at Samos, Eumenes being thus recalled by a war in his own dominions, sailed with his fleet to Aelia. And finding there, in readiness, some light troops of horse and foot, he took them for an escort, and proceeded directly to Pergamus, before the enemy could be apprised of his arrival, or could put themselves in motion. Then again skirmishes began to take place in the sallies, Eumenes undoubtedly shrinking from the risk of a decisive engagement. In a few days after the combined fleet of the Romans and Rhodians came from Samos to Aelia, to support the king. When information was brought to Antiochus that these had landed troops at Aelia, and that so many fleets were assembled in one harbor, and at the same time heard that the consul, with his army, was already in Macedonia, and that the things that were necessary for the passage of the Hellespont were being prepared, he judged that now was the time for negotiation, before he should be pressed on sea and land at once. And with this view he chose for his camp a rising ground opposite to Aelia. Leaving there all the infantry, with his cavalry, amounting to 6,000, he went down into the plains, which lay under the walls of the town, having dispatched a herald to Aemilius, to acquaint him that he wished to treat of peace. 19. Aemilius sent to Pergamus for Eumenes, and desiring the Rhodians to be present, held a council on the message. The Rhodians were not averse to a pacification. But Eumenes affirmed that it was not honorable to treat of peace at that time, nor could an end be put to the thing. For, said he, how can we, shut up as we are, within our walls, and besieged, with honor accept terms of peace? Or to whom shall that treaty be valid, which we shall conclude, without the presence of the consul, without a vote of the Senate, and without an order of the Roman people? For, let me ask, supposing the matter concluded by you, would you immediately go home to Italy, and carry away your fleet and army, or would you wait to know the consul's determination on the case, what the Senate should decree, or the people order? It remains therefore that you must stay in Asia, that your troops being led back again into winter quarters, the war being given over, must exhaust the allies in furnishing provisions. And then, if it seem fit to those who have the power of determining, we must begin the whole war anew, which we are able, with the aid of the gods, to finish before winter, if no relaxation from our present vigorous movements is made by delay. This opinion prevailed, and the answer given to Antiochus was, that they could not treat of peace before the arrival of the consul. Antiochus, peace being tried for in vain, ravaged, first, the territory of Aelia, then that of Pergamus. And, leaving there his son Seleucus, marched in a hostile manner to Adramyttium, whence he proceeded to a rich tract of country called the Plain of Thebes, a city celebrated in one of Homer's poems. And in no other place in Asia did the king's soldiers find such a plenty of booty. At the same time, Aemilius and Eumenes also, sailing round with the fleet, came to Adramyttium, to protect the city. 20. By chance, at this time, 1,000 foot with 100 horse came to Elea from Achaia, Diophanes being commander of all these forces, whom, on their landing, persons, sent by Eumenes to meet them, conducted by night to Pergamus. Veterans they all were, well skilled in war, and their commander was a disciple of Philopoemen, the most consummate general among the Greeks in that age. They set apart 2 days to give rest to the men and horses, and, at the same time, to view the posts of the enemy, and to learn at what places, and what times, they advanced and retired. The king's troops generally approached to the foot of the hill on which the town stands, so that the plundering in the rear was unimpeded, as not a man ever sallied out, even to throw darts from a distance, against their guards. After that they were once driven in, and with fear confined themselves within the walls, a contempt for them arises among the king's troops, and consequently negligence. The greater number did not keep their horses either saddled or bridled, while few remained under arms, and in the ranks. The rest, slipping away, had scattered themselves everywhere over the entire plain, some diverting themselves with youthful sports and amusements, others eating in the shade, and some even stretched on the ground asleep. Diophanes, having observed all these particulars from the lofty city of Pergamus, ordered his men to take arms, and to be ready at a particular gate. He himself went to Attalus, and told him that he intended to attack the outposts of the enemy. Attalus giving his consent with reluctance, as he saw that 100 horse must fight against 600, 1,000 foot against 4,000, Diophanes then marched out of the gate, and took post at a small distance from the enemy's guard, waiting his opportunity. Both the people in Pergamus thought that it was madness rather than daring, and the enemy, after observing his party for a short time, as soon as they saw no movement among them, did not change their usual negligence, ridiculing moreover the smallness of their number. Diophanes for a long time kept his men quiet, as if they had been brought out merely for the purpose of looking about them. But as soon as he perceived that the enemy had quitted their ranks, ordering the infantry to follow as fast as they could, he himself, with his own troop, led the way at the head of the cavalry, and pushing on, with all possible speed, made a sudden charge on the enemy's party, while a shout was raised by every horseman and footman at once. Not only were the men so attacked terrified, but the horses also, and when they broke their collars, they caused great confusion and tumult throughout. A few of the horses, indeed, stood unaffrighted. But even these the troopers could not easily saddle, or bridle, or mount, for the Achaeans struck much greater terror than would be supposed from so small a party of horse. But now the infantry, in due order and preparation, assailed the enemy, dispersed through their own negligence, and almost half asleep, and slaughter and flight ensued in every part of the plain. Diophanes pursued the runaways as far as he could with safety, and then returned into garrison, after acquiring very great honor for the Achaean nation, for not only the men, but also the women, had been spectators from the walls of Pergamus. 21. Next day the enemy's guard, in more regular and orderly condition, pitched their camp 500 paces farther from the city, and the Achaeans marched out at nearly the same time as before, and to the same place. During many hours, both parties intently awaited the assault, as if it were about to take place immediately. When it was not far from sunset, the usual time of their returning to the main camp, the king's troops, forming in close order, began to retire in a body, arranged for a march rather than for a battle. Diophanes did not stir until they were out of sight. And then he rushed on their rear guard with the same vehemence as before, and again excited such dismay and confusion, that, though the hindmost were put to the sword, not one of them halted to fight. They were driven into their camp in confusion, and scarcely observing any order in their march. These daring exertions of the Achaeans obliged Seleucus to decamp, and quit the territory of Pergamus. Antiochus, having learned that the Romans and Eumenes were come to protect Adramyttium, made no attempt on that city, but ravaged the country adjoining. He afterwards reduced Perea, a colony of Mytileneans. Cotton, Coriolanus, Aphrodisias, and Crene, were all taken at the first assault. He then returned through Thyatira to Sardis. Seleucus, remaining on the sea coast, was a terror to one party, a protection to the other. The Roman fleet, with Eumenes and the Rhodians, retired, first to Mytilene, and then to Elea, whence they had set out. On their way to Phocea, they put in at an island called Bacchius, it is near the city of Phocea. And when they had plundered the temples and statues, which they had before spared, for the island was surpassingly adorned with them, they then passed over to the city. When they, having divided the quarters among themselves, assaulted it, and saw that it could not be taken by arms and scaling ladders, without regular works. After that a reinforcement of 3,000 soldiers, sent by Antiochus, had got into the city, they immediately broke up the siege, and the fleet retired to the island. Without having effected anything more than the devastation of the enemy's country in the neighborhood. 22. It was then resolved that Eumenes should return home, and make every necessary preparation for the passage of the consul and his army over the Hellespont. And that the Roman and Rhodian fleets should sail back to Samos, and remain stationed there, that Polyxenidas might not make any movement from Ephesus. The king returned to Elea, the Romans and Rhodians to Samos. There, Marcus Aemilius, brother of the praetor, died. After his obsequies were performed, the Rhodians sailed, with 13 of their own ships, 1 cone, and 1 Nidian quinquereme, to Rhodes, in order that they might take up a position there, against a fleet which was reported to be coming from Syria. 2 days before the arrival of Eudemus and the fleet from Samos, another fleet of 13 ships, under the command of Pamphilidas, had been sent out against the same Syrian fleet. And taking with them 4 ships, which had been left to protect Corea, they relieved from blockade Dietala, and several other fortresses of Perea, which the king's troops were besieging. It was determined that Eudemus should put to sea directly, and an addition of 6 undecked ships was made to his fleet. He accordingly set sail, and using all possible expedition, overtook the first squadron at a port called Megiste, from whence they proceeded in one body to Phaselis, resolving to wait there for the enemy. 23. Phaselis stands on the confines of Lycia and Pamphylia. It projects far into the sea, and is the first land seen by persons coming from Cilicia to Rhodes, and from hence ships can be seen at a great distance. For this reason, chiefly, this place was made choice of, that they may lie in the way of the enemy's fleet. But in consequence of the unwholesomeness of the place, and of the season of the year, for it was now the middle of summer, and of the unusual stench, diseases began to spread with violence, particularly among the rowers. An event which they did not foresee. And having left the place from fear of this pestilence, when they were sailing by the Pamphylian Bay, their fleet putting into port at the river Eurymedon, they hear from the people of Aspendus, that the enemy are now at Sida. The king's fleet had been the slower in its passage, the season of the Etegii being opposed to them, for this is the periodical time for the northwest winds. The Rhodians had 32 quadriremes and 4 triremes. In the king's fleet were 37 ships of the larger rates, among which were 3 of 7, and 4 of 6 banks of oars, and besides these, 10 triremes. They discovered too, from some watchtower, that the Rhodians were at hand. Both fleets, at the dawn of the next day, moved out of port, as if resolved to come to an immediate engagement. And, as soon as the Rhodians passed the promontory that stretches into the deep from Sida, they descried the enemy, and were observed by them. On the king's side, Hannibal had the command of the left squadron, which stretched away seaward. Apollonius, one of the nobles, had the command of the right, and they had their ships already formed in a line ahead. The Rhodians approached in a long line. First was the admiral's ship, with Eudemus in it, Chariclitus brought up the rear. And Pamphilidas commanded the center division. When Eudemus saw the enemy's line formed and ready for battle, he pushed out towards the main, ordering the ships that followed to form, regularly, as they came up, in line of battle. This caused confusion at first. For he had not stretched out to the main far enough for the line of all the ships to form in the direction of the land, and he himself hurrying on with precipitation, with only 5 ships, engaged with Hannibal. The rest, having received orders to form their line, did not come up. The rear division had no room left for it next to the land, and, while they were in disorder, the fight was already begun on the right against Hannibal. 24. But the goodness of their ships, and the expertness of their men in nautical business, quickly freed the Rhodians from all embarrassment. They pushed out hastily towards the main, and each made room next the land for the one immediately behind. And when any made a stroke with its beak against a ship of the enemy, it either shattered its prow, or swept off its oars, or passing by it in the clear space between the vessels, made an attack on its stern. One of the king's 7-banked ships being sunk with one stroke, by a Rhodian vessel of much smaller size, discouraged them very much. Therefore the right wing of the enemy was now undoubtedly verging to flight. Hannibal, in the open sea, by means chiefly of his superior number of ships, pressed hard on Eudemus, who surpassed him in every other respect, and he would have surrounded him were it not that, on the signal being given from the admiral's fleet, by which it is usual to collect together the fleet when dispersed, all the ships which had conquered on the right wing came speedily to bear aid to their own party. This made Hannibal himself, with all his division, betake themselves to flight, while the Rhodians could not pursue, because their rowers being most of them sick, were therefore the sooner wearied. When they were recruiting their strength with food on the sea where they brought to, Eudemus, observing the enemy towing, by means of their open vessels, several damaged and crippled ships. And seeing little more than 20 that were going off uninjured, commanded silence from the castle of the commander's ship, and then called out, Arise, and feast your eyes with an extraordinary sight. They all started up, and perceiving the disorderly flight of the enemy, cried out, almost with one voice, that they ought to pursue. Eudemus's ship was bulged in many places. He therefore ordered Pamphilidas and Heraclitus to pursue as far as they should think it safe. They, accordingly, pursued for a considerable time, but after that Hannibal make in close to the land, fearing to be windbound on an enemy's coast, they steered back to Eudemus, and with difficulty towed to Phaselis a captured 7-banked ship, which had been damaged in the beginning of the engagement. They then sailed home to Rhodes, not so much exulting in their victory as blaming one another because the entire fleet had not been taken or sunk, when it could have been done. Hannibal, disheartened by the loss of this one battle, did not even then dare to sail past the coast of Lycia, though he wished to join the king's main fleet as soon as possible. And that this action might not be unimpeded, the Rhodians sent Heraclitus with 20 ships of war to Patara and the harbor of Megiste. They then ordered Eudemus, with 7 of the largest vessels belonging to the fleet which he had commanded, to rejoin the Romans at Samos, and to endeavor by every argument, and by all his influence, to prevail on the Romans to besiege Patara. 25. Now first of all the intelligence of the victory, and subsequently the arrival of the Rhodians, caused great joy to the Romans, and it appeared to them that if that anxiety was taken away from the Rhodians, they would when at leisure render the seas of that country safe. But the march of Antiochus from Sardis did not allow them to quit the guard of Ionia and Aeolia, lest the maritime cities should be crushed by his arms. However, they sent Pamphilidas, with 4 decked ships, to join the fleet which was at Patara. Antiochus not only collected aids from the states that lay around, but also sent to Prusias, king of Bithynia, ambassadors and letters, in which he inveighed against the pressing of the Romans into Asia. They were coming, he said, to abolish all kingly governments, so that there should be no empire in any part of the world, save that of Rome. Philip and Nabis were subdued, he was the third object of attack. Thus the conflagration would spread, without interruption, from one to another, as each lay nearest to the one last ruined, until it enveloped them all. From him there was but one step to Bithynia, now that Eumenes had submitted to voluntary servitude. Though Prusias was greatly affected by these observations, his mind was relieved from all such doubts by a letter from Scipio, the consul, and still more so by one from his brother Africanus, who, besides urging the invariable practice of the Roman people of augmenting, by every honorable addition, the grandeur of kings in alliance with them, by instances taken from his own family, induced Prusias to earn their friendship. The petty chieftains in Spain, he said, who had been received into alliance, he had left kings. Massinissa he had not only re-established in his father's kingdom, but had put him in possession of that of Syphax, by whom he had been formerly dethroned, so that he was, at the present, not only by far the most powerful of all the kings in Africa, but equal, both in dignity and strength, to any monarch in any part of the world. Philip and Nabis, avowed enemies, were conquered in war by Titus Quintius. Nevertheless, they were left in possession of their kingdoms. Philip even had the tributes remitted to him last year, and his son, who was a hostage, restored. Through the indulgence of the Roman commanders, he had also got possession of several states beyond the boundaries of Macedonia. As to Nabis, he might have remained in the same honorable rank, had not first his own madness, and afterwards the treachery of the Aetolians, brought him to ruin. The king's resolution was especially confirmed after that Titus Livius, who had commanded the fleet as praetor, came to him as ambassador from Rome, and informed him how much better hope the Romans had of success than Antiochus, and how much more sacred and lasting an alliance with them would be. 26. Antiochus, after he lost the hope of an alliance with Prusias, went from Sardis to Ephesus, to review the fleet which was fitted out, and lay there ready, for several months. Rather because he saw it impossible, with his land forces, to make any stand against the Roman army and its commanders, the two Scipios, than that his naval force by itself had ever been tried by him successfully, or afforded at this juncture any great or well-grounded confidence. Yet there was an incentive to hope on the present occasion, for he had heard that a large portion of the Rhodian fleet was at Patara, and that King Eumenes had gone to the Hellespont, with all his ships, to meet the consul. Besides, the destruction of the Rhodian fleet at Samos, on an opportunity prepared by treachery, inspired some degree of confidence. Relying on these things, he sent Polyxenides with orders to try, at all events, the fortune of a naval engagement, while he himself marched his land forces to Notium. This town, which belongs to Colophon, stands close to the sea, and is distant about 2 miles from Old Colophon. He wished to get this city into his power, because it was so near to Ephesus that nothing could be done there, on sea or land, that was not open to the view of the Colophonians, and, through them, instantly made known to the Romans. And he had no doubt that the latter, having heard of the siege, would bring their fleet from Samos to the relief of an ally, which would give Polyxenides an opportunity of coming to action. He therefore began to lay regular siege to the city, making his approaches at the same time on the 2 sides next the sea. In both places he joined his engines and mounds to the wall, and brought up the rams under covered galleries. By which dangers the Colophonians being terrified, sent envoys to Lucius Aemilius, at Samos, imploring the protection of the praetor and people of Rome. His lying so long inactive at Samos offended Aemilius, thinking nothing more improbable than that Polyxenides, whom he had twice challenged in vain to fight, should ever offer him battle. And he considered it as dishonorable, that the fleet of Eumenes should assist the consul in conveying the legions into Asia, that he should be fettered by bearing to the besieged Colophon an assistance destined to have an uncertain end. Eudaemus, the Rhodian, who had before prevailed upon him to stay at Samos, when he wished to go to the Hellespont, with all the other officers, pressed him to comply, representing how much more eligible it would be, either to relieve confederates from a siege, or to vanquish that fleet which he had vanquished before, and to take from the enemy the entire possession of the sea, than, deserting his allies, and delivering Asia to Antiochus by land and sea, to depart from his own part of the war to the Hellespont, when the fleet of Eumenes was sufficient for that station. 27. They accordingly, having set sail from Samos in quest of provisions, their stock being consumed, were preparing to pass over to Chios. Samos served as a granary to the Romans, and thither all the store ships sent from Rome directed their course. When they had sailed round from the city to the back of the island, which looks northward towards Chios and Erythrae, and were preparing to cross over, the praetor is informed by a letter, that a vast quantity of corn had arrived at Chios, from Italy. but that the vessels laden with wine were detained by storms. At the same time accounts were received, that the people of Teos had furnished large supplies of provisions to the king's fleet, and had promised 5,000 vessels of wine. On this the praetor immediately changed his course, and steered away to Teos, resolved either to make use of the provisions prepared for the enemy, with the consent of the inhabitants, or to treat them as foes. When they had turned their prows to the land, about 15 vessels appeared in sight near Myonnesus, which the praetor at first supposed to belong to the king's fleet, and hastened to pursue. It appeared afterwards, that they were piratical cutters and galleys. They, having ravaged the sea-coast of Chios, returning with booty of every kind, betook themselves to flight when they saw the fleet on the open sea. They had much the advantage in swiftness, their galleys being lighter and constructed for the purpose, and were nearer the land, therefore before the fleet could overtake them, they made their escape to Myonnesus. And the praetor, unacquainted with the place, followed in expectation of forcing their ships from it out of the harbor. Myonnesus is a promontory between Teos and Samos. It consists of a hill rising from a pretty large base to a sharp top, in the shape of an obelisk. From the land it has access by a narrow path towards the sea, cliffs undermined by the waves terminate it, so that in some places the superimpending rocks project beyond the vessels that lie at anchor. The ships not daring to approach lest they should be exposed to the weapons of the pirates, who stood above on the cliffs, wasted the day to no purpose. At length, after they had desisted from this useless undertaking a little before night, they the next day reached Teos. Here the praetor, after mooring in the port at the back of the city, which the inhabitants call Geraesticum, sent out the soldiers to ravage the land about the city. 28. The Teians, as these ravages passed under their eyes, sent deputies to the Roman commander, carrying fillets, and other badges of suppliants. And when they were exculpating their state from every hostile act or word against the Romans, he strongly charged them with having assisted the enemy's fleet with provisions, and with having promised a quantity of wine to Polixenetus. He further told them, that, if they would furnish the same supplies to the Roman fleet, he would recall his troops from plundering, otherwise, he would treat them as enemies. When the deputies carried back this distressing answer, the people were summoned to an assembly by the magistrates, to consult on what they should do. It happened that Polixenetus, who had sailed with the king's fleet from Colophon, after he heard that the Romans had left Samos and pursued the pirates to Myonnesus, and that they were laying waste the lands of the Teians, and that their fleet lay in the harbor of Geraesticus, cast anchor, in a retired harbor of an island called by the sailors Macri, opposite to Myonnesus. Then from his neighboring position, exploring what his enemies were doing, at first he was in great hopes of vanquishing the Roman fleet here, in like manner as he had vanquished the Rhodian at Samos, by besetting the narrow entrance at the mouth of the port. Nor is the nature of the place unlike, by the promontories advancing towards each other, the harbor is enclosed in such a manner, that two ships can scarcely go out together. Polixenetus intended to seize this narrow pass in the night. And, while 10 ships stood at each of the promontories, to attack, from the right and left, both sides of the enemy's fleet sailing out, having landed his armed men from the fleet, as he had done at Panormus, to overpower the Romans on land and sea at once. And this design would not have been formed by him in vain, had it not appeared to the Romans better for receiving the provisions, when the Teians had promised to execute their commands, that the fleet should pass into that harbor, which is before the city. It is said, also, that Eudemus, the Rhodian, had pointed out the fault of the outer harbor, when 2 ships broke their oars locked together in the narrow entrance. Among other motives, this too induced the praetor to remove his fleet, because there was danger from the land, as Antiochus kept his camp not far from it. 29. When the fleet was brought round to the city, all being ignorant of the approach of the enemy, both soldiers and sailors went on shore to divide the provisions, and the wine particularly, among the ships. When, about midday, a peasant happened to be brought before the praetor, who told him, that the enemy's fleet was lying at the island of Macri these 2 days. And that, a little while ago, some of them were observed to be in motion, as if preparing to sail. Greatly alarmed at this unexpected event, the praetor ordered the trumpets to sound, to call in such as might have straggled into the country, and sent the tribunes into the city, to hasten the soldiers and sailors on board. The confusion was not less than if the place were on fire, or taken by an enemy, some running to call out the men, others hurrying to the ships, while the orders of the officers were confounded by irregular shouts, amid which the trumpets raised their din, until at length the crowd collected at the ships. Here scarcely could each know his own ship, or make his way through the tumult, and the disorder would probably have been productive of much mischief, on land and sea had not Amulius, in the commander's ship, sailed out first into the main, where, receiving those following, he put each into its own place, so as to form a line abreast, and Eudemus, with the Rhodian fleet, waited at the shore, that the men might be embarked without confusion, and that every ship might leave the harbor as soon as it was ready. By these means, the foremost division formed under the eye of the praetor, while the rear was brought up by the Rhodians, and then the whole line, in as regular order as if within sight of the foe, advanced into the open sea. They were between Myonnesus and the promontory of Caracas, when they first got sight of the enemy. The king's fleet, which was coming in a long line, with only 2 vessels abreast, then formed themselves in order of battle, stretching out their left division so far, as that it might enclose the right of the Romans. When Eudemus, who commanded in the rear, perceived that the Romans could not form an equal front, but were just on the point of being surrounded, he pushed up his ships. They were Rhodians, by far the fastest sailors of any of the fleet. And having filled up the deficiency in the extent of the line, he opposed his own ship to the commander's, on board of which was Polixenetus. 30. Now the entire fleets in every part were engaged in action. On the side of the Romans 80 ships were fighting, of which 22 were Rhodian. The enemy's fleet consisted of 89 ships, and they had of the largest rates, 3 of 6, and 2 of 7 banks. In the strength of the vessels, and valor of the soldiers, the Romans had greatly the advantage of the king's party, as had the Rhodians in the activity of their vessels, the skill of the pilots, and the dexterity of the rowers. However, those which carried fire before them were the greatest terror to the enemy, and what was the sole cause of their preservation when they were surrounded at Panormus, proved here the principal means of victory. For when the king's ships, through fear of the fire, had turned aside, in order to avoid at the same time encountering the enemy's prow with their own, they could not strike their antagonist with the beaks, but exposed the side of their ships to his strokes. And if any did venture an encounter, it was immediately overspread with the fire that was poured in, while the men were more alarmed at the fire than the battle. However, the bravery of the soldiers, as is generally the case, chiefly availed in deciding the battle. For the Romans, having broke through the center of the enemy's line, tacked about and fell upon the rear of the division which was engaged with the Rhodians. And, in an instant of time, both Antiochus's center division, and the ships on the left, were surrounded and sunk. The squadron on the right, which was still entire, was terrified rather by the disaster of their friends, than by any immediate danger threatening themselves. But, when they saw the others surrounded, and Polixenetus's ship deserting its associates, and sailing away, having quickly hoisted their topsails, they betook themselves to flight, and they steering for Ephesus had a favorable wind. Having lost 42 ships in that battle, of which 13 struck, and fell into the hands of the Romans, the rest were burned or sunk. 2 Roman ships were shattered, and several were much damaged. 1 Rhodian vessel was taken by an extraordinary casualty. For, on its striking a Sidonian ship with its beak, its anchor, thrown out by the force of the shock, caught fast hold of the other's prow with its fluke, as if it were a grappling iron thrown in. Great confusion ensuing thereon, when the Rhodians, who wished to disengage themselves from the enemy, pulled back, its cable being dragged forcibly, and at the same time entangled with the oars, swept off one side of them. The very ship, which, when struck, had grappled with it, took the Rhodian galley in its weakened state. The naval battle at Myonnesus was fought principally in this manner. 31. By which Antiochus being terrified, because, as he was driven from the possession of the sea, he despaired of being able to defend his distant possessions, ordered the garrison to be withdrawn from Lysimachia, which plan was ill devised. as the event subsequently proved, lest it should be there cut off by the Romans. As it was easy for him, not only to defend Lysimachia from the first attack of the Romans, but to protract the siege through the whole winter, and by thus prolonging the time, to reduce the besiegers to the extremity of want. And in the meantime try the hope of peace, as opportunities should present themselves. But, after the defeat at sea, he not only gave up Lysimachia, but even raised the siege of Colophon, and retired to Sardis. Here, bending all his thoughts to one single object, that of meeting the enemy in the field, he sent into Cappadocia, to Ariarathes, to request assistance, and to every other place within his power, to collect forces. Aemilius Regillus, after his victory at sea, proceeded to Ephesus, having drawn up his ships before the harbour, when he had extorted from the enemy a final acknowledgment of their having surrendered the dominion of the sea, sailed to Chios, to which he had directed his course from Samos, before the sea fight. As soon as he had refitted the ships that had been damaged in the battle, he sent off Lucius Aemilius Scaurus, with 30 others, to the Hellespont, to transport the army. And decorating the Rhodian vessels with naval spoils, and allowing them a part of the booty, he ordered them to return home. The Rhodians energetically took the lead, and proceeded to assist in transporting the consul's forces, and when they had completed that service also, then at length returned to Rhodes. The Roman fleet sailed from Chios to Phocea. This city stands at the bottom of a bay, and is of an oblong shape. The wall encompasses a space of 2 miles and a half in length, and then contracts on both sides into a very narrow wedge-like form, which place they call Lampter, or the lighthouse. The breadth here extends 1,200 paces. And a tongue of land stretching out about a mile into the sea, divides the bay nearly in the middle, as if with a line, where it is connected with the main land by a narrow isthmus. It has 2 very safe harbours, turned to each side. The one that fronts the south they call Nostathmus, the station for ships, from the circumstance of its being capable of containing a vast number of ships. The other is close to Lampter. 32. When the Roman fleet had taken possession of these very safe harbours, the praetor thought proper, before he attempted the fortifications, either by escalade or works, that persons should be sent to sound the disposition of the magistrates and principal people in the place. When he saw them obstinate, he determined to attack the city in 2 places at the same time. One part was thinly occupied by private dwellings, temples of the gods occupying a great deal of the ground. In that part first, having brought up the battering ram, he began to shake the wall and towers. And when the multitude within ran thither to defend that spot, the battering rams were applied in the other quarter, and the walls were now knocked down in both places. On the fall of which, when some of the Roman soldiers were making an assault over the scattered masses of ruins, others attempted to scale walls. The townsmen made such an obstinate resistance, as plainly showed that they had a firmer dependence on their arms and courage, than on their fortifications. The praetor, compelled by the danger of the soldiers, sounded a retreat, that he might not expose them incautious to his opponents, maddened with despair and rage. The fighting being ended, the besieged did not, even then, think of rest. But all hastened from every quarter, to strengthen the walls, and to raise new ones in the place of those that had been demolished. While they were busily employed in this manner, Quintus Antonius, being sent by the praetor, came to them, who, after having blamed their obstinacy, assured them that the Romans were more anxious than they were themselves that the battle should not be carried on to the destruction of the city. If they would desist from their madness, Aemilius would allow them to capitulate on the same terms on which they had formerly surrendered to Titus Livius. When they heard this, having taken 5 days' time to deliberate, and having in the meantime tried the hope of aid from Antiochus, after that the ambassadors sent to the king had brought back word that there was no aid in him, they opened their gates, stipulating that they should suffer nothing hostile. When the troops were marching into the city, and the praetor had proclaimed that it was his pleasure that the surrendered townsmen should be spared, there arose an universal clamor, that it was shameful that the Phocians, who had never been faithful to any alliance, and had always been bitter in enmity, should escape with impunity. After which words, as if a signal had been given by the praetor, they ran, in parties, every way, to plunder the city. Aemilius, at first, began to resist, and call them back, saying, that towns taken by storm, and not such as surrendered, were plundered, and that, even with regard to the former, the determination lay with the commander, not with the soldiers. But rage and avarice were too strong for his authority. Wherefore, dispatching heralds through all parts of the city, he ordered, that all persons of free condition should come to him in the forum, that they should not be injured, and in all things which were in his power. The promise of the praetor was observed. He restored to them their city, their lands, and their laws, and, as the winter now approached, he chose the harbor of Phocea for his fleet to pass the winter in. 33. About the same time it was announced to the consul, as he was marching along the frontiers of the Aeneans and Maronites, that the king's fleet was conquered at Myonnesus, and that Lysimachia was evacuated by its garrison. This latter event gave much more satisfaction than even the success at sea, especially after they came thither, and were hospitably received in the city, filled with provisions of all sorts, as if provided for the arrival of the army. When, in besieging the city, they had anticipated extreme want and hardship. There they made a halt for a few days, that the baggage and sick might overtake them, who, overcome by diseases, or the length of the way, had been left behind in all the forts of Thrace. When all had joined, they began again their march through the Chersonese, and arrived at the Hellespont. Where everything requisite for their passage having been previously got ready, by the care of King Eumenes, they crossed over, without confusion, as if to friendly shores, no one opposing, and the ships putting in at several different places. This raised to a high degree the spirits of the Romans, who saw the passage into Asia left open to them, which thing they supposed would cost them a severe struggle. They afterwards remained encamped a considerable time at the Hellespont, because it happened to be a period too holy for marching, during which the sacred shields are moved. The same festival had separated Publius Scipio from the army, as the religious ceremony was more incumbent on him, because he was one of the Salian priests, and he himself was a source of delay, till he overtook the rest of the army. 34. In the meantime an ambassador came from Antiochus to the camp, Heraclides, a Byzantine, having mandates concerning peace. The delay and tardiness of the Romans gave him great hope that this might be attained. For he had imagined, that as soon as they set foot in Asia, they would advance in a rapid march against the king. He resolved, however, not to address himself to the consul until he had first applied to Publius Scipio, and instructions to that effect were given him by the king. In him he had the greatest hope, besides that his greatness of soul, and the fullness of his glory, tended very much to make him inclined to peace, and it was known to all nations what sort of a conqueror he had been. Both in Spain and afterwards in Africa. And also because his son was then a prisoner with Antiochus. Where, and when, and by what accident he became a prisoner, is, like very many other things, not ascertained among writers. Some say, that in the beginning of the war, as he was going from Chalcis to Orium, he was intercepted by some of the king's ships. Others, that after the army came into Asia, he was sent with a troop of Fragellans to Antiochus's camp, to gain intelligence. That on the cavalry sallying out against him, he retreated, and having fallen from his horse in the confusion, he was together with 2 horsemen, overpowered, and thus conducted to the king. This however is fully ascertained, that if peace had still subsisted with the Romans, and likewise a personal friendship between the king and the Scipios, the young man could not have been treated and courted with greater kindness than he was. When the ambassador, for these reasons, had waited the arrival of Publius Scipio, as soon as he came he applied to the consul, and requested that he should hear his instructions. 35. A full council being assembled, audience was given to the ambassador, who said, that, though many embassies about peace had already been sent backwards and forwards, without producing any effect, yet he conceived strong hopes of obtaining it. Because the former ambassadors had obtained nothing. For the objects of contention in those discussions were Smyrna and Lampsacus, Alexandria in the Troad, and Lysimachia in Europe. Of these, the king had already ceded Lysimachia, that they might not say that he possessed anything in Europe. And those cities which lay in Asia, he was now ready to deliver up as well as any others, which the Romans might wish to render independent of the king's government, because they belonged to their party. The king was also willing to pay to the Roman people half the expense of the war. These were the conditions of peace. The rest of his discourse was, that, mindful of human affairs, they should use with moderation their own good fortune, and not press too severely on the misfortune of others, that they should limit their empire by Europe. That single acquisitions could be made with more ease than that necessary for holding them collectively. But if they would wish to take away some part of Asia, provided that they would define it by indisputable limits, the king, for the sake of peace and harmony, would willingly suffer his own moderate temper to be overcome by the insatiableness of the Romans. These concessions, which appeared to the ambassador of great moment towards obtaining a peace, the Romans deemed trifling. They thought it just, that the king should defray the whole expense occasioned by the war, because it was through his fault that it was begun. And that, not only Ionia and Aeolia ought to be evacuated by the king's troops, but as all Greece had been set free, so all the cities of that nation in Asia should also be free. That this could be effected in no other way, than by Antiochus relinquishing the possession of that part of Asia on the hither side of Mount Taurus. 36. The ambassador, after he came to the conclusion that he could obtain no reasonable terms in the council, tried to influence the mind of Publius Scipio in private, for such were his orders. First of all he told him that the king would restore him his son without a ransom. And then, as ignorant of the disposition of Scipio as he was of the Roman manners, he promised an immense weight of gold, and, accepting the title of king, an absolute partnership in the sovereignty, if through his means he should obtain a peace. To which Scipio answered, I am the less surprised that you are ignorant of the Romans in general, and of me, to whom you have been sent, when I see that you are unacquainted with the situation even of the person from whom you come. You ought to have kept Lysimachia to prevent our entering the Chersonese, or to have opposed us at the Hellespont to hinder our passing into Asia, if you meant to ask peace from us as from people solicitous about the issue of war. But after leaving the passage into Asia open, and receiving not only a bridle, but also a yoke, what negotiation on an equality has been left you, when you must submit to orders? I shall consider my son as a very great gift from the munificence of the king. I pray to the gods that my circumstances may never require others, my mind certainly never will require any. For such an act of generosity to me he shall find me grateful, if for a personal favor he will accept a personal return of gratitude. In my public capacity, I will neither accept from him nor give him anything. All that I can give at present is sincere advice. Go then, and desire him in my name, to cease hostilities, and to refuse no terms of peace. These words had no effect on the king, who thought that the chance of war would be comparatively safe, since terms were dictated to him already as if he were totally vanquished. Laying aside, therefore, for the present, all farther mention of peace, he turned his whole attention to the preparations for war. 37. The consul having made every preparation for the execution of his designs, when he had quitted the post where he lay, marched first to Dardanus, and then to Rhetium. From both states the people came out in crowds to meet him. He then advanced to Troy, and having pitched his camp in the plain which is under the walls, when he had gone up to the city and into the citadel, he offered sacrifices to Minerva, the guardian of the citadel. The Trojans, by every act and expression of respect, showing themselves proud of the Romans being descended from them, and the Romans expressing their delight in their origin. The army marching thence, arrived, on the sixth encampment, at the source of the Caicus. To this place also King Eumenes came. He at first endeavored to bring back his fleet from the Hellespont to Elea, for the winter. Subsequently, when by adverse winds he could not, for several days, pass the promontory of Lectos, that he might not be absent at the commencement of operations, he landed and came, with a small body of men, by the shortest road to the Roman camp. From the camp he was sent home to Pergamus, to hasten supplies of provisions, and when the corn was delivered to the persons whom the consul had ordered to receive it, he returned to the same camp. The plan was, provisions for several days being prepared, to march hence against the enemy, before the winter should prevent them. The king's camp was near Thyatira. And Antiochus, hearing there that Publius Scipio had fallen sick and was conveyed to Aelia, sent ambassadors to conduct his son to him. As this present was highly grateful to the mind of the father, so was the satisfaction which it gave no less salutary to his body. At length, being sated with the embraces of his son, he said to the ambassadors, "Tell the king that I return him thanks, that at present I can make him no other requital than my advice. Which is, not to come to an engagement, until he shall have heard that I have rejoined the army." Although 62,000 foot, and more than 12,000 horse, inspired the king at times with hopes in the result of a battle. Yet, moved by the advice of so great a man as Scipio, in whom, when he considered the uncertainty of the events of war, he placed safety in any reverse of fortune, he retired, and having crossed the Phrygian river, pitched his camp near Magnesia, which is at Sipylus. And lest, if he wished to prolong the time, the Romans might attack his works, he drew round it a fosse 6 cubits deep and 12 broad, and on the outside surrounded the fosse with a double rampart, on the inside bank. He raised a wall flanked with towers at small distances, by which the enemy could easily be prevented from crossing the fosse. 38. The consul, thinking that the king was still in the neighborhood of Thyatira, came down by continued marches on the 5th day into the Hyrcanian plains. Then when he heard that the other had departed, he followed his track, and pitched his camp on the hither side of the Phrygian river, at the distance of 4 miles from the enemy. Here, a body of about 1,000 horse, the greatest part of whom were Galligrecians, the rest Dahans, and archers on horseback, of other nations intermixed, passing the river with great tumult, made an attack on the advanced Roman guards. First of all they threw into confusion those unprepared. Then, when the contest continued longer, and the number of the Romans increased, as succors were easily sent from the neighboring camp, the king's troops, becoming weary and unable to withstand superior numbers, endeavored to retreat. But, before they could reach the river, very many were killed on the bank, by the enemy pressing on their rear. For 2 days after there was quiet, neither party passing the river. On the 3rd, the Romans passed it with their whole force, and encamped at the distance of about 2.5 miles from the enemy. While they were employed in measuring and fortifying the camp, a body of the king's troops, consisting of 3,000 chosen horse and foot, approached with great rapidity and violence. The party on guard, though much inferior in number, being only 2,000, without calling off any of the soldiers from the fortifying of the camp, sustained the combat with equal success at first, and, in the progress of the contest, repulsed the enemy, killing 100, and taking about the same number. During the 4 ensuing days, both armies stood in order of battle, before their respective camps. On the 5th, the Romans advanced into the middle of the plain, but Antiochus did not stir, so that his rear was not so far as 1,000 feet from his rampart. 39. The consul, after perceiving that he declined the contest, called a council next day, and asked their opinion, how he ought to act if Antiochus would not give him an opportunity of engaging. For the winter was at hand, and he must either keep the soldiers in camp, or, if they chose to retire to winter quarters, defer the business of the war until summer. The Romans never despised any enemy so much. The assembly on every side called on him to lead on immediately, and make use of the present ardor of the troops, who, as if the business were not to fight against so many thousands, but to slaughter an equal number of cattle, were ready to force their way, through trenches and ramparts, into the camp, if the enemy would not come out to battle. Gnaeus Domitius was sent to discover the nature of the ground, and on what side the enemy's rampart could be approached. After he returned with a full account of every particular, it was resolved that the camp should next day be moved nearer to the enemy. On the 3rd day, the standards were carried forward into the middle of the plain, and the soldiers began to form line. Antiochus, thinking that he could hesitate no longer, lest, by declining a battle, he should damp the courage of his men, and add to the confidence of the enemy, drew out his forces in person, advancing only so far from the enemy's camp as to make it apparent that he was willing to come to an engagement. The Roman line was nearly uniform throughout with respect to both men and armor. There were 2 Roman legions, and 2 brigades of allies and Latins, each containing 5,400 men. The Romans formed the center, the Latins the wings. The spearmen composed the first line, the first-rank men the second, and the veterans closed the rear. Beyond this, which formed as it were the regular line of battle, the consul formed on the right of it, and in one continued line, the auxiliary troops of Eumenes, intermixed with Achaean targeteers, making about 3,000 foot. Beyond these he posted somewhat less than 3,000 horse, of which 800 belonged to Eumenes. All the rest of the cavalry were Roman, and in the extremity of the line he placed bodies of Trallians and Cretans, equal in number, who were composed of 500 men each. His left wing did not appear to require such supports, because a river and steep banks flanked it. However, 4 troops of horse were posted there. This was the whole amount of the Roman force, besides 2,000 Macedonians and Thracians, who had, as volunteers, accompanied the army. These were left to guard the camp. They placed 16 elephants behind the veterans, in reserve. For besides that they were not supposed capable of withstanding the great number of the king's elephants, which were no less than 54, the African elephants are not able to cope with an equal number of Indians. Either because they are inferior to them in size, in which the Indian have much the advantage, or in unyielding courage. 40. The king's line was more checkered with troops of many nations, dissimilar both in their persons and armor. There was a body of 16,000 men armed after the manner of the Macedonians, which were called a phalanx. This formed the center, and was divided in front into 10 parts. These parts were separated by 2 elephants placed between each 2, the line of soldiers was 32 ranks deep from point to rear. This was the main strength of the king's army, and it exhibited a formidable sight, both in the other particulars of its appearance, and in the elephants towering so high among the soldiers. They were of huge bulk, and the caparisons of their foreheads and crests, and the towers fixed on their backs, with 4 armed men standing on each tower, besides the managers of the beasts, gave them a terrific appearance. On the right side of the phalanx, he placed 500 Galligrecian horsemen. To these he joined 3,000 horsemen clad in complete armor, whom they call cataphracti, or mailed. To these were added a brigade of near 1,000 horse, which they called a gema. They were Medes, all picked men, with a mixture of horsemen from many other nations in that part of the world. Adjoining these, a body of 16 elephants was placed in reserve. On the same side, a little farther on towards the wing, was the royal cohort. These were called Argyraspides 246, from the kind of armor which they wore. Next to these stood 1,200 Dahan bowmen on horseback, then, 3,000 light infantry, part Cretans and part Trallians, the number of each being equal. Adjoining these, were 2,500 Mysian archers. 4,000 Sirtian slingers and Elymian archers mixed together covered the flank of the wing. Next to the left flank of the phalanx, stood 1,500 Galligrecian horse, and 2,000 Cappadocians, which were sent by King Ariarathes, wearing the same kind of armor. Then, auxiliaries of all kinds mixed together, 2,700, then, 3,000 mailed horsemen. Then, 1,000 other horsemen, being a royal cohort, equipped with lighter coverings for themselves and their horses, but, in other respects, not unlike the rest, they were mostly Syrians, with a mixture of Phrygians and Lydians. In the front of this body of cavalry were the chariots armed with scythes, and a kind of camels called dromedaries. These were ridden by Arabian archers, who carried thin swords 4 cubits long, that they might be able to reach the enemy from so great a height. Then followed another multitude, like that in the right wing, first, Tarentines. Then, 2,500 Galligrecian horsemen, then, 1,000 new Cretans, and 1,500 Carians and Cilicians, armed in the same manner. Then, an equal number of Trallians, with 3,000 targeteers, these were Pisidians, Pamphylians, and Lycians. Then came brigades of Sirtians and Elymians, equal to the auxiliaries placed on the right wing, and 16 elephants, separated by a small interval. The king himself was in the right wing. The command of the left he gave to his son Seleucus, and Antipater, the son of his brother. The center was entrusted to 3, Minio, Zeuxis, and Philip, the master of the elephants. 41. A morning mist, which as the day advanced rose up in clouds, spread a general darkness. And the moisture issuing from it, and coming from the southward, wetted everything. This circumstance, which was scarcely any inconvenience to the Romans, was very disadvantageous to the king's troops. For the indistinctness of the light did not take away from the Romans the view of all parts of their line, since it was of moderate length. And the moisture tended but little to blunt their swords and javelins, as they were almost all heavy-armed troops. The king's soldiers, as the line was so extensive, could not even see their wings from the center, much less could those at the extremities see one another. And then, the moisture relaxed the strings of their bows, their slings, and the thongs of their javelins. Besides, the armed chariots, by means of which Antiochus had trusted utterly to disorder the enemy's line, turned the terror of their operations on their owners. The manner in which they were armed was this: from the yoke, on both sides of the pole, they had lances 247 10 cubits long, projecting like horns, to transfix anything that came in their way. At each extremity of the yoke, 2 scythe blades projected, one on a line with the yoke, the other on its lower side, pointing to the ground. The former to cut through anything that might come within its reach on the side, the other to catch such as fell, or endeavored to go under it. At each extremity of the axle of the wheels, 2 scythe blades were fastened in the same manner. The king, as we mentioned before, had placed the chariots so armed in the front, because if they were placed in the rear, or between the ranks, they must be driven through their own soldiers. Which when Eumenes saw, not being ignorant of the method of opposing them, and knowing that aid of that sort might be rendered as dangerous to one side as the other, if an opponent should cast terror into the horses, rather than attack them in a regular battle, ordered the Cretan bowmen, and slingers, and javelin-bearers, with some troops of horse, not in a body, but scattering themselves as widely as possible, to rush forwards, and pour weapons on them from all sides at once. This storm, as it were, partly by the wounds made by the missile weapons thrown from every quarter, and partly by the discordant shouts raised, so terrified the horses, that immediately, as if unbridled, they galloped about at random. The light infantry, the lightly accoutred slingers, and the active Cretans, quickly evaded their encounter. The horsemen, following them, increased the tumult and the terror of the horses and camels, which were likewise affrighted, the clamor being multiplied and increased by the rest of the crowd of bystanders. By these means, the chariots were driven out of the ground between the 2 lines. When this fruitless mimicry of war was over, both parties gave the signal, and advanced to a regular engagement. 42. But that futile affair was soon the cause of real loss. For the auxiliaries in reserve, which were posted next, being terrified at the turn and disorder of the chariots, betook themselves to flight, leaving all exposed as far as the post of the mailed horsemen. To whom when the Roman cavalry, after dispersing the reserves, approached, they did not sustain their first onset. Some fled, and others, being delayed by the weight of their coverings and armor, were put to the sword. The whole left wing then gave way, and the auxiliaries, posted between the cavalry in the phalanx, being thrown into confusion, the terror spread even to the center. Here the ranks were broken, and by the flying soldiers rushing in between them, the use of their long spears, called by the Macedonians sarissas, was hindered. The Roman legions advanced and discharged their javelins among them in disorder. Even the elephants, standing in the way, did not deter the Roman soldiers, who had learned by experience in the African wars, both to evade the onset of the animal, and, getting at one side of it, either to ply it with darts, or, if they could come near enough, to wound its sinews with their swords. The front of the center was now almost crushed, and the reserve, being surrounded, was attacked on the rear, when the Romans perceived their troops in another quarter flying, and heard shouts of dismay almost close to their camp. For Antiochus, who commanded the right wing, having observed that the enemy, through confidence in the river, had placed no reserve there, except 4 troops of horse, and that these, keeping close to the infantry, left an open space on the bank of the river, made a charge on them, with a body of auxiliaries and mailed horsemen. He not only attacked them in front, but having surrounded the wing in the direction of the river, pressed them in flank also, until the routed cavalry first, and then the infantry that were next them, fled with precipitation to the camp. 43. Marcus Aemilius, a military tribune, son of Marcus Lepidus, who, in a few years after, became chief pontiff, had the charge of the camp. He, when he saw the troops flying, went out, with his whole guard, to meet them. He ordered them, first, to halt, and then to return to the fight, at the same time upbraiding them with cowardice and disgraceful flight. He then proceeded to threats, that if they did not obey his orders, they would rush blindly on their own destruction. At last he gave orders to his own men to kill the foremost of the runaways, and with sword wounds to drive the crowd of fugitives back against the enemy. The greater fear now overcame the less. Compelled by the danger on either side, they first halted, and then returned to the encounter, and Aemilius, with his guard, consisting of 2,000 men of distinguished valor, gave a vigorous check to the furious pursuit of Antiochus. At the same time, Attalus, the brother of Eumenes, came up in good time with 200 horse from the right wing, by which the left of the enemy had been routed, at the beginning of the engagement. As soon as he observed the flight of his friends on the left, and the tumult near the camp. When Antiochus saw those men renewing the fight, whom, but just before, he had seen running away, and another large body advancing from the camp, with a third from the line, he turned his horse to flight. The Romans, thus victorious in both wings, advanced over heaps of slain, which had been raised principally in the center, where the strength of the bravest men and the armor by its weight had prevented flight, to plunder the camp. The horsemen of Eumenes first, and then the rest of the cavalry, pursued the enemy through all parts of the plain, and killed the hindmost as they overtook them. But the fugitives suffered more severe loss by the chariots, elephants, and camels intermixed, and by their own disorderly crowd. For, after they once broke their ranks, they rushed, as if blind, one upon another, and were trodden to death by the trampling of the beasts. In the camp also there was great slaughter committed, rather greater than even in the field. For the flight of the first generally tended to the camp. The guard, through confidence in the great number of these, defended their works with the more obstinacy. The Romans having been stopped at the gates and rampart, which they had expected to take at the first rush, when they did at length break through, actuated by rage, made the more dreadful carnage. 44. Up to 50,000 foot and 3,000 horse are said to have been killed that day, 1,400 taken, with 15 elephants and their drivers. Of the Romans, many were wounded, but no more than 300 foot and 24 horsemen killed, and of the troops of Eumenes, 25. That day the victors, after plundering the enemy's camp, returned with great store of booty to their own. On the day following, they stripped the bodies of the slain, and collected the prisoners. Ambassadors came from Thyatira and Magnesia, near Sipylus, with a surrender of those cities. Antiochus fled, with very few attendants. But greater numbers collecting about him on the road, he arrived at Sardis, with a tolerable body of soldiers, about the middle of the night. Then when he heard that his son Seleucus and several of his friends had gone on to Apamea, he likewise at the fourth watch set out for Apamea with his wife and daughter, having committed to Zeno the command of the city. And having placed Timon over Lydia. Which being disregarded, ambassadors are sent to the consul, by the unanimous voice of the citizens and soldiers who were in the garrison. 45. About this time deputies came from Tralles, from Magnesia on the Massander, and from Ephesus, to surrender those cities. Polyxenidas had quitted Ephesus, as soon as he heard where the battle. And, sailing with the fleet as far as Patara, in Lycia, where, through fear of the Rhodian fleet stationed at Megiste, he landed, and, with a small retinue, pursued his journey, by land, into Syria. The several states of Asia placed themselves under the protection of the consul and the dominion of the Roman people. He was now at Sardis, whither Publius Scipio came from Aelia, as soon as he was able to endure the fatigue of traveling. Shortly after, a herald from Antiochus solicited through Publius Scipio, and obtained from the consul, permission for the king to send ambassadors. In a few days' time, Zeuxis, who had been governor of Lydia, and Antipater, the king's nephew, arrived. These, having first had a meeting with Eumenes, whom they expected to find most averse to peace, on account of old disputes, and seeing him better disposed than they or the king could have hoped, addressed themselves then to Publius Scipio. And through him to the consul, and a numerously attended council being granted to them at their request to declare their commission, Zeuxis said, "We have not anything to propose ourselves, but rather to inquire from you, Romans, by what atonements we can expiate the error of our king, and obtain pardon and peace from our conquerors. You have ever pardoned, with the greatest magnanimity, vanquished kings and nations. With how much greater and more placable spirit ought you to act now, after your late victory, which has made you masters of the whole world. You ought now, like deities laying aside all disputes with mortal beings, to protect and spare the human race." It had been determined, before the ambassadors came, what answer should be given them. And it was agreed that Africanus should deliver it. He is said to have spoken thus: "Of those things that are in the gift of the immortal gods, we, Romans, possess as much as the gods have been pleased to bestow. In every state of fortune we have had, and have, the same spirit for this, under the sway of our reason, prosperity has never elated, nor adversity depressed it. Of the truth of this, to omit other instances, I might produce your friend Hannibal as a convincing proof, but I can appeal to yourselves. We now conquerors offer to you conquered the same conditions which we offered to you when on an equal footing, at the time that you made proposals of peace, after we crossed the Hellespont, before we beheld the king's camp or army. When the chance of war was equal and the issue uncertain. Resign all pretensions in Europe, and cede that part of Asia which lies on this side of Mount Taurus. Then, towards the expenses of the war, ye shall pay 15,000 talents of Euboea. 248,500 immediately, 2,500 when the Senate and people of Rome shall have ratified the peace, and 1,000 annually for 12 years after. It likewise pleases us, that 400 talents be paid to Eumenes, and the quantity of corn remaining unpaid, of what was due to his father. When we shall have settled these articles, it will be a sort of pledge, that we may consider it certain that you will perform them, if you give 20 hostages such as we shall choose. But it never will be clear to us that the Roman people will enjoy peace where Hannibal shall be. Him, therefore, we demand, above all. Ye shall also deliver up Thoas, the Aetolian, the fomenter of the Aetolian war, who armed you against us by the assurances of their support, and them by assurances of yours. And, together with him, Nasilicus, the Acarnanian, and Philo, and Eubulides, of Chalcis. The king will now make peace under worse circumstances on his side, because he makes it later than he might have done. If he now causes any delay, let him consider, that it is more difficult to pull down the majesty of kings from the highest to the middle stage, than it is to precipitate it from the middle to the lowest. The ambassadors were sent by the king with these instructions, that they should accede to any terms of peace. It was resolved, therefore, that ambassadors should be sent to Rome. The consul distributed his army in winter quarters at Magnesia, on the Meander, Tralles, and Ephesus. A few days after, the king brought the hostages to Ephesus to the consul. The ambassadors also, who were to go to Rome, arrived. Eumenes set out for Rome at the same time with the king's ambassadors, and they were followed by embassies from all the states of Asia. 46. Whilst these things are being transacted in Asia, 2 proconsuls arrived almost together at Rome, from their provinces, with hopes of triumphing, Quintus Minucius, from Liguria, and Manius Acilius, from Aetolia. After hearing their services, the Senate refused a triumph to Minucius, but, with great unanimity, decreed one to Acilius, and he rode through the city in triumph over King Antiochus and the Aetolians. In the procession were carried 230 military ensigns, of unwrought silver, 3,000 pounds weight, of coin, 113,000 Attic tetradrachms, 249 and 248,250 sestophruses. 251 of chased silver vessels, a great number, and of great weight. He bore, also, the king's silver, furniture, and splendid wardrobe, golden crowns, presents from the allied states, 45, with spoils of all kinds. He led 36 prisoners of distinction, generals of the Aetolian and royal armies. Democritus, the Aetolian general, a few days before, when he had escaped out of prison in the night, being overtaken by the guards on the bank of the Tiber, stabbed himself with a sword before he was seized. Nothing was wanted but the soldiers, to follow the general's chariot. In every other respect the triumph was magnificent, both in the grandeur of the procession and the fame of his achievements. Sad intelligence from Spain diminished the joy of this triumph, viz. that in an unsuccessful battle in the territory of the Bastitani, under the command of Lucius Aemilius, the proconsul, at the town of Lyco, there fell 6,000 of the Roman army against the Lusitanians. And that the rest, being driven in a panic within their rampart, found it difficult to defend the camp, and had retreated, by forced marches, as if flying, into a friendly country. Such were the accounts from Spain. Lucius Aurunculius, the praetor, introduced to the Senate the deputies of Placentia and Cremona, in Cisalpine Gaul. When they complained of the want of colonists, some having been carried off by the casualties of war, others by sickness, and several having left the colonies, through disgust at the vicinity of the Gauls. On this, the Senate decreed, that Caius Laelius, the consul, if he thought proper, should enroll 6,000 families, to be distributed among these colonies, and that Lucius Aurunculius, the praetor, should appoint commissioners to conduct the colonists. Accordingly, Marcus Attilius Soranus, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, son of Publius, and Lucius Valerius Tapo, son of Caius, were nominated to that office. 47. Not long after, as the time of the consular elections drew nigh, the consul, Caius Laelius, came home to Rome from Gaul. He not only enrolled the colonists, according to a decree of the Senate, passed in his absence, as a supplement to Cremona and Placentia, but proposed, and, on his recommendation, the Senate voted, that 2 new colonies should be established in the lands which had belonged to the Boians. At the same time arrived a letter from the praetor, Lucius Aemilius, containing intelligence of the sea fight that took place at Myonesus, and of Lucius Scipio the consul having transported his army into Asia. A supplication for 1 day was decreed, on account of the naval victory, and another, for the 2nd day, in order that, as the Roman army had then for the first time pitched a camp in Asia, this circumstance might turn out prosperous and happy. The consul was ordered to sacrifice 20 of the greater victims on occasion of each supplication. The election of consuls was then held with a warm contest. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus sought the office under general censure, for having, in order to sue for the office, left his province of Sicily without having asked the Senate for permission to do so. Marcus Fulvius Nobilior, Gnaeus Manlius Vulso, and Marcus Valerius Messala, were his competitors for the office. Fulvius alone was elected consul, since the rest could not make up the number of centuries. And the next day, rejecting Lepidus, for Messala had declined, he declared Gnaeus Manlius his colleague. Then were chosen praetors, 2 of the name of Quintus Fabius, Labio and Pictor, the latter of whom had in that year been inaugurated Flamen Quirinalis, Marcus Sempronius Titidinus, Spurius Postumius Albinus, Lucius Plautius Hypsius, and Lucius Bebius Dives. 48. Valerius Antius says, that at the time when Marcus Fulvius Nobilior and Gnaeus Manlius Vulso were consuls, a rumor prevailed strongly at Rome, and was received as almost certain, that the consul, Lucius Scipio, and with him Publius Africanus, had been invited by the king to a conference, under pretense of restoring young Scipio, and were both seized, and that when the leaders were thus made prisoners, the enemy's army was immediately led up to the Roman camp, that this was stormed, and the forces entirely cut off. That in consequence of this, the Aetolians had taken courage and refused to obey orders, and that several of their principal men had gone into Macedonia, Dardania, and Thrace, to hire auxiliaries. That Aulus Terentius Varro, and Marcus Claudius Lepidus, had been sent by Aulus Cornelius, propraetor, from Aetolia, to carry this intelligence to Rome. To this story Valerius annexed that the Aetolian ambassadors were asked in the Senate this question among others, from whom they had heard that the Roman generals were made prisoners by King Antiochus in Asia, and the army cut off. And that the Aetolians answered, that they had been informed of it by their own ambassadors, who were with the consul. As I have no other authority for this report, it has neither been confirmed in my opinion, nor has it been overlooked as groundless. 49. When the Aetolian ambassadors were brought to an audience of the Senate, although their cause and their circumstances required, that they, by an ample confession, should suppliantly seek pardon for what was either their misfortune or their fault, yet having begun with enumerating their services to the Roman people, and talking reproachfully of their own valor in the war with Philip, they offended the ears of the senators by the insolence of their discourse. By calling up old and forgotten matters, they brought the affair to this, that the memory of many more injuries than services done by that nation occurred to the minds of the Senate, and that they, who needed compassion, provoked anger and hatred. They were asked by one senator whether they yielded the disposal of themselves to the Roman people. Then, by another, whether they would have the same allies and enemies as the Roman people. When they gave no answer, they were ordered to withdraw from the Senate house. The whole Senate then, almost with one voice, cried out, that the Aetolians were still entirely devoted to Antiochus, and that on that solitary hope their spirits depended. Wherefore the war ought to be carried on against such decided enemies, and their haughty spirits tamed. Another circumstance inflamed the resentment of the Senate, because that, in the very moment in which they were soliciting peace from the Romans, they were making war on Dolopia and Athemania. A decree of the Senate was passed, on the motion of Manius Acilius, who had defeated Antiochus and the Aetolians, that the Aetolian ambassadors should be ordered to leave the city that day, and quit Italy within 15 days. Aulus Terentius Varro was appointed to escort them on the road. And a threatening notice was given to them, that, if any embassy from the Aetolians should thenceforth come to Rome, unless with the permission of the general who might be in command of that province, and with a Roman deputy, all such would be treated as enemies. In this manner were the Aetolians dismissed. 50. The consuls then consulted the Senate concerning the provinces, and it was resolved that they should cast lots for Aetolia and Asia. To him who should obtain by lot Asia, was assigned the army which Lucius Scipio then had. And, as a reinforcement, 4,000 Roman foot and 200 horse, and of the allies and Latins 8,000 foot and 400 horse, with which force he was to carry on the war with Antiochus. To the other consul was decreed the army in Aetolia, and he was allowed to raise, for a reinforcement, the same number of natives and allies as his colleague. The same consul was likewise ordered to equip and take with him the ships that had been fitted out the year before, and not only to wage war with the Aetolians, but also to pass over into the island of Cephallenia. Instructions were given to the same consul, that if he could do it to the advantage of the Republic, he should come home to Rome to hold the elections. For, besides that the annual magistrates were to be replaced, it was resolved that censors also should be created. And if any particular business should detain him, he was then to acquaint the Senate, that he could not attend at the time of the elections. Aetolia fell by lot to Marcus Fulvius, Asia, to Gnaeus Manlius. The praetors then cast lots, and Spurius Postumius Albinus obtained the city in foreign jurisdiction, Marcus Sempronius to Didonus, Sicily, Quintus Fabius Pictor, the priest of Romulus, Sardinia, Quintus Fabius Labio, the fleet. Lucius Plautius Hypsius, hither Spain, Lucius Bibius Dives, farther Spain. 1 legion, and the squadron which was then in Sicily, were decreed for that province. And it was ordered that the new praetor should levy on the Sicilians 2/10 of the corn, one of which he was to send into Asia, the other into Aetolia. It was also ordered, that the same impost should be collected in Sardinia, and the corn sent to the same armies as the Sicilian corn. A reinforcement was given to Lucius Bibius, for Spain, 1,000 Roman foot and 50 horse, with 6,000 Latin foot and 200 horse. To Plautius Hypsius, for the hither Spain, were assigned 1,000 Roman foot, and 2,000 Latins, with 200 horse, so that with these supplies the two Spains should have each a legion. In the case of the magistrates of the preceding year, the command was prolonged to Caius Laelius for a year, with his present army, and to Publius Junius, the propraetor in Etruria, with the army which was then in the province, and Marcus Tuccius, the propraetor in Bruttium and Apulia. 51. Before the praetors went into their provinces, a dispute arose between Publius Licinius, chief pontiff, and Quintus Fabius Pictor, priest of Romulus. Such as had happened in the recollection of their fathers, between Lucius Metellus and Postumius Albinus. Metellus, who was chief pontiff at the time, had detained, for the performance of the business of religion, Albinus, the consul, who was setting out with his colleague, Caius Lutatius, to the fleet at Sicily. And now Publius Licinius detained the praetor Fabius from going to Sardinia. The matter was agitated in stormy debates, both in the Senate and before the Commons. Authoritative commands were issued on both sides, pledges were seized, fines imposed, the tribunes applied to, and appeals made to the people. At last religion prevailed, so that the flamen obeyed the order of the pontiff, and the fines were remitted by order of the people. The Senate by their authority prevented the praetor when attempting to abdicate the magistracy through anger at the loss of his province, and decreed that he should dispense justice among foreigners. The levies being finished in a few days, for the soldiers to be enlisted were not many, the consuls and praetors repaired to their provinces. Then a report of the transactions in Asia spread vaguely without an offer. And in a few days after, certain information, and a letter from the general, arrived at Rome, which occasioned joy, not so much from recent fear, for they had ceased to fear him who was conquered in Aetolia, as from former fame. Because by them commencing this war he was considered as a very formidable enemy, both on account of his own strength and because he had Hannibal to direct the business of the war. The Senate determined that no change should be made in their sending the consul into Asia, and that no diminution of his forces should take place through apprehension of a war with the Gauls. 52. In a short time after, Marcus Aurelius Cotta, deputy from Lucius Scipio, with ambassadors from King Antiochus and King Eumenes, and the Rhodian delegates, arrived at Rome. Cotta, first in the Senate, and then by their order in the assembly of the people, stated the services which were performed in Asia. Then a supplication for 3 days was decreed, and 40 victims of the greater kinds ordered to be sacrificed. Then audience was given first to Eumenes. He, when he had briefly returned thanks to the Senate, because they had relieved him and his brother from a siege, and protected his kingdom from the unjust attacks of Antiochus, and had congratulated them, because they had carried on affairs successfully by sea and land, and because they had utterly routed, driven out of his camp, and expelled King Antiochus. First from Europe, and then from all Asia on this side of Mount Taurus. Then said, he preferred that they should learn his own deserts from their generals and deputies, rather than from his mouth. All being pleased with his discourse, and desiring him to tell frankly, bashfulness being for the present laid aside, what recompense he thought proper to be given by the Senate and people of Rome. Assuring him that, the Senate were inclined to act with greater zeal and more abundant liberality, if possible, according to his deserts. To this the king answered, if the choice of rewards were offered him by others, if only permission to consult the Roman Senate were given to him, he would have availed himself of the advice of that most noble body. Lest he might appear to have been either immoderate in his desires or shameless in his requests. But now, when they themselves were the donors, it was much more proper that their munificence towards him and his brothers should be regulated by their own judgment. The Senate were not discouraged by this answer from desiring him to speak. And when there had been a long contest of kindness on one side, and reserve on the other, whilst they deferred to one another with a politeness not more mutual than insuperable, Eumenes departed from the Senate house. The Senate persisted in their resolution so far as to say, that it was absurd that the king should not know with what hopes or request he came. That he himself best knew what would be suitable to his own dominions. He was much better acquainted with Asia than were the Senate. That he ought to be called back and compelled to state what were his wishes and sentiments. 53. The king, being brought back by the praetor into the Senate house, and desired to speak freely, began thus, Conscript Fathers. I should have persevered in being silent, but that I knew you would presently call in the Rhodian ambassadors, and that when they had been heard, the necessity of speaking would be imposed on me. And this my speech will be the more difficult on this account, because their demands will be of such a nature, that they will appear not only to make no demands which may be contrary to my interests, but not even to request anything which may be intimately connected with themselves. For they will plead the cause of the Grecian states, and allege that they ought to be set free. Which point being gained, to whom is it doubtful that they will alienate from us not only those states which shall be liberated, but likewise our ancient tributaries? And that after having bound them under so great an obligation, they will keep them under the denomination of allies, in reality subject to their government and entirely at their disposal? And, if it pleases the gods, while they will aspire to this so great power, they will pretend that this is no way connected with them, they will only say, that it is becoming you and conformable to your past conduct. You must be cautious, therefore, lest this speech deceive you. And lest by an unfair distribution, you not only depress some of your allies too much, while you exalt others beyond measure, but also put those who bore arms against you in a better state than your allies and friends. As to what regards myself in other cases, I should prefer to appear to any one to have yielded within the limit of my right, rather than to have struggled too obstinately in maintaining it. But in a contest of friendship and goodwill towards you, and of the respect to be paid to you, I cannot with any patience bear to be outdone. This was the principal inheritance that I received from my father, who, of all the inhabitants of Asia and Greece, was the first who embraced your friendship, and this he maintained with constant and invariable fidelity to the last hour of his life. Nor did he display merely a faithful and kind inclination towards you, but was actively engaged in all the wars which you waged in Greece, whether on land or sea. He aided you with all kinds of provisions in such a manner, that not one of your allies could vie with him in any respect. And finally, while he was exhorting the Boeotians to an alliance with you, having fainted in the middle of his discourse, he shortly expired. In his steps have I trodden. And though I could not surpass the warmth of his wishes, and his zeal in courting your friendship, for these could not be exceeded, yet fortune, the times, Antiochus, and the war waged in Asia, afforded me occasions of surpassing him in real acts and merits, and valuable services. Antiochus, king of Asia, and of a part of Europe, offered me his daughter in marriage. Offered to restore immediately the states that had revolted from us, and gave great hopes of enlarging my dominions, if I would have carried on war in conjunction with him against you. I will not boast on this account, because I was guilty of no trespass against you, but I will rather mention those instances of conduct which are worthy of the very early friendship between our house and you. I assisted your commanders with forces by land and sea, so that not one of your allies can stand in competition with me. I supplied them with provisions by land and sea. I was present in all the naval engagements which are fought in many places. And I never was sparing of my labor and danger. I underwent a siege, the most dreadful suffering that can occur in war, being shut up in Pergamus, in the utmost danger both of my kingdom and of my life. Afterwards, when liberated from the siege, although in one part Antiochus, in another Seleucus, were encamped about the citadel of my kingdom, having deserted my own affairs, I went with my whole fleet to the Hellespont, to meet your consul Lucius Scipio, to assist in transporting his army. From the time that the army came over into Asia, I never quitted the consul. No Roman soldier was more regular in his attendance in your camp, than I and my brothers. No expedition, no cavalry action, was undertaken without me. In the field I took that post, and I maintained that ground, in which the consul wished me to be. I do not intend, conscript fathers, to say who in that war can be compared to me in services towards you. I would not hesitate to compare myself to any of those nations or kings whom you hold in great honor. Massinissa was your enemy before he became your ally, nor did he repair to you with his auxiliaries when his kingdom was safe. But dethroned, exiled, and stripped of all his forces, he fled for refuge to your camp with one troop of horse. Nevertheless, because he faithfully and diligently adhered to your cause in Africa, against Syphax and the Carthaginians, you not only restored him to the throne of his father, but by adding to his domain the most opulent part of the kingdom of Syphax, rendered him the most potent of all the kings in Africa. What reward then, and what honor are we worthy of at your hands, who have never been foes, but always allies? My father, myself, my brothers, have carried arms in your cause by sea and land, not only in Asia, but in countries remote from our home. In Peloponnesus, in Boeotia, in Aetolia, during the wars with Philip, and Antiochus, and the Aetolians. Someone may say, what therefore do you demand? Conscript fathers, since I must obey you when you desire me to explain my wishes, if you have removed Antiochus beyond the mountains of Taurus with the intention of holding those countries yourselves, I wish for no other people to settle near me. No other neighbors than you. Nor could I hope that my kingdom would be rendered safer or firmer by any other event. But if your purpose is to retire hence, and withdraw your armies, I may venture to affirm, that not one of your allies is more deserving than I am of possessing what you have acquired. But then it will be a glorious act to liberate states that are in slavery. I agree that it will, provided they have committed nothing hostile against you. But if they took part with Antiochus, is it not much more becoming your wisdom and equity, to consult the interest of your well-deserving friends than that of your enemies? 54. The king's speech was pleasing to the Senate, and it was very evident that they would do all things liberally, and with a desire to serve him. As one of the Rhodian ambassadors was absent, an embassy from Smyrna was next introduced, which was briefly disposed of. When the Smyrnians were highly complimented because they had resolved to endure the last extremities rather than surrender to the king, the Rhodians were next introduced. The chief of their embassy, after stating the commencement of their friendship with the Roman people and merits of the Rhodians, first in the war with Philip, and afterwards in that with Antiochus, said, Conscript fathers, there is nothing in the whole course of our affairs that gives us more trouble and uneasiness than that we should have a debate with Eumenes, with whom alone, of all the kings in the world, each of us as individuals has a private tie of hospitality, and, what weighs more with us, our state has a public one. But, conscript fathers, it is not our own inclinations that disunite us, but the nature of circumstances which exercise an all-powerful influence, so that we, being free ourselves, plead the cause of other men's freedom. While kings wish to have all things subservient and subject to their command. Yet, be that as it may, our respect towards the king is an obstacle to us, rather than that the debate is intricate, or likely to give you perplexity in your deliberations. For if no honor could be otherwise paid to the king, your friend and ally, who has merited highly in this very war, and concerning whose reward the consideration is, unless you should deliver free states into his power. The deliberation would be a difficult one, lest you should either send away a king, your friend, without due honor, or depart from your own institutions, and sully now, by the servitude of so many states, the glory which you have acquired in the war with Philip. But from this necessity of diminishing either your gratitude towards your friend, or your own glory, fortune completely frees you. For, through the bounty of the gods, your victory is not more glorious than it is rich, so that it can easily acquit you of that just as a debt. Lycaonia, both the Phrygias, with Pisidia, the Chersonese, and the adjoining parts of Europe, are all in your power, and any one of these, given to the king, can double his dominions. But if they were all conferred upon him, they would set him on a level with the greatest of kings. You have it, therefore, in your power to enrich your allies with the prizes of the war. And, not to depart from your usual line of policy, and to remember what motive you assigned as your cause of war, formerly against Philip, latterly against Antiochus, what you performed on the conquest of Philip. What is now desired and expected from you, not so much because you have done it before, as because it becomes you to do it. For different persons look on different circumstances as specious and plausible motives for taking up arms. Some go to war to get possession of land, some of villages, some of towns, some of ports, and some of the sea-coast. Such things you never coveted, when you had them not, and you cannot covet them now, when the whole world is under your dominion. You ever fought for your dignity and glory, in the sight of the whole human race, which long since has learned to respect your name and empire next to that of the immortal gods. And to procure and acquire these was an arduous task. I know not whether it may be more difficult to retain them. You have undertaken to defend from the slavery of kings the liberty of a nation the most ancient and most highly distinguished, both by the fame of its exploits, and by universal praise for politeness and learning. It becomes you to make this patronage of an entire nation, received under your care and protection, perpetual. The cities standing on the original soil, are not more Grecian than their colonies, which formerly migrated thence into Asia. Nor has change of country changed either their race or manners. Every state among us has ventured to contend in a respectful contest, in every good quality and virtue, with its parents and founders. Most of you have visited the cities in Greece, and those in Asia. We are surpassed in no other circumstance than that we are too far distant from you. We hear that the inhabitants of Marseilles, who, if nature, implanted, as it were, in their bosoms, could be overcome by the genius of the soil, would ere this have been rendered savage. By the many barbarous tribes surrounding them, are deservedly held in as high honor and esteem by you as if they were inhabitants of the very center of Greece. For they have preserved, not only the sound of the language, the mode of dress, and the habit, but, above all, the manners, the laws, and a mind pure and untainted by contagion from their neighbors. The boundary of your empire, at present, is Mount Taurus. Nothing within that line ought to be thought remote. To whatever extent your arms have reached, let justice, emanating from Rome, spread. Let barbarians, with whom the commands of masters have always served instead of laws, have kings, in which government they delight. The Greeks endure their own fortune, they have a spirit like your own. They too, in former times, grasped at empire by their internal strength. They now pray that empire may remain to eternity where it is at present. They consider it sufficient that their liberty should be defended by your arms, since they are unable to protect it by their own. But it is objected, that some of their states sided with Antiochus. So did others, before, with Philip. So did the Tarentines with Pyrrhus. Not to enumerate other nations, Carthage enjoys liberty and its own laws. Consider, conscript fathers, how much you owe to this example, set by yourselves. You will surely make up your mind to refuse to the ambition of Eumenes, what you refuse to your own most just resentment. With what brave and faithful exertions we, Rhodians, have assisted you, both in this late war, and in all the wars that you have waged in that part of the world, we leave to your own judgment. We now, in peace, offer you such advice, that if you conform to it, all the world will judge that you used your victory with more honor to yourselves, than that with which you gained it. Their arguments seemed well adapted to the Roman grandeur. 55. After the Rhodians, the ambassadors of Antiochus were called. These, after the common practice of petitioners for pardon, acknowledged the king's error, and besought the conscript fathers to deliberate, mindful rather of their own mercy than of the misconduct of the king, who had suffered enough and more than enough of punishment. In fine, to ratify, by their authority, the peace granted by their general, Lucius Scipio, with the conditions on which he had given it. The Senate voted, that the peace should be observed, and the people, a few days after, ordered it. The treaty was concluded in the capital with Antipater, chief of the embassy, and son of the brother of King Antiochus. Then the other embassies from Asia were heard, to all of whom was returned the same answer, that, the Senate, in conformity with the usage of their ancestors, would send 10 ambassadors to examine and adjust the affairs of Asia. That the general plan was to be this, that the places on this side of Mount Taurus, which had been within the limits of the realm of Antiochus, should be assigned to Eumenes, excepting Lycia and Curia, as far as the river Meander. And that these last mentioned should become the property of the Rhodians. That the other states of Asia, which had been tributary to Attalus, should likewise pay tribute to Eumenes. And such as had been tributary to Antiochus, should be free and independent. They appointed 10 ambassadors, Quintus Minucius Rufus, Lucius Furius Purpurio, Quintus Minucius Thermus, Appius Claudius Nero, Gnaeus Cornelius Merilla, Marcus Junius Brutus, Lucius Aurunculius, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, Publius Cornelius Lentulus, and Publius Aelius Tubero. 56. To these full instructions were given to decide whatever required an examination of the place. Concerning the general plan the Senate voted, that all Lycaonia, both the Phrygias, and Mysia, the royal forests, and Lydia, and Ionia, excepting those towns which had been free on the day whereon the battle was fought with Antiochus. and accepting by name Magnesia at Sipylus. Then the city of Caria, called also Hydrela, and the territory of Hydrela, stretching towards Phrygia, and the forts and villages on the river Meander, and likewise the towns, excepting such as had been free before the war, and excepting by name Telmissus, and the fort of Telmisium, and the lands which had belonged to Ptolemy of Telmissus. All these which are written above, were ordered to be given to King Eumenes. Lycia was given to the Rhodians, excepting the same Telmissus, and the fort of Telmisium, with the lands which had belonged to Ptolemy of Telmissus. These were withheld both from Eumenes and the Rhodians. To the latter was given also that part of Caria which lies beyond the river Meander nearest to the island of Rhodes, with its towns, villages, forts, and lands, extending to Pisidia. Excepting those towns which had been in a state of freedom on the day before that of the battle with Antiochus. The Rhodians, after returning thanks for these favors, mentioned the city of Soli in Cilicia, the inhabitants of which, they said, as well as themselves, derived their origin from Argos. And, in consequence of this relation, a brotherly affection subsisted between the two states. They, therefore, requested the Senate, as an extraordinary favor, to exempt that city from subjection to the king. The ambassadors of Antiochus were called in, and the matter was proposed to them, but their consent could not be obtained. Antipater appealing to the treaty, in opposition to which, not only Soli, but Cilicia was sought by the Rhodians, and they were passing the summits of Taurus. The Rhodians being summoned again before the Senate, the fathers, after they had stated how earnestly the king's ambassador opposed the measure, added that, if the Rhodians were of opinion that the affair particularly affected the dignity of their state, the Senate would try by all means to overcome the obstinacy of the ambassadors. Hereupon the Rhodians, with greater warmth than before, returned thanks, and declared, that they would rather give way to the arrogance of Antipater, than afford any reason for disturbing the peace. So no change was made with respect to Soli. 57. During the time in which these things were transacted, deputies from Marseilles announced that Lucius Baebius, the praetor, on his way into his province of Spain, had been surrounded by the Ligurians. That a great part of his retinue being slain, he himself, wounded, had made his escape, without his lictors, and with but few attendants, to Marseilles, and in 3 days after expired. The Senate, on hearing of this misfortune, decreed, that Publius Junius Brutus, who was the propraetor in Etruria, having delivered the province and army to whichsoever of the lieutenants he should think proper, should go himself into farther Spain, which was to be his province. This decree of the Senate and a letter was sent by the praetor, Spurius Postumius, into Etruria. And Publius Junius, the propraetor, set out for Spain, in which province, long before a successor could arrive, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, who afterwards with great glory conquered King Perseus. Though he had carried on matters unsuccessfully the year before, having raised an army by a hasty levy, fought a pitched battle with the Lusitanians. The enemy were routed, and put to flight, 18,000 were killed, 3,300 taken, and their camp stormed. The fame of this victory made matters more tranquil in Spain. In the same year, on the 3rd day before the calends of January, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, Marcus Attilius Serenus, and Lucius Valerius Tapo, triumvirs, settled a Latin colony at Bononia, according to a decree of the Senate. 3,000 men were led to that place. 70 acres were given to each horseman, 50 to each of the other colonists. The land had been taken from the Boian Gauls, who had formerly expelled the Tuscans. 58. In the same year, many distinguished men strove for the censorship, and this business, as if it furnished in itself insufficient grounds for dispute, gave rise to another contest of a much more violent nature. The candidates were, Titus Quintius Flamininus, Publius Cornelius Scipio, son of Gnaeus, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, Marcus Porcius Cato, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, and Manius Acilius Glabrio, who had defeated Antiochus and the Aetolians at Thermopylae. The favor of the people inclined to the last in particular, because he had given many largesses, by which he had bound a great number of men to him. When so many nobles could ill brook that a man of no family should be so much preferred to them, Publius Sempronius Gracchus and Caius Sempronius Rutilius, tribunes of the people, commenced a prosecution against him, on a charge that he had neither exhibited in his triumph, nor lodged in the treasury, a large part of the royal treasure, and of the booty taken in the camp of Antiochus. The depositions of the lieutenants general and military tribunes were at variance. Beyond all the other witnesses, Marcus Cato was remarkable, whose authority, acquired by the uniform tenor of his life, the fact of his being a candidate diminished. He, when a witness, affirmed, that he had not observed, in the triumph, the gold and silver vessels which, on the taking of the camp, he had seen among the other spoils of the king. At last Glabrio declared, that he declined the election, chiefly to throw odium on Cato, since he, a candidate of an origin as humble as his own, by an abominable perjury, attacked that which men of noble birth bore with silent indignation. A fine of 100,000 asses 252 was proposed to the people against him. Twice there was a contest on the subject. On the third hearing, as the accused had declined the election, and the people were unwilling to vote about the fine, the tribunes also dropped the business. The censors elected were, Titus Quintius Flamininus and Marcus Claudius Marcellus. 59. At the same time, when an audience of the Senate, in the temple of Apollo outside the city, was granted to Lucius Aemilius Regillus, who, with the fleet, had defeated the admiral of King Antiochus. After hearing the recital of his services, with what great fleets of the enemy he had engaged, how many of their ships he had sunk or taken, a naval triumph was voted him by the unanimous consent of the fathers. He triumphed on the calends of February. In this procession were carried 49 golden crowns. The quantity of money was by no means so great considering the appearance of the triumph over the king, being only 34,700 Attic tetradrachms 253 and 132,300 sestophruses. 254 supplications were then performed, by order of the Senate, in consideration of the successful services to the state, achieved in Spain by Lucius Aemilius Paulus. Not long after, Lucius Scipio arrived in the city. And, that he might not be inferior to his brother in point of a surname, he chose to be called Asiaticus. He spoke largely of his services both before the Senate and a general assembly. There were some who judged that the war was greater by fame than by real difficulty, for it was terminated entirely by one memorable engagement, and that the glory of that victory had been stripped of its bloom at Thermopylae. But, to any person judging impartially, it must appear, that the light at Thermopylae was with the Aetolians, rather than with the king. For with how small a portion of his own strength did Antiochus engage in that battle? Whereas, in the other, in Asia, the strength of the whole Asiatic continent stood combined, for he had collected auxiliaries of all nations from the most remote quarters of the East. Justly, therefore, were the greatest possible honors paid to the immortal gods, for having rendered a most important victory easy in the acquisition, and a triumph was decreed to the commander. He triumphed in the intercalary month, the day before the calends of March. Which triumph was greater in the display to the eye than that of Africanus his brother, yet if we recall to our memory the circumstances, and estimate the dangers and difficulty, it was no more to be compared to it. Then if you would contrast one general with the other, Antiochus with Hannibal. He carried, in his triumph, military standards, 234, models of towns, 134, elephants' teeth, 1,230. Crowns of gold, 224, pounds weight of silver, 137,420, Attic tetradrachms, 224,000. 255 sestophruses, 331,070, 256 gold pieces, called Philippians, 140,000, 257 silver vases, all engraved, to the amount of 1,424 pounds weight. Of golden vases, 1,024 pounds weight, and of the king's generals, governors, and officers at court, 32 were led before his chariot. 25 denariuses 258 were given to each of his soldiers, double that sum to a centurion, triple it to a horseman, and after the triumph, their pay and allowance of corn were doubled. He had already doubled them after the battle in Asia. He triumphed about a year after the expiration of his consulship. 60. Gnaeus Manlius, the consul, arrived in Asia, and Quintus Fabius Labeo, the praetor, reached the fleet, nearly at the same time. The consul did not want reasons for war against the Gauls. The sea was subjected to the Romans since the conquest of Antiochus. It appeared best to Quintus Fabius, considering to what thing in particular he should apply himself, lest he might seem to have had a province in which there was no employment, to sail over to the island of Crete. The Sidonians were engaged in war against the Gortinians and Nautians, and a great number of Roman and Italian captives were said to be in slavery in different parts of the island. Having sailed with the fleet from Ephesus, as soon as he touched the shore of Crete, he dispatched orders to all the states to cease from hostilities, and to search each of them for the captives in its own cities and territory, and bring them to him. Also, to send ambassadors to him, to treat of matters belonging alike to the Romans and Cretans. These orders had little influence on the Cretans. Excepting the Gortinians, none of them restored the captives. Valerius Antius relates, that as many as 4,000 captives were restored out of the whole island, because the Cretans feared his threats of war. And that this was deemed a sufficient reason for Fabius obtaining from the Senate a naval triumph, although he performed no other exploit. From Crete Fabius returned to Ephesus, having dispatched 3 ships from the latter place to the coast of Thrace. He ordered the garrisons of Antiochus to be withdrawn from Enos and Maronia, that these cities might be left at liberty. Book XXXVI. Marcus Fulvius the consul besieged Ambracia, in Epirus, and received its surrender. He reduced Cephallenia, and granted peace to the Aetolians, on their complete subjection. Gnaeus Manlius the consul, his colleague, conquered the Galagrecians, including the Telistoboi, Tectisagi, and Trachmi who, under the command of Brennus, had crossed over into Asia. Since they were the only refractory nation on this side of Mount Taurus. Their origin is related, and likewise the manner in which they became masters of the territories which they now hold. An instance, also, of virtue and chastity in a woman is recorded, for when the wife of Ortigon, king of the Galagrecians, was a captive, she slew a centurion who was sentinel over her, because he offered her violence. The lustrum was closed by the censors. 258,328 citizens were raided. A treaty of amity was entered into with Ariarathes, king of Cappadocia. Gnaeus Manlius, although the 10 ambassadors by whose advice he had written the terms of the treaty with Antiochus, opposed him, pleaded his cause in person in the Senate, and triumphed over the Galagrecians. Scipio Africanus, a day of trial being appointed him, as some say, by Quintus Petilius, tribune of the people, as others say, by Naevius, on the charge of having fraudulently deprived the treasury of the plunder taken from Antiochus. When the day of trial came on, was summoned to the rostrum, and said, On this day, Romans, I conquered Carthage. And, followed by the people, ascended the Capitol. Subsequently, that he might not receive any further annoyance from the injuries done him by the tribunes, he retired into voluntary exile at Laternum. It is uncertain whether he died there or at Rome. For monuments were erected to his memory in both places. Lucius Scipio Asiaticus, brother of Africanus, was accused and condemned on the same charge of embezzlement as his brother, when he was being led to prison. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, tribune of the commons, who had been previously on unfriendly terms with the Scipios, vetoed it. And in return for that kindness, received in marriage the daughter of Africanus. When the quaestors were sent to take public possession of the property of Lucius Scipio, not only was no trace of the king's money apparent in it, but not even so much was raised thereby as the amount in which he was fined. He would not receive the countless sum collected by his relations and friends. The mere necessaries of life were purchased back. 1. While the war is being carried on in Asia, matters were not even then tranquil among the Aetolians, a commencement of these disturbances having originated with the nation of the Athemanians. At that period, since the expulsion of Amminander, Athemania was kept in subjection by royal garrisons, under governors appointed by Philip, who by their haughty and overbearing exercise of power, had made the people regret the loss of Amminander. The hope of recovering the kingdom was presented to Amminander, then an exile in Aetolia, by the letters of his partisans, who informed him of the state of Athemania, and messengers were sent to Argithea, for that was the chief city of Athemania, to inform the principal men, that, if they were sufficiently assured of the inclinations of their countrymen, he, having obtained succors from the Aetolians, would come into Athemania with a chosen body of Aetolians, who constituted the council of that nation, and their praetor, Nicander. And, when he found that they were prepared for everything, he gave them notice, immediately after, of the day on which he would enter Athemania at the head of an army. At first there were 4 conspirators against the Macedonian garrison. Then each of these took as associates 6 assistants for the execution of the business. But, afterwards, distrusting their small number, which was rather calculated for the concealment than for the execution of the design, they took in a number of associates, equal to the former. Being thus increased to 52, they divided themselves into 4 parties, one of which repaired to Heraclea, another to Tetraphylia, where the royal treasure used to be kept, a third to Thedoria, and the fourth to Argithea. It was agreed that they should at first appear in the forum publicly, without any bustle, as if they had come about their own ordinary concerns. And then, on a certain day, raise the whole populace, so as to dislodge the Macedonian garrisons from the citadels. When the day came, and Amenander with 1,000 Aetolians was on the frontiers, by the preconcerted plan the Macedonian garrisons were driven from the 4 places at once, and letters were dispatched to all the other cities, calling on them to rescue themselves from the exorbitant tyranny of Philip, and to reinstate their hereditary and lawful prince. Accordingly, the Macedonians were, everywhere, expelled. The town of Theum, in consequence of the letters being intercepted by Tenno, commander of the garrison, and owing to the citadel being occupied by the king's troops, stood a siege of a few days, and then surrendered to Amenander, who had now all Athemania in his power, except the fort of Athenaeum, on the borders of Macedonia. 2. When Philip heard of the defection of Athemania, he out at the head of 6,000 men, and proceeded, with the utmost speed, to Gomphi. Having left the greater part of his force, as they would not have been equal to such long marches, he went forward, with 2,000, to Athenaeum, the only place which had been retained by his troops. Then, having made attempts on the nearest places, when he clearly perceived that all the rest of the country was hostile to him, he retreated to Gomphi, and returned with the whole of his army into Athemania. He then sent Zeno, at the head of 1,000 foot, with orders to seize on Ethiopia, which stands advantageously for commanding Argithea. And, as soon as he understood that this post was in possession of his party, he himself encamped near the temple of Acrean Jupiter. Here he was detained 1 whole day, by a tremendous storm, and on the next, proceeded to lead them towards Argithea. On the troops commencing their march the Athemanians immediately appeared hastening to the hills which overlooked the road. On the sight of whom, the foremost battalions halted, while fear and confusion spread through the whole army, and every one began to consider what might have been the consequence, if the troops had gone down into the valleys commanded by those cliffs. This confusion compelled the king, who wished, if his men would follow him, to push on rapidly through the defile, to call back the foremost, and return by the same road by which he came. The Athemanians at first followed at a distance, without making any attempt. After the Aetolians joined them, they left these to harass the rear, and extended themselves on both flanks. Some of them, by taking a shorter way, through known paths, seized the passes. And such terror was struck into the Macedonians, that they repassed the river in a manner more like a hasty flight than a regular march, leaving behind many of their men and arms. Here was the end of the pursuit, and the Macedonians, in safety, returned to Gomphi, and from Gomphi into Macedonia. The Athemanians and Aetolians ran together, from all sides, to Ethiopia, to crush Zeno and his 1,000 Macedonians. The Macedonians, distrusting their position, removed from Ethiopia, to a hill which was higher and steeper on all sides, from which the Athemanians, having found access in several places, dislodged them. And while they were dispersed, and unable to find the road for flight, through impassable and unknown rocks, slew part of them and made part prisoners. Great numbers, in their panic, tumbled down the precipices. Very few, with Zeno, effected their escape to the king. Afterwards, permission to bury their dead was given to them during the truce. 3. Amenander, on recovering possession of his kingdom, sent ambassadors, both to the Senate at Rome and to the Scipios in Asia, who, since the grand battle with Antiochus, stayed at Ephesus. He requested a treaty of amity, and apologized for having had recourse to the Aetolians, for the recovery of his hereditary dominions. He made many charges against Philip. The Aetolians from Athymania proceeded into Amphilochia, and, with the consent of the greater part of the inhabitants, reduced that nation under their power and dominion. After the recovery of Amphilochia, for it had formerly belonged to the Aetolians, they passed on, with hopes of equal success, into Apparancia. That also, for the most part, surrendered to the Aetolians without a contest. The Dolopians had never been subject to the Aetolians, but they were to Philip. These, at first, ran to arms. But when they were informed of the Amphilochians taking part with the Aetolians, of Philip's flight from Athymania, and the destruction of his detachment, they also revolted from Philip to the Aetolians. Whilst the Aetolians believed that they were now secured against the Macedonians on all sides, by these nations surrounding them, the report is brought to them that Antiochus was conquered in Asia by the Romans. Not very long after, their ambassadors came home from Rome, without the prospect of peace, announcing that the consul Fulvius, with his army, had already crossed the sea. Dismayed at these accounts, they send the chief men of the state to Rome to try the last hope, having previously solicited embassies from Rhodes and Athens, that, through the influence of those states, their petitions, lately rejected, might meet with a more favorable reception from the Senate. They took no kind of precaution to avert the war, before it was almost within sight. Marcus Fulvius, having brought over his army to Apollonia, was, at this time, consulting with the Epirot chiefs where he should commence his operations. It was the opinion of the Epirots that he should attack Ambracia, which had lately united itself to Aetolia, alleging, that, in case the Aetolians should come to its relief, there were open plains around it, to fight in. Or that if they should avoid a battle there would be no great difficulty in the siege, for there were at hand abundant materials for raising mounds and other works, while the Arachthus, a navigable river, well adapted to convey everything requisite, flowed by the walls. Besides, the summer was just approaching, the fittest season for the enterprise. By these arguments they persuaded him to march on through Epirus. 4. To the consul, on his arrival at Ambracia, the siege appeared to be a work of no small difficulty. Ambracia stands at the foot of a rocky hill, called by the natives Peranthe, the city, where the wall faces the plain and the river, looks towards the west, the citadel, which is seated on the hill, towards the east. The river Arachthus, which rises in Athymania, falls here into a gulf of the sea, called the Ambracian, from the name of the adjacent city. Besides that the river defended it on one side and the hills on the other, it was also surrounded by a strong wall, extending in circuit somewhat more than 3 miles. Fulvius formed 2 camps at a short distance from each other, and 1 fort on the high ground opposite to the citadel. All which he intended to join together by a rampart and trench, in such a manner that there should be no exit from the city for the besieged, nor entrance for the introduction of assistance from without. The Aetolians, on the report of the siege of Ambracia, were by this time assembled at Stratus, in obedience to an edict of their praetor, Nicander. At first they intended to have marched hence, with their whole force, to raise the siege. Afterwards, when they heard that the place was already, in a great measure, surrounded with works, and that the Epirots were encamped on level ground, on the other side of the river, they resolved to divide their forces. Eupolemus, with 1,000 light troops, marching to Ambracia, made his way into the city, though the works were joined to each other. Nicander's first plan was to have attacked the camp of the Epirots in the night, with the rest of the troops, as assistance could not be easily received from the Romans, because the river ran between them. Afterward, judging it too dangerous an undertaking, lest the Romans should by any means discover it, and his retreat become unsafe, he was deterred from this design, and marched away to ravage the country of Acarnania. 5. The consul having now finished the entrenchments with which it was necessary to surround the city, and likewise the works which he was preparing to bring forward to the walls, attacked the city in 5 different places. 3 attacks, at equal distances from each other, he directed against the quarter which they called Pyrrhium, as the approach was easier from the plain, one opposite to the temple of Aesculapius, and one against the citadel. He broke down the walls with battering rams, and tore down the battlements with poles armed with scythes. At first, terror and dismay seized the townsmen, at the formidable appearance of the works, and the shocks given to the walls, which were attended with a dreadful noise, afterwards, when they beheld them contrary to their hopes standing. Having again resumed courage, they, by means of cranes, threw down upon the battering rams weighty masses of lead, or stone, or beams of timber. Dragging the armed poles, with iron grapples, within the walls, they broke off the hooks. Besides, by sallies, both by night against the watch-guards of the engines, and by day against the advanced posts, they kept the besiegers in a state of continual alarm. While affairs at Ambracia were in this state, the Aetolians had returned from ravaging Acarnania, to Stratus. Their praetor, Nicander, having conceived hopes of raising the siege by a bold effort, sent a person called Nicodemus, with 500 Aetolians, into Ambracia, and appointed a certain night, and even the time of the night, on which, from within the city, they were to assault the works of the enemy, opposite to the Pyrrhium, while he himself should alarm the Roman camp. He supposed that, in consequence of the alarm on both sides, and night increasing the terror, something memorable might be achieved. And Nicodemus, in the dead of the night, when he had escaped the notice of some of the parties on watch, and broken through others by his determined onset, having passed the entrenchment, penetrated into the city, and gave the besieged considerable hope and courage for any enterprise, and as soon as the appointed time arrived, according to the plan preconcerted, he made a sudden assault on the works. This undertaking was more formidable in the attempt than in the effect, because no attack was made from without. For the praetor of the Aetolians had either been deterred by fear, or had judged it more advisable to carry succors to Amphilochia, which had been lately reduced. Which Perseus, the son of Philip, who was sent to recover Dolopia and Amphilochia, was besieging with the greatest vigor. 6. The works of the Romans against the Pyrrhium were carried on in 3 different places, as has been mentioned before, all which works the Aetolians assaulted at once, but not with similar weapons or similar force. Some advanced with burning torches, others carrying tow and pitch, and fire darts, their entire line being illuminated by the blaze. At the first assault they cut off many of the men on guard. Afterwards, when the shout and uproar reached the camp, and the signal was given by the consul, the troops took arms and poured out of all the gates to succor their friends. In one place the contest was carried on with fire and sword. From the other 2, the Aetolians retired with disappointment, after essaying rather than supporting a fight. The whole brunt of the battle fell on the one quarter with great fury. Here the 2 commanders, Eupolemus and Nicodemus, in their different posts, encouraged their men and animated them with hope amounting almost to certainty, that Nicander would, according to his agreement, come up speedily and attack the enemy's rear. This expectation for some time supported their courage in the fight. But at last, as they did not receive the concerted signal from their friends, and saw the number of their enemies continually increasing, they pressed on with less energy, as if deserted. Finally, having abandoned the attempt, their retreat now becoming almost impracticable, they were driven in flight into the city, after having burned a part of the works, however, and killed a much greater number than they lost themselves. If the affair had been conducted according to the plan concerted, there was no reason to doubt but that one part at least of the works might have been stormed with great havoc of the Romans. The Ambracians and the Aetolians, who were within, not only renounced the enterprise of that night, but supposing themselves betrayed by their friends, became much less spirited. None of them any longer sallied out, as before, against the enemy's stations, but posted on the walls and towers, fought without danger. 7. Perseus, on hearing of the approach of the Aetolians, having raised the siege of the city in which he was employed, and having ravaged the country, quitted Amphilochia, and returned into Macedon. The devastation of their sea-coast called away the Aetolians from this region. Pleuratus, king of the Illyrians, entered the Corinthian Gulf with 60 barks, and having formed a junction with the ships of the Achaeans lying at Patri, wasted the maritime parts of Aetolia. Against these 1,000 Aetolians were sent, who, by taking short routes, met the fleet wherever it, while sailing around the indentations of the coast, attempted a landing. The Romans at Ambracia, by the battering of their rams in many places at once, laid open a great part of the city, but nevertheless were unable to penetrate into the heart of it. For instead of the wall knocked down a new one was raised with proportionate speed, while the armed men standing on the ruins, formed a kind of bulwark. The consul, therefore, when he made no progress by open force, resolved to form a secret mine, covering the ground first with his machines. And for a long time his workmen, though employed both night and day, not only in digging under the ground but also in carrying away the earth, escaped the observation of the enemy. A heap of it, however, rising suddenly, gave the townsmen intimation of their work, and terrified lest, the wall being undermined, a passage should be opened into the city, they determined to draw a trench within, opposite to the work that was covered with machines. In which when they reached such a depth as the bottom of the mine could well be, then keeping profound silence, having applied their ears to several different places, they endeavored to catch the sound of the miners. Which being heard, they opened a way directly towards them. Nor did it require much exertion, for they came in a short time to an open space where the wall was supported with props by the enemy. The works joining here, as the passage was open from the trench to the mine, the parties began to fight in the dark underground, first of all with the tools which they had used in the works, but afterwards armed men came quickly up. Subsequently the contest became less spirited, as the besieged stopped the passage, sometimes by stretching strong haircloths across it, sometimes by hastily placing doors in the way of their antagonists. A new engine, requiring no great labor, was invented against those who were in the mine. The besieged bored a hole in the bottom of a cask, by which a moderate-sized pipe could be inserted, and made an iron pipe and iron head for the cask, which was perforated in many places. They placed this cask, filled with small feathers, with its mouth turned towards the mine. Through the holes in the head of the cask projected those very long spears, which they call sarissas, to keep off the enemy. They kindled a small spark of fire, placed among the feathers, by blowing with a smith's bellows, inserted into the end of the pipe. After that the smoke arising from this, not only in great quantities, but also more offensive from the nauseous stench proceeding from the burnt feathers, had filled the mine, scarcely any one could stay within. 8. Whilst affairs at Ambracia were in this state, Aeneas and Damatiles came to the consul, as ambassadors from the Aetolians, invested with full powers by a decree of the General Assembly of that nation. For when their praetor saw on one side Ambracia besieged, on another, the sea-coast infested by the enemy's ships, on a third, Amphilochia and Dolopia ravaged by the Macedonians, and that the Aetolians were incapable of meeting the three enemies at once, having summoned a council, he consulted the chiefs on what was to be done. The opinions of all tended to one point, that peace should be solicited on equal terms if possible, if not, on any terms that could be borne. That the war was undertaken in reliance on Antiochus. Since Antiochus was vanquished by land and sea, and driven beyond the mountains of Taurus, almost out of the world, what hope remained of their being able to support it? That Aeneas and Damatiles, since the emergency was so great, should do whatever they might judge to tend to the interest of the Aetolians and their own honor. For what counsel, what option had been left them by fortune? Ambassadors were dispatched with instructions, to beseech the consul to have mercy on the city, and to take compassion on a nation once acknowledged as an ally. And driven to madness, they would not say by ill treatment, but undoubtedly by their sufferings. That the Aetolians had not in Antiochus' war deserved a larger share of punishment than they had of reward in that against Philip. That neither then was compensation liberally made them, nor ought punishment now to be inflicted on them in an immoderate degree. To this the consul answered, that the Aetolians had sued for peace often, rather than ever with sincere intentions. Let them in soliciting peace imitate Antiochus, whom they had drawn into the war. He had ceded, not the few cities whose liberty was the ground of the dispute, but an opulent kingdom, all Asia on this side Mount Taurus. That he, the consul, would not listen to the Aetolians, treating concerning peace, unless they laid down their arms. That, in the first place, their arms and all their horses must be delivered up. And in the next place, 1,000 talents 259 of silver must be paid to the Roman people, half of which sum must be laid down immediately, if they wished for peace. To these articles he would add when concluding the treaty, that they must have the same allies and the same enemies as the Roman people. 9. To which demands the ambassadors having made no reply, both because they were severe, and because they knew the spirit of their country to be unbroken and changeable, returned home, that they might again and again, while the thing was undecided, consult the praetor and chiefs as to what was to be done. They were received with clamor and reproaches, and were asked, how long would they protract the matter, though commanded to bring with them a peace of some kind or other. But as they were going back to Ambracia, they were caught in an ambuscade, laid near the road by the Acarnanians, with whom they were at war, and carried to Therium to be confined. The delay arising from this incident interrupted the negotiations. When the ambassadors of the Athenians and Rhodians, who had come to intercede for them, were now with the consul, Amminander also, king of Athemania, having obtained a safe conduct, had come into the Roman camp. Being more concerned for the city of Ambracia, where he had spent the greatest part of his exile, than for the nation of the Aetolians. When the consul was informed by them of the accident which had befallen the ambassadors, he ordered them to be brought from Therium, and on their arrival they began to treat concerning peace. Amminander, as that was his principal object, labored assiduously to persuade the Ambracians to capitulate. When he made but little progress in this, while he was coming under the walls and conferring with their chiefs, he at last, with the consul's permission, went into the city. Where, partly by arguments, partly by entreaties, he prevailed on them to surrender themselves to the Romans. Caius Valerius, the son of Lavinus, who was the first that had made a treaty of alliance with that nation, the brother of the consul, born of the same mother, eminently aided the Aetolians. The Ambracians, having first stipulated that they might send away the auxiliary Aetolians in safety, opened their gates. Then the Aetolians stipulated that they should pay 500 Euboic talents, 2,200 of this sum at present, and 300 at 6 equal annual payments, that they should deliver up to the Romans the prisoners and deserters. That they should not subject any city to their jurisdiction, which, since the first coming of Titus Quintius into Greece, had either been taken by the arms of the Romans, or voluntarily entered into alliance with them, and that the island of Cephallenia should be excluded from the treaty. Although these terms were more moderate than they themselves had expected, yet the Aetolians begged permission to lay them before the council, which request was granted. A short discussion about the cities engaged the council. Since they had been for some time under their laws, they bore with pain that they should be torn off, as it were, from their body. However, they unanimously voted that the terms of peace should be accepted. The Ambracians presented the consul with a golden crown of 150 pounds weight. The brazen and marble statues and paintings, with which Ambracia was more richly decorated than any other city in that country, since it was the royal residence of Pyrrhus, were all removed and carried away. But nothing else was injured or even touched. 10. The consul, marching into the interior parts of Aetolia, encamped at Amphilochian Argos, 22 miles from Ambracia. Here, at length, the Aetolian ambassadors arrived. The consul in the meantime wondered at the cause of their delay. Then, after he heard that the council of the Aetolians had approved of the terms of peace, having ordered them to go to Rome to the Senate, and having permitted the Athenian and Rhodian mediators to go with them, and appointed his brother Caius Valerius to accompany them, he himself passed over to Cephallenia. The ambassadors found the ears and minds of all the principal people at Rome prepossessed by charges made against them by Philip, who, by complaining both by ambassadors and by letters, that Dolopia, Amphilochia, and Athemania had been forcibly taken from him, that his garrison, and at last even his son Perseus, had been driven out of Amphilochia, had turned away the Senate from their entreaties. The Athenians and Rhodians were, nevertheless, heard with attention. An Athenian ambassador, Leon, son of Icesias, is said to have even affected them much by his eloquence. Making use of a common simile, and comparing the multitude of the Aetolians to a calm sea, when it comes to be ruffled by the winds, he said, that, as long as they faithfully adhered to the alliance with Rome, they rested in the calm state natural to nations. But that when Thoas and Dicaurchus began to blow from Asia, Menidas and Damocrates from Europe, then was raised that storm which dashed them on Antiochus as on a rock. 11. The Aetolians, after being a long time buffeted about, at length prevailed to have articles of peace concluded. They were these: let the Aetolian nation, without fraud or deceit, maintain the empire and majesty of the Roman people. Let them not suffer to pass through their territories, nor, in any manner whatever, aid or assist any army that shall march against the allies and friends of the Romans. Let them have the same enemies as the Roman people. Let them bear arms against them, and take a share in their wars. Let them deliver up the deserters, fugitives, and prisoners, to the Romans and their allies, excepting such as were prisoners before, who having returned home, were afterwards captured. And also such as, at the time of their being taken, were enemies to Rome, while the Aetolians were in the Roman army. Let such of the others as can be found be delivered up, without reserve, to the magistrates of Corcyra, within 100 days. And such as cannot now be found, as soon as they shall be discovered. Let them give 40 hostages at the discretion of the Roman consul, none younger than 12 years nor older than 40. Let neither the praetor, nor the general of the horse, nor the public secretary, be a hostage, nor any person who has before been a hostage in the hands of the Romans. Let Cephallenia be excluded from these articles. With respect to the sum of money which they were to pay, and the mode of payment, no alteration was made in the arrangement which had been made by the consul. If they chose to give gold instead of silver, it was agreed that they might do so, provided that 1 piece of gold should be deemed equivalent to 10 of silver of the same weight. Whatever cities, whatever lands, whatever men have been formerly under the jurisdiction of the Aetolians, and have, either in the consulate of Titus Quintius and Publius Aelius, or since their consulate, been subdued by the arms of the Roman people, or have made a voluntary submission to them, the Aetolians are not to reclaim. The Aenians, with their city and lands, are to belong to the Acarnanians. On these conditions was the treaty concluded with the Aetolians. 12. Not only in the same summer, but almost at the very time in which these acts were performed by Marcus Fulvius the consul in Aetolia, the other consul, Gnaeus Manlius, carried on war in Galligraecia, the progress of which I shall now relate. In the beginning of spring the consul came to Ephesus, and having received the command of the army from Lucius Scipio, and reviewed the troops, he made an harangue to the soldiers, in which, having praised their bravery and having completely conquered Antiochus in a single battle, he encouraged them to undertake a new war against the Gauls, who had supported Antiochus with auxiliaries, and were, besides, of such untractable tempers, that Antiochus was to no purpose removed beyond the range of Mount Taurus, unless the power of the Gauls was broken. He then spoke briefly of himself, in terms neither ill-grounded nor extravagant. The delighted soldiers heard the consul with frequent bursts of applause, considering the Gauls as having been a part of the strength of Antiochus. And that, since that king had been vanquished, there would be no power in the forces of the Gauls, by themselves. The consul judged that Eumenes was absent at an unseasonable time. He was then at Rome, as he was well acquainted with the nature of the country and of the inhabitants, and as it was his interest that the power of the Gauls should be broken. He therefore sends for his brother Attalus, from Pergamus, and having exhorted him to undertake the war in conjunction with him, he sends him away to make preparations, after promising his own exertions and those of his countrymen. A few days after, Attalus with 1,000 foot and 200 horse, having ordered his brother Aeneas to follow with the rest of the troops, and committed the care of Pergamus to persons whom he knew to be faithful to his brother and to his government, met the consul, who had marched from Ephesus to Magnesia. The consul, after highly commending the young prince, having advanced with all his forces, encamped on the bank of the Meander, for as that river could not be forded, it was necessary to collect shipping for carrying over the army. 13. Having passed the Meander, they came to hire a cum. 261 In this place there is a magnificent temple, an oracle of Apollo. The priests are said to deliver their responses in verses by no means inelegant. Hence, in 2 days' march they reached the river Harpasus, whither came ambassadors from Alabandi, entreating the consul, either by his authority or his arms, to compel a fort, which had lately revolted from it, to return to its former allegiance. To the same place came Aeneas the brother of Eumenes, and Attalus, with Lusus, a Cretan, and Caragos, a Macedonian commander. They brought with them 1,000 foot and 300 horse, composed of various nations. The consul, having sent a military tribune with a small party, took the fort by assault, and restored it to the Alabandians. He himself, not deviating from his route, pitched his camp at Antioch on the Meander. The source of this river is in Cyllene, which city was formerly the metropolis of Phrygia. The inhabitants afterwards removed to a spot not far distant from old Cyllene, and the name of Apma was given to their new city, from Apma the sister of King Seleucus. The river Marsyas also, rising at a little distance from the head of the Meander, falls into the latter river, and report so has it, that at Cyllene Marsyas contended with Apollo in the music of the pipe. The Meander, springing up in the highest part of the citadel of Cyllene, runs down through the middle of the city, then through Corea, afterwards through Ionia, and empties itself into a bay which lies between Priene and Miletus. Seleucus, son of Antiochus, came into the consul's camp at Antioch, to furnish corn for the troops, in conformity with the treaty with Scipio. Here a small dispute arose, concerning the auxiliary troops of Attalus. For Seleucus affirmed, that Antiochus engaged to supply corn to the Roman soldiers only. This difference was terminated by the firmness of the consul, who gave orders to a tribune dispatched by him, that the Roman soldiers should receive none, until the auxiliaries under Attalus should have received their share. From hence the army advanced to Gordiatikos 262 as they call it, from which place it marched, in 3 days, to Tabe. This city stands on the confines of Pisidia, in that part which verges to the Pamphylian Sea. Whilst the strength of that country was unimpaired, it produced valiant warriors, and even on this occasion, their horsemen, sallying out on the Roman troops, caused by their first onset no small confusion. Then, as soon as it appeared that they were not equal to them either in numbers or bravery, being driven back to the city, they begged pardon for their transgressions, and offered to surrender the city. They were ordered to pay 25 talents of silver 263 and 10,000 bushels of wheat, and on these terms their surrender was accepted. 14. On the 3rd day after their leaving this place, the army reached the river Chas, and proceeding thence, took the city of Eriza at the first assault. They then came to Thebugios, a fort standing on the bank of the river Indus, to which an elephant's guide thrown from the animal had given its name. They were now not far from Sibra, yet no embassy appeared from Moagetes, the tyrant of that state. A man faithless and tyrannical in every respect. The consul, in order to sound his intentions, sent forward Caius Helvius, with 4,000 foot and 500 horse. Ambassadors met this body on their entrance into his territories, declaring, that the king was ready to execute their commands. They entreated Helvius to enter their confines in a friendly manner, and to restrain his soldiers from plundering the land, and they brought with them in lieu of a golden crown 15 talents. Helvius, having promised to keep their land safe from plunderers, ordered the ambassadors to go on to the consul. And when they delivered the same message to him, the consul said, "We Romans have not any sign of the tyrant's goodwill towards us. And we are agreed that he is such a person that we ought rather to think of punishing him than of contracting friendship with him." Struck with astonishment at such a reception, the ambassadors requested nothing more than that he should receive the present, and give permission to the tyrant to come to him, and an opportunity to speak and excuse himself. By the permission of the consul, the tyrant came next day into the camp. His dress and retinue were scarcely equal to the style of a private person of moderate fortune. While his discourse was humble and incoherent, depreciating his own wealth and complaining of the poverty of the cities under his sway. He had under his dominion, besides Sibra, Cilium, and the city called Elymne. Out of these he promised, in such a manner as if he were diffident that he could strip himself and his subjects of so much, to raise 25 talents. 264 Truly, said the consul, this trifling cannot be borne. It is not enough for you that you did not blush, though absent, when you were imposing on us by your ambassadors, but even when present you persist in the same effrontery. Is it that 25 talents would exhaust your dominions? If within 3 days you do not pay down 500 talents, 265 expect the devastation of your lands and the siege of your city. Although terrified by this menace, he persisted obstinately in his plea of poverty. Gradually by illiberal advances, sometimes cavilling, sometimes recurring to prayers and counterfeit tears, he was brought to agree to the payment of 100 talents, 266, to which were added 10,000 bushels of corn. All this was done within 6 days. 15. From Sibra the army was led through the territory of the Cindentians, and, after crossing the river Calaris, encamped. Next day they marched along the side of the lake of Carolitis, and passed the night at Mandropolis. As they advanced to the next city, Lagos, the inhabitants fled through fear. The place being deserted, yet filled with abundance of everything, was pillaged by the soldiers. From this they marched to the sources of the river Lysis, and on the next day to the river Cobulatus. At this time the Termessians were besieging the citadel of the Isgendentians, after having taken the city. The besieged, when they had no other hope of aid, sent ambassadors to the consul, imploring succor. Adding, that, being shut up in the citadel, with their wives and children, they were in daily expectation of suffering death either by the sword or famine. An occasion for turning aside to Pamphylia was thereby offered to the consul, who was very desirous of it. By his approach he raised the siege of Aegianda. He granted peace to Termessus on receiving 50 talents of silver. 267 and, likewise, to the Aspendians and other states of Pamphylia. Returning from Pamphylia he pitched his camp, the first day, at the river Taurus, and the second at Xyline, 268 as they call it. Departing from which, he proceeded, by uninterrupted marches, to the city of Cormesa. The next city was Darsa, which he found abandoned by the inhabitants through fear, but filled with abundance of everything useful. Ambassadors from Lucino, with the surrender of that state, met him while marching along the marshes. He then came into the Sagalacenian territory, rich and abounding in every kind of production. The inhabitants are Pisidians, the best soldiers, by far, of any in that part of the world. This circumstance, as well as the fertility of their soil, the multitude of their people, and the situation of their city, preeminently fortified, gave them boldness. The consul sent a party to ravage the country, because no embassy attended him on the frontiers. Then, at length, their obstinacy was overcome, as soon as they saw their property carried off and driven away. After sending ambassadors, and agreeing to pay 50 talents, with 20,000 bushels of wheat and 20,000 of barley, they obtained peace. The consul then marched to the source of the Abrama, and encamped at a village called Cum Acaritos. 269 Hither Seleucus came, next day, from Apamea. Then when the consul had sent the sick and the useless baggage to Apamea, having received guides from Seleucus, he marched that day into the plain of Metropolis, and advanced on the day following to Dinii in Phrygia, and thence to Sinas. All the towns on every side being deserted by the inhabitants through fear. And now, bringing along his army encumbered with the spoil of those cities, after scarcely completing in a whole day a march of 5 miles, he arrived at a town called Old Beauty. Next day he encamped at Anabura. On the following, at the source of the Alunder, and on the third at Abassus, where he halted for several days, because he arrived at the borders of the Telistoboians. 16. These Gauls, in a very numerous body, induced either by scarcity of land or hopes of plunder, and thinking that no nation through which they were to pass would be a match for them in arms, made their way under the command of Brennus into Dardania. There a dissension arose, and about 20,000 men under the chieftains Leonorius and Lutarius, a secession being made from Brennus, turned their route to Thrace. Then when, fighting with such as resisted them, and imposing a tribute on such as sued for peace, they had arrived at Byzantium, they held possession for a long time of the cities in that quarter, laying the coast of the Propontis under contribution. Then a desire of passing over into Asia seized them, hearing in the neighborhood how great the fertility of that continent was. And, having taken Lysimachia by treachery, and possessed themselves of the whole Chersonesus by force of arms, they went down to the Hellespont. When they there beheld Asia separated from them by a narrow strait, their wishes to pass into it were much more highly inflamed, and they dispatched envoys to Antipater, governor of that coast, to treat of a passage. And when, business being protracted to a greater length than they expected, a new quarrel broke out between their chieftains, Leonorius, with the greater part of the people, went back to Byzantium. Whence they came, Lotarius takes 2 decked ships and 3 barks from some Macedonians, sent by Antipater, under the pretext of an embassy, to act as spies. By carrying over in these galleys detachment after detachment, day and night, he transported all his troops within a few days. Not long after, Leonorius, with the assistance of Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, passed over from Byzantium. The Gauls then reunited their forces, and assisted Nicomedes in a war which he was carrying on against Zyboeta, who held possession of a part of Bithynia. By their assistance chiefly Zyboeta was subdued, and the whole of Bithynia reduced under the dominion of Nicomedes. Then leaving Bithynia, they advanced into Asia. And although, of their 20,000 men, not more than 10,000 carried arms, yet such a degree of terror did they strike into all the natives, dwelling on this side of Taurus, that those which they visited, and those which they did not visit, the most remote as well as the nearest, submitted to their authority. At length, as there were 3 tribes of them, the Telistoboians, the Trochmians, and the Tectisagians, they made a division of Asia into 3 provinces, according to which it was made tributary to each of their states. The coast of the Hellespont was assigned to the Trochmians, the Telistoboians obtained of the allotment Aeolia and Ionia, the Tectisagians received the inland parts of Asia. They levied tribute throughout every part of Asia on this side Mount Taurus, but chose their own residence on the banks of the river Halys, and so great was the terror of their name, their numbers, too, increasing by a rapid population, that at last even the kings of Syria did not refuse to pay them tribute. The first of all the inhabitants of Asia who refused, was Attalus, the father of King Eumenes, and beyond the expectation of all, fortune favored his bold resolution, and he defeated them in a pitched battle. Yet he did not so effectually break their spirits, as to make them give up their pretensions to empire. Their power continued the same until the war between Antiochus and the Romans. And, even then, after Antiochus was expelled the country, they still entertained a hope, that, as they lived remote from the sea, the Roman army would not come so far. 17. As the troops were about to act against this enemy, so terrible to all in that part of the world, the consul, in an assembly, addressed the soldiers for the most part to this effect: "It does not escape me, that of all the nations inhabiting Asia, the Gauls are preeminent for military fame. A fierce nation, after overrunning the face of the earth with its arms, has fixed its abode in the midst of a race of men the gentlest in the world. Their tall persons, their long red hair, their vast shields, and swords of enormous length. Their songs also, when they are advancing to action, their yells and dances, and the horrid clashing of their armor, while they brandish their shields in a peculiar manner, practiced in their original country. All these circumstances are preconcerted to inspire terror. But let Greeks, and Phrygians, and Carians, to whom these things are unusual and strange, be frightened by such acts. To the Romans, accustomed to Gallic tumults, even these vain efforts to strike terror are known. Once our ancestors fled from them, but it was long ago, when they first met them at the Allia. Ever since that time, for, now, 200 years, the Romans drive them before them in dismay, and kill them like cattle. There have, indeed, been more triumphs celebrated over the Gauls, than over almost all the rest of the world. It is now well known by experience, that if you sustain their first onset, which they make with fiery eagerness and blind fury, their limbs are unnerved with sweat and fatigue, their arms flag. And, though you should not employ a weapon on them, the sun, dust, and thirst prostrate their enervated bodies and minds when their fury has ceased. We have tried them, not only with our legions against theirs, but in single combat, man to man. Titus Manlius and Marcus Valerius have demonstrated how far Roman valor surpasses Gallic fury. Marcus Manlius, singly, thrust back the Gauls who were mounting the Capitol in a body. Our forefathers had to deal with genuine Gauls, born in their own lands, but they are now degenerate, a mongrel race, and, in reality, what they are named, Galligrecians. Just as is the case of vegetables and cattle, the seeds are not so efficacious in preserving their original constitution, as the properties of the soil and climate under which they are reared, are in changing it. The Macedonians who settled at Alexandria in Egypt, or in Seleucia, or Babylonia, or in any other of their colonies scattered over the world, have sunk into Syrians, Parthians, or Egyptians. Marseilles, owing to its situation in the midst of Gauls, has contracted somewhat of the disposition of its adjoining neighbors. What of the hardy, rugged discipline of Sparta hath remained to the Tarentines? Everything is produced in higher perfection in its own native soil. Whatever is planted in a foreign land, by a gradual change in its nature, degenerates into that by which it is nurtured. Therefore you, victorious, will slay the conquered Phrygians, though laden with Gallic armor, as you slew them in the ranks of Antiochus. I am more apprehensive of our gaining but little honor from the victory, than of the struggle being a severe one. King Attalus often routed and put them to flight. Do you think that brutes only, when taken, retain at first their natural ferocity, and subsequently grow tame, after being long fed by the hands of men, and that nature does not exert the same power in softening the savage disposition of men? Do you believe these to be of the same kind that their fathers and grandfathers were? Exiles from home through scarcity of land, they marched along the craggy coast of Illyricum, then traversed Paeonia and Thrace, in a continual struggle against the fiercest nations, and took possession of these countries. A land which could glut them with plenty of everything, received them hardened and infuriated by so many evils. By the very great fertility of the soil, the very great mildness of the climate, and the gentle dispositions of the neighboring nations, all that fierceness with which they came has been quite mollified. You, by Hercules, who are the sons of Mars, ought to guard against the seductions of Asia, and shun them from the very first. So great is the power of those foreign pleasures in extinguishing the vigor of the mind, so strong the contagion from the relaxed discipline and manners of the people about you. One thing has happened fortunately. That though they will not bring against you a degree of strength by any means equal to what they formerly possessed, yet they still retain a character among the Greeks equal to what they had at their first coming. Consequently you, when victors, will acquire the same warlike renown, as if you had conquered the Gauls still acting up to their ancient standard of courage. 18. Having then dismissed the assembly, and having dispatched ambassadors to Epipsognatus, who alone of all the petty princes had remained in friendship with Eumenes, and refused to assist Antiochus against the Romans, he proceeded on his march. He came the first day to the river Alundar, and the next to a village called Tiscos. When ambassadors of the Oroandentians had come to that place, seeking amity, 200 talents 270 were levied on them. And on their requesting that they might bear this announcement home, permission to do so was given. The consul then led the army to Platendos, then the Roman camp was pitched at Aliati. The persons sent to Epipsognatus returned to him here, and with them ambassadors from that chieftain, who entreated him not to make war on the Telistoboians, for that Epipsognatus himself would go among that people and persuade them to submit. This request of the prince was complied with. The army then began to march through the country called Axelos, 271, which derives its name from the nature of the place. For it not only does not produce timber, but not even brambles, or any species of firewood. The inhabitants, instead of wood, use cow dung. While the Romans were encamped at Cubalum, a fort of Galligraecia, the enemy's cavalry appeared with great tumult. They not only disordered by their sudden charge the advanced guards of the Romans, but killed several of the men. And when this alarm was spread to the camp, the Roman cavalry, pouring out hastily by all the gates, routed and dispersed the Gauls, and killed many as they fled. The consul, now perceiving that he had reached the enemy's country, marched henceforth exploring his route and carefully bringing up his rear. When by continued marches he had arrived at the river Sangarius, he set about constructing a bridge, because nowhere was there a passage by a ford. The Sangarius, running from the mountain of Adorius, through Phrygia, joins the river Thimbris at the confines of Bithynia. After doubling its quantity of water by this junction, it proceeds in a more copious stream through Bithynia, and empties itself into the Euxine Sea. Yet it is not so remarkable for the size of its current, as for the vast quantity of fish which it supplies to the people in its vicinity. When the bridge was finished, and the army had passed the river, as they were marching along the bank, the Gallic priests of the Great Mother, coming from Pessinus with the symbols of their office, met them. Who, in inspired rhymes, foretold that the goddess would grant the Romans a safe passage, success in the war, and the empire over that country. When the consul had said that he embraced the omen, he pitched his camp on that very spot. On the following day he arrived at Gordium. This is not a large town, but a mart more frequented and noted than an inland town generally is. It has 3 seas nearly at equal distances from it, that at the Hellespont, that at Sinope, and that at the shore of the opposite coast, in which the maritime Cilicians dwell. It is also contiguous to the borders of many and great nations, the commerce of which has been centered by mutual convenience principally in this place. The Romans found the town deserted owing to the flight of the inhabitants, yet at the same time filled with plenty of everything. While they halted here, ambassadors came from Episognatus, with information that he had applied to the petty princes of the Gauls, and had been unable to bring them to reason. That they were removing in crowds from the villages and lands in the open country. And, with their wives and children, carrying and driving whatever could be carried or driven, were going to Mount Olympus, that there they might defend themselves by their arms and the nature of the ground. 19. Deputies from the Oroandentians afterwards brought more particular intelligence, that the state of the Telistoboians had seized Mount Olympus, but that the Tectisagians, taking a different route, were gone to another mountain called Megaba. And that the Trachmians, leaving their wives and children in charge with the Tectisagians, had resolved to carry their armed force to the assistance of the Telistoboians. The chieftains of the 3 states were at that time, Ortigon, Combulomerus, and Galotus. And this was their reason in particular for choosing this mode of warfare, because as they had possession of the highest mountains in that part of the world, and had conveyed thither stores of every kind, sufficient for their consumption during the time, although long, they thought that they would weary out the enemy by the tediousness of the enterprise, for neither would they dare to climb over places so steep and uneven. And if they should attempt it, they could be prevented and driven down, even by a small band, nor would they, sitting in inactivity at the foot of the frosty mountains, endure cold and hunger. Although the height of their posts was in itself a strong defense, yet they drew, besides, a trench and other fortifications round the summits which they occupied. The least part of their care was employed in providing a stock of missile weapons. For they trusted that the rocky ground itself would furnish stones in abundance. 20. The consul, as he had foreseen that the fight would not be hand to hand, but at a distance, in the attack of the enemy's post, had prepared an immense quantity of javelins, light infantry, spears, arrows, balls of lead, and small stones, fit to be thrown with slings. Furnished with this stock of missile weapons, he marched towards Mount Olympus, and encamped within 5 miles of it. On the next day, as he was advancing with 400 horse, and Attalus, to examine the nature of the mountain and situation of the camp of the Gauls, a party of the enemy's cavalry, double in number to his, sallying from the camp, forced him to take to flight. A few of his soldiers were killed in the flight, and several wounded. On the 3rd day, marching to explore the ground at the head of all his cavalry, as none of the enemy advanced beyond their fortifications, he rode round the mountain with safety, and saw that on the south side the hills were composed of earth, and rose to a certain height, with a gentle slope, but that on the north there was nothing but steep and almost perpendicular cliffs. And that there were but 3 practicable ways, almost all the others being impassable, one at the middle of the mountain, where the ground was earthy, and 2 others, both very difficult, one on the southeast, and the other on the northwest. After taking a full view of all these places, he pitched his camp that day close to the foot of the mountain. On the day following, after that, offering sacrifice, he had received favorable auspices with the first victims, he proceeds to lead his army, in 3 divisions, against the enemy. He himself, with the greatest part of the forces, marched up where the mountain afforded the easiest ascent. He ordered his brother, Lucius Manlius, to ascend on the southeast side, as far as the ground allowed him to do so with safety. But if any dangerous and steep precipices should lie in his way, then not to contend with the unfavorable nature of the place, or attempt to conquer insuperable obstacles, but by a slope across the mountain to incline towards him, and join the body under his command. And he directed Caius Helvius, with the 3rd division, to march round leisurely, by the foot of the mountain, and to climb the hill on the northeast. The auxiliary troops of Attalus he distributed equally among the 3 divisions, ordering the young prince to accompany him. The cavalry and elephants he left in the plain, at the foot of the hills. Orders were given to the prefects to watch attentively everything that should happen, and to be expeditious in bringing succor wherever circumstances should require it. 21. The Gauls, thoroughly satisfied that the ground on their 2 flanks was impassable, in order to secure, by arms, the ascent on the side which was situated towards the south, sent about 4,000 soldiers to keep possession of a hill which hung over the road, at the distance of near a mile from their camp, hoping that they might stop the enemy's progress by this as by a fortress. Which when the Romans saw, they prepared for battle. The light infantry marched a little in advance of the line, supported by drafts from Attalus's troops, composed of the Cretan archers and slingers, the Trallians and Thracians. The battalions of infantry, as the ground was steep, marched at a slow pace, holding their shields before them, merely to ward off missile weapons, as they did not seem likely to fight in a close engagement. The fight commenced with the missile weapons, at the proper interval, and was at first equal. As the situation aided the Gauls, the variety and abundance of weapons, the Romans. But, as the contest advanced, there was no longer any equality, their shields, long, but too narrow for the breadth of their bodies, and besides being flat, ill-protected the Gauls. Nor had they now any other weapons except their swords, which they had no opportunity of using, as the enemy did not come to close action. They used stones, and these not of a proper size, as they had not previously laid them up, but whatever came to the hand of each in his haste and confusion, as persons unaccustomed generally do, aiding the blow neither by skill nor strength. Incautiously exposing themselves, they were transfixed on all sides by arrows, leaden balls, and darts. Nor did they know what to do, their minds being paralyzed by rage and fear. And they were engaged in a kind of fight for which they were least of all qualified. For, as in a close encounter, where they can receive and give wounds in turn, rage inflames their courage. So when they are wounded at a distance, with light weapons from unknown hands, and have no object on which they can rush in their blind fury, they rush forward at random, like wounded wild beasts, often upon their own party. Their wounds were more conspicuous because they always fight naked, and their bodies are large and white, since they are never stripped except in battle. Thus more blood was poured from their large persons, and the cuts appeared the more shocking, while the whiteness of their skins offered a stronger contrast to the black blood. But they were not much moved by open wounds. Sometimes they even cut off the skin, when the wound was more broad than deep, thinking that in this condition they fought with the greater glory. But when the point of an arrow or a ball, sinking deep in the flesh, tormented them, with a wound small in appearance, and the weapon did not come forth although they used every effort to extract it, then they fell into fits of frenzy and shame at being destroyed by so small a hurt. And dashing themselves on the ground, they lay scattered over the place. Some rushing against the enemy were overwhelmed with darts, and when any of them came near, they were slain by the swords of the light infantry. A soldier of this description carries a shield 3 feet long, and, in his right hand, javelins, which he throws at a distance. He is begirt with a Spanish sword, and when he must fight in close encounter, having shifted his spears into his left hand, he draws it. There were few of the Gauls now left. And these, seeing themselves overpowered by the light infantry, and the battalions of the legions advancing, fled in confusion to the camp, now full of tumult and dismay, as the women, children, and others unfit to bear arms were all crowded together there. The hills, thus abandoned by the enemy, were seized by the victorious Romans. 22. At this juncture, Lucius Manlius and Caius Helvius, having marched up as high as the sloping hills allowed them to do, after they came to insuperable steeps, turned towards that side of the mountain which alone had a practicable ascent, and began, as if by concert, to follow the consul's party at a moderate distance, being driven by necessity to adopt the plan, now, which would have been the best at the beginning. For in such disadvantageous ground reserves have often been of the utmost use. For instance, should the first line happen to be repulsed, the second may both cover their retreat, and, being fresh, succeed to their place in the fight. The consul, as soon as the vanguard of the legions reached the hills taken by the light infantry, ordered the troops to halt and take breath. At the same time he showed them the bodies of the Gauls spread about the hills, asking them, since the light troops had fought such a battle, what might be expected from the legions, from a regular army, and from the spirit of the bravest soldiers. They ought certainly to take the camp into which the enemy had been driven in confusion by the light infantry. He then orders the light infantry to go forward, who, while the army halted, had not spent their time in idleness, but in gathering weapons about the hills, that there might be a sufficient supply of missiles. They now approached the camp. The Gauls, lest their fortifications might not give them sufficient protection, had posted themselves, in arms, on the outside of the rampart. Then being overwhelmed with weapons of every description, since in proportion as they were more numerous and crowded together, the less likely were the weapons to fall between them without effect, they were driven in an instant within their trenches, leaving only strong guards at the entrances of the gates. Against the crowd that fled into the camp a vast quantity of missile weapons was discharged, and the shouts, intermixed with lamentations of the women and children, showed that great numbers were wounded. The first line of the legions hurled their javelins against those who were posted to guard the gate. These, however, were not wounded, but most of them, having their shields pierced through, were entangled and fastened together, nor did they longer withstand the attack. 23. The gates being now open, a flight of the Gauls in every direction from the camp took place before the victors could burst in. They rushed on blindly through passable and impassable places. No craggy cliffs, nor even perpendicular rocks, stopped them, they feared nothing but the enemy. Great numbers, therefore, falling down precipices of vast height, were either maimed or killed. The consul, taking possession of the camp, restrained the soldiers from plunder and booty. He orders everyone to pursue with his utmost speed, to press on the enemy, and to increase their panic while they were in dismay. The other party, under Lucius Manlius, now came up. These he did not suffer to enter the camp, but sent them forward in the pursuit, and followed shortly in person, after committing the guard of the prisoners to some military tribunes, for he thought that the war would be finished, if in that consternation the greatest possible number should be slain or taken prisoners. After the consul's departure, Caius Helvius arrived, with the 3rd division. He was not able to prevent their sacking the camp, and, by a most unjust dispensation, the booty fell into the hands of men who had not had any concern in the action. The cavalry stood for a long time ignorant of the fight, and of the success of their army. At last, they also, as far as they could ascend the hills on horseback, pursuing the Gauls, who were now dispersed round the foot of the mountain, either killed or made prisoners of them. The number of the slain could not easily be ascertained because the flight and slaughter were widely extended through all the windings of the mountains, and a great number fell from impassable cliffs into cavities of prodigious depth. Others were killed in the woods and thickets. Claudius, who mentions 2 battles on Mount Olympus, asserts that 40,000 fell in them. Yet Valerius Antius, who is generally addicted to great exaggeration on the point of numbers, says, not more than 10,000. The number of prisoners undoubtedly amounted to 40,000, because the Gauls had dragged along with them a crowd of people of all descriptions and of all ages, like men removing to another country, rather than going out to war. The consul, having burnt the arms of the enemy collected in one heap, then ordered all to bring together the rest of the booty, and either sold that portion which was to be applied to the use of the public, or distributed the remainder among the soldiers, taking care that the shares should be as just as possible. They were all praised in a public assembly, and presented with gifts each according to his merit. Attalus was distinguished above all, with the general approbation of the rest. For not only were the courage and activity of that young prince conspicuous in undergoing dangers and fatigue, but also the modesty of his deportment. 24. The war with the Tectisagians remained still in its original state. The consul, marching against them, arrived, on the third day, at Ancyra, a city remarkable in those parts, from which the enemy were but a little more than 10 miles distant. While his camp lay there, a memorable action was performed by a female. Among many other captives, the wife of the Gallic chieftain Ortigon, a woman of exquisite beauty, was strictly guarded, and a centurion, possessing the lust and avarice usual among military men, commanded this guard. He, first, endeavored to learn her sentiments, but, finding that she abhorred the thought of voluntary prostitution, he offered violence to her person, which by the decree of fortune was his slave. Afterwards, in order to soothe her indignation at the insult, he gives the lady hope of a return to her friends, and not even that gratuitously, like a lover. He stipulated for a certain weight of gold, but, being unwilling to have any of his countrymen privy to it, he gave her leave to send any one of the prisoners, whom she chose, as a messenger to her friends. He appointed a spot near the river, to which 2 of this woman's friends, and not more, were to come with the gold in the night following, to receive her. It happened that among the prisoners under the same guard was a servant of the lady. The centurion, as soon as it grew dark, conveyed this messenger beyond the advanced posts. Her friends came to the place at the appointed time, likewise the centurion with his prisoner. Here, on their producing the gold, which mounted to an Attic talent, for he had stipulated for that sum, the lady in her own language ordered them to draw their swords, and kill the centurion, while he was weighing the gold. She herself, bearing wrapped up in her garment the head of the slain centurion, detached from the trunk, reached her husband Ortigon, who had fled home from Olympus. And before she would embrace him, she threw down the centurion's head at his feet. And on his asking, with astonishment, whose head it was, and what was the meaning of such a proceeding, so unaccountable in a female, she acknowledged to her husband the injury committed on her person, and the vengeance she had taken for the forcible violation of her chastity. She maintained to the last, as it is said, by the purity and strictness of the rest of her life, the glory of this achievement, so honorable to her sex. 25. Envoys from the Tectisagians met the consul at Ancyra, entreating him not to decamp until he had held a conference with their kings, that any conditions of peace were in their opinion preferable to war. The time fixed was the next day, and the place that which seemed the most central between the camp of the Gauls and Ancyra. The consul came thither at the appointed hour, with a guard of 500 horse, but seeing none of the Gauls there, returned into his camp, after which the same envoys came again, with an apology, that their kings could not come, since religious feelings deterred them, but that the principal men of the nation would attend, and that the business might be as well transacted by them. To which the consul answered, that he would send Attalus on his part. To this meeting both parties came. When Attalus had brought with him as an escort 300 horse, the terms of peace were proposed. As there could not be a conclusion to the affair in the absence of the leaders, it was agreed, that the consul and the kings should meet in the same place on the following day. The delay of the Gauls had the following objects: first, to waste time, that they might remove their effects, which they were unwilling to risk, and also their wives and children, to the other side of the river Halys. And, secondly, because they were framing a plot against the consul, who took no precautions against treachery in the conference. They chose for this purpose, out of all their number, 1,000 horsemen of approved intrepidity. And their treachery would have taken effect, had not fortune exerted herself in favor of the law of nations, in violation of which their plan was laid. The Roman parties, who went out for forage and wood, were led towards that quarter where the conference was to be held. For the tribunes judged that to be the safest course, as they would have the consul's escort, and himself, as a guard opposed to the enemy. However, they posted another guard of their own, of 600 horse, nearer to the camp. The consul, being assured by Attalus that the kings would come, and that the business might be concluded, having set out from his camp with the same attendants as before, when he had advanced about 5 miles, and was not far from the place appointed, he saw, on a sudden, the Gauls coming on with hostile fury, and with their horses at full gallop. He halted, and ordering his horsemen to make ready their arms, and recall their courage, received the enemy's first charge with firmness, nor gave way. At length, when their numbers were overpowering him, he began to retreat leisurely, without disturbing the order of the troops, but at last, when there was more danger in delay than protection in keeping their ranks, they all fled in hurry and disorder. Then truly the Gauls pressed hard on them, dispersed, and killed several, and a great part of them would have been cut off, had not the 600 horse, the guard of the foragers, come up to meet them. These, on hearing, at a distance, the shout of dismay raised by their friends, made ready their weapons and horses, and, being quite fresh, renewed the fight after it was almost over. The fortune of the battle, therefore, was instantly reversed, and dismay recoiled from the conquered on the conquerors. At the first charge the Gauls were routed. At the same time the foragers from the fields ran together towards the spot, and an enemy was on every side of the Gauls in such a manner that they could not have an easy or safe retreat, especially as the Romans pursued on fresh horses, while theirs were fatigued. Few therefore escaped, yet not one was taken, by far the greater part paid their lives as a forfeit for having violated the faith of a conference. The whole army of the Romans, with minds burning with rage, marched up, next day, close to the enemy. 26. The consul, that no particular should escape his knowledge, spent 2 days in examining the nature of the mountain with his own eyes. On the 3rd day, after taking the auspices, and then offering sacrifice, he formed his troops in 4 divisions, that he might lead 2 up the middle of the mountain, and direct the other 2, 1 on each side, against the wings of the Gauls. The main strength of the enemy, the Tectosagians and Trochmians, amounting to 50,000 men, formed the center of their line. They dismounted their cavalry, in number 10,000 men, because horsemen could not act among the uneven rocks, and placed them on the right wing. The Cappadocians of Ariarathes, with the auxiliary troops of Morzas, on the left, made up almost 4,000. The consul, having placed his light troops in the van, as he had done before at Mount Olympus, took care that they should have ready at hand the same abundance of weapons of every sort. When they approached the enemy, all circumstances, on both sides, were the same as in the former battle, excepting their spirits, those of the victors being elated by their success, and those of the Gauls depressed. Because, though they themselves had not been defeated, yet they considered as their own, the overthrow of people of their own race. The battle, therefore, commencing under similar circumstances, had the same issue. The cloud, as it were, of light weapons that were thrown, overwhelmed the army of the Gauls. And, as none of them dared to charge forward from their ranks, for fear of exposing all parts of their bodies to the blows, so while they stood still, the closer they were together the more wounds they received. As the assailants directed their weapons as if at a mark, the consul now judged, that if he should once show the standards of the legions to them already disordered, they would instantly turn about and fly. Receiving, therefore, the light infantry, and the rest of the auxiliaries, between the ranks, he ordered the line to advance. 27. The Gauls, discouraged by the memory of the defeat of the Telistoboians, and carrying weapons sticking in their flesh, fatigued also by long standing and wounds, were not able to support even the first shout and onset of the Romans. Their flight was directed towards their camp, only a few of them entered the trenches, the greater part, passing by, on the right and left, fled whichever way each man's giddy haste carried him. The conquerors, following them to the camp, cut off their rear, but then, through greediness for booty, they stopped in the camp, and not one of them continued the pursuit. The Gauls in the wings stood some time longer, because the Romans reached them at a later period. But they did not endure even the first discharge of weapons. The consul, as he could not draw off the men who had got into the camp for plunder, sent forward those, who had been in the wings, to pursue the enemy. They, accordingly, followed them a considerable way. Yet, in the pursuit, for there was no fight, they killed not more than 8,000 men, the rest crossed the river Halys. A great part of the Romans lodged that night in the enemy's camp, the consul led back the rest to his own. Next day, he took a review of the prisoners, and of the booty, the quantity of which was as great as a nation most greedy of rapine could amass, after holding possession, by force of arms, of all the country on this side Mount Taurus, during a space of many years. The Gauls, after this scattered and confused flight, reassembled in one place, a great part of them being wounded or unarmed, and as all were destitute of every kind of property, they sent deputies to the consul, to supplicate for peace. Manlius ordered them to attend him at Ephesus, and, being in haste to quit those cold regions, in the vicinity of Mount Taurus, as it was now the middle of autumn, he led back his victorious army into winter quarters on the sea-coast. 28. During the time of those transactions in Asia, affairs were tranquil in the other provinces. At Rome, the censors, Titus Quintius Flamininus and Marcus Claudius Marcellus, read over the roll of the Senate. Publius Scipio Africanus was, a third time, declared prince of the Senate, and only 4 members were struck out, none of whom had held any curule office. In their review of the knights, also, their censorship was very mild. They contracted for the erection of a building in the Equimelium, on the Capitoline Mount, and for paving, with flint, a road from the gate Capena to the Temple of Mars. The Campanians consulted the Senate respecting the place where they should have their census, and an order was passed that they should be rated at Rome. Extraordinary quantities of rain fell this year. 12 times the Tiber overflowed the field of Mars and the lower parts of the city. The war with the Gauls in Asia having been brought to a conclusion by the consul Gnaeus Manlius, the other consul, Marcus Fulvius, as the Aetolians were now completely reduced, passed over to Cephallenia, and sent messengers round the states of the island, to inquire whether they chose to submit to the Romans, or to try the fortune of war. Fear prevailed so strongly on them all, that they did not refuse to surrender. They gave the number of hostages demanded, which was proportioned to the abilities of a weak people, the Nesians, Cranians, Pellenians, and Samians, giving 20 each. An unhoped for peace had now shone on Cephallenia, when one state, the Samians, suddenly revolted, from some motive not yet ascertained. They said, that as their city was commodiously situated, they were afraid that the Romans would compel them to remove from it. But whether, they conceived this in their own minds, and, under the impulse of a groundless fear, disturbed the general quiet, or whether, such a project had been mentioned in conversation among the Romans, and reported to them. Nothing is ascertained, unless that after having given hostages they suddenly shut their gates, and would not relinquish their design, even for the prayers of their friends, whom the consul sent to the walls, to try how far they might be influenced by compassion for their parents and countrymen. When no pacific answer was given, the city began to be besieged. The consul had all the apparatus, engines and machines, which had been brought over from Ambracia, and the soldiers executed with great diligence the works necessary to be formed. The rams were therefore brought forward in 2 places, and began to batter the walls. 29. The townsmen omitted nothing by which the works or the motions of the besiegers could be obstructed. But they resisted in 2 ways in particular. One of which was to raise constantly, instead of the part of the wall knocked down, a new wall of equal strength on the inside, and the other was to make sudden sallies, at one time against the enemy's works, at another against his advanced guards. And in those attacks, they generally got the better. The only plan that was invented to confine them within the walls, though ineffectual, deserves to be recorded. 100 slingers were brought from Aegium, Patras, and Dyme. These men, according to the customary practice of that nation, were exercised from their childhood in throwing with a sling, into the open sea, the round pebbles, with which, mixed with sand, the shores were generally strewn. Therefore they cast weapons of that sort to a greater distance, with surer aim, and more powerful effect, than even the Balearian slingers. Besides, their sling does not consist merely of a single strap, like the Balearic and that of other nations, but the thong of the sling is threefold, and made firm by several seams, that the bullet may not, by the yielding of the strap in the act of throwing, be let fly at random, but after sticking fast while whirled about, it may be discharged as if sent from the string of a bow. Being accustomed to drive their bullets through circular marks of small circumference, placed at a great distance, they not only hit the enemy's heads, but any part of their face that they aimed at. These slings checked the Samians from sallying either so frequently or so boldly, insomuch that they would, sometimes, from the walls, beseech the Achaeans to retire for a while, and be quiet spectators of their fight with the Roman guards. Same supported a siege of 4 months. When some of their small number were daily killed or wounded, and the survivors were, through continual fatigues, greatly reduced both in strength and spirits, the Romans, one night scaling the wall of the citadel, which they call Fidenates. For the city sloping towards the sea verges towards the west, made their way into the forum. The Samians, on discovering that a part of the city was taken, fled, with their wives and children, into the greater citadel, but submitting next day, they were all sold as slaves, their city being plundered. 30. As soon as he had settled the affairs of Cephallenia, the consul, leaving a garrison in Same, sailed over to Peloponnesus, where the Aegeans and Lacedaemonians, chiefly, solicited his presence for a long time. From the first institution of the Achaean council, the assemblies of the nation had been held at Aegium, whether that was conceded to the dignity of the city, or the commodiousness of its situation. This usage Philopoemen first attempted to subvert in that year, and determined to introduce an ordinance, that these should be held in rotation in every one of the cities, which were members of the Achaean Union. And a little before the arrival of the consul, when the demiurguses, who are the chief magistrates in the states, summoned the representatives to Aegium, Philopoemen, then praetor, by proclamation, appointed their meeting at Argos. To which place when it was apparent that all would come, the consul likewise, though he favored the cause of the Aegeans, went to Argos, but, after there had been a debate, and he saw the scale turning against the Aegeans, he desisted from his undertaking. The Lacedaemonians then drew his attention to their disputes. The exiles especially kept that state in alarm, of whom great numbers resided in the maritime forts on the coast of Laconia, all which had been taken from the Lacedaemonians. At this the Lacedaemonians were deeply chagrined, and in order that they might have somewhere a free access to the sea, if they should have occasion to send ambassadors to Rome, or any other place, and at the same time possess some mart and repository for foreign merchandise, for their necessary demands, attacked in the night a maritime village called Las, and seized it by surprise. The inhabitants, and the exiles residing in the place, were terrified, at first, by the sudden assault, but afterwards collecting in a body before day, after a slight contest, they drove back the Lacedaemonians. A general alarm, nevertheless, spread over the whole coast, and all the forts and villages, with the exiles whose homes were there, united in sending a common embassy to the Achaeans. 31. The praetor, Philopoemen, who, from the beginning, had ever been a friend to the cause of the exiles, and had always advised the Achaeans to reduce the power and influence of the Lacedaemonians, gave an audience of the council to the ambassadors while making their complaints. There, on a motion made by him, a decree was passed, that, whereas Titus Quintius and the Romans had committed their forts and villages, on the coast of Laconia, to the protection and guardianship of the Achaeans, and whereas the Lacedaemonians, according to the treaty, ought to leave them unmolested, notwithstanding which, the village of Las has been attacked by them and bloodshed committed therein. Therefore, unless the authors and abettors of this outrage were delivered up to the Achaeans, the treaty would be considered as violated. To demand those persons, ambassadors were instantly dispatched to Lacedaemon. This authoritative injunction appeared to the Lacedaemonians so haughty and insolent, that if their state had been in its ancient condition, they would undoubtedly have taken to arms. But they were principally alarmed by apprehensions, lest, if by obeying the first mandates they once received the yoke, Philopoemen should put the exiles in possession of Lacedaemon, a design which he had been a long time planning. Maddened therefore with anger, they put to death 30 men of the faction which had held some correspondence with Philopoemen and the exiles, and passed a decree, that the alliance with the Achaeans should be renounced. And that ambassadors should be sent immediately to Cephallenia, to surrender Lacedaemon to the consul Marcus Fulvius and the Romans, and beseech him to come into Peloponnesus. And to receive Lacedaemon under the protection and dominion of the Roman people. 32. When the Achaean ambassadors returned with an account of these proceedings, war was declared against the Lacedaemonians, by a unanimous vote of all the states of the confederacy, but the winter prevented its being commenced immediately. However, the confines of the Lacedaemonians were laid waste by small expeditions, more like freebooting than a regular war, made not only by land, but also by ships at sea. This commotion brought the consul into Peloponnesus, and, by his order, a council being summoned at Elis, the Lacedaemonians were called on to plead their own cause. There were not only violent debates then, but even altercation. To which, the consul, although his answer had been indecisive in other respects, since he encouraged both parties through a very eager desire to please, put an end, by one decisive order, that they should desist from hostilities. Until they sent ambassadors to Rome, to the Senate. An embassy was dispatched by both parties to Rome. The Lacedaemonian exiles entrusted their cause and embassy to the Achaeans. Diophanes and Lycordas, both of them megalopolitans, were at the head of the Achaean embassy, who, being at variance in their own republic, there also delivered speeches by no means in unison. Diophanes was for leaving the determination of every point to the Senate, that they would best decide the controversies between the Achaeans and Lacedaemonians. While Lycordas, according to the instructions of Philopoemen, required, that the Senate should permit the Achaeans to execute their own decrees, made conformable to the treaty, and their own laws. And that they should concede to them, uninfringed, the liberty which they themselves had bestowed. The Achaean nation was, at that time, in high esteem with the Romans. Yet it was resolved, that no alteration should be made respecting the Lacedaemonians. But the answer given was so confused, that, while the Achaeans understood it as full permission given to them in relation to Lacedaemon, the Lacedaemonians construed it, that unlimited power was not conceded to them. 33. The Achaeans used this power in an immoderate and tyrannical manner. Philopoemen is continued in office, and he, in the beginning of spring, collecting an army, encamped in the territory of the Lacedaemonians, and then sent ambassadors to insist on their delivering up the authors of the insurrection. Promising, that if they complied, their state should remain in peace, and that those persons should not suffer any punishment, without having pleaded their cause. There was silence among the rest through fear. But the persons demanded by name, declared that they would voluntarily go, if their faith was pledged by the ambassadors, that violence would not be resorted to, until their cause were heard. Several other men, of illustrious characters, went along with them, both as supporters of those private individuals, and because they thought their cause concerned the public interest. The Achaeans had never before brought the Lacedaemonian exiles into the country, because they knew that nothing would disgust the people so much, but now, the vanguard of almost their whole army was composed of them. When the Lacedaemonians came to the gate of the camp, these men met them in a body, and, first, began to provoke them with insulting language. A wrangle then ensuing, and their passions being inflamed, the most furious of the exiles made an attack on the Lacedaemonians. While these appealed to the gods, and the faith of the ambassadors. And while the ambassadors and the praetor were driving back the crowd, and protecting the Lacedaemonians, and were keeping back some who were already binding them in chains, the multitude was increasing, owing to a tumult having been excited. The Achaeans, at first, ran thither to view the spectacle. But then the exiles, with loud clamors, complained of the sufferings that they had undergone, implored assistance, and at the same time insisted, that they would never have such an opportunity if they neglected this. That the treaties, solemnly ratified in the capital, at Olympia, and in the citadel of Athens, had been rendered void by these men, and that before they should be bound by a new treaty, the guilty ought to be punished. The multitude being inflamed by these expressions, at the voice of one who called out that they should fall on, attacked them with stones, and 17 persons, who, during the disturbance, had been put in chains, were killed. The next day, 63, whom the praetor had protected from violence, not because he wished them safe, but because he was unwilling that they should perish without a defense, being taken into custody, and brought before an enraged multitude. After addressing a few words to such prejudiced ears, were all condemned and executed. 34. After this fear had been inspired, orders were sent to the Lacedaemonians, first, that they should demolish their walls, then, that all the foreign auxiliaries, who had served for pay under the tyrants, should quit the Laconian territories. Then, that the slaves, whom the tyrants had set free, who amounted to a great multitude, should depart before a certain day, that the Achaeans should be authorized to seize, sell, and carry away those who might remain in the country. That they should abrogate the laws and customs of Lycurgus, and adopt the laws and institutions of the Achaeans, that thus all would become one body, and concord would be established among them. They obeyed none of these injunctions more willingly than that of demolishing the walls, nor suffered any with more reluctance than the restoration of the exiles. A decree for their restoration was made at Tegea, in a general council of the Achaeans. Where, an account being brought, that the foreign auxiliaries had been sent away, and that the newly registered Lacedaemonians, so they called the slaves who were enfranchised by the tyrants, had left the city and dispersed through the country. It was resolved, that, before the army was disbanded, the praetor should go with some light troops, and, seizing that description of people, sell them as spoil. Great numbers were accordingly seized, and sold, and with that money a portico at Megalopolis, which the Lacedaemonians had demolished, was rebuilt, with the approbation of the Achaeans. The lands of Belbenes, of which the Lacedaemonian tyrants had unjustly kept possession, were also restored to that state, according to an old decree of the Achaeans, made in the reign of Philip, son of Amyntas. The state of Lacedaemon having, by these means, lost the sinews of its strength, remained long in subjection to the Achaeans. But nothing hurt it so materially as the abolition of the discipline of Lycurgus, in the practice of which they had continued during 700 years. 35. After the sitting of the council, wherein the debate between the Achaeans and Lacedaemonians was held in presence of the consul, as the year was expiring, Marcus Fulvius, having gone home to Rome to hold the elections, appointed Marcus Valerius Messala and Caius Livius Salinator consuls, after having, this year, procured the rejection of his enemy, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Then Quintus Marcius Philippus, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, Caius Stertinius, Caius Atinius, Publius Claudius Pulcher, and Lucius Manlius Acidinus, were elected praetors. When the elections were finished, it was resolved, that the consul, Marcus Fulvius, should return into his province to the army, and to him and his colleague, Gnaeus Manlius, their command was prolonged for a year. In this year, in pursuance of directions from the Decemvirs, a statue of Hercules was set up in his temple, and a gilded chariot with 6 horses were placed in the Capitol, by Publius Cornelius. The inscription mentioned, that Publius Cornelius, the consul, 272 made the offering. Also 12 gilded shields, out of money raised by fines on corn merchants, for raising the market by hoarding the grain, were dedicated by the curule aediles, Publius Claudius Pulcher and Servius Sulpicius Galba. And Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, the plebeian aedile, having convicted one malefactor, for the aediles prosecuted separately, dedicated 2 gilded statues. His colleague, Aulus Caecilius, did not convict any one. The Roman games were exhibited thrice. The plebeian, 5 times altogether. Marcus Valerius Messala, and Caius Livius Salinator, after entering into office on the Ides of March, consulted the Senate concerning the state of the Commonwealth, the provinces, and the armies. With respect to Aetolia and Asia no alteration was made. With regard to the consuls, to the one Pice, with the Ligurians, is decreed as his province, to the other, Gaul. They were ordered to cast lots for these, or to settle the matter between themselves, to enroll new armies, 2 legions for each, and to levy off the allies of the Latin name, 15,000 foot, and 1,200 horse. Liguria fell, by lot, to Messala, Gaul, to Salinator. The praetors then cast lots, and the city jurisdiction fell to Marcus Claudius, the foreign, to Publius Claudius. Quintus Marcius obtained, by lot, Sicily, Caius Stertinius, Sardinia. Lucius Manlius, hither Spain, Caius Atinius, farther Spain. 36. Respecting the armies, they passed the following resolutions, that the legions which had served under Caius Laelius, should be removed out of Gaul into Bruttium, to Marcus Tuccius, the propraetor. That the army which was in Sicily should be disbanded, and that Marcus Sempronius, the propraetor, should bring back to Rome the fleet that was there. For the Spains were decreed the legions then in those provinces, one for each, with orders, that each of the two praetors should levy from among the allies, as a reinforcement, 3,000 foot and 200 horse, and bring them with them. Before the new magistrates set out for their provinces, a supplication, of 3 days' continuance, was ordered by the College of Decemvirs to be performed in every street, on account of a darkness having overspread the light of day, between the 3rd and 4th hours. And the 9 days' solemnity was proclaimed, because there had been a shower of stones on the Aventine. The Campanians, as the censors obliged them, pursuant to the decree of the Senate, made last year, to pass the general survey at Rome, for before that, it had not been fixed where they should be surveyed. Petitioned that they might be allowed to take in marriage women who were citizens of Rome, and that any who had, heretofore, married such, might retain them. And, likewise, that children born of such marriages, before that day, might be legitimate, and entitled to inherit, both which requests were obtained. Caius Valerius Tappus, a tribune of the commons, proposed an order of the people concerning the citizens of the free towns of Formii, Fundi, and Arpinum, that they should be invested with the right of voting. For hitherto they had had the rights of citizenship without the privilege of voting. When 4 tribunes of the commons were protesting against the bill, because it was not made under the direction of the Senate, on being informed that the power of imparting the privilege of voting to any person they should choose belonged to the people, and not to the Senate, they desisted from their opposition. An order was passed, that the Formians and Fundans should vote in the Aemilian tribe, and the Arpinians in the Cornelian. And in these tribes they were then, for the first time, rated in the census, in pursuance of the order of the people proposed by Valerius. Marcus Claudius Marcellus, the censor, having got the better of Titus Quintius in the lots, closed the lustrum. 258,308 citizens were rated. When the lustrum was finished, the consuls set out for their provinces. 37. During the winter wherein these acts were performed at Rome, embassies from all the nations and states which dwelt on this side of Mount Taurus, came together on all sides to Gnaeus Manlius, at first consul, and afterwards proconsul, passing the winter in Asia. And although the conquest of Antiochus was more splendid and glorious to the Romans than that of the Gauls, yet the latter gave greater joy to the allies than the former. Subjection to the king had been more tolerable to them than the savage nature of those wild barbarians, and the daily alarm, with the uncertainty of the direction in which the storm would, as it were, drift them in their desolating path. Therefore, since to them liberty was given by the expulsion of Antiochus, and permanent peace by the conquest of the Gauls, they brought, not only congratulations, but also golden crowns, in proportion to the ability of each. Ambassadors also came from Antiochus, and from the Gauls themselves, that the conditions of peace might be dictated to them. And from Ariarathes, king of Cappadocia, to solicit pardon, and make atonement, by money, for his crime in assisting Antiochus with troops. 600 talents of silver are levied off him. Answer was made to the Gauls, that when King Eumenes arrived, he would settle the conditions. The embassies of the several states were dismissed with kind answers, much happier than when they arrived. The ambassadors of Antiochus were ordered to bring the money and the corn, according to the treaty concluded with Lucius Scipio, into Pamphylia, whither the consul intended to go with his forces. In the beginning of the next spring, after purifying the army, he began his march, and on the 8th day arrived at Apamea. Having halted there during 3 days, he, on the 3rd day after his departure from that place, arrived in Pamphylia, to which place he had ordered the king's ambassadors to bring together the money and corn. 2,500 talents 273 of silver, being received by him, were conveyed to Apamea, the corn was distributed among the army. Thence he marched to Perga, the only place in the country still held by a garrison of the king's troops. On his approach, the governor of the town met him, and requested 30 days' time, that he might consult Antiochus about the surrender of the city. The time being granted, on the appointed day the garrison evacuated the city. From Perga, he detached his brother, Lucius Manlius, with 4,000 men, to Oroanda, to exact from that town the remainder of the money which they had promised. And, having ordered the ambassadors of Antiochus to follow, he led back his army to Apamea, because he heard that King Eumenes, and the 10 ambassadors from Rome, were arrived at Ephesus. 38. Then, with the concurrence of the 10 ambassadors, a treaty was concluded with Antiochus, in nearly the following words: "Let there be friendship between King Antiochus and the Roman people. On the following terms and conditions, let not the king suffer any army, intended to act against the Roman people, or their allies, to pass through the territories of his own realm, or of any state under his dominion, nor supply it with provisions, or with any other assistance. Let the Romans and their allies observe the same conduct toward Antiochus, and those under his government. Let there not be to Antiochus the right of carrying on war with the inhabitants of the islands, or of passing over into Europe. Let him evacuate the cities, lands, villages, and forts on this side of Mount Taurus, as far as the river Halys, and from the foot of Mount Taurus to the summit, where it verges upon Lycaonia. Let him not remove any arms out of those towns, lands, or forts which he may evacuate. If he hath removed any, let him honorably replace what he ought to make good, and in the place that he ought. Let him not receive any soldier, or other person, from the kingdom of Eumenes. If any natives of those cities, which are hereby separated from his kingdom, are now with Antiochus, or within the bounds of his realms, let them all return to Apamea, before a certain day. Let such of the natives of Antiochus's kingdom, as are now with the Romans and their allies, have liberty to depart or to stay. Let him deliver to the Romans and their allies, all their slaves, whether fugitives or taken in war, likewise whatever freeborn person may be a prisoner or deserter. Let him give up all his elephants, and not procure others. Let him also surrender his ships of war, and their stores. Let him not keep more than 10 light trading vessels, none of which are to be worked with more than 30 oars, nor a galley of 1 tier of oars, for the purpose of an offensive war. Let him not ail on this side of the promontories, Calicadnus and Sarpedon, except in a ship which will carry money, tribute, ambassadors, or hostages. Let there not be to King Antiochus the right of hiring soldiers out of those nations which are under the dominion of the Roman people, nor of receiving volunteers. Whatever houses and buildings, within the limits of Antiochus's kingdom, belong to the Rhodians and their allies, let them belong to the Rhodians and allies on the same footing as they did before the war. If any sums of money are due to them, let them have a right to enforce payment. Likewise, if any of their property has been taken away, let them have a right to search for, discover, and reclaim it. If any persons, to whom Antiochus hath given the cities which ought to be surrendered, still hold them, let him remove the garrisons, and take care that they may be properly surrendered. Let him pay, within 12 years, by equal annual payments, 12,000 Attic talents of silver, 270 for the talent to weigh not less than 80 Roman pounds, and 540,000 pecks of wheat. He shall pay to King Eumenes, within 5 years, 350 talents, 275 and, for the corn due, the sum which arises from his own valuation, 127 talents. 276 Let him deliver to the Romans 20 hostages, and change them every 3rd year, none of which are to be younger than 18, or older than 45 years. If any of the allies of the Roman people shall make war on Antiochus, let him have liberty to repel force by force, provided he does not keep possession of any city, either by right of arms, or by admitting it into a treaty of amity. Let them decide the controversies among themselves by equity and arbitration, or, if it shall be the choice of both parties, by arms. A clause was added to this treaty also, about delivering up Hannibal the Carthaginian, Thoas the Aetolian, Nasamachus the Acarnanian, and the Chalcidians Euballidas and Philo. And another, that if it should afterwards please the parties that any thing should be added, cancelled, or altered, that it might be done without invalidating the treaty. 39. The consul swore to the observance of this treaty. Quintus Minucius Thermus and Lucius Manlius, who happened to return just at that time from Oroanda, went to require the oath of the king. At the same time he wrote to Quintus Fabius Labio, commander of the fleet, to sail, without delay, to Patara, to break up and burn the king's ships that lay there. Sailing, accordingly, from Ephesus, he broke up or burned 50 decked ships. And, in the same voyage, took Telmessus, the inhabitants being terrified by his sudden appearance. Then having ordered those who were left at Ephesus to follow him, he passed onward from Lycia, through the islands to Greece. At Athens, after waiting a few days, until the ships from Ephesus came to Piraeus, he then brought home the whole fleet to Italy. Gnaeus Manlius, when he had, among other matters to be given up by Antiochus, received his elephants, and given them all as a present to Eumenes, then examined the causes of the several states. Since many had been thrown into confusion amid the violent changes. King Ariarathes, the half of the money levied on him being remitted, through the kind offices of Eumenes, to whom he had betrothed, during that time, his daughter, was received into friendship. The 10 ambassadors, after examining the causes of the respective states, made different arrangements, in different cases. They gave independence to those which had been tributary to King Antiochus and had sided with the Romans. And they ordered all such as had taken part with Antiochus, or had been tributary to King Attalus, to pay tribute to Eumenes. Besides they granted independence to the Colophonians, who live in Notium, the Simeans, and Milesinians, all of whom they specified by name. To the Clazomenians they gave, besides their independence, the island of Drymusa. To the Milesians they restored what was called the Sacred Lands. They added to the territory of the Trojans, Rhetium and Gergithus, not so much in consideration of any recent merits of theirs, as out of respect to their own origin. The same motive was the reason of their liberating Dardanum. They gifted the Chians, also the Smyrnians and Erythraeans, with lands, in consideration of the singular fidelity which they displayed during the war, and treated them with every distinguished honor. To the Phocians, the territory which they had enjoyed before the war was restored, and permission was given them to use their ancient laws. They confirmed to the Rhodians the grants which were mentioned in the former decree. Lycia and Curia were assigned to them as far as the river Meander, excepting Telmessus. To King Eumenes they gave, in Europe, the Chersonese and Lysimachia, with the forts, towns, and lands thereof, with the same frontier as Antiochus had held them. And, in Asia, both the Phrygias, the one on the Hellespont, and the other called the Greater, and restored to him Mysia, which had been taken by King Prusias, and also gave to him Lycaonia, and Milias, and Lydia, and, by express mention, the cities of Tralles, and Ephesus, and Telmessus. When a dispute had arisen between Eumenes and Antiochus's ambassadors, concerning Pamphylia, because part of it lay on the hither side, and part on the further side of Taurus, the matter was referred wholly to the Senate. 40. When these treaties and grants were concluded, Manlius, with the 10 ambassadors, and all his army, marched to the Hellespont, and dictated to the chiefs of the Gauls, whom he had summoned thither, terms on which they should maintain peace with Eumenes, and warned them to put an end to the practice of straggling in arms, and to confine themselves within the bounds of their own territories. Then, having collected ships from all parts of the coast, and Eumenes' fleet also being brought thither from Aelia by Athenius, that king's brother, he transported all his forces into Europe. Then leading slowly through the Chersonese, by short marches, the army heavily encumbered with booty of every sort, he halted at Lysimachia. In order that he might enter Thrace, the march through which they in general dreaded, with the beasts of burden as fresh and vigorous as possible. On the day in which he set out from Lysimachia, he came to the river which they call Melas 277 and thence, next day, to Cypsela. The road, about 10 miles from Cypsela, proved to be obstructed by woods, narrow and broken. On account of these difficulties he divided the army into 2 parts, and, ordering one to advance in front, and the other at a considerable distance, to cover the rear, he placed between them the baggage. It was composed of wagons with the public money, and other booty of great value. As he was marching in this order through the defile, a body of Thracians, not more in number than 10,000, composed of 4 states, the Ascians, Senians, Maguatians, and Carelians, posted themselves on both sides of the road at the narrowest part. There was an opinion that this was not done without the treacherous connivance of Philip, king of Macedonia, that he knew that the Romans would return by no other route than that through Thrace, and what an immense sum they would carry with them. The general himself was in the van, anxious about the disadvantages of the ground. The Thracians did not stir until the troops passed by. But, when they saw that the foremost division had got clear of the narrow pass, and that the rear division was not yet drawing near, they rushed upon the encumbrances and the baggage, and after killing the guards, some rifled the wagons, while others led off the horses under their loads. After their shouts reached those on the rear, who were then just entering the pass, and afterwards those in the van, the Romans ran together from both extremities to the center, and an irregular sort of fight commenced, in many different places at once. The booty itself exposed the Thracians to slaughter, as they were encumbered with burdens, and most of them had thrown away their arms, that they might have their hands disengaged for plundering. The disadvantageous nature of the ground militated against the Romans, as the barbarians attacked them through well-known paths, and sometimes lurked in the ravines. The loads too, and the wagons, lying incommodiously for one party or the other, as chance directed, were great obstructions to their movements, and here the plunderer, there the defender of the booty, fell. The fortune of the fight was variable, according as the ground was favorable or unfavorable to this party or that, and according to the spirit of the combatants, and their numbers. For some had come in contact with a stronger party than themselves, others with a weaker. On both sides, however, great numbers fell. The night was now approaching, when the Thracians retired from the fight, not for the purpose of avoiding wounds or death, but because they had got enough of booty. 41. The first division of the Romans encamped beyond the pass, in open ground, round the temple of Bendis. 278. The second division remained in the middle of the defile, surrounded by a double rampart, to guard the baggage. Next day, having carefully examined the ground before they put themselves in motion, they rejoined the first. In that battle, although part of the baggage was lost, while a great part of the attendants and many of the soldiers perished, since the fight was carried on through almost the whole extent of the defile. Yet the heaviest loss sustained was in the death of Quintus Minucius Thermus, a brave and gallant officer. The army arrived that day at the Hebrus, and thence passed through the country of the Aeneans, by the temple of Apollo, whom the natives call Zerinthius. Another defile, as rugged and uneven as the former, awaits them around Tempera. This is the name of the place, but, as there were no woods near, it afforded no cover for an ambuscade. Hither assembled the Thracians, who are also a Thracian tribe, with the same hope of plunder. But because the bare valleys had this effect, that they were visible at a distance besetting the defile, there was less terror and tumult among the Romans. For, although they were obliged to fight on disadvantageous ground, yet it was in a regular battle, in an open field, and a fair encounter. Advancing in close order, with the war shout, and falling on the enemy, they soon drove them off the ground, and put them to flight. Afterwards the rout and massacre began to take place, for the narrow passes actually impeded them. The victorious Romans encamped at a village of the Maronites, called Ser. Next day, after marching through an open country, the plain of Priate received them, where they halted 3 days, to receive supplies of corn, partly from the country of the Maronites, who made a voluntary contribution, and partly from their own ships, which attended them with stores of every kind. From this post there was 1 day's march to Apollonia, whence they proceeded through the territory of Abdera to Neapolis. All this march through the Grecian colonies was performed in security. The rest of their march through the midst of the Thracians, though not harassed, was full of apprehension, by day and night, until they arrived in Macedon. This same army, when it proceeded by the same route under Scipio, had found the Thracians more peaceable, but for no other reason, than because it had then less booty, which was the object of their attack, although Claudius writes that even on that occasion, a body of 15,000 Thracians opposed Mutenes, the Numidian, who had advanced to reconnoiter the country. That the Numidians were 400 horsemen, and a few elephants. That the son of Mutines, with 150 chosen horsemen, broke through the middle of the enemy. And that the same individual, presently, when Mutines, placing his elephants in the center, and the horse on the wings, had begun to engage the enemy, cast terror into them by an attack on their rear. And that owing to this, the enemy, routed by the storm, as it were, of cavalry, did not come near the main body of infantry. Gnaeus Manlius conducted his army through Macedon into Thessaly. And, having proceeded, through Epirus to Apollonia, passed the winter there, as the sea in the winter was not as yet considered so little formidable that he might venture on the passage. 42. It was almost at the expiration of the year, that the consul, Marcus Valerius, came from Liguria to Rome to elect new magistrates. Although he had not performed in his province any memorable act that could afford a reasonable excuse for coming later than usual to the elections. The assembly for choosing the consuls was held on the 12th day before the calends of March. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus and Caius Flaminius were elected consuls. The following day, Appius Claudius Pulcher, Servius Sulpicius Galba, Quintus Terentius Cullio, Lucius Terentius Massa, Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, and Marcus Furius Crassipes were elected praetors. When the elections were concluded, the consul asked the Senate what were the provinces that they wished should be given to the praetors. They decreed 2 for the administration of justice in Rome, 2 out of Italy, Sicily and Sardinia. And 2 in Italy, Tarentum and Gaul. The praetors were ordered to cast lots immediately, before they entered on their office. Servius Sulpicius received by lot the city jurisdiction, Quintus Terentius, the foreign, Lucius Terentius obtained Sicily. Quintus Fulvius, Sardinia, Appius Claudius, Tarentum, and Marcus Furius, Gaul. In that year, Lucius Minucius Myrtilus and Lucius Manlius, as they were charged with having beaten the Carthaginian ambassadors, were, by order of Marcus Claudius, city praetor, delivered up by heralds to the ambassadors, and carried to Carthage. Reports prevailed of a great war, growing too every day more formidable, in Liguria. The Senate, therefore, decreed Liguria as the province of both the new consuls, on the day that they made their motion in the Senate concerning the Republic and the provinces. To this vote the consul, Lepidus, objected, asserting that, it would be highly indecorous to shut up the consuls among the valleys of Liguria, while Marcus Fulvius and Gnaeus Manlius reigned, a second year, one in Europe, another in Asia. As if substituted in the room of Philip and Antiochus. If it was resolved to keep armies in those countries, it was more fitting that consuls, rather than private persons, should have the command of them. That they made their circuits with all the terrors of war, among nations against whom war had not been declared, trafficking peace for money. If it was necessary to hold these provinces with armies, in the same manner as Lucius Scipio, consul, had succeeded Manius Acilius, consul, and as Marcus Fulvius and Gnaeus Manlius succeeded Lucius Scipio. So ought Caius Livius and Marcus Valerius, the consuls, to have succeeded Fulvius and Manlius. But, unquestionably, at this time, after the Aetolian War had been concluded, Asia taken from Antiochus, and the Gauls subdued, either the consuls ought to be sent to the consular armies, or the legions ought be brought home and restored to the commonwealth. The Senate, although they heard these words, persisted in their vote, that Liguria should be the province of both the consuls, but they ordered, that Manlius and Fulvius should leave their provinces, withdraw the troops, and come home to Rome. 43. There was a quarrel between Marcus Fulvius and the consul Aemilius, and in addition to other motives, Aemilius thought, that he had been made consul 2 years later, by the opposition of Marcus Fulvius. In order, therefore, to exasperate the minds of the public against him, he introduced to the Senate ambassadors from Ambracia, whom he had secretly instructed in the charges they were to make against him. These complained, that war had been made on them when they were in a state of peace, after they had executed the commands of former consuls, and were ready to show the same obedience to Marcus Fulvius, that first their lands were ravaged. And that, the terror of rapine and carnage was then cast into the city, that by that fear they might be compelled to shut their gates. They were then besieged and assaulted, and all the horrors of war were inflicted on them, murders, burnings, the sacking and demolishing of their city. Their wives and children were dragged away into slavery, their goods taken from them. And, what shocked them more than all, their temples were despoiled of their ornaments, and the images of their gods, nay, the gods themselves were torn from their mansions, and carried away. So that the Ambracians had nothing left to adore, to which they could address their prayers and supplications, but naked walls and pillars. While they were making these complaints, the consul, as had been agreed, by asking questions leading to further charges, drew them on, as if against their inclinations, to the mention of other matters. The senators being moved by these accusations, the other consul, Caius Flaminius, took up the cause of Marcus Fulvius, and he said that the Ambracians had set out in an old course, now long out of use. In this manner Marcus Marcellus had been accused by the Syracusans, and Quintus Fulvius by the Campanians. Why might not the Senate as well allow Titus Quintius to be accused by King Philip, Manius Acilius and Lucius Scipio, by Antiochus? Gnaeus Manlius, by the Gauls, and Fulvius himself, by the Aetolians and the states of Cephallenia? Do you think, conscript fathers, either that I in behalf of Marcus Fulvius, or that Marcus Fulvius himself, will deny the besieging and taking Ambracia, the removing thence the statues and ornaments, and the other proceedings, which are usual on the capture of cities? He is about to demand a triumph from you for those very services, and to carry before his chariot those statues, the removal of which is charged as criminal, together with the other spoils of that city, and hang them up on the pillars of his house. There is no kind of pretense for their separating themselves from the Aetolians, the cause of the Ambracians and of the Aetolians is the same. Let, therefore, my colleague either vent his malice in some other case. Or, if he is determined to proceed in this, let him detain his Ambracians until Fulvius comes home. I will not suffer any determination, concerning either the Ambracians or Aetolians, to pass in the absence of Marcus Fulvius. 44. When Aemilius inveighed against the artful malignity of his adversary as being notorious to all, and affirmed, that he would spin out the time by effecting delays, so as not to return to Rome while an adversary was consul. 2 days were wasted in this dispute, and it was apparent that while Flaminius was present, no decision of the cause could be procured. The opportunity was eagerly caught at by Aemilius, when Flaminius, happening to fall sick, was absent, and on his proposing the motion the Senate decreed, that, all their effects should be restored to the Ambracians, that they should enjoy liberty, and the benefit of their own laws, and should levy what duties they might think proper on goods conveyed by land or sea, provided that the Romans and the allies of the Latin nation should be exempted therefrom. That with respect to the statues, and other ornaments, which they complained were carried away from their sacred buildings, their order was, that immediately on the return of Marcus Fulvius to Rome, the business should be laid before the College of Pontiffs, and that whatever they might think proper should be done. Nor was the consul content with this, but afterwards, in a badly attended meeting, he procured a clause to be added to the decree, that it did not appear that Ambracia was taken by force. A supplication of 3 days' continuance was then performed for the health of the people, because a grievous pestilence was desolating the city and country. The Latin festival was afterward celebrated, when the consuls, being relieved from these religious duties, and having finished their levies, for both of them chose to employ new soldiers, set out for their provinces, where they disbanded all the old troops. Shortly after the departure of the consuls, Gnaeus Manlius, the proconsul, arrived at Rome. And, when an audience of the Senate was granted to him in the temple of Bologna, by Servius Sulpicius, the praetor, after enumerating the services which he had performed, he demanded that, in consideration thereof, public thanks should be offered to the immortal gods, and permission be granted to himself, to ride through the city in triumph. The greater number of the 10 ambassadors, who had been in the province along with him, opposed the grant, and particularly Lucius Furius Purpurio, and Lucius Aemilius Paulus. 45. They alleged that, they had been appointed ambassadors in conjunction with Manlius, to make peace with Antiochus, and to conclude the terms of the treaty which had been entered on with Lucius Scipio. That Gnaeus Manlius labored to the utmost of his power, to confound this peace, and to seize Antiochus by treachery, if he should put his person in the consul's power. But that he, Antiochus, having discovered the treacherous designs of the consul, though frequently tempted by proposals of a conference, had not only avoided the meeting, but even the sight of him. That Manlius, desiring to cross Mount Taurus, was with difficulty restrained by the entreaties of all the ambassadors, who besought him not to brave the curse denounced in the Sibylline verses against such as should pass those fatal limits. Nevertheless, he marched his army thither, and encamped almost on the very summit where the waters take opposite directions. As he could find no sort of pretence for hostilities, the king's subjects being perfectly quiet, he led his army round to the Galligrecians, against which nation war was waged, without any decree of the Senate, or order of the people. Which did ever any general before presume to do in like manner, on his own judgment? The latest wars were those with Antiochus, with Philip, and with Hannibal and the Carthaginians. Concerning all these the Senate had passed its decrees, the people their orders, several embassies were previously sent, restitution demanded, and, finally, heralds were sent to proclaim war. Now, Gnaeus Manlius, said they, has any one of these proceedings been observed in the present case, that we should consider it a war of the Roman people, and not a predatory expedition of your own contrivance? But, were you even content with this? Did you lead your army against those whom you had chosen to consider as enemies, by the direct course? Or did you ramble through every deflection of the roads, when you stopped at every division of the way, in order that, to whatever side Eumenes' brother, Attalus, should turn his route, you the consul, as an auxiliary in his pay, might follow with a Roman army? Did you not traverse every recess and corner of Pisidia, Lycaonia, and Phrygia, levying contributions from the tyrants and peasants in those remote regions? For, what had you to do with the Oroandians, what with other states equally inoffensive? But, in what manner did you conduct this war, on the merit of which you ask a triumph? Did you fight on equal ground, and at the time of your own choosing? Indeed you with propriety require that thanks be returned to the immortal gods. First, because they did not ordain that the army should undergo the penalty deserved by the temerity of its commander, in commencing a war in accordance with no law of nations, and next, because they gave us, for antagonists, brutes, and not men. 46. Do not suppose that the name only of the Galligrecians is a mixed one, their bodies, and their minds, have undergone a similar process, and have been corrupted by the mixture. Had they been such Gauls as those whom we have 1,000 times encountered in Italy, with various success, would any one of us, considering the conduct of our commander, have returned to tell the story? 2 battles were fought. Twice he sustained the disadvantages of position, and, at the bottom of a valley, almost placed his army under the feet of the enemy. So that they were able to overwhelm us, even though they did not cast their weapons from the higher ground, but merely threw themselves on us without arms. What, then, was the consequence? Great is the fortune of the Roman people. Great and terrible its name. By the recent downfall of Hannibal, Philip, and Antiochus, the Gauls were, in a manner, thunderstruck. Bulky as their bodies were, they were dismayed, and put to flight, by slings and arrows. Not a sword was stained in battle during the Gallic war. Like flocks of birds, they flew away at the very sound of our missiles. But, indeed, when we, the same army, were on our return, and happened to fall in with a party of Thracian robbers, as if fortune meant to teach us what the issue would have been, if we had met an enemy, we were beaten, routed, and stripped of our baggage. Among many other brave soldiers fell Quintus Minucius Thermus, whose death was a much greater loss, than if Gnaeus Manlius, to whose rashness the misfortune had happened, had perished. An army, carrying home the spoils of King Antiochus, was dispersed in 3 places, and with the vanguard in one place, the rear in another, and the baggage in a third, hid itself for a night among bushes, in the dens of wild beasts. Is a triumph demanded for such exploits as these? Although no disaster and disgrace had been suffered in Thrace, over what enemies would you triumph? Over those, I suppose, whom the Roman Senate or people had assigned to you as your enemies. On these grounds, indeed, a triumph was granted to Lucius Scipio, to Manius Acilius, over King Antiochus, to Titus Quintius, over King Philip, and to Publius Africanus, over Hannibal, the Carthaginians, and Syphax. Now, after the Senate had voted a declaration of war, the following unimportant matters were inquired into: to whom the declaration ought to be made, whether to the kings in person, or whether making it at some of their garrisons were sufficient. Do you wish, then, that all these rights should be disregarded and profaned? That the laws of the heralds be abrogated? That there should be no heralds? Let religion, the gods pardon the expression, be thrown aside. Let forgetfulness of the gods occupy your minds. Do you, also, judge it fit that the Senate should not be consulted concerning war? That the people should not be asked, whether they choose and order war to be made on the Gauls? On a late occasion, the consuls, certainly, wished for the provinces of Greece and Asia, yet, when you persisted in assigning Liguria as their province, they obeyed your commands. They will, therefore, if the war should be successfully carried on, justly demand a triumph from you, conscript fathers, under whose authority they carried it on. 47. Such were the arguments of Furius and Aemilius. We have heard that Mallius replied in nearly the following manner: Conscript fathers, formerly the tribunes of the people were accustomed to oppose generals demanding a triumph. I am thankful to the present tribunes because they have conceded so much either to me, or to the greatness of my services, as not only to show, by their silence, their approbation of my pretensions to that honor, but likewise their readiness, if there were occasion, to make a motion to that purpose. I have, since it is the pleasure of the gods, as my opponent some of the 10 ambassadors, the actual council which our ancestors assigned to generals for the purpose of arranging their conquests and gracing their victories. Lucius Furius and Lucius Aemilius forbid me to mount the triumphal chariot, and pluck from my head the crown of glory, the persons whom, if the tribunes had opposed triumph, I should have cited as witnesses to bear testimony to my services. Conscript fathers, I envy no man's honors, but, on a late occasion, you yourselves deterred by your authority the tribunes of the people, brave and active men, from impeding the triumph of Quintus Fabius Labio. Fabius enjoyed a triumph. And yet his adversaries alleged, not that he had carried on an unjust war, but that he had not seen the enemy at all. Whereas I, who fought so many pitched battles with 100,000 of your fiercest enemies, who killed or made prisoners more than 40,000, who stormed 2 of their camps, who left all the countries on this side of the summits of Taurus in greater tranquility than is the country of Italy, am not only defrauded of a triumph, but obliged to plead my cause before you, conscript fathers, whilst my own council of ambassadors accuse me. Conscript fathers, their charge, as you perceive, is twofold, for they assert, that I ought not to have waged war with the Gauls, and besides, that the war was carried on rashly and imprudently. The Gauls were not enemies. But, you committed hostilities against them, when peaceable and obedient to your orders. I am not about to require from you, conscript fathers, that you may attribute to the Gauls who inhabit Asia, those characteristics which you are well aware belong to the Gallic race in general. Savage fierceness and most inveterate hatred to the name of Rome. Excluding the infamous and odious character of the whole nation, judge of these Gauls by themselves. I wish King Eumenes, I wish all the states of Asia were present, and that you heard their complaints, rather than my charges against them. Send ambassadors round all the cities of Asia, and ask whether they were relieved from more grievous servitude by the removal of Antiochus beyond the summits of Taurus, or by the conquest of the Gauls. Let them tell you how often their territories were ravaged, how often their property and their people were carried off as prey. While they had scarcely ever an opportunity of ransoming any prisoners, they heard of nothing but human victims slain, and their children offered up in sacrifice. Be assured that your allies paid tribute to these Gauls, and, though delivered now by you from the yoke of Antiochus, must still have continued to pay it, if I had been inactive. The farther Antiochus was removed, the more tyrannically would the Gauls have domineered in Asia. And all the countries on this side of Taurus you would have annexed to their empire, not to your own. 48. But, allowing all this to be so, The Gauls formerly sacked Delphi, the common oracle to which all mankind resort, and the central point of the globe of the earth, yet the Roman people did not, on that account, proclaim or wage war against them. I really thought that there was some distinction to be made between that period when Greece and Asia were not yet under your jurisdiction and dominion, and the present, when you have made Mount Taurus the boundary of the Roman Empire. When you grant liberty and independence to the states of that country, when you augment the territories of some, immerse others in a part of their lands, impose tribute. Add to, diminish, give, and take away kingdoms, and deem it your business to take care that they may enjoy peace both on land and sea. Is it not the case that you would not have thought Asia liberated unless Antiochus withdrew his garrisons, which lay quiet in their citadels, if the armies of the Gauls roamed about without control? Would the grants which you made to King Eumenes be secure, or the liberty of the states entire? But why do I reason thus? As if I had not found the Gauls enemies, but made them such. I appeal to you, Lucius Scipio, whose bravery and good fortune alike I suppliantly sought, and not in vain, from the immortal gods, when I succeeded you in the command. And to you, Publius Scipio, who held, both with your brother the consul, and with the army, the commission of a lieutenant general and the dignity of a colleague, did you ascertain that legions of the Gauls were in the army of Antiochus? Did you see them in his line of battle, posted in both wings, for there was his main strength? Did you fight with them as declared enemies? Did you kill them? Did you carry off their spoils? Yet the Senate had decreed, and the people ordered, war against Antiochus, not against the Gauls. But as I judge, they had at the same time decreed and ordered that war should be with all those who should be reckoned among his troops. So that, excepting Antiochus, with whom Scipio had negotiated a peace, and with whom, specifying him by name, you had directed a treaty to be concluded, every one who had borne arms on the side of Antiochus against us, were our enemies. And although the Gauls had been conspicuous in that cause, and several petty princes and tyrants also, nevertheless, I made peace with the rest, after compelling them to atone for their transgressions, as the dignity of your empire required. I made trial, at the same time, of the temper of the Gauls, whether they could be reclaimed from their natural ferocity, but, perceiving them untractable and implacable, I then judged it necessary to chastise them by force of arms. 49. Now, since the charge respecting the undertaking of the war has been fully refuted, I must account for my conduct in the prosecution of it. In which, indeed, I should perfectly confide in the merits of my cause, though I were pleading, not before a Roman, but before a Carthaginian Senate, by whom their commanders are said to be crucified, if they act on wrong plans, even with success. But in such a state as this, which, in the commencement and progress of every undertaking, makes application to the gods on this account, because it subjects to no malicious cavilling those plans of which the gods have approved. And which, in the established form, when it decrees a supplication or triumph, uses these words, for having conducted the business of the public successfully and fortunately. If I should be unwilling, if I should think it presumptuous and arrogant to boast of my own bravery, and if I should demand, in consideration of my own good fortune, and that of my army, in having vanquished so great a nation, without any loss of men, that thanks should be given to the immortal gods, and that I should ascend the Capitol in triumph, from whence I took my departure, with vows duly offered. Would you refuse this to me, and the immortal gods? Yes, for I fought on unfavorable ground. Tell me, then, on what more favorable ground could I have fought, when the enemy had seized on a mountain, and kept themselves in a strong post? Surely, if I wished to conquer them, I must go where they were. What if they had a town on the same spot, and kept within the walls? Surely they must be attacked. Did Manlius Acilius fight with Antiochus, at Thermopylae on favorable ground? Did not Titus Quintius dislodge Philip when he was posted in the same manner, on the tops of mountains, over the river Anio? Truly I cannot yet discover what sort of an enemy they may represent to themselves, or in what light they may wish them to appear to you. If as being degenerate and softened by the pleasures of Asia, what danger was there in advancing against them even on unfavorable ground? If formidable, both for fierceness of courage and strength of body, do you refuse a triumph to victories so honorable? Conscript fathers, envy is blind, and only capable of depreciating merit, and poisoning its honors and rewards. Pardon me, I beseech you, conscript fathers, on these conditions, if it be the case that the necessary reply to the accusation, and not my desire of boasting of my exploits, hath made my speech too long. Whether could I, in my march through Thrace, create open glades out of narrow defile, and level plains out of steep precipices, and fields out of woods, and ensure that the Thracian plunderers should not lurk anywhere in those concealments which they were acquainted with. That none of our packages should be snatched away, none of our loaded horses, out of so large a train, led off, that no one should be wounded, and that the brave and active Lucius Minucius should not die of his wound. On this mischance, by which we unfortunately lost so valuable a citizen, those men declaim profusely. That the enemy attacked us in a dangerous pass, where every advantage of ground was against us. That our two divisions, the front and the rear, surrounded by a combined movement the army of the barbarians, while they were employed about our baggage, that they killed and took prisoners many thousands on that day. And, in a few days after, many more. Do they imagine that you would not ascertain this, even if they passed it over in silence, when the whole army can testify the truth of what I assert? If I had never drawn a sword in Asia, if I had never seen an enemy there, yet, by the 2 battles fought in Thrace, I had merited a triumph, as proconsul. But I have said enough, and shall only request, and, I should hope, obtain, your pardon, conscript fathers, for having troubled you longer than I could have wished to do. 50. The accusations that day would have been more powerful than the defense, had they not prolonged the debate to a late hour, for the Senate adjourned in a mood likely to refuse the triumph. Next day the relations and friends of Gnaeus Manlius exerted their utmost efforts in his behalf. And the opinion of the elder senators prevailed, who asserted, that there was no instance on record of a commander who had subdued the enemy, completed the business of his province, and brought home his army, entering the city as a private citizen, without honors, and without the chariot and laurel. This feeling of shame overcame their prejudices against him, and a great majority voted for his triumph. A greater contest which was set on foot against a greater and more illustrious personage, suppressed all mention and memory of this struggle. The 2 Patilii, as Valerius Antius writes, instituted a prosecution against Publius Scipio Africanus. Men construed this according to their different dispositions. Some did not blame the plebeian tribunes, but the public in general, that could suffer such a process to be carried on. They observed, that, the 2 greatest states in the world proved, nearly at the same time, ungrateful to their chief commanders. But Rome the more ungrateful of the 2, because Carthage was subdued when she sent the vanquished Hannibal into exile, whereas Rome, when victorious, was for banishing the conqueror Africanus. Others asserted, that no one citizen ought to stand so high above the rest, as not to be made answerable to the laws for his conduct, for nothing contributed so much towards the equalization of liberty, as that the most powerful might be brought to trial. For how could any charge, especially the administration of government, be safely entrusted to any man, if he were not liable to be called to an account? That force was not unjustly used against him who could not bear an equality of rights. These subjects were discussed in conversation, until the day of trial came. Never was either any other person, or Scipio himself, when consul or censor, escorted to the forum by a more numerous multitude of all kinds, than he was on that day when he appeared to answer the charge against him. When ordered to make his defense, without taking any notice of the facts laid to his charge, he delivered so magnificent a speech concerning his exploits, that it was universally agreed that no man had been ever praised either to more advantage or with more truth. For his achievements were described with the same ardent spirit and powerful genius with which they had been performed, and his auditors felt no disgust, because his acts were mentioned to meet the peril, and not for ostentation. 51. The plebeian tribunes, in order to procure credit to their present accusations, introduced the old imputations of his luxurious style of living in his winter quarters at Syracuse, and the tumult raised by Flaminius at Locri. They then brought forward against him the charge of receiving money, grounded on suspicion, not on proof. They alleged, that his son, being taken prisoner, was restored without ransom. And that, in every other instance, Scipio was courted by Antiochus, as if peace and war with Rome were at his sole disposal. He had acted towards the consul, in his province, as dictator, not as lieutenant general. Nor had he gone thither with any other view than that this might appear to Greece and Asia, and all the kings and nations eastward, which had been long since the settled conviction of Spain, Gaul, Sicily, and Africa. That he alone was the head and pillar of the Roman Empire. That a state which was mistress of the world, lay sheltered under the shade of Scipio, and that his nods were equivalent to decrees of the Senate and orders of the people. They attack by envy, as much as they can, him out of the reach of dishonor. The pleading having lasted till night, the trial was adjourned to another day. When that came, the tribunes took their seat in the rostrum at the dawn of day. The accused being summoned, came, with a numerous train of friends and dependents, through the middle of the assembly, to the rostrum. And, silence being made, he said, Tribunes of the people, and you, Romans, on the anniversary of this day I fought a pitched battle in Africa, with Hannibal and the Carthaginians, with good fortune and success. As, therefore, it is but decent that a stop be put, for this day, to litigation and wrangling, I will immediately go to the Capitol, there to return my acknowledgments to Jupiter the supremely good and great, to Juno, Minerva, and the other deities presiding over the Capitol and citadel, and will give them thanks for having, on this day, and at many other times, endowed me both with the will and ability to perform extraordinary services to the Commonwealth. Such of you also, Romans, as it suits, come with me and beseech the gods that you may have commanders like myself, since, from my 17th year to old age, you have always anticipated my years with honors, and I, your honors with services. Accordingly, he went up from the rostrum to the Capitol, and, at the same time, the whole assembly turned about and followed him. Insomuch, that at last even the clerks and messengers left the tribunes, not one remaining, except the slaves who attended them, and the crier, who was in the habit of summoning the accused from the rostrum. Scipio, attended by the whole body of the Roman people, went round all the temples of the gods, not only in the Capitol, but throughout the whole city. This day was almost more famous owing to the favor of the Romans towards him, and their high estimation of his real greatness, than that on which he rode through Rome in triumph over King Syphax and the Carthaginians. 52. It was, however, the last day that shone with luster on Publius Scipio. For, as he could foresee nothing but the prosecutions of envy, and continual disputes with the tribunes, the trial being adjourned to a future day, he retired to the territory of Laternum, with a fixed determination not to attend the trial. His spirit was by nature too lofty, and habituated to such an elevated course of fortune, that he did not know how to act the part of an accused person, or stoop to the humble deportment of men pleading their cause. When the day came, and he began to be summoned in his absence, Lucius Scipio pleaded in his excuse that sickness was the reason of his absence. Which excuse the tribunes, who were the prosecutors, would not admit, but insisted that he did not come to plead his cause, owing to the same arrogance with which he had left the trial, the tribunes of the people, and the General Assembly. And followed by the very men whom he had robbed of the right of passing sentence on him, together with their freedom of suffrage, had exhibited a triumph over the Roman people, and made a secession, the same day, from the tribunes to the Capitol. You have therefore, said they, the due reward of that thoughtless conduct. You are, yourselves, forsaken by him under whose lead and direction you forsook us. And so much is our spirit daily on the decline, that although, 17 years ago, when he was at the head of an army and fleet, we had resolution enough to send plebeian tribunes and an aedile into Sicily to take him into custody, and bring him home to Rome. Yet we dare not now send to compel him, though a private citizen, to come from his country seat to stand his trial. The tribunes of the commons, being appealed to by Lucius Scipio, came to the following determination, that, since the excuse of sickness was pleaded, it was their judgment that this excuse should be admitted, and that the day of trial should be adjourned by their colleagues. 53. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus was, at that time, a plebeian tribune, and between him and Publius Scipio there was an enmity subsisting. When he had forbidden his name to be subscribed to the determination of his colleague, and every one expected from him a sentence more severe. He pronounced his judgment thus, that inasmuch as Lucius Scipio had pleaded sickness in excuse for his brother, that plea appeared to him to be sufficient, that he would not suffer Publius Scipio to be accused until he should return to Rome, and even then, if he appealed to him, he would support him in refusing to abide a trial, that Publius Scipio, by his great achievements, by the honors received from the Roman people, by the joint consent of gods and men, had risen to such a height of dignity, that were he to stand as a criminal, under the rostrum, and afford a hearing to the insults of young men, it would reflect more disgrace on the Romans than on him. To his decree he added the language of indignation, shall Scipio, the celebrated conqueror of Africa, stand at the feet of you, tribunes? Was it for this he defeated and routed, in Spain, four of the most distinguished generals of the Carthaginians, and their 4 armies? Was it for this he took Syphax prisoner, conquered Hannibal, made Carthage tributary to you, and removed Antiochus beyond Mount Taurus, for Lucius Scipio received his brother Africanus as his associate in this glory? That he should crouch under 2 Patilii? That you should gain the palm of victory over Publius Africanus? Will men of illustrious characters never, through their own merits, or through honors conferred by you, arrive at a safe and inviolable sanctuary, where their old age may repose, if not revered, at least secure from injury? Both his decree and additional discourse made a deep impression, not only on the rest of the assembly, but even on the prosecutors, who said that they would consider further what might be consistent with their rights and duties. Afterwards, as soon as the assembly of the people broke up, the Senate met, and at that meeting the warmest thanks were bestowed by the whole body, especially by the consular and elder members, on Tiberius Gracchus, for having consulted the public good in preference to private animosity. And the Patilii were assailed with severe insults, because they had endeavored to become distinguished by exciting odium against another, and were seeking spoils from a triumph over Africanus. After that there was silence concerning Africanus. He passed the remainder of his life at Laternum, without a wish to revisit the city. And it is said that when he was dying he ordered his body to be buried in the country, in that very place, and his monument to be erected there, that even his obsequies might not be performed in his ungrateful country. He was a man of eminent merit, but more conspicuous in the affairs of war than in those of peace. The former part of his life was more illustrious than the latter, because in his early years wars were constantly carried on by him. With old age his exploits faded away, as occasions did not occur to call forth the exercise of his talents. What was his second consulship to his first, even if you should add to it the censorship? What, compared with it, was his commission in Asia, rendered useless by want of health, and clouded by the misfortune of his son, and the necessity to which it subjected him after his return, of either undergoing a trial, or withdrawing himself from that and his country together? However, he enjoyed alone the distinguished honor of putting an end to the Carthaginian War, which was by far the most difficult and dangerous war in which the Roman state was ever engaged. 54. The death of Africanus increased the courage of his enemies, the chief of whom was Marcus Porcius Cato, who, even during his life, was accustomed to sneer at his splendid character. The Patilii are supposed, both to have commenced the prosecution against Africanus at his instigation while he was alive, and on his death to have proposed a bill against him. The motion for the order was made in these words: Romans, is it your will and order, with respect to the money taken, carried off and collected from King Antiochus, and those under his government, and with respect to such part thereof as has not been accounted for to the public, that Servius Sulpicius, the city praetor, shall ask the Senate which of the present praetors they will appoint to hold an inquiry concerning those matters? Quintus and Lucius Mummius at first objected to this motion. They thought it proper that, according to the practice always hitherto observed, the Senate should make the inquiry concerning such money as had not been brought into the public treasury. The Patilii represented the great influence, the sovereign power which the Scipios possessed in the Senate. Lucius Furius Purpurio, a senator of consular rank, who had been one of the 10 ambassadors in Asia, was of opinion that the inquiry ought to be carried to a wider extent, not only as to the money taken from Antiochus, but to what had been taken from other kings and nations, attacking his enemy Gnaeus Manlius. Lucius Scipio, who, it was evident, was arguing rather in favor of himself than against the order, stood forward to oppose it. He complained heavily of such a motion being brought on after the death of his brother, Publius Africanus, the bravest and most illustrious of men. For it had not been deemed sufficient that Publius Africanus was not eulogized from the rostrum after his death, unless he should be also the subject of accusation. The Carthaginians had been content with the banishment of Hannibal, but the Roman people would not be satisfied even with the death of Publius Scipio, unless, after he was laid in his grave, his character were mangled. And his brother also sacrificed, another victim to envy. Marcus Cato supported the motion in a speech on the money of King Antiochus, which is still extant, and, by his influence, deterred the Mummiae, the two tribunes, from their opposition to the order. On their withdrawing their intended protest, every one of the tribes voted in favor of the motion. 55. Servius Sulpicius then putting the question to the Senate, whom they would appoint, according to the Petilian order of the people, to hold the inquiry, they appointed Quintus Terentius Cullio. Before this praetor, so warmly attached to the Cornelian family, that those writers, who say that Publius Scipio died and was buried at Rome, for that too is asserted, have left on record. That he walked at his funeral before the bier with a cap of liberty on his head, as he had done before at his triumph. And that, at the Capuan gate, he gave wine and honey to those who attended the obsequies, to show his gratitude for having been recovered by Scipio, among other captives, out of the hands of the enemy in Africa, or so great an enemy to that family. That on account of his known animosity, he was selected in particular by the faction that supported the proceedings against the Scipios, to hold the inquiry. However that may be, before this praetor, whether too favorable or too much the contrary, Lucius Scipio was immediately arraigned. At the same time charges were presented and received against his lieutenants general, the two Hostilius Catos, Aulus and Lucius. And his quaestor, Caius Furius Aculio, and, that all things might appear infected with the contagion of peculation, against his two secretaries and crier, Lucius Hostilius. The secretaries and the crier were acquitted before Scipio was tried. Scipio and Aulus Hostilius, his lieutenant general, and Caius Furius, were convicted on the following charges, that, as bribes, for granting more favorable terms of peace to Antiochus, Scipio had received. Over and above what he brought into the treasury, 6,000 pounds weight of gold, and 480 of silver. Aulus Hostilius, 80 pounds of gold, and 403 of silver, and Furius, the quaestor, 130 of gold, and 200 of silver. These sums of gold and silver I find mentioned by Aeneas. As to what regards Lucius Scipio, I suspect some mistake of the transcriber, rather than a falsehood of the historian, respecting the amount of the gold and silver. For it is more probable that the weight of silver was greater than that of gold, and that the fine was laid at 4,279,000 than at 24 millions of sesterces, 280 the more on this account. As they record that an account of that sum was demanded from Publius Scipio himself, in the Senate. And that when he had desired his brother Lucius to bring the book of his accounts, he tore it to pieces in the view of the Senate. At the same time expressing indignation at being called to account for 4 millions after he had brought 200,281,000 into the treasury. From the same confidence of spirit, when the quaestors would not venture to bring money out of the coffers contrary to law, he demanded the keys of the treasury, declaring that he would open it as he had caused it to be shut. 56. Many other things are at variance respecting the latter part, particularly, of Scipio's life, that is to say, his trial, death, funeral, and sepulchre, so that I cannot determine which tradition or which writings I ought to credit. Writers do not agree as to his accuser, some affirming that Marcus Naevius, others that the Petilii, instituted the prosecution, neither are they agreed as to the time when it was carried on, nor the year in which he died, nor the place, nor where he was buried. Some assert, that he died and was buried at Rome, others, at Liternum, and in both places memorials and statues of him are shown. For at Liternum there was a monument, and on it stood his statue, which we in person lately saw cast down by a storm. At Rome likewise, on a monument of the Scipios outside the Capuan Gate, are 3 statues, 2 of which are said to be those of Publius and Lucius Scipio, and the third that of the poet Quintus Aeneas. Nor do these differences exist between historians only. The speeches attributed to Publius Scipio and Tiberius Gracchus, if they really are theirs, differ widely from one another. The title of Publius Scipio's speech bears the name of Marcus Naevius, the tribune of the commons. The speech itself does not furnish the name of the prosecutor, it only calls him sometimes a knave, sometimes a trifler. Even the speech of Gracchus makes no mention of the Petilii accusing Africanus, or of the prosecution carried on against him. An entirely different story must be framed consistent with the speech of Gracchus. And those writers must be followed who affirm, that, at the time when Lucius Scipio was impeached, and convicted of having taken money from the king, Africanus was a lieutenant general in Etruria. Whence, on hearing of this misfortune, throwing up his commission, he hastened to Rome. And when he came straight from the gate to the Forum, because he was told that his brother was being led into confinement, he drove away the officer from his person. And, on the tribunes attempting to detain him, laid violent hands on them, showing more affection towards his brother than regard for the laws. Of these acts, Gracchus himself complained, saying, that the tribunician power was annulled by a private person. And at last, when he promises support to Lucius Scipio, he adds, that the precedent would be more tolerable, if both the tribunician authority and the state appeared to be overpowered by a tribune of the commons, than if by a private citizen. But he loaded him with reproaches for this signal instance of intemperate violence, in such a manner, that while he charged him with having degenerated so far from himself, he gave to him his long-established praises for moderation, self-control, with manyfold increase, so as to make ample amends for the present reprehension. For he said, that the people were formerly severely rebuked by Scipio, because they wished to make him perpetual consul and dictator. That he hindered statues from being erected to him in the Comitium, in the Rostrum, in the Senate House, in the Capitol, in the chapel of Jupiter's temple, and that he prevented, a decree being passed, that his image, in a triumphal habit, should be brought in procession out of the temple of Jupiter the supremely good and great. Such particulars as these, which even an enemy acknowledged while censuring him, even if inserted in a professed panegyric, would demonstrate an uncommon greatness of mind, in limiting his honors conformably to his position as a citizen. 57. It is universally agreed, that the younger of Scipio's 2 daughters was married to this Gracchus, for the elder was undoubtedly disposed of by her father, to Publius Cornelius Nazica. But it is not so certain, whether she was both betrothed and married after her father's death, or whether the accounts are true, that Gracchus, when Lucius Scipio was being led to prison, and no other of the tribunes interfered to protect him, swore, that, the same enmity which he had entertained against the Scipios still subsisted, and that he did not perform any act for the sake of gaining their favor, but that, having seen Publius Africanus leading the kings and generals of enemies to prison, he would never suffer his brother to be led to the same place. They add, that the senators, happening to sup that day in the Capitol, rose up together, and requested of Africanus, before the company departed, to betroth his daughter to Gracchus, that the contract was accordingly executed in due form, in the presence of this assembly. And that Scipio, on his return home, told his wife Emilia that he had concluded a match for her younger daughter. That she, feeling her female pride hurt, expressing some resentment on not having been consulted in the disposal of their common child, added, that, even were he giving her to Tiberius Gracchus, her mother ought not to be kept in ignorance of his intention. To which Scipio, rejoiced at her judgment concurring so entirely with his own, replied, that she was betrothed to that very man. These circumstances respecting so great a captain, though they might vary, both in traditionary and written relation, ought to be stated. 58. On the proceedings being finished by the praetor Quintius Terentius, Hostilius and Furius, being condemned, gave securities the same day to the city quaestors. Scipio, when he insisted that all the money received by him was in the treasury, and that he had not in his possession anything whatever belonging to the public, was ordered to prison. Publius Scipio Nazica then appealed to the tribunes, and made a speech fraught with just encomiums, not only on the Cornelian family in general, but on his own branch of it in particular. His father, he said, and the father of Publius Africanus and Lucius Scipio, who was now ordered to prison, were Gnaeus and Publius Scipio, men of the most illustrious characters. That when, through a long course of years, they had highly enhanced the reputation of the Roman name in the land of Spain, against many commanders and many armies of the Carthaginians and Spaniards, not only by their military exploits, but also by exhibiting to the nations of that country brilliant examples of Roman moderation and fidelity, both, at last, fell in the service of the Roman people. Although it ought to be sufficient to their descendants to support the glory derived from them, yet Publius Africanus so far surpassed his father's renown, as to occasion a belief that he was not sprung from the human race, but was of divine extraction. As to Lucius Scipio, concerning whom the question then was, to pass over his exploits in Spain and in Africa, while he was lieutenant general to his brother, on his being elected consul, was by the Senate considered so worthy, that the province of Asia and the war with Antiochus were assigned him, without leaving it to the decision of the lots. And by his brother, that, after 2 consulships, the censorship, and a triumph, he attended him into Asia in quality of lieutenant general. There, that the great and splendid character of the lieutenant might not eclipse the fame of the consul, it so happened, that, on the day when Lucius Scipio conquered Antiochus in a pitched battle at Magnesia, Publius Scipio was absent at the distance of several days' journey, being sick at Elea. The army of the enemy, on that occasion, was not inferior to that of Hannibal, when the battle was fought with him in Africa, and the same Hannibal, who was commander-in-chief in the Carthaginian war, was among many other generals of the king. The war indeed was so conducted, that no one could throw blame even on fortune. A ground of accusation is sought for in the peace, it is said that it was sold. The 10 ambassadors, in pursuance of whose counsel the peace was concluded, are at the same time included in this charge. Some of the 10 ambassadors had even stood forth as accusers of Gnaeus Manlius, yet their charges were so far from gaining credit that they did not produce even a delay of his triumph. 59. But truly, in the case of Scipio, the articles of the peace are suspected as being too favorable to Antiochus. For his entire kingdom has been left to him, although conquered, he retains possession of everything that belonged to him before the war. And though he had an immense quantity of gold and silver, none of it has been applied to the use of the public, all has been converted to private purposes. Now, was there not a quantity of gold and silver carried before the eyes of the public in the triumph of Lucius Scipio, so great that an equal quantity was not carried in 10 of the former triumphs, even if it was amassed together? Why need I speak of the extent of the kingdom of Antiochus, or that he held all Asia, and the adjoining parts of Europe? Everybody knows what a large portion of the surface of the earth that is, which stretches from Mount Taurus quite to the Aegean Sea, what a number, not only of cities, but of nations, it comprehends. And that this tract, as far as the summit of Mount Taurus, more than 30 days' journey in length and 10 in breadth, from one sea to the other, has been taken from Antiochus, who is thereby removed to the most distant corner of the world. Now if peace had been granted him without any pecuniary consideration, could more have been taken from him? Macedon was left to Philip after he was conquered, Lacedaemon to Nabis. Yet the grounds of an accusation were never sought against Quinctius on that account. The reason was, that he had not Africanus for a brother, whose high renown ought to have been serviceable to Lucius Scipio. But envy of his merit had done him injury. A quantity of gold and silver was mentioned in the Senate to have been conveyed to the house of Lucius Scipio, greater than could be raised from the sale of his whole property. Where, then, was all this royal treasure, where the value of so many estates received? Surely in a house, which extravagance never exhausted, this new accumulation of wealth ought to appear. But what cannot be levied out of his effects, the enemies of Lucius Scipio will exact from his person, and from his very flesh, by vexatious persecution and insult. Carried to such a degree that a man of his illustrious character would be shut up in a prison, among midnight thieves and robbers, and forced to breathe his last in a dungeon and in darkness, and his naked corpse thrown before the prison door. Such proceedings will reflect more disgrace on the city of Rome, than they will on the Cornelian family. 60. In answer to this, the praetor, Terentius, read the Petilian order of the people, the decree of the Senate, and the judgment pronounced against Lucius Scipio. And declared that unless the money adjudged were paid into the public treasury, he had no other step to take, than to order the person convicted to be taken into custody, and carried to prison. The tribunes retired to confer together, and in a short time after, Caius Fannius, according to his own opinion and that of all his colleagues, except Gracchus, declared that the tribunes would not interfere with the praetor to hinder his making use of his power. Tiberius Gracchus thus decreed, that he would not protest against the praetors levying the sum adjudged out of the effects of Lucius Scipio. But that Lucius Scipio, who had subdued the most powerful king in the world, had extended the empire of the Roman people to the utmost limits of the earth, had bound under obligations to the Roman people King Eumenes, the Rhodians, and so many other states of Asia, and had led in triumph so many generals of the enemies, and imprisoned them, should himself lie in prison among the enemies of the Roman people, and in chains, he never would suffer. And therefore he ordered him to be discharged. This decision was heard with such approbation, and the people beheld with so much pleasure the liberation of Scipio, that it could hardly appear that the sentence had been passed in the same community. The praetor then sent the quaestors to take possession of Lucius Scipio's property, for the use of the public. And not only did no trace appear of money received from the king, but not even so much was made up from the sale as the sum in which he was fined. So large a contribution was made for Lucius Scipio by his relations, friends, and clients, that, if he had accepted it, he would have been much richer than before this misfortune, but he received nothing. Such things as were necessary for his family occasions, were bought back at the sale by his nearest relations. And the public hatred which had been pointed against the Scipios, reverted on the praetor, his advisers, and the accusers.